The evening glow filters through the leisurely clouds, steadfastly resisting the encroachment of night. The fiery clouds stain the pure white curtains with a breathtaking golden red. A gentle breeze wafts through the open window, stirring the curtains into a dance. Creating an ethereal atmosphere, on the hospital bed lies a youth, his body wrapped in numerous bandages. Perhaps it is the brilliant hues of the sunset or the soft caress of the breeze that ruffles his light yellow hair. But after a prolonged stupor, the youth, known as Zhong Xingran, feels a flicker of life as his eyelashes flutter, revealing a pair of pale green eyes that gradually regain their luster. Where am I? Am I saved? Zhong Xingran laboriously lifts his hand, peering through the gaps in his palm at the unfamiliar ceiling above. Life, by its very nature, is unequal. The origin of this saying eludes him, yet it resonates profoundly in Zhong Xingran's brief existence across 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he found himself in the world of Naruto, merely an unremarkable fish among the vast ocean, a reality that struck him deeply. This is the ninja realm, where a lack of ambition leads to a pitiful existence, culminating in an inexplicable demise amidst the chaos of war, not the fate befitting a transmigrator to ascend to the ranks of a kage or even a sage of 6 paths. To experience the grand vistas of the ninja world would justify his crossing over. In this life, he is known as Yamanaka Xingran, 13 years old, an ordinary genin from the Yamashita clan in Konohagakure. Having traversed over a year since his arrival, he has barely survived the incident involving Obito and the 9 tails in the village. Upon his arrival, Xingran was elated who wouldn't rejoice at the chance to live another life. Moreover, he possessed a fitting body, that of a fresh graduate from the Ninja Academy, the quintessential starting point for a transmigrator. Alas, soon he realized his plight was at the bottom of the ranks. While the narrative often suggests that late bloomers ultimately shine, this rule applies predominantly to the tenacious. What formidable talents were present in Obito's generation? How many resilient spirits emerged alongside Naruto? Yet, Xingran's cohort was merely the one following behind Mitarashi Anko. Anko's generation, alongside Kakashi's, coincided with the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, leading many exceptional ninjas to graduate early and head to the battlefield. In contrast, Xingran's class entered during a phase where the conflict had stabilized, resulting in the cancellation of early graduations for the few remaining elites, thus depriving him of any battlefield experience. Normalcy is synonymous with mediocrity, and Xingran's class, along with many subsequent ones, consists of ordinary individuals, himself included. However, there lies a silver lining in this mediocrity. It ensures his survival until the age of 12, allowing him to graduate from the Ninja Academy and proudly become a genin, tasked with mundane duties like catching cats, walking dogs, and occasionally picking up trash to maintain the environment. Yet, what purpose does this resignation serve? Life is inherently unequal. Some are plagued by ailments, while Xingran suffers from none. In the Naruto universe, often referred to as the Legend of the Eyes, the focus is not solely on the conflict among the 5 villages, but rather on the preceding legacy of ocular prowess. Without the bloodline of Kaguya and her kin, one struggles to find their footing. In this world in the realm of shinobi, there existed a rather unremarkable genin, who, until the age of 12, graduated in the year 49 of the Hidden Leaf Village. The village leaders deemed it inappropriate for Xingran to be dispatched to the battlefield, especially amidst the tumultuous events of the Third Great Ninja War. Instead, they believed it prudent for him to serve the villagers' diligent lion approach that epitomizes the maxim of utilizing resources effectively. In the days that followed, Xingran engaged in a plethora of mundane yet tedious tasks. After over a year of such trivialities, he was finally deemed eligible to undertake brank missions by a middle-ranking shinobi team leader just a week prior. Alas, mere days into their expedition beyond the village, calamity struck. It was the summer of the 50th year of the Hidden Leaf. Annihilation and utterly ruthless obliteration had befallen the team. It would be unjust to label Xingran as entirely inept. Rather, It was a reflection of the overall mediocrity prevalent in the village, save for a handful of exceptional individuals. Thus, the entire squad met their demise. The classification of missions in the Hidden Leaf Village aligns with the standards observed in most shinobi villages throughout the world. Super Shrank, ultra-secretive missions of international significance, undertaken at the behest of other nations or personal necessity. Shrank, classified missions of national importance, typically initiated due to foreign requests for war involvement, with rewards exceeding 1 million ryo, encompassing tasks such as the assassination of key figures or the theft of confidential documents. A rank, missions, related to national or village movements, incentivized by foreign requests for wartime involvement, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1 million ryo, including the protection of important individuals and the eradication of rogue shinobi forces. Rank, personal, missions undertaken at individual requests, offering rewards between 50,000 and 150,000 ryo, primarily involving the safeguarding of persons against hostile shinobi below the rank of chunin. Crank, personal missions initiated by individual requests, with rewards ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 ryo, including tasks such as the protection of individuals' non-combat scenarios and the delivery of confidential documents. Drank, menial tasks requested by individuals, with rewards between 500 and 10,000 ryo, encompassing everything from finding lost pets to litter collection. Regrettably, during this ill-fated Brank mission, the squad suffered grievous losses, and Xingran was rendered unconscious due to severe injuries early on upon regaining consciousness. He found himself in a hospital bed, unable to ascertain the fate of his comrades. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached from outside the room, and for reasons unknown, Xingran found this noise particularly grating. In truth, he harbored no animosity towards the individual responsible for the footsteps, as he was not even privy to their identity. However, since awakening, he had been acutely aware of the poor soundproofing of the hospital room. Not only were the footsteps alarmingly loud, but he could also discern conversations from the rooms above and below with startling clarity. A.S. Xingran silently criticized the aging infrastructure of the Hidden Leaf Hospital, contemplating the necessity for renovation. The door to his room swung open. In the world of shinobi, the styles of attire are often eclectic and visually appealing. Yet some choices are truly jarring. Among the most egregious in Xingran's eyes were the garb worn by the doctors and nurses. A nurse, clad in attire reminiscent of a chemical warfare soldier, entered his room, pushing a cart laden with medical supplies. Yamanaka Xingran, you are awake? Ah, your constitution is remarkably resilient. Your wounds require dressing every 3 hours now. Please lie still. The nurse's voice, muffled by a thick mask, conveyed a sense of urgency and care, albeit with a distortion that rendered it somewhat indistinct. The attire of these medical practitioners is so cumbersome that, upon a cursory glance, one might be unable to discern their gender. Xingran lay on the bed like a stripped carcass, while the nimble female nurse flipped and maneuvered him with deft precision. The nurse deftly proceeded with her tasks. The final rays of sunlight gradually succumbed to the passage of time, vanishing beyond the horizon. The dim lighting in the room caused the nurse's movements to momentarily falter, prompting her to switch on the illumination above the headboard. In an instant, the brightness made Xingran's eyes struggle to adjust, and after a few blinks, he found some relief. Suddenly, however, his gaze became fixed in astonishment. Miss Nurse, what kind of jutsu is this? Is it Naruto's enchanting technique? Hurry, please put your clothes back on. At this moment, Xingran was utterly taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, the nurse, who had been swathed like a dumpling, resumed her unfinished tasks with an air of innocence. Notably, there was no lingering haze of smoke. What was happening? What could this possibly mean? Xingran, uncertain of who was more agitated, felt a cacophony of thuds echoing in his ears. These were the sounds of his own heartbeat. He began to suspect that his hearing had failed him. The rhythmic thumping felt as if it were reverberating through an explosive shockwave, causing his head to throb painfully. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes and temples. Then, he found himself in a stupor once more. What was going on? It had reverted back. Surely, that had been a form of alluring jutsu, albeit without the smoke effects akin to Naruto's, but undoubtedly a ninjutsu nonetheless. How had he overlooked such malevolent behavior from the nurses at Konoha Hospital in his past life? Surely he had not stumbled into a false version of the Hokage world. Staring blankly at the nurse, time slipped away as Xingran's mind wandered. The nurse, having finished changing the bandages, kindly inquired if he wanted the lights turned off before leaving. Noticing that Xingran appeared lost in thought, she naturally assumed that this lower-ranking ninja had been brought in after a team wipe. With an understanding smile, she turned off the lamp by his bedside, recognizing that patients needed ample rest and that light would do little to aid sleep. And there it was again. This time, Xingran did not blink, nor did he wipe his eyes. He observed the nurse exiting with a refreshing demeanor and realized that this was no prank on her part. Rather, the issue lay within himself. Looking down at his own body, he acknowledged that the recent peculiarities had diverted his focus entirely to the nurse. Now, upon inspecting himself, he confirmed once more that the problem resided within him. The sensations on his body indicated to Xingran that he was not only clothed, but also wrapped in considerable bandages. Yet, even through the bedding, he could clearly see his own skin. Indeed, there were no obstructions. He could distinctly observe the wounds as if they had received no medical attention whatsoever. His body was marred with injuries, bruises adorned his chest and abdomen, thankfully without any grievous penetrating wounds. However, his left leg bore significant damage, with each thigh and calf exhibiting a puncture wound, although he could not see his back. The occasional itch that arose informed him that there were also injuries there, albeit scabbed over, indicating a favorable healing process. Xingran's mind suddenly grasped the concept of X-ray vision. There was no other explanation for the phenomena unfolding before him. Could it be that the benefits of traversing worlds had finally manifested? After enduring a mundane existence for over a year, he had long abandoned the notion that travelers received such advantages. Yet now, the benefits had indeed arrived, albeit in an excessive form. To acquire X-ray vision in the Naruto universe, had the director mistakenly swapped scripts? After fixating on the wall for an extended period, he realized that he could only see through clothing, not walls, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. Even without an extraordinary system, couldn't he at least be granted the presence of an elderly gentleman? What was the meaning of witnessing the human form in the realm of ninjas? Moreover, the ability of X-ray vision is rather inadequate, as it can only penetrate clothing and bedding. Were one able to see through walls, it would undoubtedly serve as a valuable intelligence-gathering skill for a ninja. At its current level, perhaps only Jiraiya would consider this power to be extraordinary within the entire ninja realm. After being hospitalized post-defeat, I awakened to the ability of X-ray vision, followed by a flurry of nonsensical thoughts and complaints, though I lost track of time. A series of knocks resounded at the door, and before I could respond, it was pushed open again. The visitor, approximately 6 feet tall, bore a gentle smile, with hair of a light yellow hue akin to mine and soft green eyes. Clad in a green tactical vest of Konoha, he wore a red short-sleeved shirt over it, presenting a clean and composed appearance. However, in my eyes, the situation appeared entirely different. I merely saw this person push open the door and stride in with an air of innocence. Could this ability truly only befit a lecher? I stared vacantly at Yamashiro Kaichi, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment with the world. Hey, Siren, don't look so defeated. It's not like you've been dumped by a girlfriend. Cheer up. Kaichi placed a food box on the bedside table and gave a hearty slap to my uninjured shoulder, sending a jolt through my entire body, causing me to wince. The pain was far less intense than I had anticipated, but it was still present, jolting me back to reality. My gaze finally focused on Kaichi's face, with no intention of wandering below his neck. What is there to admire in a grown man? I felt a twinge of irritation. My newfound power was still beyond my control, which was rather inconvenient. Yamashiro Kaichi, my current guardian, had been appointed as such after the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, which had claimed far too many lives in Konoha, including those of the original owner of this body, my family. Fortunately, unlike many orphans, I had the support of a clan. As a neighbor and distant relative, Kaichi had been assigned by the clan to oversee my care and upbringing. Stop staring at me like that. It's rather unsettling. I heard you had awakened and hurried over, bringing you a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. I know how fond you are of their noodles, Kaichi said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under my silent gaze. He quickly opened the food box, revealing a steaming bowl of ramen, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, reminding me just how ravenous I truly was. How thoughtful of you, Kaichi. I was just wondering if I should ask the nurse to fetch me dinner, I remarked without hesitation, setting up the tray on my bed to receive the ramen from him. Little did I expect that the noodles, fresh from the pot, would be scalding hot. I rushed over as soon as it was ready. How is your body holding up? Is your condition improving? The nurse mentioned that you have an excellent constitution. At this rate, you should be recovered in 3 to 5 days. Yesterday, when I saw you covered in blood, I thought you would be bedridden for at least 3 to 5 months. In the mountains, Hai is a formidable sensory ninja. Initially, Xingran's vacant gaze and silence startled Hai, as it reflected the shattered expression typical of someone who has suffered a severe blow. However, once Xingran began to speak, Hai's worries dissipated. From the tone of Xingran's voice, he discerned that the recent calamity had not inflicted irreparable damage upon him. How typical of you to offer comforting words. With such grave injuries, how could you possibly recover in just a few days? Let us postpone our conversation. I'm quite famished at the moment. Xingran had found it peculiar when the nurse remarked on his robust constitution, and now, hearing Hai echo the sentiment, he realized that they were merely attempting to cheer him up. I wouldn't indulge in empty platitudes. Given the severity of the injuries you sustained upon your arrival yesterday, I had anticipated that you would remain unconscious for at least 3 days due to the significant concussion. Yet here you are, awake after merely 1 day. Is that not a sign of exceptional vitality? If you doubt me, I shall summon a doctor to confirm. Hai was not one to articulate his thoughts easily. In the original narrative, his inability to communicate succinctly had extended the time taken to deliver crucial news from 10 seconds to 20, resulting in a nosebleed from the strain. Now, upon hearing Xingran's skepticism, he felt compelled to step out and fetch a doctor for clarification. Watching Hai rush out, Xingran felt a stir of emotion. This relative truly left him speechless. If there were any ties that bound him to this world after his recent traversal, it would be his nominal guardian, Hai. Separating a pair of disposable chopsticks, Xingran decided that since Hai was gone, it was the perfect moment for a meal. Ignoring the prospect of using his X-ray vision, he prioritized satisfying his hunger. The steaming ramen, fragrant and inviting, was not something one could consume in mere seconds like Kakashi. Faced with the swirling steam of the delectable dish, Xingran prudently blew on it to cool it down. Then, something miraculous occurred. The once steaming ramen visibly began to cool at an astonishing rate. As Xingran finished blowing, he was astonished to see a thin layer of congealed fat forming on the surface, an indication of lowered temperatures. What is this? Am I exhaling cold air? Have I awakened multiple superpowers? Doctor, you must agree that Xingran's recovery is akin to that of a monster, right? That rascal likely has never endured such severe injuries before and remains unaware of his own physical prowess. Suddenly, Hai's voice reached Xingran's ears, startling him. If Hai were to discover that the ramen he had just prepared was on the verge of freezing, he would undoubtedly sense something amiss. In a flurry, Xingran glanced toward the door. To his relief, there was nothing at the entrance. Then, once more, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. His mind, still slightly befuddled from the cold air, began to clear as he focused on the sound. He realized that the footsteps were still quite distant from the ward's door. Based on the rhythm, it would take at least another minute for the person to arrive. This, too, his hearing had improved. In truth, Xingran should have realized this long ago. From the moment he awoke, the cacophony of voices filled his ears. These individuals spoke with an overwhelming volume. Initially, he attributed this to the poor soundproofing of Konoha Hospital. But now it seemed his hearing had significantly sharpened. There was still time. How should he address the frozen ramen before him? Fixated on the bowl, he pondered urgently. Determined that Hai must not discover the ramen he had brought was frozen. Hai would undoubtedly be incredulous, questioning how Xingran could comprehend the ice shield bloodline limit. But what excuse could he conjure? At that moment, the ramen he had been gazing at began to emit wisps of steam, followed by bubbles rising in the broth. The noodles were boiling before his very eyes. This was thermal vision. Goodness, had he awakened too many superpowers today? Super hearing, X-ray vision, freezing ability, and now thermal vision. After traversing through this realm for so long without a hint of a golden finger, suddenly a plethora of abilities had manifested. Xingran rubbed his head, contemplating whether balding might render him invincible. Soft strands of hair shattered his whimsical thoughts, yet this fanciful musing was not in vain. He had stumbled upon a revelation regarding the true nature of his newfound advantages. Sitting upright on the hospital bed, a grave expression crossed Xingran's face, as if he were suppressing something with great effort. As time passed, his visage flushed a deep crimson. Gradually, the bed appeared to shift, with the blanket-covered area rising slightly. Xingran, I've brought the doctor. With a doctor present, you should believe this time, right? The sudden voice startled Xingran. He had been so intensely focused that he had not noticed the two figures at the door. One was his nominal guardian, Yamashiro Hai, and the other, a doctor donned in a white cap, mask, and professional attire. This doctor was utterly nondescript, were it not for the ID badge on his chest indicating his profession. He could easily be mistaken for a nurse or caregiver, possessing an exceedingly low recognition factor. With a deep exhale, Xingran lifted the bowl of ramen and flashed a broad grin at Hai, his smile stretching almost to the back of his head. He then proceeded to indulge in the ramen, attempting to mask his urge to laugh aloud with his appetite. Fortunately, the ramen had transformed back into a hot meal. No one noticed that the blanket had returned to its original height. 2 minutes later, the doctor exited Xingran's room. He had come merely out of respect for Yamashiro Hai to inform Xingran of his specific condition before departing. Initially, based on the assessment made by the medical team upon his arrival yesterday, it was determined that Xingran would require at least 10 days to 2 weeks for discharge. Even if he were to be released in 2 weeks, complete recovery would take nearly 5 months. However, the recent dressing changes indicated that Xingran's physique was remarkably robust, with a recovery rate reminiscent of the legendary Uzumaki clan. Consequently, the discharge timeline would be significantly shortened. According to the latest dressing change results, it was estimated that he could finalize discharge procedures in a maximum of 5 days, and the time required for complete recovery would also likely be substantially reduced. In the mountains, Hai appeared exceedingly cheerful, his words tumbling forth in a delightful, albeit verbose manner, expressing his joy unabashedly. Xingran, though outwardly composed, felt an inner exhilaration that eclipsed Hai's 100-fold. While the recent experience had been arduous, he had indeed soared, or rather, floated. The elevation of the bedding was a testament to his nascent attempts at flight. This ability echoed that of a beloved comic character from his past life, a superhero. Reflecting on his former self, who had succumbed to illness while playing superhero games from a hospital bed, it seemed unsurprising that he now awakened such powers in this lifetime. To fly, to unleash devastating heat rays from his eyes, to exhale frigid gusts from his mouth, to possess superhuman hearing that could even discern prayers from the other side of the earth, and to wield extraordinary vision that granted both distance and X-ray capabilities. These were merely the beginnings. Every era's superhero wielded unique powers, and Xingran knew that what he had discovered was but the tip of the iceberg. If he could embody the strength of a Silver Age superhero, he would be invincible. After bidding farewell to Hai, he lay in bed, unable to sleep, envisioning a sneeze that could obliterate the solar system, truly awe-inspiring. 3 days later. To the medical team's surprise, Xingran's recovery speed was deemed remarkably optimistic, yet he surpassed even their expectations. After just 4 days in the hospital, he was nearly healed. Hai had departed on a mission yesterday, and today, Xingran quietly completed his discharge procedures, returning home alone. Originally, Hai had intended for his wife, Yamashiro Sao, to collect Xingran from the hospital, but understanding that Aunt Sao needed to care for their 2-year-old son, he chose to leave early and not impose. Xingran's home was situated on a street shared by the 3 prominent clans of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Though not a grand residence, it was more than sufficient for a family of 3. Next door resided the Yamashiro family in similarly designed standalone houses. Despite being independent, the Yamashiro clan found itself economically at a disadvantage compared to the other 2 clans, with few family members residing in lavish homes. The 3 clans wielded rare and powerful techniques, collectively exerting significant influence within Konohagakure. However, this influence was only realized through their union, individually. They were merely a notch above commoners, far trailing behind the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, which boasted the prestigious Otsutsuki bloodline. Among them, the Akimichi clan operated a well-known barbecue chain within the Land of Fire, a venture necessitated by their unique techniques that required continuous consumption to meet the massive chakra demands. Consequently, their culinary prowess flourished, bestowing upon them substantial economic strength. Furthermore, representing the deer, the Nara clan possesses a notably sharp intellect among its members. Even if their focus does not lie in economic advancement, financial resources have never been a limitation for these astute individuals. In the narrative, aside from the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku's household and the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan is among the few families capable of affording traditional Japanese courtyard architecture. Lastly, representing the boar, the Yamanaka clan, while excelling in intelligence and spiritual techniques, lacks any significant economic advantages. Consequently, although numerous, the Yamanaka clan members lead lives not much different from the commoners of Konohagakure. Upon returning home, Hashirin could no longer contain his excitement and began to test his newfound ability to fly. While other skills could wait, flight has always been one of humanity's oldest dreams. And Hashirin was eager to experience the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the skies. He gently guided his body upward, feeling his weight diminish. Gradually, he began to detach from the pull of gravity, first lifting his heels, then his soles, and finally his toes. He was airborne. Hashirin looked down in astonishment, realizing that he was completely suspended in the air. In the entire shinobi world, only a select few, such as the Tsuchiki Jinoki, are known to fly without any external apparatus, relying solely on their innate abilities. That old man could achieve flight purely through earth-release techniques, a feat not easily replicated. Henceforth, another individual in this shinobi realm would possess the ability to fly independently without external assistance. Overjoyed, Hashirin planned to find a secluded spot after nightfall to thoroughly relish the sensation of swift flight across the vast expanse of the sky. Unfortunately, as it was still daytime, he wished to avoid being captured for experimentation and thus could only practice flying within the confines of his room. Having just acquired the ability to fly, Hashirin, driven by curiosity, opted not to walk but to fly wherever he desired. However, it wasn't long before he encountered an unexpected predicament. Within 3 minutes, he found himself breathless, collapsing onto the sofa, his complexion waning. Was this the stamina expected of a superhuman? Considering his rapid recovery, he should possess the endurance of a steel-bodied being. Yet he could barely manage such limited strength for flight. Moreover, his speed was far from impressive. Floating would be a more accurate description of his current state. Thus, this ability seemed more suited for leisurely sightseeing than practical combat. Sensing something amiss, Hashirin hurried to the backyard, his usual training ground, equipped with various exercise apparatuses. A superhuman is defined by extraordinary strength and speed. So just how powerful had he become upon awakening such abilities? He grasped a barbell in the small courtyard, lifting it effortlessly, which offered little insight for assessment. However, an idea struck him. He firmly gripped both ends of the barbell and, with all his might, attempted to bend it. "Hey!" he exclaimed, and in an instant, the barbell transformed into a twisted piece of scrap metal. It appeared as though his strength had increased significantly. Yet many taijutsu-oriented ninjas could achieve similar feats with ease. A proper assessment could only be made through weightlifting to establish a more accurate measure of his capabilities. Due to the lack of sophisticated testing equipment at home, Xingran opted to measure speed instead. The testing became quite straightforward, using a stopwatch. The longest stretch in the small courtyard measured 10 meters. A round trip of 10 laps equated to 100 meters. While such a method may not yield precise results, it still provides an approximate speed measurement, 5 seconds for 100 meters. This speed, though not particularly rapid, translates to approximately 72 kilometers per hour, which is slower than a typical automobile. Generally, when ninjas traverse distances, they utilize chakra to enhance their speed, often surpassing this figure. The speed of sound is 224 kilometers per hour, and it has been explicitly stated that upon reaching the 5th gate of the 8 gates of might, one achieves supersonic speed. Given that each subsequent gate unlocks further enhancements in power and speed, by the time the 5th gate is reached, there would have been 5 significant boosts. Assuming a doubling effect with each gate, the initial speed upon opening the 1st gate would be calculated at 448 kilometers per hour. Based on the speeds demonstrated in the original series, Xiao Li's speed post-opening the gates was only commensurate with that of a CH9 level combatant. Using this speed as a benchmark allows for an estimation of the size of the Naruto universe and the typical travel speeds of ninjas. Generally, ninjas can maintain speeds between 100 and 200 kilometers per hour, which is one reason they do not rely on horses for travel, as the fastest horses can only manage around 60 kilometers per hour. The support team from Konoha took 3 days to journey from Konoha to Sunagakure, indicating their speed was certainly not below that of a CH9. Excluding rest periods and assuming they traveled for 10 hours a day at 200 kilometers per hour, the distance between the two locations would be approximately 6,000 kilometers. For context, the distance from Shenzhen to Harbin via expressway is about 342 kilometers, roughly equivalent to traversing an entire nation from south to north. While the 200 kilometers per hour travel speed may have some variance, it is unlikely to dip below 100 kilometers per hour. Thus, the distance from Konoha to Sunagakure spans at least the width of an entire nation. This suggests that the world of Naruto is indeed vast, with the main continent being comparable to the entirety of the Eurasian landmass. Next, We will analyze a few real-world instances to reverse engineer the travel speeds of elite ninjas, including Kaga-level figures. When Obito received news from White Zetsu regarding Rin and Kakashi being pursued by the Umbu of the Mist, he rushed from the vicinity of the Kamui Bridge to Konoha to rescue them, accomplishing this in less than a day. At that time, Obito undoubtedly possessed the strength of a Nin, covering half the Fire Country in just half a day. Comparing the distance from Konoha to Sunagakure on a map, this distance would range between 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers, suggesting that Obito's speed at that moment reached approximately 400 kilometers per hour, nearly doubling the speed of a Nin. In the climactic battle between Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura, accompanied by Kakashi, journeyed from the battlefield in the Land of the Moon to the Valley of the End in merely half a night, arriving by dawn. The distance covered in this scenario was equivalent to what Obito traversed. Thus, when Sakura activated the Baiken no Jutsu, she demonstrated power consistent with that of a Kaga-level ninja. Consequently, the travel speed for Kaga-level ninjas would be estimated at around 800 kilometers per hour. Observing the rapidity with which Sasuke and Naruto traversed the considerable distance between them during their confrontation, it is evident that the speed at the Sage of Six Paths level far exceeds supersonic speeds by multiple times. What is discussed here pertains solely to travel speed, rather than combat speed. Although Shao Li, with his 5 gates, possesses formidable strength and can reach supersonic speeds, his overall prowess remains inferior to that of a shadow-level ninja, at best matching the caliber of a high-ranking shinobi. His raw muscular speed, unaided by chakra, has attained a velocity of 72 kilometers per hour. Frankly, Starbin is quite dissatisfied with such results. Even Superman can surpass the speed of light at his peak. While he may not consistently achieve such feats, he can certainly hold his own against the likes of the Flash, who possesses divine speed. Next, Starbin evaluated his thermal vision, which further exacerbated his disappointment. Although the power of this ability is considerable, it requires sustained application and entails significant energy expenditure. It serves well for boiling water in everyday scenarios, but is impractical for combat. Similarly, his super hearing and X-ray vision are lacking. He can discern faint sounds from up to 30 meters away, and his X-ray vision is limited to perceiving thin materials, such as paper or fabric, with the ability to see through walls only if they are made of thin wood. This is utterly inadequate, if not for his steel-like physique and certain notable characteristics, such as the difficulty for kunai or shurikens to penetrate his skin. Along with a marked enhancement in his healing abilities, Starbin might have been driven to despair by these ineffectual powers. Why is it that the Supermen of Earth are beings of narrative significance, while he feels like a poorly developed imitation? From the manifestations of these abilities, Starbin need not undergo formal testing to recognize that his own strength is undoubtedly subpar. Being able to lift a few tons with one arm, akin to the early Superman, would be quite an achievement. Suddenly, several sharp cries echoed in the skies above Konoha. These were the message-carrying ninja birds, predominantly hawks or eagles. As clouds drifted lazily, multiple flocks of these birds soared through the sky. The hour had progressed to noon, yet Starbin found himself lacking any appetite for lunch. Instead, staring vacantly through the open window at the sun overhead, his gaze unfocused. He could feel a faint energy, almost imperceptible, entering his body as the sunlight bathed him. This energy being the stellar radiation that enhances Superman's physique. However, this radiation is exceedingly weak, so feeble that it is nearly undetectable. After a morning filled with setbacks and contemplation, it became evident to him that this was the very reason he had only awakened his Superman abilities over a year after arriving in this world, and why they were so underwhelming. The sun is at fault. The sun of Krypton is a red sun, which suppresses the powers of Kryptonians. In contrast, the sun of Earth is a yellow sun, which greatly aids Kryptonians in attaining near-godlike strength. What, then, is the nature of the sun in the ninja world? It is likely an orange sun, perhaps even leaning closer to red, far from the potency of a yellow sun. Thus, while his abilities are awakened, the prospect of achieving greatness under such conditions seems futile. For now, he should utilize these powers for amusement and personal growth, but to truly become stronger, he must engage in diligent training of ninjutsu. Xingran had already undergone experimentation. The speed of a superhero, when combined with the assistance of chakra, far exceeded his former capabilities, undoubtedly surpassing 300 kilometers per hour. His strength should be comparable as well, at the very least, due to his awakening. Becoming a Taijutsu-type Nin was certainly within reach. He had grown stronger. What more could he possibly wish for? Xingran chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, rising to venture out for some sustenance. Life must go on, and if he were to think positively, his physical prowess had improved significantly compared to the average person. Hadn't it? While he may not measure up to the original Superman, even a counterfeit version of Superman is still a superhero. One should not be overly greedy. Having something is better than having nothing at all. Although the radiation was minimal, after exposure for 50 years, he could hardly believe he wouldn't be able to catch up to the early, authentic Superman. But wait, what would the shinobi world look like in 50 years? It seemed that in another 14 years, Kagaya Tsutsuki would unleash her apocalyptic plans. At that time, the Tin Tails would be unleashing chaos across the landscape. How perilous indeed. As Xingran pondered the future, his thoughts abruptly shattered by a series of knocks at the door, pulling him back to reality. A voice, distorted through a mask, echoed in his ears. Is Xingran home? We are from the Umbu, and we require your cooperation on certain matters. Surprised, Xingran realized that he had just been discharged from the hospital, and he hadn't informed anyone about his awakening of Superman's abilities. It seemed improbable that the Umbu would seek him out so swiftly. However, he understood that the Umbu knocking at his door was merely a formality. They would never allow a mere door to hinder their efficiency in finding someone. While Xingran lingered in the entryway, the Umbu members had already pushed the door open and entered uninvited. This action raised an eyebrow from Xingran, yet he chose to remain silent. As he was aware that the Umbu who followed protocol had their merits, unlike the root members who never adhered to such procedures. What is it? He inquired. Feeling rather trapped between two Umbu clad in light gray tactical attire and adorned with painted masks. This was not an auspicious omen. We need to ask you a few questions. Please come with us, stated the Umbu wearing a cat-faced mask. Despite the mask, Xingran's gaze penetrated the disguise, activating his X-ray vision. The ninja before him appeared rather unremarkable, with somewhat thick lips, and he did not recognize this individual as any ninja he knew. Very well. I will cooperate, but may I inquire about the specifics of the matter? A sense of unease washed over him. He had only just awakened his superhero abilities and was still relatively weak. Should anyone discover this extraordinary phenomenon, he would undoubtedly become a rare specimen in the hands of powerful individuals. It was only natural for him to remain vigilant. You will learn the details once you come with us, the Umbu with the thick lips replied impatiently, gesturing for Xingran to follow. Do you possess any official documentation? Xingran felt a surge of apprehension, leading him to regard the Umbu with a significant degree of suspicion. Typically, when the Umbu sought to apprehend someone, they would be equipped with relevant documents issued by the Hokage building. Otherwise, the authority of the Umbu would be far too expansive, inviting a breeding ground for misconduct. Generally, the Umbu seldom abuse their power. Their duties are exceedingly demanding, leaving no room for frivolity. Consequently, when the ninjas of the village receive directives from the Umbu, they tend to comply without hesitation. However, Xingran's request to review the pertinent documents aroused suspicion in Thick Lips, who perceived it as an indication of Xingran's reluctance. Given that Xingran was the sole survivor of a recent squad annihilation, such erratic behavior could be contemplated. Yet understanding the underlying issues did not equate to condoning Xingran's procrastination. As the dismissive gesture transformed into a downward motion, Xingran suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him. While conversing with Thick Lips, he had been flanked by two ninjas, with yet another Umbu ninja lurking behind. The sound of the wind was produced by this Umbu, evidently growing impatient. If he did not voluntarily accompany them, he would be compelled to do so. At that moment, Xingran felt an unusual clarity regarding the impending attack from behind, not due to any supernatural perception but rather an instinctive awareness that allowed him to anticipate the movements with remarkable precision. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the descending hand strike aimed at the back of his neck. The Umbu, adorned with a dog-faced mask, faltered in his strike, causing his form to become slightly distorted. In an instant, without a moment's contemplation, Xingran's body reacted instinctively. He seized the Umbu's forearm and yanked it forward, taking advantage of the opponent's loss of balance. In the same fluid motion, he thrust his back against the Umbu's chest while his other hand firmly grasped the Umbu's shoulder, executing a flawless shoulder throw. As the Umbu hit the ground, Xingran swiftly pressed his knee down to immobilize him, effectively preventing any further resistance. Stop! What are you doing? Thick Lips exclaimed, taken aback by the rapid sequence of events. In the blink of an eye, his companion, who was merely a low-ranking ninja according to the records, had subdued the more experienced Umbu. Thick Lips hastily reprimanded Xingran and drew a kunai, pondering whether the survivor of a squad wipeout might also be afflicted by the psychological scars of war. You wish to take me away? Surely you have brought the necessary documentation? Allow me to review it, and I shall comply. Half kneeling atop the dog-faced Umbu, Xingran pressed down with his knee, restricting the Umbu's breath in a rather ruthless manner. Yet, when addressing Thick Lips, his tone and demeanor were unexpectedly calm and cordial, evoking a sense of unease in the cat-faced Umbu. The documents are on my person. Release me, and I shall present them to you. At this juncture, the dog-faced Umbu was beginning to succumb to the lack of oxygen, the sensation of suffocation intensifying. Since the request was reasonable, complying with it did not feel like a betrayal of his own principles. As the words of the masked operative faded, Xingran was released, quietly gasping for breath, overwhelmed by frustration. After all, he was a CH-9-level operative. How could he have been so careless as to be subdued by a mere genin who had only undertaken a single C-rank mission? Was it the impending conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War that had led to his own complacency? Unbeknownst to Xingran, the masked operative was beginning to question his very existence after being swiftly defeated by a lower-ranked ninja. Upon receiving the documents pertaining to the investigation, Xingran, under the guise of reviewing them, let out a deep sigh. His body had acted on its own, a feat beyond his usual capabilities. The sensation of control he experienced was not solely attributable to the perceptive talents inherent to his clan. There was something more at play. Moreover, the moment he had thrown his opponent, he had effortlessly traced their trajectory and altered his actions before executing the shoulder throw, a level of finesse he had never previously achieved. This was not merely a test of combat experience. Without exceptional insight, such fluidity would have been impossible. An enhancement in insight could be easily explained. The ability to perceive was indeed a manifestation of heightened vision. His inability to effectively harness this ability had caused him to overlook the awakening of his extraordinary mental faculties. Did this newfound perception imply that the superhuman intellect he had previously disregarded had also been roused? In comics, superheroes can master foreign languages through mere seconds of conversation, acquiring knowledge of all known languages on Earth and information spanning 28 known star systems. There are also tales of superheroes absorbing the contents of all published medical texts within 5 minutes, acquiring knowledge that would typically require a decade of study. The underlying factor here is the brain's computational capacity, along with the control it bestows. Drawing tenuous connections may seem unreliable, but perhaps a few hours spent with some books would provide clarity. With these thoughts settled, the astonishment from his body as sudden movement began to wane, and Xingran began to rapidly skim through the documents in his hands. He finally understood why the operatives had sought him. They were there to assist in reconstructing the events that transpired, a reasonable request given the encounter with a multitude of hostile ninjas within the territory. It was hardly surprising that the intelligence system sought to refine the details surrounding such incidents. After returning the documents to the masked operative, Xingran and his companions swiftly made their way to the Hokage building. This structure was not merely an office for the Hokage, it housed the Advisory Council of Konoha, along with various functional departments, presenting an impressively vast edifice. Standing before the Hokage building, Xingran gazed upward, following the cries of hawks soaring above, and looked towards the rear where the legendary Hokage rock loomed, renowned throughout the ninja world. Were it not for the ravages of war, countless tourists would undoubtedly flock here. The Hokage building resembled a grand head adorned with a Hokage hat, identical to its depiction in the original storyline, aside from the towering structures above ground. It was rumored that the subterranean facilities were equally extensive, though the exact scale of these underground chambers remained a mystery. The area was saturated with sensory barriers. The ease with which Naruto infiltrated in the animated series was purely a result of the Hokage's deliberate leniency. The destination of this expedition is an underground structure. Unlike the realms of comics, the existence of Hokage is not easily encountered, nor do they tend to engage in trivial matters. It is said that the lowest level of the Hokage building serves as the operational base for the ANBU. Starfire has never been a member of the ANBU, nor has he been subjected to their interrogations. Thus he can only speculate through hearsay whether he might catch a glimpse of the ANBU headquarters this time. However, it soon became evident that such aspirations would remain unfulfilled. Upon reaching the second subterranean level, the two ANBU members who escorted Starfire halted before an unremarkable iron door, offering no further words of explanation. They simply gestured for Starfire to enter, closing the door behind him as they departed. Starfire, hailing from the Yamashiro clan and a ward of Hachi, must brace himself. For he should be aware that when faced with the Konoha interrogation unit, the wisest course of action is to divulge everything he knows. Upon entering the room, The oppressive darkness initially unsettled him. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the shadows, heavy with a foreboding aura. As the voice ceased, a blinding light illuminated the space, casting an uncomfortable glare upon Starfire. Such treatment was reserved for criminals under interrogation. As a ninja of Konoha, he ought to be seated in a sunlit office, sipping green tea while narrating tales to his scribe. After several moments of adjustment, Starfire discerned his surroundings. The room, devoid of windows, the windows would serve little purpose underground, was approximately 15 square meters in size. A desk bore a lamp, with two ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands seated on one side, while a low wooden stool occupied the opposite side. The diminutive stature of the stool suggested that anyone seated upon it would be at a disadvantage, magnifying the sense of oppression, a quintessential interrogation chamber. Sit. From the moment you departed the village, recount the events in precise detail, commanded the same individual who had spoken earlier. As Starfire settled onto the low stool, he finally recognized the identity of the figures before him. The man opposite him bore a grotesque scar across his face, coupled with an intimidating gaze typical of a crime lord, clad in a black trench coat. This was none other than Ibiki Marino, a special jonin of Konoha. It is said that the scar was a remnant of brutal tortures inflicted by an enemy. He is the captain of the ANBU interrogation unit, and served as the chief examiner during the first test of the Chunin exams, in which Naruto and his companions participated. Ibiki possesses an acute understanding of psychological manipulation, earning him the title of the sadistic examiner. No wonder he mentioned Hachi. Both are captains, one in the interrogation unit and the other in the intelligence unit, frequently collaborating. The individual seated next to Ibiki, however, seemed rather unremarkable, lacking distinctive features in both appearance and attire, typical of a mid-level ninja. Starfire paid little heed to him. Since neither of the men wore masks and Starfire had no interest in scrutinizing their physiques, he instinctively deactivated his observational abilities upon seeing them. The ability of clairvoyance and super hearing manifested itself first in Xingran. After several days of controlled training, while I was unable to achieve a more precise application, I could manage the simple act of toggling the ability. One day, our captain informed us that our squad was finally authorized to undertake a high-level mission, which filled us with excitement. The target was a band of marauders who had wandered into the territory of the Land of Fire, but in truth, most of them were rogue ninjas bearing the headbands of awakens. The captain explained that since the third Suchika's acknowledgement of defeat in the war, a considerable number of defectors had emerged from awakens, unwilling to accept the perceived weakness of their leader and choosing to sever their ties with the village. As a sensory ninja, I belonged to a clan that had always fought from this position, typically stationed at the rear of our formation. However, this time the enemy had circled around to encircle us, and I was the first to be attacked, despite my position at the back. I detected the enemy's presence before they launched their assault. Anxious due to it being my first encounter, I issued a warning while simultaneously throwing shurikens from my pack, inadvertently releasing an explosive tag in the process. They could not have been rogue ninjas from awakens. Not many of them possessed the capability to utilize water release, and their proficiency was notably advanced. Yet, it mattered little, as I sustained an injury to my leg. Realizing escape was futile, I decided to send out a distress signal. Before losing consciousness, I witnessed the captain's head being severed. Beyond that, my memories became unclear. On the journey here, Xingran had already recalled the details of that day's annihilation. Thus, when Ibiki inquired, Xingran, seated on a low stool, began to recount the events of the squad's demise. Ibiki listened intently, yet the intensity of his gaze made Xingran feel as though he were being scrutinized, creating an awkwardness that rendered his narration somewhat disjointed. Upon completing his account, Ibiki maintained an expression devoid of emotion, leaving no indication of his thoughts. Believing he had sufficiently cooperated in relaying the information, Xingran prepared to rise and depart. At that moment, Ibiki's deep voice resonated. As per usual, please confirm once more. Perplexed, Xingran stood halfway, turning to Ibiki, questioning the need for reiteration. However, just as he turned, he was met with a pair of hollow eyes, and within a mere second of their mutual gaze, he found himself dazedly seated back on the stool. It was evident that the ordinary ninja beside Ibiki had made no move, merely fixing his stare on Xingran, compelling him to recount the events of that day's annihilation once again. This was a customary practice of the interrogation department, to give one an opportunity to narrate their account. Yet we place greater faith in the results obtained through our own interrogation methods, utilizing genjutsu to hypnotize the subject. we can extract a multitude of details that even the individual may not have previously noticed. Among the members of Squad 16, Xingran was the sole survivor. Konoha had to remain cautious. If multiple individuals had survived, the situation would be more manageable, but with only one survivor. Even if that person belonged to a renowned clan of secret techniques, the possibility of having been turned by the enemy or manipulated could not be dismissed. Therefore, interrogation was not solely about allowing Xingran to narrate his experience. Other pertinent tests and interrogation techniques were indispensable. In this moment, Ibiki discerned something they had initially overlooked. Although the assailants attacking Konoha were disguised as rogue ninjas from Awakens, the majority employed water-style ninjutsu. This detail suggested that the adversaries were likely from Kirigakure. Attempting to frame Awakens and rekindle tensions between Konoha and the Hidden Stone Village. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Through the recollections of Hashirin, Ibiki realized that these individuals might not be from the Mist Village at all. Rather, they could be masquerading as ninjas from Kumobakure. These individuals demonstrated not only formidable water-style techniques, but also exceptional taijutsu skills. Notably, certain areas of their skin, despite being well concealed, revealed a bronze hue, which raised suspicions. Initially, Hashirin intended to express this observation, but he refrained, considering that many individuals living near water also possessed bronze skin, fearing it might mislead his comrades. An hour later, when Hashirin once again appeared before the Hokage's office, his previously composed demeanor crumbled under the weight of overwhelming anxiety and agitation, nearly leading to an explosive outburst. The powers of a superhuman, hindered by the sun, were in a state of underdevelopment, yet their weaknesses were fully formed. What sort of abysmal magical resistance would allow a mere fish ninja to effortlessly cast a spell of hypnosis? Had it not been for the decent character of the Umbu directly under the Hokage, unlike Danzo's route, which inquired only about the annihilation incident, any inquiry regarding his experiences from a year ago or during his hospitalization would have risked exposing the secrets of his reincarnation and awakening of superhuman abilities, thereby sealing his fate as a mere lab rat. In the future, he must exercise caution regarding all masked individuals, as memorizing the faces of each Umbu member using his perceptual abilities was imperative. Otherwise, if operatives from Root disguised themselves as Umbu to take him for an investigation, it would lead to an unjust demise. After all, in the original narrative, Haku had outmaneuvered even the seasoned Kakashi. An hour prior, after Hashirin suddenly felt the pervasive presence of hollow gazes, the markedly heightened neural responses in his brain compelled him to form the release seal. In the past, he would have managed to extricate himself from such situations. Although he was often at the tail end, his physical gifts allowed him to react swiftly and dispel illusions. Yet this time, an unforeseen complication arose. His consciousness remained intact, yet his body was utterly unresponsive. He divulged everything that had transpired and his assessments. But no amount of internal outcry bore any fruit. His resistance to illusions had significantly diminished, or rather, it had nearly vanished. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, his mental and spiritual fortitude was inherently superior to that of ordinary individuals. However, he now realized that even the strength he relied upon for survival in his subordinate position offered no advantage. Presently, he found himself with even less resistance to illusions than an average person. This was undeniably a manifestation of the superhuman weaknesses that accompanied the awakening of his powers. It is widely acknowledged that a superhuman has always been characterized as a formidable warrior, exemplifying strength, speed, and resilience to the utmost degree. Yet, such an existence is not without its evident vulnerabilities, namely, kryptonite and low magical resistance. Kryptonite is easily understood as the meteoric substance unique to Krypton. Low magical resistance actually refers to a deficiency in mental fortitude rather than an inadequacy in magical defense. Magic can conjure lightning and fireballs. However, these phenomena are merely energetic reactions of the physical realm. In comics, Superman frequently endures such assaults without sustaining injuries. It is only when he confronts magic that manipulates the mind that he exhibits a complete lack of resistance, often succumbing effortlessly to control and becoming a mere puppet in the hands of his adversaries. Xingran is currently engulfed in panic, having recently acquired Superman's abilities. He remains exhilarated, yet has overlooked the fact that even Superman possesses vulnerabilities. Now, having experienced this firsthand, the reality weighs heavily upon him. Does the ninja world harbor kryptonite? Perhaps the meteorite from Xingnan village poses a complication that must be investigated once he becomes formidable enough. However, the immediate concern is the issue of magical resistance. Where is he? in the realm of legendary ocular prowess. From the ultimate Kagaya Otsutsuki to figures such as Uchiha Bido and Nagato, each wields formidable ocular abilities, rendering Jinjutsu a mere child's play. Among the most notable victims is the Mizukage of the Mist Village, who fell prey to the Sharingan, transforming his domain into a land of blood mist, undoubtedly one of the most tragic representations in the entire Naruto universe. Turning to Konoha, we see the divine Tsukuyomi of Itachi and the multi-eyed genius Danzo, who excels in Jinjutsu, employing absolute enslavement over his subordinates in the Root organization. As these thoughts crossed Xingran's mind, he shuddered at the prospect that if Danzo were to learn of his Superman abilities, he would eagerly inform the third Hokage, deeming him an excellent candidate for espionage, subsequently relegating him to the Root as a thoughtless puppet. No, the malice directed towards Superman in this world is overwhelming. This is not a path he wishes to tread. He must return home. Hastily, Xingran fled back to his abode, locking himself in his room for an extended period to regain his composure. Trembling in fear serves no purpose. In his past life, he battled a terminal illness, lying in a hospital bed for over a year, refusing to relinquish hope until the very end. Now, with the golden opportunity presented to him, it is in his nature to strive for greater strength. This is the ninja world, a realm where miracles can be wrought, where even resurrection is a possibility. A jutsu capable of remedying his weak mental resilience and low magical resistance must exist. Orochimaru. His forbidden jutsu involves the parasitism and transference of souls. Although Xingran perceives Orochimaru's path as misguided, believing that a soul should grow denser and more substantial, Orochimaru dilutes the soul, rendering himself a nearly defenseless little white snake, as evidenced by his swift defeat at the hands of Itachi. If dilution is possible, then consolidation should also be achievable. Whether such a theory has been articulated remains uncertain. Yet Xingran feels it is plausible. He resolves to locate Orochimaru and seek to learn his esoteric techniques regarding the spirit and soul, aiming to address the issue of Superman's low magical resistance. Moreover, the Yamanaka clan is renowned for their mastery of mental and spiritual techniques. As a member of this clan, it seems that fate has intricately woven his current existence. Meanwhile, at the heart of Konoha's authority, within the confines of the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, four elderly figures convened, including the Hokage himself, alongside Danzo, Shiranui Kabushi, and Mito Gatesin, following the demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 2 years prior. The wrinkles on the face of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had deepened considerably, his hair had turned increasingly white, and his posture had become notably hunched. As he gazed at Shimura Danzo, he noted that despite the passage of time, Danzo's stature remained unchanged. Danzo, with his ties to the bandit faction, had begun to reveal certain insights. Since the old man Inoki had already conceded defeat, he would never allow rogue ninjas to disrupt the Land of Fire. Sarutobi believed that it would be prudent to clarify the situation through diplomatic means, for peace was a hard-won treasure. Exhaling a puff of smoke from his pipe, the third Hokage countered Danzo's proposal for a hardline response. The battle to rescue the mountain ninja had showcased the remnants of many IWA ninjas' equipment left behind, making it easy for everyone to deduce that the assailants of the Konoha ninja squad were indeed IWA ninja, regardless of whether they were rogue ninjas or not. In this era, rogue ninjas had become the best pawns for espionage activities, with figures like Itachi Uchiha epitomizing this trend. Due to the ramifications of the Battle of Kamizukabashi, the Tsuchikage, Inoki, had acknowledged the defeat in war. If IWA ninja were to attack Konoha ninja at this juncture, it would spell disaster for the land of Earth, inevitably leading to increased reparations. Danzo was keenly aware of this, which led to his hasty conclusion regarding the assailants being IWA ninja. In his mind, this was all in service of the village. Hiruzen, how can you still be so naive? The assailants being IWA ninja works to our advantage. That is all that matters. I will dispatch members of Root, armed with evidence, to confront the Tsuchikage and demand an explanation. Leave this matter to me. The speaker bore a cross-shaped scar on his chin and sported a bandaged head. It was Shimura Danzo, leader of Root and one of the Hokage's advisors. Beside him, Shiranui Kabushi and Mito Gatesin sat in silence, resembling antiquated relics, hesitant and unwilling to voice their opinions. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the third Hokage was about to express further thoughts to persuade Danzo, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. What is it? If it pertains to the border skirmishes with the Land of Thunder, that information can wait. The higher-ups were in a meeting, and under normal circumstances, The third Hokage would speak through the door to dismiss any non-urgent matters at this time. Reporting in, I am Marino Abiki. There is new information regarding the annihilation of Team 16. The voice from outside rang out with a clarity that contrasted sharply with the earlier somber atmosphere during the interrogation of Xingran, exuding a sense of military efficiency. Come in. Before awakening his extraordinary powers, Xingran had been constrained by the limitations of his innate talents, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he could never become a formidable ninja. The pinnacle of his abilities was likely to reach only the level of a special jonin. Ordinarily, a chunin would be the strongest he could ever hope to achieve in this lifetime. Consequently, during that period, Xingran had adopted a rather carefree attitude, becoming somewhat lethargic and indifferent towards the pursuit of strength, a demeanor that gradually became his defining characteristic. Yet, such is human nature, when confronted with an absence of formidable hope. Those who persist in their efforts are rare and stubborn geniuses. The majority tend to relinquish their aspirations. However, once a glimmer of clear hope is presented, the belief in their potential to grow can ignite with fervor that rivals even the most obstinate of prodigies. This theory is grounded in reality. A simple illustration of this is the phenomenon of online gaming, which has flourished based on this very principle. Why do so many find joy in online games? It is because they provide a tangible path to achieving goals, a step-by-step journey that assures them of a day when they shall become the strongest. The clarity of both the road and the objective is irresistibly compelling. Who would falter in such circumstances? Since awakening his superhuman abilities, Xingran, after a period of sunbathing and observation, has come to realize that he is engaged in a continuous process of growth, one that will not cease as long as he can bask in sunlight. This process, albeit slow, necessitates the accumulation of years, if not decades, for a qualitative transformation to emerge from quantitative change. Yet, what of it? Slowness is not a concern. The true fear lies in the prospect of one's destination being merely adjacent to the starting line of others, or worse, a finish line that remains perpetually out of reach. Upon awakening his superhuman capabilities, Xingran confidently asserts that for most within the ninja realm, their endpoints are merely near their own starting lines, while his destined endpoint shall be a realm beyond even that of Kagayaheim. It is as if life has been infused with renewed vigor, even upon recognizing his significant shortcomings. Xingran swiftly emerges from this setback, identifying and resolving issues, aspiring to become a cataclysmic force. He perceives himself as one of the luckiest beings in existence. What obstacles could possibly remain insurmountable? Overcoming his weaknesses and growing stronger is, in fact, a far more intriguing pursuit. Xingran promptly devises a plan for his future development. First and foremost, daily sunbathing is indispensable. Next, he must swiftly master his current abilities. Although these abilities are not particularly potent, those which he cannot control are not truly his. He is acutely aware of this principle from his previous life. He intends to swiftly attain mastery over his super hearing and super sight, exploring how his current level of thermal vision can aid him in practical combat. He must adapt to the sudden increase in muscle strength and speed. As for his freezing ability, for the time being, he will set it aside, as it is easily detectable and offers little practical benefit. Thus, it will be relegated to the bottom of his priorities. He aims to swiftly integrate his superhuman strength with chakra power to achieve exponential effects. Most importantly, he must diligently practice the spiritual secrets of the mountain clan to ameliorate his shortcomings. Once he has fully adapted to the surge in his strength, he will prepare to seek out Orochimaru and strategize for the spiritual soul techniques involved in the reanimation jutsu. In the ensuing days, Xingran immerses himself entirely in the training required to adapt to his newfound powers, oblivious to the world outside. Superhuman hearing and vision are the abilities that Xingran has mastered first. In Man of Steel, General Zod adapted to the enhancements bestowed by Earth's sun in a remarkably brief period, gaining immense strength, speed, an overwhelming array of chaotic sounds, and the ability to perceive distant objects with thermal vision. With sufficient effort, one can swiftly achieve adaptation and control. Although Xingran may not possess the formidable prowess of General Zod, he is fortunate that his abilities are still in a nascent stage, making adaptation within a short time frame a manageable endeavor. As he delved deeper into understanding his capabilities, Xingran realized that his powers had been in a state of accumulation for over a year. It was not until that fateful day in the hospital that they erupted into a manifest state. However, this eruption is a gradual process toward stability. Although there has been no further surge in power over the past few days, his abilities remain in a developmental phase. Reflecting on his progress, Xingran senses that this rapid growth period will last approximately a month, while it remains uncertain to what extent his abilities will ultimately develop. He is confident that he can reach the level of a Chunin relying solely on physical strength, without the enhancement of chakra. On this day, Xingran was training in a secluded corner of Konoha, honing his shuriken throwing technique. He discovered that this method perfectly aligned with his extraordinary neural reflexes and visual acuity. Nearly 2 weeks of practice unveiled a powerful capability he had initially overlooked, his superhuman intellect, which endowed him with exceptional calculation and learning abilities, developed to adapt to superhuman speeds, along with the corresponding neural and visual response. This was the reason everything had felt so clear and within his grasp during his encounter with the masked Umbu. By integrating these abilities with shuriken throwing techniques, Xingran found himself to be a master of this art, hitting targets with pinpoint accuracy, even calculating the trajectories of shuriken after they collided. After a few muffled thuds, Xingran examined his results. Shuriken were securely embedded in various targets behind tree trunks and stones, showcasing results akin to Itachi's shuriken techniques demonstrated before Sasuke. Indeed, superhuman intellect is undoubtedly the most potent of all abilities, Xingran mused, nodding in satisfaction at the achievements he had made in just half a day. This realization led him to a new conclusion. In the realm of ninja prodigies, many exist, but the most easily recognized are those who learn quickly. Figures like Itachi, Sasuke, and Orochimaru epitomize this type. As he stowed away the shuriken he had thrown, Xingran fell into contemplation. What should he learn next? With his superhuman intellect enabling rapid learning, it would be a grave waste not to fully utilize such a remarkable ability. During this period, he has adapted to many things. With the awakening of superhuman abilities, the physical enhancement provided by his ironclad body is markedly evident, as demonstrated by the sudden surge of chakra. Chakra is a fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy, and the newfound strength of his physical form inevitably catalyzes the growth of chakra. The fluctuations in chakra compel him to readjust to numerous aspects, including the foundational techniques of the 3 bodies and the family's unique secret arts, such as the heart transformation technique, to further master his newfound powers. He has also diligently practiced the leaf-style fluid technique, leaf-style sword technique, and the shuriken throwing technique he just learned today. Xingran has no desire to be like Izuki Midoriya from My Hero Academia, possessing immense power yet lacking the knowledge to wield it, thereby endangering himself and others. After an exhaustive training session to acclimate to his new strength, Xingran finds himself uncertain about his next steps. Hachi has yet to return, and he wonders if he might acquire more secret techniques from the Yamashiro clan upon his arrival. Previously, he had not placed significant emphasis on methods for enhancing spiritual and soul strength. It would be ideal if he could obtain straightforward solutions from him. Suddenly, a rush of wind whips past Xingran. Yamashiro Xingran, the Hokage summons you. An Umbu appears at the source of the sound, conveying the Hokage's command succinctly. Without waiting for a response, he vanishes in a flash. Xingran swiftly takes note of the Umbu's appearance before his departure. It is an instinctive reaction. Such Umbu, who deliver commands and depart hastily, are the least likely to impersonate someone else. Unlike the previous summons for interrogation, there is no need for an escort. He simply must seek out the Hokage as instructed. At the heart of Konoha, within the Hokage Tower, the 3rd Hokage takes a deep puff from his pipe, his expression tinged with exasperation, signaling those beside him to withdraw. Hizashi, pursuing compensation from the Tsuchikage is the most advantageous course of action for us. The true culprit can be addressed later. Why can't you grasp this? Shimura Danzo, visibly frustrated, finds himself vexed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's increasingly lenient demeanor with age. The benefits obtained are paramount. Does the identity of the true villain truly hold such significance? Danzo, display some magnanimity. It matters not if we gain no benefits. But as a decision-maker of Konoha, I shall not permit anyone to deceive or manipulate us in such a manner, the 3rd Hokage asserts with resolute conviction. Ever since Morinaya Biki reported the results of the interrogation concerning Yamashiro Xingran, the 3rd Hokage has pondered extensively. His outward remarks to Danzo may seem like mere emotional outbursts, yet they carry profound implications. The impersonation of an IWA ninja who assassinated a Konoha shinobi is a ruse. Ultimately, whether for personal gain or due to ignorance of the truth, it could allow the true puppet master to exploit Konoha against Awakens, potentially plunging the land of fire and the land of earth back into the quagmire of war, or at the very least, creating significant fractures in the recently attained peace. From the analysis of Ibiki, the third Hokage possesses considerable confidence in discerning that the underlying culprit of this matter is not the hidden mist village, but rather the hidden cloud village. The third Raikage perished under the siege of ninjas from the land of Earth, and to this day, both parties have yet to reach a consensus regarding the return of his remains. The land of fire, being the very target that the land of lightning aspires to surpass, makes it strategically advantageous to incite mutual exhaustion between these two adversaries for the benefit of the hidden cloud village. However, the third Hokage cannot overtly express this notion, for since the conclusion of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, there have been no large-scale wars among the nations. Instead, conflicts have transitioned into sporadic small-scale territorial skirmishes. The third Hokage foresees that if he can endure a bit longer and allow the nations, specifically the still unyielding land of lightning, to witness that the continuation of war serves no purpose other than to increase losses, then the comprehensive cessation of the Third Shinobi World War and the arrival of genuine peace would be imminent. Thus, he intends to suppress this entire affair, maintain peaceful diplomacy with the land of Earth, and remain silent towards the land of lightning, buying time to achieve peace at minimal cost. Yet, Danzo represents the radical faction. Should he redirect his aggression towards the hidden cloud village, it could potentially ignite a new wave of conflict, jeopardizing the favorable situation. After listening to the third Hokage's words, Danzo fell into a contemplative silence. He too considered the strong likelihood that the hidden cloud village was involved, yet the conservative Hokage refrained from mentioning it, even when prodded with the issue of peace with the land of Earth. This left Danzo feeling as if he were a mouse pursuing a turtle, unsure of how to proceed. While he is indeed a radical, it does not imply that he relishes undertaking thankless tasks. If he were to engage with the hidden cloud, it would undoubtedly escalate into a significant confrontation, resulting in inevitable casualties and losses regardless of the outcome. Should this matter be unveiled by the third Hokage, Danzo would once again possess an excuse to question the Hokage's credibility, potentially forcing him from power, reminiscent of previous events. Thus, he could both aid the village in punishing the true enemy and facilitate the retirement of the increasingly inept Yuan Fury, making this opportunity exceedingly rare. Just as Danzo was contemplating how to compel the third Hokage to broach the subject of the hidden cloud, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Enter. This time, the third Hokage disregarded Danzo's sentiments. The timing of the knock was fortuitous, for if Danzo continued his persistence, it was uncertain how the situation would ultimately unfold. Xingran pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Having visited a few times before, he maintained a vivid recollection of the third Hokage, Yuan Fury. However, upon entering, he quickly discerned the presence of another familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Shimura Danzo, a character frequently encountered in the anime of his past life, was now meeting him for the first time in this existence. In this moment, Danzo bore a bandage on his forehead, with his right eye similarly wrapped, and his right arm appeared injured and constrained by his clothing, rendering him somewhat immobile. Despite this, he had yet to resort to a cane, still resembling a middle-aged version of Uncle Danzo. Xingran swiftly scanned Danzo's face before instinctively activating his X-ray vision, directing his gaze towards Danzo's right arm. In the realm of celestial flames, Danzo's right arm has yet to undergo the transplantation of the Sharingan. Though marred with scars, it still resembles his original limb, well, not entirely. At this juncture, Danzo has indeed begun to experiment with the first Hokage's cells. His arm, now ensconced in complex sealing bandages, exhibits a musculature of a pallid gray, reminiscent of white zetsu. However, this method of transplantation remains rudimentary and cautious. The cellular vitality is sealed, rendering the first Hokage's cells completely suppressed. In this state, as long as Danzo refrains from vigorous movements, this arm, akin to a ticking time bomb, will not exhibit any alarming anomalies. Starfire observed the intricate sealing techniques adorning Danzo's arm. Although he possessed little knowledge of sealing arts, he could easily surmise that, aside from the seals on the first Hokage's cells, there were numerous techniques aimed at preventing prying eyes. At the very least, the Byakugan would not discern any issues. And it was only Starfire's unique perspective, completely distinct from the chakra system, that allowed him to uncover the secrets concealed within Danzo's arm. Indeed, Danzo is a madman. Despite the evident failures of Konoha's transplantation techniques concerning the first Hokage's cells, he dared to experiment on himself. Truly, those who are ruthless often begin by being harsh upon themselves. Alas, Danzo's audacity is not matched by fortune. His current state renders him both physically impaired and significantly weakened. It is no wonder that he later resorted to the multi-eyed arm cultivated by Orochimaru from Uchiha Shin, for without it, he would undoubtedly lack the strength of a Kage. Despite Starfire's internal musings, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Danzo upon entering, quickly shifting his gaze to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who occupied the main seat. The entire exchange transpired in less than 2 seconds, devoid of any visible abnormality. Starfire understood that under normal circumstances, he would not recognize Danzo. Thus, his visit to the Hokage should not indicate undue interest in Danzo. His demeanor was perfectly calibrated, under the circumstances of his underdeveloped superhuman abilities. It was prudent to avoid any entanglement with Danzo. "Hokage-sama," Starfire said, bypassing Danzo to stand before the Hokage's desk, adopting an appearance of readiness for assignment. "Danzo, I have matters to attend to. Let us conclude for today." The third Hokage nodded at Starfire without engaging in conversation, instead issuing a dismissal to Danzo. "Humph," Danzo scoffed, disregarding the third Hokage's presence as he strode towards the exit, casting a sidelong glance at Starfire. He felt an inexplicable sensation that the young boy had been scrutinizing his arm. Starfire, under Danzo's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, not from fear of Danzo's presence, but rather from the instinctive apprehension of a subordinate facing a superior. His greatest fear was to attract Danzo's attention, and in his insecurity, this newcomer to the ninja world lacked experience. Shaking his head slightly, Danzo soon departed from the Hokage's office, dismissing the notion that this trembling lad could uncover the secrets of his arm. It appeared that today, he had indeed allowed Hiruzen to influence his mood. "Disregard him. Let us speak of your well-being. It has been some time since your discharge, has it not? How is your recovery progressing?" The third Hokage, resembling a kind neighbor, offered a warm smile to Xingran, dispelling the previously awkward atmosphere and expressing concern for his recuperation. "I am completely fine. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Is there a mission?" Xingran felt somewhat uncomfortable with the third Hokage's sudden amiability, wishing to depart swiftly from the conversation. On his way here, he had contemplated that, although his superhuman physique was still in a state of underdevelopment, overpowering ordinary individuals was well within his capabilities. Such remarkable talent should not be squandered. During this period of absence from Hachi, the issues concerning his spirit and soul could be postponed. However, the pursuit of greater strength remained a definite direction. He considered seeking out Guy, believing that with his current capacity for learning, mastering the 8 gates technique would be relatively effortless, albeit Guy's stubbornness might prove challenging. The thought of his superhuman physique combined with the forbidden 8 gates technique stirred a sense of excitement within him as he imagined the extraordinary results that might ensue. "It's reassuring to hear you are well. You are likely aware of the subsequent events concerning Team 16. This world is indeed fragile, and at times, life hangs by a thread. To prevent similar tragedies in the future, we must look forward. As long as our will of fire endures, it shall continue to be passed down, averting further misfortunes." The third Hokage's words were profoundly stirring. From the sorrow of Team 16's annihilation, the conversation swiftly transitioned to the legacy of the will of fire. As long as one still yearns for light, the average person is easily swayed by the third Hokage's rhetoric, rekindling a positive outlook on life. Xingran felt bewildered. Why had the third Hokage suddenly taken such an approach? Had he discovered the hidden potential Xingran had concealed for so long and was now attempting to win him over? Xingran was perplexed, unaware that the third Hokage was oblivious to his superhuman prowess. Instead, it was the circumstances surrounding Team 16's demise that had inspired new thoughts within him, a vision of continuing to uphold peace, requiring active participation from those involved, with Xingran's attitude being crucial. According to intelligence gathered by the Umbu following the incident, it was noted that Xingran exhibited slight post-war symptoms after his discharge. He could act ruthlessly against his fellow villagers, albeit with restraint. The Umbu member he had previously encountered sustained only minor injuries. Yet the potential for further deterioration could not be overlooked. Noticing Xingran's silence, the third Hokage pondered the effectiveness of his words. Having said what he needed, he speculated that if there were no impact, it might indicate that this boy from the Yamanaka clan harbored too much darkness within, making it unlikely he could inherit the will of fire. Perhaps the roots were more suitable for him. However, these considerations would be addressed post-mission. For now, the focus must remain on the matter at hand. Yamanaka Xingran, based on our investigation, we have discovered that the bandits who attacked you previously were not rogue ninjas from the Rock Village. The third Hokage paused, glancing at Xingran's expression. Noticing Xingran's slightly raised brow, he surmised the young man's thoughts. Indeed, that was the case. Yet, they were not impersonators from the Mist Village either. The third Hokage engaged in conversation, keen to observe Xingran's reaction and whether he would divulge the matters concerning the cloud-hidden village. After all, this issue was significantly influenced by the intelligence analysis provided by Xingran. To the third surprise, the young Jinan, who had only graduated a little over a year ago and had not yet faced the crucible of war, exhibited remarkable composure. This calmness was a habit Xingran had cultivated since his arrival in this world, or perhaps it was a fade, lacking any conspicuous talent. It was accurate to say that his abilities as a ninja were rather limited. Unlike Naruto, who possessed a certain audacity, Xingran approached every situation with utmost caution, refraining from revealing his intentions too readily. This was his long-standing protective measure, albeit a sign of a small person's lament. Do you have nothing to say? The third Hokage was not one to squander time, and his probing was merely incidental. Faced with Xingran's silence, he opted for a more direct inquiry. No, Lord Third. Regardless of who these individuals are, as long as they are confirmed enemies, that suffices. Xingran's response was straightforward, yet it could be deemed somewhat redundant. The third still failed to glean the sentiments he sought, particularly Xingran's stance towards the rock ninjas. What the third desired was a clear understanding of Xingran's feelings regarding the rock ninjas. If he could ascertain that Xingran held no animosity towards them, arrangements could be made for him to negotiate with the rock-hidden village, clarifying the recent events to alleviate their suspicions and maintain the fragile peace that had only just begun. The Hokage wished to preserve this hard-won tranquility, ensuring that other nations did not perceive Konoha as the instigator of conflict. Intelligence had already indicated that the rock ninjas were not responsible, and from the perspective of the Tsuchikage, it would be reasonable to speculate whether this was a scheme orchestrated by Konoha, aiming to extort further reparations from the already beleaguered Earth country. Thus, although Konoha was the primary victim in this situation, they were compelled to swallow their grievances and address the rock-hidden village amicably, clarifying that there were those who sought to incite discord between the two nations. As for the identity of the instigator, unfortunately, that remained undetermined. For Konoha, even if they could ascertain that the cloud-hidden village was behind this, they would not choose to exacerbate tensions, especially now that they had gained an advantage. To push further would only encourage the emergence of hardliners within the cloud village, inadvertently granting satisfaction to those who thrive in chaos. Xingran was directly involved in the recent incident involving Team 16, and his role as the primary witness would provide irreplaceable credibility to the rock-hidden village. Indeed, this situation has led the Earth country, which has just announced its defeat in war, to make poor judgments once more. We need to dispatch a team of representatives to elucidate the details of this incident to the Tsuchikage, thereby safeguarding the fragile peace we have achieved. Would you be willing to serve as one of the representatives? At last, the Hokage revealed the essence of the mission. As Xingran pondered for a moment, he grasped the crux of the matter. He was to clarify in person that the Hidden Leaf Village held no suspicions against the Rock Village, acknowledging their innocence. Simultaneously, they had no further plans to target them, assuring that they remained amicable neighbors. Understood. I shall do my utmost to elucidate this incident. Additionally, Lord Hokage, you mentioned dispatching a team as representatives. What of my teammates? Xingran decisively accepted the task, unless one belonged to a wealthy clan such as the Hyuga, where acceptance of missions was a matter of personal choice. Most ninjas were compelled to adhere to assignments for their livelihood. Previously, Xingran had primarily engaged in non-combat missions of lower ranks, accumulating a modest savings, yet he needed assignments to sustain himself since graduating from the Ninja Academy. No longer relying on Hachi for support, his original squad had been annihilated, and now he was to undertake a team mission, which clearly indicated that the Hokage intended to reintegrate him into another group. This task also served the purpose of fostering team cohesion. It was an unavoidable situation, and it would be wiser to commence early while the task was relatively light. The mission, devoid of combat, would not exceed a certain rank. Essentially, it was merely a message delivery task. However, due to its genuine political significance, a simple messenger hawk could not suffice. Gather at the Leaf Village gates at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Your new team will be waiting for you, and you will learn about your companions then. It was customary for ninja missions to maintain secrecy. Even the simplest of tasks adhered to this practice, effectively reducing the likelihood of information leaking to spies. After the third Hokage finished speaking, he took a puff from his pipe and exhaled slowly, indicating it was time for the guest to depart. Although he was uncertain whether Xingran had completely relinquished his animosity towards the rock ninjas, the young man's calm acceptance of the mission suggested he bore no particular grudge. It was unclear whether this child from the mountainous clan had truly recognized the reality of the situation or if he simply epitomized a cold-hearted individual indifferent to his comrades. Nonetheless, those two individuals would likely discern the truth. As Hokage, the primary concern was ensuring the mission's success, and investing excessive thought into a minor character seemed unnecessary. Any inquiries would be adequately addressed by his subordinates. Unbeknownst to Xingran, his mission was not merely a message delivery. His newly assigned team had been entrusted with the task of monitoring him under the Hokage's directive. Upon returning home, he meticulously organized his ninja gear, applying the knowledge acquired from the Leaf Village Academy. This message delivery task, ostensibly a diplomatic mission, necessitated preparation for a prolonged stay in the Rock Village, culminating in his return to the Leaf Village with the Tsuchikids' response to conclude the assignment. Once everything was arranged, a large travel backpack was packed to the brim, evoking memories of the original storyline where Naruto and his companions journeyed to the Land of Waves, each laden with substantial baggage. However, as their strength grew, the items required for distant travels diminished significantly. The following day, the sky was overcast, as if rain were imminent. At 6 a.m., two ninjas clad in the tactical vests of Konoha Xingran emerged silently from the shadows at the village gate. Clearly acquainted, the two exchanged subtle nods before lapsing into silence, awaiting something. Soon, a figure appeared within their line of sight. The newcomer was strikingly youthful, with tousled light yellow hair and pale green eyes, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, dressed in a purple short shirt and carrying a large yellow backpack. He bore a resemblance to a traveler setting out early for a journey. This was none other than Yamanaka Xingran, arriving punctually at the assembly point. At this moment, the only other occupants of the gathering place were the two ninjas in Xingran attire, and Xingran easily deduced that they must be his newly assigned team. However, upon approaching and recognizing their faces, he was somewhat taken aback. He recognized these two seemingly ordinary Xingran. One was the cat-faced member of the Umbu who had escorted him previously, and the other was the dog-faced Umbu. What a twist of fate. Yet, it was odd to think that Umbu members would form a new task force with him. Typically, Umbu teams were fixed. This could either be a temporary arrangement for the mission, or perhaps the Hokage intended for these two to accompany him for a different purpose, or possibly both. Xingran recalled that in the original storyline, there was an instance where Guy undertook a mission ostensibly to exchange intelligence with the Land of the Forest, but secretly. The Umbu had other objectives. It culminated in a trap where they annihilated the opposing side, executed by familiar faces, Itachi and Kakashi, both of whom had just joined the Umbu. You must be Yamanaka Xingran. The Hokage has briefed us on your situation. We shall depart now. We will discuss the specifics of our mission along the way. The cat-faced ninja spoke first, his thick lips brushing against his cheek as he addressed Xingran, sounding both inquisitive and informative. Greetings, I am Yamanaka Xingran. Given that you are pretending we are meeting for the first time, I shall not spoil the mood. Who can outplay whom, after all? This is our temporary team leader, Yamaki Atsushi. I am Oda Junpei. You may call me Junpei, replied the dog-faced Umbu, a man with an unremarkable visage, as he responded to Xingran. Unconsciously, he twisted his arm, a remnant of the time Xingran had thrown him with a shoulder throw. Although the pain had subsided, the sight of Xingran prompted an involuntary movement. Well, now that we are all acquainted, let us set off. We must reach Awakens in the Land of Earth as swiftly as possible, Yamaki Atsushi stated, turning first to lead the way out of the village. Xingran followed closely behind, while Junpei shook his head in resignation, hastily submitting the exit form to the gate guards before accelerating to catch up. As the strongest ninja village, Konoha, in collaboration with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, managed the most prosperous region in the world. This land was abundant in rainfall and lush with trees, making it one of the richest places in terms of resources. In contrast to the arid expanse of the Wind Country and the rugged, mountainous terrain of the Earth Country, the disparities in both economy and population are as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The only nation that rivals the Fire Country in terms of land and resources may well be the Thunder Country, a region blessed with coastal access and abundant natural wealth. Meanwhile, the Water Country, which remains perpetually isolated, possesses the potential for immense prosperity through its maritime resources, yet finds itself less affluent than the Fire Country due to restrictive policies. This is not Xingran's first departure from the village, and thus he harbors no interest in the seemingly endless forest. At this moment, their speed has reached approximately 130 kilometers per hour, akin to the velocity of an ordinary train. Judging by the ease with which Yamaki and Junpei navigate the terrain, It is evident they have deliberately slowed down to accommodate Xingran, a lower-ranked ninja, ensuring he can keep pace. Ninjas encounter various circumstances while traveling. One scenario involves racing at full speed in response to urgent intelligence, a situation fraught with peril, as any ambush by adversaries could lead to dire consequences due to the significant chakra expenditure incurred during such high-speed travel. Another scenario involves escorting a target, where the ninja's speed is contingent upon that of the escorted individual, typically maintaining a steady pace to preserve chakra reserves and remain prepared for any sudden threats. This was the case during Naruto's initial mission to the Land of Waves. Currently, Xingran finds himself in a third type of travel situation, where the consumption of chakra is kept within a manageable range. Although this does not allow for peak performance, it ensures a sufficient reserve to address unforeseen circumstances. While this pace may not match that of the first scenario, it is not sluggish, allowing for readiness in the event of an encounter. This mode of travel is indeed the standard approach for most ninjas. After departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, nearly 8 hours have elapsed. Midday has passed when a sudden clap of thunder reverberates through the sky, startling a hawk soaring above. As Xingran leaps over the treetops, his enhanced vision activates, revealing a distant downpour, with droplets already beginning to fall in their direction soon. This area will resemble a swamp. Pick up the pace. We aim to spend the night in a city of the grass country, calls Captain Yamaki, his voice reaching the ears of the others. They are on the brink of being drenched, and any thoughts of leisurely midday breaks are now futile. With a soldier's ration consumed, the priority for everyone is to reach the grass country for some much-needed rest. Typically, when ninjas venture abroad for missions, the first stop for recuperation is often at the national border, where security is ensured and supplies are plentiful. However, due to the recent annihilation of Team 16, this area remains a zone of enemy infiltration. Their current mission entails discreet diplomatic negotiations between the two nations, and with more potential landing points, the risk of intelligence leaks increases. As seasoned ninjas, enduring hardship is part of the job. To successfully complete their mission, it is best to avoid unnecessary complications. Once they reach the Hidden Stone Village, the return journey should be considerably easier. Xingran and Junping, having listened to the captain's words, remained silent, tacitly agreeing. After a prolonged journey, both Yamaki and Junping felt weary, yet Xingran remained invigorated. Although he appeared to be barely keeping pace with the two in truth, he was growing more energized with each stride. It resembled the sensation of a seasoned athlete whose muscles become restless without sufficient exertion. Xingran felt himself accelerating, his superhuman physique endowed with remarkable strength and speed. As he fully unleashed this ability, he gradually realized that the chakra he needed to assist his long-distance running was diminishing. His previously underdeveloped superhuman speed had already exceeded 70 kilometers per hour and was now nearing a remarkable 90 kilometers per hour in pure physical velocity. To illustrate, a typical individual utilizing chakra to enhance their running speed, averaging 20 kilometers per hour, would require an expenditure of 110 units of chakra to reach 130 kilometers per hour. In contrast, Xingran's muscle speed had already attained 90 kilometers per hour, thus allowing him to achieve 130 kilometers per hour with only 40 units of chakra, significantly reducing his chakra consumption. Despite their extensive journey, Xingran, bolstered by his formidable stamina and recovery, remained as lively as ever, a veritable paragon of physical prowess. Consequently, his perception and vigilance surpassed those of his two comrades, who were both ch. Suddenly, an ambush. From the 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock positions, multiple shurikens, equipped with explosive tags, evade. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, Xingran's role within the team had been that of a sensory ninja, a skill often honed by those of the Yamaki clan. Although his innate perception had been rather average, the awakening of his superhuman auditory and visual abilities unexpectedly enhanced his sensory acumen. As Xingran leapt over a treetop, instinctively activating his enhanced sensory observation, he heard a peculiar sound slicing through the air. The combination of his X-ray vision and superior sight allowed him to effortlessly detect the surrounding foes through the dense foliage. At this distance, his original sensory abilities would have been insufficient to identify the adversaries so early. Yet, this newly awakened capability proved invaluable in combat, revealing itself as an auxiliary power. Indeed, the effectiveness of a skill is not determined by its perceived strength. Mastery transforms any ability into a divine technique. To Yamaki and Junping, Xingran's precise foresight was unexpectedly impressive and reliable. In the ninja world, Being able to react within a second of a surprise attack is considered a favorable situation, especially when one can anticipate the enemy's method of assault, akin to having a well-prepared player in a gaming scenario, simply assuming a position and waiting for victory. Scatter. The trio, who had been moving steadily, suddenly took evasive action, ducking behind trees according to the trajectory of the attack. Moments later, the resounding explosions of 3 explosive tags erupted at their previous locations, leaving devastation in their wake. Nearby, a chaotic scatter of shurikens lay strewn about the scene. Alas, I have been discovered, the water style, water surge technique. In the forest, a desperate voice echoed, followed by torrents of water surging through the trees. This was one of the fundamental techniques of water style, a jutsu whose scale varied with the amount of chakra employed. Xingran had never faced such an opponent before and could not ascertain the volume of water that enveloped their small forest, nor the rank of ninja capable of such a feat. However, it was not long before someone provided him with the answer. Beware. This volume indicates a jonin. There are multiple adversaries. The warning from Yamanaka thickly resonated as the ground trembled beneath them. Suddenly, the hidden allies unleashed a combined technique, earth style, earth flow wall, encircling the previously unleashed water style technique with a wall of earth and stone, simultaneously trapping Xingran and his companions within. As the water level rose, the terrain transformed instantaneously into a grand aquarium, confining the trio. Quickly. The enemy has fully surrounded us yet. Breakthrough at 6 o'clock. Xingran, equipped with extraordinary vision and hearing, understood their precarious situation. Although ensnared by the jutsu, the enemy remained at a distance. If they could shatter the aquarium, escape was attainable. What? Why not ascend from above? That route was an enemy trap. Exposing themselves in the open would invite a tempest of attacks. In midair, they would be utterly defenseless, mere targets. If they attempted to breach from above, aside from Xingran, who could momentarily fly, the others would meet their demise in the skies. Yamanaka, heeding Xingran's advice, pivoted and unleashed a strike, piercing the earthen wall behind him with an earthen spike. Not only did it rupture the aquarium, but the ensuing deluge also propelled Xingran and his companions towards freedom, allowing them to escape the trap before the enemies could fully encircle them. Do not linger, retreat. Perhaps doubting Xingran's lack of combat experience, Yamanaka urged them to withdraw immediately after their escape. Xingran merely scoffed. He had no intention of turning back to engage the enemy. Unbeknownst to others, he had already discerned that the enemy numbered 6, double their own, and included at least 1 jonin. He had no desire to meet his end. Yamanaka Junping, once certain that his comrades had escaped, initiated a long-prepared jutsu, the water style, great waterfall technique. This was a high-level technique, challenging to master, and even more so to execute in battle. To his surprise, Junping, appearing rather ordinary, had concealed such a formidable skill. The great waterfall technique capitalized on the abundant water present, significantly amplifying its power, swiftly dispersing both enemies and allies alike. The 3 began their escape in the ensuing chaos. 5 minutes later, with no pursuers in sight, Xingran declared, "We should be safe now." As a sensory ninja, his role was to ensure their preparation prior to an encounter. In post-escape, he remained vigilant against reconnaissance to secure their safety. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the sky as a falcon, nearly struck by lightning, screeched and soared past Xingran's head. Fortunately, you noticed in time. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. I never anticipated encountering an enemy of such formidable prowess. Far beyond that of ordinary bandits, Junping seems to have expended most of his energy on that grand waterfall technique. Now appearing somewhat fatigued as he leans on Yamanaka's sturdy back, yet his spirit remains undeterred, still analyzing the enemy's approach. Who are they? Did you discern how many there were? Yamanaka, a man of action with little penchant for idle chatter, inquired about Xingran's intelligence on the adversaries, disguised as rogue rock ninjas. They likely mirror my previous encounter. The Hokage indicated they are imposters, numbering 6, with at least 1 elite ninja among them. Damn it, they've spotted us. Xingran had initially been responding to Yamanaka's inquiry, but, midway through his words, the enemies who had just been momentarily shaken off closed in once more. How infuriating. What on earth do these scoundrels want? We should have left no traces here. I conducted a thorough inspection. Though Junping lacked physical strength, his keen eyes remained sharp. The 3 of them had fled to this location, and he had meticulously covered their tracks, eliminating footprints and scents. I will report this to the Hokage later. For now, our priority is to escape. Yamanaka, a pragmatic individual, did not dwell on the complications. There would be time to ponder issues while fleeing. as this was not the moment for delays. With renewed urgency, the trio dashed away, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the cries of hawks, their flight appearing rather desperate. Xingran kept a watchful eye on the pursuers behind them, eager to discern how these individuals had managed to track their movements. Through the dense forest, he could clearly see several ninjas adorned in rogue rock attire reaching the spot where they had initially paused. The headbands of these individuals bore signs of having been slashed, unmistakably marking them as renegades. Yet, Xingran cared little for their affiliations. His primary concern was their forthcoming actions. If he could ascertain how they had managed to close in on them, he could devise a strategy to escape. Suddenly, Xingran noticed that among the six, a somewhat diminutive figure was gazing skyward, forming hand seals, presumably initiating a jutsu, while the others, though not directly acknowledging this peculiar individual, subtly positioned themselves to protect him. The sky. Could it be? Hey, Yamaki, I've heard that your clan possesses a secret technique called the heart turn technique, capable of controlling distant enemies. I wonder if it extends to birds? Just as Xingran was about to signal his companions that their movements might have been detected by birds in the sky, Yamaki spoke up first. You noticed as well? Xingran was somewhat astonished. This thick-lipped companion had proven to be quite perceptive, even ahead of him. In such dreadful thunderstorm conditions, that hawk has flown over us 3 times already. One should not underestimate the elite covert ninjas of Konoha. As Yamaki spoke, he glanced at Xingran, equally surprised by the nimble reaction of the seemingly inexperienced youth, who had arrived at the same conclusion. Despite the surprise, the pressing issue must be addressed. Yamaki had no effective means to deal with the soaring falcon, and Junpei was even less reliable, still feeling somewhat fatigued. Thus, after Yamaki, Junpei turned his gaze towards Siren, hoping he could employ a secret technique to control the falcon and resolve the predicament. The limitations of the body-turn technique were numerous. Not only was the falcon erratically flying about, but the distance was also beyond my reach. However, I possess a method to take down this falcon. Siren's initial statement left the other two disheartened, yet the latter part sparked a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Ninjutsu is a vast field, teeming with countless peculiar techniques. Aside from a few prodigies, most individuals delve into a singular direction of study. After becoming a ninja, the majority become experts in their own specialized fields, such as Junpei's water release and Yamaki's earth release. Each person's specialization complements one another, forming the foundation of their team's combat strategy. Siren's declaration of possessing an aerial capability that others lacked brought joy to his companions, who were in dire straits. Time was of the essence. The enemy would soon catch up. Siren retrieved shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, focusing intently on the falcon in the sky as he swiftly calculated its trajectory. With his underdeveloped super eyesight combined with a mind that, while not as formidable as depicted in manga, still allowed him to effortlessly track the target's movements. Swish, swish, swish. His hands blurred with motion. Several shuriken were hurled forth, clattering in the air, and 3 of them flew hundreds of meters, converging towards the falcon. Initially, the shuriken would have been unlikely to hit the falcon, yet they suddenly altered their trajectory, leaving the creature with no time to react. It narrowly evaded one shuriken, only to be pierced by the remaining 2 before it could descend, ceasing to exist in an instant. Typically, a ninja's shuriken throw does not extend far. Even with chakra enhancing their strength, it would only reach around 100 meters. However, such distance is often meaningless, as enemies can easily evade or block during the flight time. To strike before the enemy can react, one must usually keep their attack within a 30-meter range. This, of course, applies to ordinary ninjas. Exceptional figures like the 4th and 2nd Hokage, who combine the Flying Thunder God technique with kunai throwing, are exceptions to this rule. Siren's shuriken throw, when utilizing both chakra and physical strength, could reach hundreds of meters without issue. Nevertheless, simply being able to throw is insufficient to hit such a nimble target. Certain essential techniques are required. Otherwise, it cannot be considered an aerial method. There are simpler approaches, such as flying up close to eliminate the target, but Siren would never resort to such a tactic. Not only would it expose his ability to fly for such a trivial problem, but his current flying capability was limited to slow drifting, rendering it inadequate for the intended purpose. You must have dedicated a considerable amount of time to hone that impressive shuriken throwing technique, Junpei remarked, beaming at the falcon plummeting from the sky. Not particularly. I didn't practice for long, Siren replied candidly, having spent less than a morning on it. However, the other 2 merely regarded Xingran as humble. The most renowned shuriken throwing technique in Konoha is the Uchiha clan's Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique. which heavily relies on the Sharingan's perceptive abilities. For an ordinary person, merely achieving a straightforward long-distance hit on a target would signify mastery of the shuriken technique. Observing the numerous talented individuals in Konoha, one must question how many would resort to shuriken as their primary means of offense when faced with an adversary. The trio's subsequent escape proceeded smoothly. With Xingran's extraordinary auditory and visual assistance, they maximized their speed, swiftly evading the rogue ninja group of 6 without alerting the border guards of the Land of Fire. They left a coded signal to inform nearby comrades of the prior encounter with an unidentified hostile force before promptly entering the Land of Grass. As the myriad of lights illuminated the surroundings, the trio arrived at the nearest market between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire, known as Itsao Market. Originally a resting place for traveling merchants, it gradually evolved into a semi-official market as more merchants began to gather there. Today, Itsao Market has officially become a city in the Land of Grass, although it still retains the scale of a market, small yet bustling. Here, apart from the absence of hot springs, one can find most necessities for travel. Cheers! In a small Odin shop within Itsao Market, 3 men dressed as Konoha ninjas were celebrating their narrow escape from the pursuit of the elite shinobi team, and it was none other than Xingran and his companions. Initially, Yamanaka Ko's intention was to find a modest and to rest discreetly, avoiding unnecessary troubles. However, succumbing to the persistent coaxing of his 2 companions, he ultimately agreed to first satisfy their hunger at this roadside establishment before seeking a lodging. Despite their loud cheers, the trio was drinking juice. Alcohol is one of the 3 forbidden substances for ninjas, and they seldom indulge in it, especially during missions when drinking is strictly prohibited. Thanks to Yamakikuin's timely warning and that impressive shuriken throw, had this been a few years ago at the onset of the Third Shinobi War, you could have easily applied for the Chunin rank. This encounter, fraught with danger, yet ultimately safe, led Yamakiko to gain a newfound appreciation for Xingran. He would make an excellent subordinate. Regrettably, this mission was a temporary assembly, and to elevate Xingran to his subordinates, he must first become a member of the Umbu. Captain Yamaki, you flatter me. Just call me Xingran, he replied with a professional smile, a result of his studies on the 4th Hokage. This amiable smile serves to foster camaraderie among companions, yet at times, it can also instill an inexplicable wariness in adversaries. When Xingran subdued Junping, he executed his actions with ruthless precision while maintaining a friendly demeanor, startling Yamakiko into instinctively drawing his kunai against a fellow villager. Please refrain from that expression. Don't misunderstand. I'm merely unaccustomed to such warmth from others. Indeed, Xingran's smile evoked unsettling memories in Yamakiko, yet he had to mask their prior unfamiliarity, explaining while feeling increasingly out of place. Upon witnessing Yamaki's reaction, Xingran found the situation even more intriguing. The captain disdained excessive enthusiasm from others, yet Xingran appreciated it. He was quite fond of his exuberance. At that moment, Junping, pinned to the ground by Xingran, was unable to see his expression. Sensing a lull in the atmosphere, he hurriedly interjected with a jest, which elicited a peculiar look from Yamaki, who inwardly lamented that this fool was blissfully ignorant of his own folly. However, Junping harbored a different thought. What was wrong with Yamaki? According to Hokage's directives, he was supposed to observe and guide Yamaki to encourage a more cheerful disposition in Xingran. Wasn't this a covert mission? It was rare for Xingran to bond with them, so why reject his enthusiasm? This fool truly had no idea what he was thinking. While the 2 Umbu Chunin exchanged dubious glances, a raucous cheer erupted from the gambling house across the street, where luck had turned against them, resulting in a succession of losses. Laughter and exclamations filled the air, mingling with a few excited growls that reached the ears of the trio. It turned out that the Odin shop across the street was adjacent to a gambling den, where every bet made was inevitably followed by a cacophony of noise. Xingran had previously encountered gambling establishments in the Hidden Leaf Village, but due to the ninja world's prohibition on monetary pursuits, such activities were generally disregarded. Now, however, things had changed. After awakening his superhuman X-ray vision, Xingran had not contemplated alternative sources of income outside his missions. With the sight of the gambling house, an idea sparked within him. He was still relatively weak, and his current foray into missions was largely driven by necessity. Who wouldn't long for a life of invincibility after 20 years of focused training? If he could leverage financial resources to alleviate his living conditions, he would have ample time to devote to his training. Enjoy your meal. I shall take a look over there, Xingran called out, resembling a gambler eager to recoup his losses as he hurried into the gambling den. Yamaki and Junping exchanged surprised glances, and simultaneously, a troubling realization crossed their minds. With grim expressions, they hastily finished their food and headed toward the gambling house. Upon entering, Xingran found the establishment rather haphazardly arranged. Or perhaps it was devoid of decor altogether. In a room with merely painted walls, 3 large tables were set up. One table was dedicated to pai gow, while the other 2 featured dice games. Eager to confirm his suspicions, Xingran first employed his sensing abilities. True to his expectations, the gambling tools were treated with special modifications, rendering them undetectable to his senses. Next, he activated his X-ray vision, which he could now manipulate at will, as he progressed through the stabilization phase of his awakening. The clarity of his vision continued to improve, allowing him to barely see through a thin layer of wall. Indeed, it was effortless. Xingran glimpsed the dice, completely concealed by the gambling apparatus in the dealer's hand, revealing a score of 1, 3, and 3, a small total. Let us leave. Gambling is not a noble pursuit, he remarked. As Xingran was about to place a bet, Jumping emerged from behind him, unceremoniously tugging him away. 10 bets, 9 losses. Are you familiar with the legendary fat sheep? Yamuki also wrapped an arm around Xingran's shoulder, exerting force to half-drag, half-pull him out of the gambling house. Following their skirmish earlier that afternoon, both men found this young brother to be quite commendable. Initially, they had observed him as per Hokage's instructions, noting no signs of trauma from the war, which brought them some small joy. However, during their meal, they soon uncovered a troubling issue. This lad wouldn't he be infatuated with gambling after the last team wipe, would he? The records indicated no prior inclination towards gambling on his part. Gambling is one of the 3 vices among ninjas, and it poses a graver threat than mere reckless spending. The madness and moral decline associated with gambling often render one unfit for the ninja profession, excluding Tsunade, of course. Though she gambles and suffers significant losses, her integrity in gambling is commendable, and her ability to maintain control is formidable. She would rather face countless debts than compromise her principles. Yet, how many possess Tsunade's level of integrity? The saying 10 bets, 9 losses is not merely a jest within the ninja realm. It is common for individuals to lose themselves in gambling, even betraying their village's secrets. The 2 members of the Umbu did not wish for their newly acknowledged young brother to stray onto a perilous path. The legendary fat sheep. It was the first time Xingran had heard someone speak of Tsunade, prompting him to echo the sentiment. As for the gambling house, there would be plenty of time to address that later, especially since the viability of profiting from gambling was already established. Yes, indeed. The legendary fat sheep. Rumor has it that our Princess Tsunade, much like her grandfather, the first Hokage, is a compulsive gambler, having nearly brought the vast Senju clan to ruin. Heed your brother's advice. Gambling is not a virtue. Yamuki, noticing that Xingran's attention had shifted away from the gambling house, began to incessantly counsel him, attributing the decline of the Senju clan to Tsunade's gambling habits, hoping to dissuade Xingran from his burgeoning interest in gambling. The ensuing hours were torturous for Xingran. The Umbu duo was on a special mission from the Hokage. They took turns delivering lectures on ethics and ideology, starting from the streets, continuing at the inn, and even intruding on his bathing time. Even before sleep, they spun tales like bedtime stories that seemed never-ending. The next day, with dark circles under his eyes, Xingran resumed his journey towards Awakens in the Land of Earth, traversing through the small nation enveloped by the vastness of nature. The Land of Grass proved to be the ideal locale for establishing a secret base. Xingran and his companions soon entered the borders of the Land of Earth. Just after crossing the border, they were intercepted by a patrol unit of Iwana. The Land of Earth had declared its defeat in the war during the early tenure of the 4th Hokage, and currently, a state of relative peace existed between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Thus, despite both sides being armed and vigilant, they maintained a degree of restraint. The Leaf Village had clearly articulated the purpose of their mission. The Iwana, taking the peace initiative seriously, welcomed the visiting ninjas from Konoha, and the group was promptly invited to rest at a nearby outpost. With complete formalities and amicable intentions, the identities of the trio from Hashirin as friends were evident. Yet, this world has never held faith in friendship. Betrayals among village companions occur annually. Even the most carefree of Iwa shinobi cannot permit the 3 from Konoha to roam the turmoil of the Land of Earth unchecked. A temporary house arrest, now referred to as hospitality, was unavoidable. Soon, arrangements would be made for the Umbu to escort the trio to meet Lord Tsuchikage in Awakens. The efficiency of the Iwa shinobi was remarkable. Shortly after lunch, 2 Umbu clad in the distinctive red attire of the Land of Earth, their faces concealed by painted masks, approached Hashirin and his companions. These two were tasked with the escort. Having developed a habit after his first interrogation, Hashirin resolved to memorize the faces of any masked individuals he encountered. Thus, as the two Umbu disclosed their purpose, Hashirin observed them closely while preparations for departure ensued. The duo comprised a man and a woman. The man was tall, nearing 2 meters in height, with a muscular build and a broad jaw that gave his teeth a somewhat protruding appearance, had it not been for the hint of brown in his hair. Hashirin might have mistaken him for a younger version of the Earth itself. The woman, on the other hand, was a striking mature beauty, standing just shy of 1.60 meters. Her long, golden hair was exceptionally lovely, and even behind her mask, her expression radiated warmth. Her deep green eyes, slightly veiled, suggested the use of contact lenses, harmonizing beautifully with her hair, evoking a sense of kinship reminiscent of the mountain clans. Hashirin gazed at the female IWA shinobi, his eyes reflecting a mix of intrigue and puzzlement. It was curious that this foreign ninja, encountered for the first time, could evoke such a sense of familiarity. Had he unwittingly succumbed to an illusion? What was he thinking? They were departing. At that moment, the Konoha Umbu duo finished their preparations. Observing Hashirin's fixation on the female ninja, Junpei felt a twinge of exasperation. Were the young ones today so precocious? Fearing that Hashirin might bring up matters concerning women after the previous discussion about the 3 ninja prohibitions, he nudged him gently. The 5 then set off towards Iwagakure. As they delved deeper into the land of Earth, the verdant greens gradually faded from Hashirin's view, replaced by rugged rocks and earthen mountains. Much of the interior of the land of Earth was barren, characterized by desolate rock faces that lined the borders, obstructing communication with neighboring countries. Additionally, the winds from the north swept over the high peaks, carrying small stones across borders in a natural phenomenon known as rock rain, which was quite famous. The moisture here was scant, slightly better than that of the neighboring land of wind. Many mountain tops stood bare and unappealing, making it exceedingly difficult to ambush foes as one might in the forests of the land of fire. Setting traps to ensnare adversaries here would almost exclusively rely on earth-release techniques. Throughout the journey, the 3 Konoha ninjas remained vigilant, wary of ambushes akin to those encountered at the border of the land of fire. However, the 5 travelers reached the gates of Iwagakure by midnight without encountering a single attack, lending an almost surreal quality to their smooth journey. Xingran quickly deduced the crux of the issue. If the adversaries were indeed from the land of lightning or the land of water, then masquerading as rock ninja to launch an assault on the leaf ninjas would serve the purpose of inciting discord between the 2 nations. Such provocation necessitates an extreme level of caution. Should it be executed poorly, it could easily unite the aggrieved parties against the instigator. Thus, the reckless act of simultaneously instigating both sides is unlikely to manifest in this treacherous world of ninjas. If one side discovers that their rogue ninjas are responsible for the attack, while the other side identifies their own traitors, even a mere exchange of insults on the battlefield would reveal inconsistencies. Only by targeting one side in isolation can the situation remain obscured. The land of Earth, having suffered no losses, would hardly empathize with the annihilation of the Leaf Village. Observing the event from an external perspective makes it difficult to conceive of a third party's involvement. The first suspicion would naturally fall upon the Leaf Village, accusing them of orchestrating the entire affair for their own gain. We must remain vigilant. Thus, upon entering the land of Earth, the absence of an ambush becomes explicable. In the dead of night, the gates of Iwagakure would typically be closed. However, diplomatic matters are of utmost importance. Although Xingran and his companions were not renowned figures, their representation of the Leaf Village afforded them the highest level of protocol. Moreover, even if the gates were to remain shut, the Tsuchikage would fear that these Leaf envoys might encounter unforeseen circumstances at their doorstep. After undergoing rigorous security checks, they were granted entry into Iwagakure. The darkness significantly hampered visibility, yet for Xingran, it posed little challenge. His keen gaze curiously surveyed the city, which was entirely distinct from the Leaf Village's aesthetic. Intriguingly, while all hidden villages are substantial in scale, they are referred to as villages. Iwagakure was indeed vast. Describing it as a city would not be an exaggeration. The streets were broad, and the architectural style predominantly featured low earthen structures, with tall buildings reserved for grand venues or administrative offices. Xingran and his companions hurried through the streets, quickly arriving at their destination. At such an hour, it was impossible to meet with the Tsuchikage. The scheduled meeting was set for the following morning. They were escorted by two dark-clad IWA ninjas to a traditional earthen lodge. This establishment served as a guest house for foreign visitors, and the staff would take over the reception from there. "Please rest well. We shall meet again," one of the tall, taciturn IWA ninjas said, leading his companion, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed female ninja, away. Their aloof demeanor left the Leaf ninjas feeling somewhat disoriented. "Esteemed ninjas from the Leaf village, I am Long Shan, the head of the reception for your esteemed visit, and this is my assistant, you. Your rooms have been prepared. Please follow me," announced a diminutive, middle-aged rock ninja, who stepped forward to continue the conversation initiated by the dark-clad ninja. Accompanying Longshan was a youth with white hair and round glasses, whose polite demeanor and upright appearance masked his youthful age, revealing itself through his innocent countenance. He stood beside Longshan, wearing a friendly smile but remaining silent. Next, the rooms were prepared for everyone. The accommodations for the three individuals consisted of a three-bedroom suite, an arrangement steeped in significance. Ninjas seldom venture out alone. Separating during lodging makes them vulnerable to being attacked by adversaries. To avoid such unfortunate circumstances, nations have adopted this suite-style arrangement when hosting ninjas from other factions. The receptionists this time exhibited a notable professionalism, beginning with warm smiles and self-introductions that instilled a sense of comfort akin to a gentle spring breeze. Though these ninjas appeared to be merely performing reception duties, their skills in intelligence gathering and counter-espionage were unparalleled. They routinely hosted foreign guests, skillfully extracting information through conversation and keenly analyzing the veracity of any intelligence presented. On occasion, they even engaged in subversive activities. The true world of ninjas is far removed from the realm of anime. Here, female ninjas possess the art of seduction and allure, employing such tactics to glean information, with the occasional leveraging of their charms being a common practice when necessary. Xingran maintained a silence upon encountering the IWA ninja receptionists, seemingly indifferent to any seductive overtures. A closer observation would reveal his particular concern for a boy named Yu. As companions of the Umbu, the two tasked with monitoring him had already discerned that something was amiss with Xingran. After the IWA receptionists departed from their suite, Junping spoke up, inquiring, "Xingran, what troubles you? Is there something wrong with those two IWA ninjas?" Junping's tone reflected his unease, his mind racing with various scenarios. His greatest worry stemmed from Xingran's sudden remark about having seen a middle-aged ninja named Longshan during his last disastrous encounter. Such a revelation could spell grave consequences, implicating IWA in the attack on Konoha and potentially reigniting the flames of war. As for why he did not suspect the boy, Junping reasoned that such a young child would not be entrusted by IWA with a mission of that nature. Instances of children like Kakashi, who could hold their own on the battlefield, were exceedingly rare. Most young ones were merely sent to their doom. Is there a problem? What are you pondering? Surely you don't believe IWA would send someone who has attempted to assassinate us to host us. Such foolishness could only come from your imagination, Xingran responded, momentarily taken aback before realizing his demeanor was somewhat peculiar. Noticing Junping's anxious expression, his mind raced, and upon comprehending the source of Junping's concern, he offered a reassuring smile and deftly shifted the topic. "What were you thinking just now? Your expression was so serious, it must be something significant." Shan Muho was not easily swayed by Xingran's attempt to redirect the conversation. Xingran, feeling a mix of resignation and dawning awareness, acknowledged that aside from the harrowing encounter they had faced, the two rarely engaged in mutual dialogue, predominantly acting in unison, or more accurately, in alignment with their individual objectives. The two Umbu members, aside from executing diplomatic missions, were they not sent by the Hokage to monitor me? As the sole survivor of the annihilation, the likelihood of being subverted by the enemy was exceedingly high. Xingran hesitated to dwell further on such thoughts, while Konoha appeared resplendent on the surface. The depths harbored much darkness. It was only natural for them to harbor distrust towards him, and it was no wonder the third Hokage had shared with him a plethora of bewildering sentiments regarding the will of fire. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense as Xingran fell into silence. Not only did Shanmuku fixate on him, but even Chunping, who had just been distractedly attempting to defend himself, redirected his gaze toward Xingran. They had now entered Iwa's hidden village, signifying the official commencement of their mission. The Hokage had previously instructed me to convey the ideals of peace to the Tsuchikage as the sole survivor and principal participant, ensuring the fragile peace between our two nations. During our journey, I, as a sensory ninja, had to remain perpetually vigilant. Now that we had reached a relatively safe location, it was time to thoughtfully deliberate on the terminology related to the mission, which is why I momentarily lost my focus. Xingran was acutely aware that he could not evade this situation. The genuine thoughts he had just entertained were certainly not meant for the ears of these two. His mind raced with extraordinary speed, crafting an eloquent response in mere moments. Indeed, upon hearing Xingran's words, the two members of Konoha's umbu visibly exhaled in relief. After exchanging words of encouragement, the three retreated to their respective rooms to rest. However, how many truly fell into a deep slumber remained uncertain. For Xingran's perceptive eyes easily detected that while the umbu duo lay in bed, their minds were preoccupied with unspoken concerns. Soon, Xingran found himself reflecting on his own thoughts. That boy from earlier. It must be Yakushi Kabuto. With his white hair and round glasses, he exuded a gentle disposition. When Xingran first spotted Kabuto beside Longshan, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within him, nearly causing him to cry out. Children in the ninja world tend to mature early, and given the timeline, he could scarcely be under 10 years old, yet had already grown to about 1.50 meters, had it not been for another familiar figure appearing alongside him. Xingran would not have connected Yuyaz and Kabuto. Indeed, the approachable female Iwa Umbu, Yakushi Nanoyu, had initially caught him off guard when she was without her glasses. But when both Kabuto and Nanoyu appeared together, it quickly dawned on him. Although their present appearances diverged from the original narrative, they were still recognizable. The current timeline was the 50th year of Konoha, with Itachi and Konoha Shikaka graduating from the Ninja Academy this year. However, a significant event also unfolded. Kabuto, having succumbed to darkness, was recruited by Orochimaru into the Sound Village and subsequently placed as a spy in Konoha, officially adopting the name Yakushi Kabuto. According to previous official records, Kabuto graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 10 in the 51st year of Konoha. In the television's original plot, he was lured away by Danzo from his adoptive mother, Yakushi Nanoyu, to serve as a spy, a role he maintained for 5 years. Judging by Kabuto's height at that time, he appeared merely 4 or 5 years old. By combining these records, it becomes evident that the time frame for Kabuto and his adoptive mother, Yakushi Nanoyu, being assigned to assassinate each other falls within this year, while Kabuto is still under 10 years old. In the original storyline, Kabuto and Nono were clad in rock ninja attire, indicating their simultaneous roles as spies within the Hidden Rock Village. Although the narrative may seem disjointed at times, after Kabuto takes Nono's life, he spirals into chaos and soon encounters Orochimaru, who had already betrayed Konoha and was managing his own Sound Village. While enticing Kabuto towards darkness, Orochimaru also ensnares him as a spy to be planted within Konoha. At that juncture, Orochimaru explicitly instructs Kabuto to adopt the name Yakushi Kabuto and infiltrate Konoha. The subsequent events, though not explicitly detailed in the narrative, can be inferred. Orochimaru likely conspired with Danzo, cleansing Yakushi Kabuto's identity and enrolling him in the Konoha Ninja Academy. In a previous life, when Xingran witnessed this segment of the plot, even a 200-pound man felt a swell of emotion. Young Kabuto radiated such innocence, while the walking priestess exuded kindness. At times, even someone like Xingran, who traversed worlds, felt an intense aversion to this tragic reality, where innocent children and benevolent mothers are forced into grotesque forms by the harshness of life. The ultimate outcome is steeped in tragedy, as their exceptional talents in espionage incite Danzo's suspicion, leading to a cruel arrangement where Nono and Kabuto are pitted against each other. Midway through this ordeal, Danzo substitutes Kabuto's photograph, resulting in Nono, who relies solely on the image to recognize Kabuto's growth, failing to identify his assailant. In his dying moments, he repeatedly queries, "Who are you?" This pivotal moment plunges Kabuto deeper into darkness. Orochimaru capitalizes on this, revealing the truth to Kabuto and securing his loyalty. Yakushi Kabuto is a prodigious talent, destined to play significant roles both now and in the future. Securing such an individual as an ally would be most advantageous. For a fleeting instant, Xingran contemplated usurping Orochimaru's position as the ultimate beneficiary, but soon his mind drifted back to the radiant visage he glimpsed through the umbu mask earlier that afternoon. They are all well now. What course of action should I take? To perpetuate the tragic fate of Kabuto from my previous life? No, that is untenable. Perhaps, had this been 2 weeks prior, before acquiring superhuman abilities, Xingran might have brazenly stepped into Orochimaru's shoes, eagerly guiding Yakushi Kabuto. However, the circumstances have shifted. I now possess the capability and means to ascend to divinity. In the past, lacking strength, I had to tread cautiously along the storyline, surviving through the advantages of foresight while resigned to a fate devoid of wealth. Yet now, armed with power, indeed, the capital to become formidable, I find myself on the precipice of indulgence. As time progresses, my strength will undeniably burgeon, and when I look back on my former self, I shall surely scorn the individual who failed to prevent the unfolding tragedies. To hell with the narrative's prophetic advantages. I possess superhuman powers. Must I still meekly accept my fate as before? What worth is my newfound ability if it leads to the same suffocating existence, passively witnessing tragedies unfold? It would be far better to forego striving and return to Konoha as an ordinary person, after all. Even an ordinary member of the Yamashiro clan enjoys a more comfortable life than a commoner. Why endure the rigors of training? To grow stronger and leave no regrets. That is how one truly appreciates the extraordinary power bestowed upon oneself. Xingran, nestled in his cocoon of blankets, pondered deeply for an extended period. Ultimately, he clenched his fists, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination and profundity. He resolved to do everything within his power to avert tragedies. In that moment, it felt as if some shackles within him had been unbound, sending a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Suddenly, his senses sharpened. He turned slightly to gaze out the window. What was once a vision that barely surpassed 700 meters now effortlessly extended to 1,000 meters. Even the sound of a moth flapping its wings 50 meters away, as it fluttered towards a street lamp, resonated like a whisper in his ear. His abilities had indeed progressed, adapting and assimilating further. Upon awakening, Xingran had harbored a vague expectation regarding the growth of his powers, estimating that within a month, the acceleration of this ability would cease as his energy depleted and the process of complete assimilation concluded. However, after today's introspective journey, he felt the completion of this absorption process had significantly accelerated. The power he wielded now felt tantalizingly close to exhaustion. Any future enhancements would necessitate a gradual accumulation of sunlight. He chuckled softly, a peculiar laughter escaping him in the quiet of his cocoon, as he endeavored to suppress his mirth, lest he disturb his two companions next door. The early absorption of his remaining energy was not necessarily a misfortune. This incident had led him to contemplate a tangible possibility. His mental state could indeed influence the growth of his superhuman abilities. This epiphany instilled within Xingran a newfound confidence, fostering a proactive attitude towards altering tragic narratives. His overall demeanor exhibited notable growth, which in turn invigorated the remaining energy from his awakening. Could it be that as his mental and spiritual state strengthened, the efficiency with which he absorbed stellar energy would correspondingly improve? This notion became a focal point for contemplation. Though unverified, having a direction was certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Today, as he contemplated preventing the tragedies he had previously witnessed, he had not anticipated any advantages. Yet, unexpectedly, he uncovered a path to becoming stronger, which filled him with uncontainable joy. The following day, the cheerful chirping of sparrows at the windowsill heralded the dawn of a new day. Xingran, having endured a sleepless night, rose again with panda-like eyes. Were it not for the constraints of his surroundings, he would have eagerly tested his newfound speed and flight capabilities immediately. Remarkably, only 2 nights had passed since embarking on his mission, yet he had not rested well either night, a feat that would be insurmountable for an ordinary person, albeit manageable for someone of Xingran's extraordinary constitution. Early in the morning, Xingran chose not to summon his companions, venturing alone to the inn's Grand Hall, where a complimentary breakfast was provided. The culinary customs of the Earth Nation differed slightly from those of the Fire Nation. Their morning fare was hearty, consisting of rice, thick pancakes, steamed potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Fortunately, Xingran discovered stir-fried noodles tucked away in a corner. Otherwise, he would have struggled to adapt to the local cuisine. At this moment, Xingran sat alone at the dining table, the expansive hall devoid of other patrons. While he dined, he beckoned to the staff stationed at the entrance. "Is Mr. Longshan's assistant, Yu, available? I have matters I wish to discuss with him." Presently, Xingran possessed 2 pieces of stationery in his pocket, meticulously prepared during a sleepless night. One was intended for the pharmacist Nanoyu, while the other was to be delivered to Do at the earliest opportunity today. The assistant should be around. Allow me to search for him. However, if you have urgent matters, I can relay your message to Lord Longshan, the staff member responded with utmost humility. Xingran noted that the man lacked a ninja forehead protector, identifying him as an ordinary person without the skills of a ninja. It was no surprise he exhibited such caution in the presence of ninjas, even though he hailed from a foreign land. "There is no need to trouble Mr. Longshan. I merely wish to consult you regarding my audience with Lord Suchikich." He jested. "After all, I'm the one tasked with salvaging Do's life. Why would I bother that frail middle-aged fellow? It would only complicate matters." The staff member quickly departed, allowing Xingran to focus on his plate of fried noodles. Just as Xingran was hastily devouring the dish, Dou's figure appeared at the entrance. You've arrived just in time. I have some details regarding today's meeting with Lord Suchikage that I need to clarify with you. This hall is not quite suitable. Let us take a stroll in the courtyard ahead. Xingran finished the last bites of his meal, not waiting for Dou to speak, and led the way outside. Dou, puzzled, wondered why this leaf ninja sought him out. How annoying. Leaf ninjas had always been bothersome. It had been years since he last saw Nanoyu's mother. And it was all the fault of those ninjas from Konoha. Internally cursing, Dou maintained a polite demeanor, his face adorned with a smile. As if serving this leaf ninja brought him immense joy. In the front courtyard of the inn, although not an ideal venue for clandestine discussions, the area boasted many unique stone artworks from Awakens, which had caught Xingran's eye long ago. One sculpture, due to its position, conveniently evaded the gaze from the front door in the center of the hall, as long as they remained vigilant against prying eyes from above. It could serve as a place for secretive exchanges. I wish to inquire about the female Umbu operative from yesterday. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I am simply curious as her hair color and the eyes glimpsed through her mask bore a striking resemblance to mine, he chuckled, leading Dou to the secluded stone artwork. Along the way, he posed seemingly innocuous questions, reminiscent of a youth on a quest for familial ties. Ah, that Umbu? I'm afraid I'm not well informed, Dou replied. His patience fraying. He considered himself a ninja serving Konoha, yet the intelligence he had painstakingly acquired was merely to assist these foolish ninjas? Not to mention, Umbu operatives were notorious for keeping secrets even from their fellow villagers. What kind of education had produced a ninja like him, sent out on missions? However, just as Dou felt overwhelmed by the absurdity, they arrived behind the stone artwork, where a small bundle of paper was swiftly thrust into his hand. The paper was tightly crumpled, and judging by its weight, it contained a substantial amount of information. The eyes of Dou flickered with a wild intensity before settling into calmness once more. The movements of the two remained uninterrupted, as if engaged in a casual stroll. In less than 2 seconds, they emerged from behind the stone sculpture, resuming their leisurely conversation in the courtyard of the inn, both appearing unfazed by the circumstances, maintaining a facade of cordiality that subtly betrayed their underlying estrangement. Xingran inquired about the customs and culture of the Land of Earth and the Hidden Rock Village, as well as some enjoyable attractions within the village. He suggested that after meeting with the Suchikage, they should have a delightful time exploring the Hidden Rock Village and procure some local specialties to take back home. 2 hours later, the delegation from Konoha encountered the third Suchikage, Noki, who appeared much as he did during the Fourth Great Ninja War, albeit with a touch more youthfulness and a few remnants of black in his beard. The mission at hand for the two members of Konoha's Umbu was to deliver a diplomatic letter, clarifying the previous incidents that occurred within the borders of Konoha. They asserted that this group of individuals was neither true IWA ninjas nor rogue ninjas from IWA, but rather someone else entirely. While they refrained from disclosing the identity of this someone, they emphasized that the peace between the two nations remained intact and expressed a desire to deepen cooperation. Xingran's primary responsibility was to respond to the Suchikage's inquiries, which were not particularly complex. He merely needed to clarify the details surrounding the ambush. He repeatedly stated that during the attack, the assailants were notably inept in earth release techniques. However, he refrained from mentioning any guiding topics, such as the enemy's proficiency in water release or characteristics reminiscent of the Yagami clan. This was a matter that Yamaki had emphasized during their journey. The Hokage wished to avoid any complications or misunderstandings. Thus, the entirety of the explanation to the Suchikage revolved around dispelling any suspicions regarding the IWA ninjas. As for whether the Suchikage believed Konoha's narrative, Xingran was indifferent. The Suchikage was astute enough to recognize that even if he harbored doubts about the authenticity of Konoha's claims, he would not provoke conflict. The complexity of the situation stemmed from the need to convey Konoha's desire to maintain peace with the Hidden Rock Village, demonstrating their sincerity to the higher-ups and advisors of IWA. Meanwhile, as Xingran was engaged in the formalities of the mission, a young IWA ninja named Yu was alone in his modest room, examining a crumpled piece of paper he had received from a Konoha ninja that morning. Carefully unfolding the paper, he was met with a dense array of characters that filled his vision, and the very first sentence caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Dou, a name that had not been uttered in reference to him for quite some time, known only to his companions from the orphanage and a select few from the Roots. Was this Konoha ninja a member of the Roots? Did he have another mission? Why was he not contacted by a familiar superior? As time passed, Dou quickly read through the entirety of the message. There was no mission, but rather an offer of assistance from a kind-hearted individual. The struggles he had endured over the years, all in an effort to alleviate the burdens on his adoptive mother, were built upon falsehoods. Danzo, that despicable deceiver. And that blonde-haired, blue-eyed Umbu member, indeed, his adoptive mother shared such traits. Was everything stated in the letter truly factual? What are the true intentions of the ninja known as Zhong Xingran? In a small room, muffled roars of suppressed anger and stifled sobs can be heard. Having been made a fool for so many years, the protagonist discovers that his adoptive mother has also been deceived. It is unforgivable that Danzo would pit them against each other in a fight to the death. Though Do does not wholly trust Xingran's words. The situation described is indeed plausible. Being a spy within the root organization, he is well aware of their methods. If his adoptive mother has been misled just as he was in the past, then the outcome foretold in the paper could very well come to pass. Damn it. I must find Yanoyu as soon as possible. As the Konoha trio returned to the inn at noon, they found that the young attendant, Yu, had taken a leave of absence, and no one knew the reason behind it. Upon discovering this, Xingran wore a mysterious smile once he was able to contact Yanoyu. The tragedy could be averted entirely. The trio needed to report their mission and await a response from the third Tsuchikage. However, the Tsuchikage's reply required discussion among the higher-ups of Awakens. Most have been persuaded, yet every village harbors one or two radicals eager to incite war. Seeking more than just enemies, internal strife is also a catalyst for conflict. Thus, the Konoha delegation entered a leisurely mode, having completed a phase of their mission, now reduced to waiting. During this uncertain period, Xingran and his companions could arrange their own activities. Yamanaka and Junpei, evidently familiar with Awakens, proposed to show Xingran around the village, to sample local delicacies and purchase some trinkets. One might wonder how, amidst the chaotic ninja world, people still find leisure in such activities. The world is already fraught with challenges, and without a bit of amusement, life's motivation would dwindle. Xingran had no objections. Having someone eager to act as a guide was most welcome. His primary concern was delivering the prepared paper to Yaoshi Yanoyu, with little else on his agenda. With no opportunity for training here, he was more than willing to explore Awakens. The bustling streets and unique earthen houses revealed a significant contrast between this era's Awakens and that depicted in Naruto, where technology had evolved, rendering the village more distinctive and prosperous. Accompanying Yamanaka and Junpei, Xingran indulged in some local snacks. However, as a former denizen of the land of gluttony, he found the food merely satisfactory. The appeal lay solely in the uniqueness of the ingredients. He also admired some signature buildings of Awakens, akin to tourist attractions. As the official escort for the Konoha delegation, Ryuzan accompanied them throughout, though access to certain sensitive areas was restricted. Xingran-kun, do not show interest in those guarded locations. Yamanaka whispered discreetly in Xingran's ear as they passed by an unfamiliar building. Shanmu was concerned about this inexperienced young fellow, fearing he might inadvertently stir up trouble. His growing interest in foreign clandestine organizations was indeed an ominous sign, just as Xingran was preparing to express his understanding. Shanmu spoke again. Do not be deceived by our seemingly carefree enjoyment. While Long Shan cannot monitor all of us, there are undoubtedly many eyes watching us from the shadows. Stay alert. Xingran smirked slightly. After all, his role was to sense ninjas, and he was well aware of the surveillance, requiring no reminder. Rest assured, I am aware of it, he replied with a wry smile. His wandering gaze was not born of curiosity, but rather a diligent search for someone. After meandering for a short while, Xingran's lips curled into a faint grin, a fleeting spark of joy illuminating his eyes. Among the 4 or 5 hidden observers, he had indeed spotted the pharmacist Yinayu. Finally, he had found him, saving himself a considerable amount of trouble. The trio from Konoha had known from the outset that they would be under surveillance during their visit to Iwa Ninja Village. Long Shan was merely the official host, and although he had some monitoring duties, the true responsibility lay with the Umbu. Do not question how they knew so much. Konoha operated similarly, and, to be precise, the entire ninja world adhered to this practice. From the very beginning, Xingran had been employing his extraordinary auditory and visual abilities to search for hidden watchers. It was not that he was certain Yinayu would be among them. Rather, he operated under the principle of better to be mistaken than to overlook. Often, a squad of Umbu would not lend personnel midway through a task. For instance, when Xingran and his companions awaited a response from Tsuchikage, the Umbu escorting them upon departure would typically belong to the same unit that had accompanied them upon arrival. Thus, Xingran hoped to tempt fate, seeking to identify Yunayu and deliver a message. In the bustling environment, with his current calculations and sensory capabilities, he exerted some effort. The silence among the Umbu hindered communication, compelling Xingran to rely on his perceptive vision. This endeavor proved quite taxing, as utilizing such abilities amidst the throng of people tested one's self-restraint. The overwhelming sight of bare skin was indeed a challenge. At that moment, Yunayu was positioned approximately 50 meters ahead, behind a wall. The next step was to devise a method to approach the target. Rushing over with a casual demeanor would certainly raise suspicions, so he needed to find a confined space where both could be present, rendering the interaction less conspicuous. Scanning the current surroundings, Xingran noticed that the trio from Konoha was walking along a bustling street lined with shops, though most did not offer resting places for patrons. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. About 100 meters ahead lay a promising location devoid of other hidden Umbu. If he entered, it was highly probable that Yunayu would follow suit. This establishment was a gambling house, of decent size, but only a single story. Aiming to avoid drawing attention, Xingran discreetly slipped inside while his companions were momentarily distracted. The gambling house, though not overly crowded, had a considerable number of patrons. An intriguing study from a previous life revealed that when humanity finds itself in dire straits or grappling with hardship, the number of individuals drawn to gambling increases significantly. It was discovered that in times of adversity, the yearning for sudden wealth intensifies, and gambling presents itself as one of the most accessible and direct avenues for such aspirations. After the recent defeat in war, the land of Earth finds its citizens, though not submerged in despair, certainly not thriving either. For an establishment of this scale to maintain a steady flow of customers during the day is a testament to its prosperity. Just as Xingran had barely entered the gambling house, within 2 breaths, the medic Yaoshi Yunayu did indeed follow him inside. The reality of surveillance starkly contrasts with its portrayal in anime. In the original narrative, Konoha's Umbu often monitored individuals without even bothering to change their attire, perhaps as a means for Kishimoto to convey the simplicity of their covert nature. However, the truth is that Umbu operatives typically employ disguises while surveilling targets. Today, Yaoshi Yunayu had not donned her Umbu garb. Instead, she wore a plain female robe, adorned with subtle makeup that rendered her striking features somewhat androgynous, an appearance that would not be recognized by anyone unfamiliar with her. At the very moment Yunayu stepped into the gambling house, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the door. Yunayu, possessing true capabilities at the mid-chunin level and not primarily a combat type, her forte lying in medical ninjutsu, was caught off guard. As the figure brushed against her arm and swiftly departed, an involuntary chill ran down her spine. Yet, before she could adequately prepare for a defense, the intruder had vanished into the throng. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her otherwise composed visage as she observed the young Konoha ninja rejoin the crowd. But she quickly regained her composure and resumed her watchful duties. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yunayu's tranquil demeanor concealed the swift motion of her clenched fist, which discreetly vanished into the folds of her sleeve, now harboring a crumpled piece of paper. Xingran was not one to procrastinate, seizing every opportunity with alacrity. He utilized his chakra perception combined with superhuman hearing to confirm the footsteps that trailed him. He meticulously plotted his next move, executing a seamless entrance. Just as he slipped from the target's line of sight, he concealed himself behind the door and, at the moment the target reemerged, swiftly completed the transfer of the paper. He then proceeded to explore the establishment as if he were a genuine patron. The lack of synchronicity in Yunayu's reactions posed a significant challenge for Xingran amidst his series of actions. Had Yunayu possessed greater combat prowess, the sudden appearance of Xingran, even with his elite-level speed achieved through the fusion of super speed and chakra, might have resulted in a misstep due to her resistance. This concern had been preemptively analyzed by Xingran in the original storyline. Even a 10-year-old Kabuto had managed to catch Yunayu off guard and fatally strike her with a chakra scalpel, indicating her unsuitability for combat. Positions as an orphanage director or intelligence operative would indeed suit her far better. Another challenge lies in the reactions of Yanoyu. If the opponent does not maintain silence after obtaining the paper ball, the risk of exposure arises. However, this aspect has already been tested with Do. As fellow spies, they would never raise a commotion when faced with the paper ball discreetly slipped into their hands by a Konoha ninja. This is precisely why Xingran, when interacting with Do, cautiously concealed himself behind Shir-E before daring to act, whereas he boldly engaged with Yanoyu in such a crowded and chaotic environment. 114 small. Damn it, I lost again. Today is just not my day. I'm out of here. Huangya, keep it coming. If I run out of money, I'll borrow some from Scarhead. I haven't had my fill of fun yet, haha. Dealer, let us start the next round quickly. I'm on a hot streak today and intend to win back all my previous losses. Having completed an act of selfless generosity, Xingran's attention was finally drawn to the cacophony around him, seizing the rare opportunity, and to render his earlier actions more justifiable. He naturally found an available seat at a gambling table. The neural responses of a superhuman are remarkably swift, and their capacity to assimilate new experiences surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even someone like Xingran, who, due to solar-related issues, has suffered from severe developmental delays, possesses an enviable ability to calculate. In merely a few breaths, as he walked a short distance and settled into his seat, Xingran had already grasped the rules and gameplay of this establishment. Large casinos, having developed substantial scale and connections, generally do not partake directly in gambling. Instead, they operate by taking a cut from the games. In each round, the winner takes all, with the loser bearing the financial burden, allowing the casino to profit through a commission, ensuring a virtually risk-free venture. Conversely, smaller gambling halls exhibit a myriad of operational models. Some run their own games, allowing for the fastest profit accumulation. Others solely engage in usury, with each round entirely dependent on the patrons, and some emulate the larger venues by taking a cut, though this model often yields the least profit due to scale limitations. Naturally, many of these establishments are unscrupulous, simultaneously acting as dealers, taking cuts, and lending at high interest rates. However, such venues typically only thrive for a limited time before dwindling in patronage. The gambling establishment where Xingran currently resides operates as both a dealer and a high-interest lender. Its daytime success is attributable to the fact that it does not take a cut, allowing winners to earn more. Upon sitting down, Xingran refrained from placing a bet during the first round, opting instead to observe the gameplay. This was a table for betting on the size of dice. But since the dealer is the house itself, numerous gameplay variations exist. Similar to his previous life, there are also options to purchase points for higher odds. In such circumstances, the dealer's methods are often less than scrupulous. Indeed, during this round, the dice concealed under the cover revealed a total of 4 and 5 points in Xingran's eyes. However, since many players were betting on high, the instant the dealer lifted the cover, the outcome transformed into a triple of 4, resulting in an unexpected slaughter of the high bets. Xingran's lips twitched slightly as he had just been utilizing his clairvoyance to observe the game. The gambling apparatus was crafted from materials that nullified chakra, leaving the dealer to rely solely on their exceptional skills to cheat. This was a rather sophisticated endeavor, not one suitable for his own capabilities. However, unsuitability does not equate to an inability to participate, nor does it imply that his impressive methods of deception would go unused. For the second round, Xingran placed a bet. The dealer exhibited an impressive flair while shuffling the cards, and soon the points within the game were determined to be 1, 2, and 4. Not only were these numbers low, but due to the concealed vibrations employed in the cheating, it would be difficult to alter these results significantly. This time, Xingran wagered 200 taels on a small outcome, not out of a desire to avoid risk, but rather due to his limited pocket money. He had been engaged in B-rank missions, where the rewards were meager and had to be shared among his 3 teammates. As the captain, he had to take a larger share. In order to sustain his nutritional needs during daily training, Xingran's savings had never been plentiful. This was also why, despite awakening extraordinary abilities, he would still readily accept missions. Without funds, how could he afford to seclude himself for cultivation? The adage of the impoverished in literature and the wealthy in martial prowess rings true in every world. Once the bets were locked in, the game commenced. 1, 2, 3 is straight. Small. The dealer announced the outcome in a distinctive voice reminiscent of a performer from a past life reciting the names of dishes. However, upon seeing the revealed points, Xingran's lips twitched once more. This establishment likely wouldn't last long, as the house's manner of profit-taking was rather unsightly. A reminder to all, the saying 10 bets, 9 losses is no joke. The author advocates for the rejection of gambling and vice. Xingran had earned some money, but not much. The bulk had been claimed by the house. Although a straight was considered a small win, since there were no other players betting on small outcomes. The house took half of the wagered amount, distributing the remainder to those who had bet on small. It seemed today he would only be able to partake in the broth of the winnings. While lost in thought, a powerful hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. What on earth are you doing back in such a place? If it weren't for Mr. Longshan's reminder, we wouldn't have noticed you had vanished in the blink of an eye. Yamaki's darkened visage appeared behind Xingran as he spoke and attempted to pull him away from this venue. His reflexes were commendable. It was no wonder he had been the first to detect the enemy using ninja beasts for tracking. Yet, having missed out on gambling during the recent mission in the Land of Grass, and with the current task reaching a close while his safety was relatively assured, was it not a bit overbearing for him to prevent Xingran from enjoying himself? Captain Yamaki, a little gambling adds spice to life. The meager earnings from missions are simply insufficient, Xingran replied helplessly, brushing aside Yamaki's hand. At this moment, the dealer had set the shuffling cards down, signaling it was time for Xingran to place his bet. Xingran, heed my advice. 10 bets, 9 losses. Cherish life and steer clear of gambling. You've mentioned your funds are insufficient, and further gambling will only exacerbate that. At this point, Chumping also joined in the endeavor of guiding the wayward sheep, grasping Xingran's arm with a resolute determination that suggested he would drag him away, if necessary. I'll wager 300 taels, a trifling bet for amusement. Once I lose this amount, we shall leave. Xingran was not a habitual gambler, yet upon observing the numbers in the dice, 3, 3, and 2, he discerned the dealer's predictable tendencies. It was all too likely that the dealer would contrive to unveil a winning combination, perhaps a triplet. One might wonder why the dealer dared to play so boldly. After all, he had witnessed a staggering sequence of events, with 2 triplets and a straight among 3 rounds. A spectacle he had encountered in a past life. Having spent over a year in tranquil solitude, Xingran was unwilling to forsake such a lucrative opportunity. Excitement coursed through him as he divided his recent modest winnings of 300 taels into 2 stakes, 100 taels on a triplet of 3s, and another 100 taels on a straight of 2, 3, and 4. The remaining 100 taels were placed on a bet for a lower outcome. Winning with either the triplet or the straight would result in a comprehensive victory, while a win on the lower bet would yield a full return based on the odds. Either way, profit was assured, and certainly greater than his previous round. In that moment, Xingran radiated a fervor reminiscent of a hopeless gambler, causing Shanmuku and Chunping to exchange worried glances. The intelligence reports had clearly indicated that this young man had no prior history of gambling. Alas, it seemed that the scars of war had resurfaced. Whether he harbored violent tendencies remained uncertain, but it was now confirmed that he had developed a gambling vice. Lord Hokage would undoubtedly be disappointed. What a shame it was to see such a gifted individual squandering his talents, oblivious to the silent drama unfolding among the 2 members of the Konoha. Xingran was soon met with the dealer's promptness as the lid was lifted, accompanied by a casual glance in his direction. The outcome revealed 3, 3, and 2, a lower result. The air was thick with the lamentations of gamblers at the table, though a select few who had wagered on the lower outcome reveled in their fortune, perfectly portraying the dichotomy of joy and despair. Damn it, Xingran muttered under his breath, grappling with the harsh reality of gambling, where winning seemed a rare occurrence. He pondered whether there was any distinction between cheating and merely losing, realizing that ordinary gamblers were no different from those who simply gifted their money away. Cherish life and steer clear of gambling, he mused, acknowledging the wisdom in that adage. Ah, you've lost, Xingran. Let us depart while the losses remain manageable, Shanmuka remarked. Choosing not to elaborate further, Chunping, eager to salvage the situation, attempted to offer words of caution. There's no need to fret. I rarely gamble when abroad. If I lose all 300 taels, I shall take my leave, Xingran replied with a smile, determined to engage further with the establishment. He had indeed won on his previous bet, yet having wagered only 100 taels on the lower outcome, he lost the remaining 200, leaving him with just over 200 taels. As the next round commenced, the outcome revealed 3, 5, and 6, a higher result. However, Xingran refrained from hastily placing his bets, swiftly calculating in his mind. Given the dealer's tendencies, it was highly probable that a straight of 4, 5, and 6 would emerge. Yet, should someone place a bet on the straight, the dealer might choose to maintain the existing numbers, minimizing profits but avoiding complete annihilation by a triplet. The limits of a triplet and a straight lay in their respective odds, 10-fold for a triplet and 5-fold for a straight, capping potential earnings. In this context, the stakes were often insufficient to satiate the dealer's appetite. Now possessing 230 taels, Xingran decided to wager 200 taels on the higher outcome and 30 taels on the straight. This strategy would not mirror his previous round, where he had risked all his funds. By betting on the higher outcome, he could safeguard his capital while still aiming for a modest profit, effectively positioning himself to seize the dealer's winnings, altering the dynamic between those who merely consume and those who partake of both broth and meat. Xingran harbored no concerns that the dealer would exclusively deal high cards, for such a scenario would distribute the winnings among a larger number of players, consequently diminishing his own share. Indeed, this time Xingran's intuition proved correct. He achieved a straight with a sequence of 4, 5, and 6. At the gambling table, the players shouted in excitement, their fervor unabated, or rather, still fervently wild. Those who had suffered losses were not inclined to relent easily and urged the dealer to commence another round. Meanwhile, Xingran wore a somewhat mischievous expression, grinning with delight. With a straight earning him 5 times his wager, he profited 150 taels, and having bet 200 taels on high, he secured an additional 100 taels along with his initial stake. His total funds now amounted to 480 taels. As his capital increased, the speed at which he accrued wealth also accelerated, with small bets on triples and straights and substantial bets on high or low. The amounts were instantaneously calculated based on the total stakes at the table, leaving the dealer feeling quite pressured each time the results were revealed. The gambling narrative is essential. After all, there is an important character yet to appear, and we dare not dilute the tension. Following 2 instances where the dealer enforced a policy of not allowing the house to profit while denying the opponents their fair share, the dealer quickly discerned that due to Xingran's considerable stakes in high or low bets, he was amassing a significant profit even in the absence of triples or straights. Clearly, he was a seasoned player. When Xingran's stakes reached 6,000 taels, the dealer announced a need for a brief respite to visit the restroom. Watching the dealer hastily depart, Xingran suddenly realized he might have been a bit too audacious. Many of his fellow players at the table had begun to mirror his betting behavior, leading him to suspect that the dealer was likely seeking the proprietor. "We've had a splendid time today. Let us return," Xingran mused as he prepared to leave. Pulling along the bewildered duo from the Hidden Leaf's Umbu, who had been astonished since the third hand. After imparting a lesson about the detrimental effects of gambling on the health and well-being of the commoners from the land of Earth, since they would inevitably lose regardless of their fortune, the trio was intercepted at the door by the rock shinobi. Longshan, with a wry smile and a shake of his head, he explained, "Lord Shan, had I not been aware that you were merely visiting for leisure, I would have suspected you were here to disrupt the establishment. The proprietor will arrive shortly. Let us clarify matters before departing to avoid any unnecessary conflict." Indeed, events unfolded as Xingran had anticipated, although he had never encountered such a situation previously. He had read enough novels to recognize that leaving with winnings unscathed was not a simple feat. It remained unclear what Longshan and the imposing figure with a prominent scar on his forehead discussed, and Xingran had little inclination to eavesdrop. Longshan continued to offer apologies to the scarred man, and after a lengthy exchange, they concluded their conversation. On the way back to the inn, Longshan informed the group that they could no longer patronize that gambling establishment, as they were not welcome there. At that moment, Xingran felt a twinge of sympathy for the Tsuchikage. Being affiliated with Longshan indicated that the Tsuchikage's influence had waned significantly in Awakens, to the extent that even the owner of a gambling house could command respect and humility from a diplomatic official. Perhaps the proprietor possessed significant connections, but the ability to address matters so publicly underscored the profound impact of the Tsuchikage's defeat on his reputation, far exceeding Xingran's initial assumptions. "It appears that I shall be residing in Awakens for a while longer. Given the current esteem of the Tsuchikage within the village, it will not be an easy task to completely quell the murmurs of those conspiracy theorists from Konoha." Following the events of the day, Xingran and his companions lost their enthusiasm, retreating to their chambers early after dinner to rest. Initially, Xingran had envisioned indulging his friends with a sumptuous feast of grilled meat, but it seems prudent to conserve his earnings for now. Instead, he plans to replenish his supply of explosive tags, which cost several hundred ryo each, a luxury he previously hesitated to expend. Yet, with his current proficiency in throwing shuriken, he anticipates a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Speaking of explosive tags, an idea suddenly illuminated Xingran's mind. His heat vision, while effective for boiling water, had limited utility and was quite taxing. The explosive tag is a unique combat tool in the world of shinobi that requires activation before use. However, there is a drawback to this weapon. Once activated, it produces a flame and sound that grant enemies ample time to react. From his recollections, explosive tags appeared formidable, yet they seldom inflicted direct harm during battles and were often employed as a means of distraction. What if he were to wrap an explosive tag around a kunai and detonate it remotely with his heat vision after striking the enemy? This approach might prove to be more discreet and swift. However, the issue of emitting a red light from his eyes poses a potential complication, as he would have difficulty explaining such a technique if discovered. Lost in these thoughts, the night deepened. Just as Xingran prepared to retire for the evening, a soft tapping sound echoed. Someone was not knocking at the door, but rather tapping at the window from outside. The reason assured him that his current situation was relatively safe. It was unwise to be careless when disturbed at such an hour. Activating his X-ray vision, he peered through the curtains and discerned a figure clad in Iwa's ambu attire. Characterized by long yellow hair and a curvaceous silhouette, a female operative. It was Yakushi Nanoyu. To his surprise, the very person to whom he had entrusted the fateful note earlier in the day had now come to seek him out. Hello. Is there something you require at this late hour? While Xingran would generally refrain from opening the window for anyone else, Nanoyu was a different matter. Setting aside their lack of animosity, the fact that she was a spy for Konoha assured him that she would not pose a threat to him. It was not that Xingran believed Nanoyu incapable of overpowering him. Rather, he felt secure in allowing her entry. Greetings. I recall you are Yamashiro Xingran from Konoha, correct? Rest assured, I am responsible for monitoring your room tonight, and no one will notice, she spoke, her voice gentle and soothing even through her mask, instilling a sense of familiarity. After briefly elucidating their current circumstances, she wasted no time in articulating her purpose, indicating that her time was indeed limited and that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Xingran did not elaborate further, merely nodding to signal that she could proceed with her explanation. How did you uncover my identity? I mean, even after we met, I had been wearing a mask. Yet somehow you were able to discern my true self from the paper notes to today. I have concealed my identity on both occasions. Where did I falter? Removing the mask, Yano-yu unexpectedly did not inquire about her relationship with Do, but rather questioned how she had exposed herself. Xingran, upon reflection, quickly comprehended Yano-yu's sentiments. As a spy favored by Danzo himself, her ability to disguise and gather intelligence was her very means of survival. The sudden revelation of her identity by someone she had never encountered before left Yano-yu feeling acutely uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles. As for whether Xingran was a new contact sent by the root, the content of Xingran's letter made it clear that she could not possibly be affiliated with them, and she might even have some conflict with Root, rendering her circumstances irrelevant. I am merely a member of the Yamashiro clan, possessing heightened perception, Xingran nonchalantly remarked. This statement once again plunged Yano-yu into a brief silence. The Yamashiro clan was indeed renowned for their keen senses, but could they truly be so astute? She would never believe that her information had not been investigated by Root beforehand. Very well. If you are unwilling to divulge that, then I wish to know how you came to be aware of the deception between Do and myself. Yano-yu shifted her tone, now employing formal language. This was the information she urgently sought. In fact, the impetus for her visit to Xingran tonight stemmed from her prior encounter with Do. Indeed, he looked nothing like the photograph Danzo had provided. Had it not been for the message from Xingran, neither would have dared to speak upon meeting. When Do recounted his experiences in the orphanage, explaining that he needed to wear Yano-yu's glasses to see clearly, it was not an easy task to swiftly accept information from a stranger. Xingran's goodwill was undeniably reckless. A potential misunderstanding loomed in the air regarding who would speak first upon their recognition. The individual who initiated the conversation would inevitably bear the burden of a significant exposure risk, a pressure that was particularly distressing for a spy. Fortunately, after Yano-yu encountered Do, although they did not converse, her original visage was still revealed before him. Do had been a child in those days, and after several years of growth, his appearance could have changed dramatically, yet Yano-yu had already been an adult. Any alterations in her looks would not have been substantial. Upon seeing Yano-yu's face, Do instinctively called out her name. In the original narrative, Do had struck Yano-yu down under the cover of night. Yet upon assessing the aftermath, he immediately recognized her as his foster mother, and the situation mirrored itself once again. Ah, this is an unforeseen circumstance. In any case, I have learned about your situation, and I disapprove of Danzo's actions. I do not wish for the wandering priestess to conclude her life in such a tragic manner, which is why I decided to write you a note, Xingran said, feigning nonchalance, her words a blend of truth and pretense. Yano-yu regarded her with skepticism, remaining silent. Her gaze fixed intently on Xingran, which made Xingran feel rather awkward. I have not received any orders from Danzo to assassinate any of the rock ninja. After a prolonged silence, Yano-yu suddenly uttered a remark that left Xingran with a bitter smile. What does this mean? Do you doubt yourself? If you simply recognize Do, the truth will become apparent. How am I to prove the veracity of my words? Unbeknownst to Xingran, Yano Yu had already met with Do, but soon, Yano Yu's statement resolved this dilemma. Do had not received any orders from Danzo to assassinate a member of the Rock Ninjas. This revelation afforded Xingran a slight sense of relief, indicating that they had indeed encountered each other, and from the tone, it seemed their familial ties had been acknowledged. As for when such an order from Danzo might surface, to be frank, I am uncertain. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I have conveyed the danger to you, and that lightens my heart. What you choose to do thereafter is of no concern to me. Xingran, unable to provide evidence, could only speak with a hint of exasperation. He merely sought a clear conscience, satisfying his thirst for knowledge, and having said all that needed to be said, it was up to you to take care of yourselves. Upon hearing Xingran's words, Yano Yu fell silent once more. Time slipped by, and Xingran, observing the situation, felt anxious for Yano Yu. Why linger here? It would be prudent to return home and avoid drawing attention. What do you wish in return for your assistance? After a long pause, Yano Yu unexpectedly posed this question, leaving Xingran somewhat speechless. After holding back for so long, was this the grand revelation? Indeed, in this ninja world, there are no purely altruistic souls. To mobilize forces for the sake of others, who would believe in doing good without expecting something in return. Yet, paradoxically, Xingran's sole intention was to prevent a tragedy from repeating itself, seeking a semblance of peace within. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with great power comes a desire to benefit the world. What was wrong with wanting to act freely? I have no demands. You may leave now. I need to rest. Acknowledging that Yano Yu's cautious demeanor towards strangers was typical of a ninja, Xingran felt troubled by the incessant inquiries following a good deed, prompting him to deliver a polite dismissal with a formulaic smile. Seeing Xingran's impatience, Yano Yu was genuinely perplexed. Did such selfless individuals truly exist in this world? A chuckle escaped her lips. She had indeed encountered one, herself. Reflecting on this, a smile involuntarily graced Yano Yu's face, lightening the atmosphere. Suddenly, she realized that the handsome young leaf ninja before her was rather pleasing to the eye. The long years of espionage had deprived Yano Yu of laughter, and upon witnessing her smile, Xingran found himself influenced, his previously mechanical smile now radiating sincerity. You are a good person. This is my token of gratitude. May we meet again by fate. Yano Yu donned her mask once more, tossed a scroll, roughly the size of her forearm, to Xingran, and proceeded towards the window from whence she came. Under the shimmering stars, Xingran instinctively caught the scroll that was tossed to him. Just as he was about to inquire about its contents, Yanao, who had climbed onto the windowsill, turned back and remarked, by the way, although you are a good person who has helped us, Do does not trust you. Alas, the work of a spy has adversely affected his upbringing. Yanao's previous words were directed at Xingran, yet before he could complete his thought, he vanished once more into the enveloping darkness, as if trying to elucidate his point to Xingran, while simultaneously grappling with his own feelings of inadequacy. Xingran gazed at the empty windowsill, the evening breeze lifting the curtains momentarily before they settled back into stillness, plunging the room into silence once more. The handsome young man's lips curled slightly, striving to produce a smile. Being labeled a good person, does that constitute a betrayal of kindness? Whether in this life or the last. Few virtuous souls end up with favorable destinies. A quintessential example stood before him, Yanao, a genuinely good person, who compassionately nurtured the orphans left in the wake of war, would, under normal circumstances, meet a grim fate. Weighing the scroll in his hands, he found it substantial, hinting at an abundance of content within. Upon unfurling it, he was met with a plethora of densely packed characters and human illustrations that filled the entire scroll. This was a medical ninjutsu scroll. Moreover, the occasional interspersed annotations indicated that it encompassed not only medical techniques, but also a wealth of Yanao's personal insights into the art. Xingran possessed extraordinary cognitive abilities, albeit of a somewhat underdeveloped variety, but he could learn ninjutsu with remarkable speed. Typically, given the appropriate materials, he could master a standard technique in about half a day. The only factor preventing him from becoming like Kakashi, who had mastered thousands of techniques, was the prevailing culture of secrecy in this world. The ninja realm comprised both prestigious clans and common shinobi. The distinction lay not only in the number of individuals sharing the same surname, but also in the transmission of knowledge. As members of noble clans, they had access to far more ninjutsu than their civilian counterparts, making it easier for them to discover techniques that suited them and increasing their chances of becoming formidable warriors. This positive feedback loop resulted in a growing number of powerful clan members and an ever-expanding repository of collected techniques. In contrast, civilians faced a different reality. To learn a new ninjutsu, aside from the basic techniques taught in ninja academies, they had to rely on their own efforts. Whether through apprenticing with a master or exchanging contributions from completed missions for opportunities to learn, they had to invest considerable effort before reaping any rewards, which paled in comparison to the advantages enjoyed by noble families. It was a far cry from the ease of apprenticeship in previous eras. Though not as arduous as the 3 years of servitude followed by 3 years as a worker and 3 years as an assistant to truly acquire genuine skills. Nonetheless, the initial phase of running errands and attending to one's master was inevitable. Even Naruto, who had Jiraiya as his mentor, found it challenging. He had to endure being swindled out of all his savings before acquiring any substantial knowledge. Thus, the act of entrusting one's insights and ninjutsu scroll to another was undoubtedly a significant gift. Regrettably, this gesture left Xingran feeling quite disheartened. The root of his discontent lay in the fact that his chakra affinity was limited to the inherited Yin-release chakra and his own Earth-release chakra, rendering such invaluable resources of little use to him. Alas, he resigned himself to slumber. Xingran rolled up the scroll once more, lay back down on his bed, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the dead of night, the village of Yin was enveloped in a tempest of thunder and lightning, plunging it into an aqueous realm. It had been ages since such a torrential downpour graced this village. When Xingran awoke the next morning and opened his window, the room was instantly filled with invigorating, negatively charged air, which also filled his lungs with its refreshing essence. What a delightful atmosphere, lounging lazily on the windowsill. Xingran observed the sparse drizzle continuing to fall from the heavens. It was certainly not an ideal day for venturing outside, which rendered him even more lethargic. The dusty air of the land of Earth evoked within him a sense of being ensnared in the smog of a past life, however. The rain had washed the world anew, restoring the nearly unpolluted air that pulled Xingran back to reality. Why did the era of Naruto 2 decades hence witness such an industrial explosion? Well, Naruto is the Hokage, and during his time in the Land of Snow, he encountered advanced craftsmanship that surely sparked his appreciation for industrial innovation. As he pondered these thoughts, time slipped away unnoticed until a series of knocks resounded at the door. Upon entering the suite's hall, he discovered that his companions from the other 2 rooms had already left, presumably to partake in breakfast. When Xingran opened the door, he was greeted by a figure with white hair and slightly rigid round glasses, none other than Kabuto. It was rather amusing how this mother-son duo seemed to seek him out at such odd hours. One visited in the dead of night, the other bright and early. Kabuto had come to deliver breakfast, or so the official narrative went. Privately, he had ulterior motives, true to his reputation as a remarkably gifted spy. Kabuto met Xingran with a genial smile that disarmed any sense of wariness. Xingran, not wanting to overthink the encounter, returned a radiant, sunny smile, which momentarily took Kabuto aback. Without further ado, Xingran welcomed Kabuto into his room. In that instant, both seemed to sense a kinship, their outward smiles belying their inner thoughts. "I cannot linger here for long," Kabuto stated bluntly, cutting to the chase. "I find it hard to believe you would be so altruistic without any ulterior motives. Spare me the jest. What is your true intention? Speak now." As soon as he entered, Kabuto unleashed a torrent of stern words that caused Xingran to furrow his brow. If last night's Yukushi no Nayu had left a somewhat palatable impression, at least maintaining a degree of humility, today Kabuto exhibited an air of distrust towards everyone and everything, resembling a troubled youth, a quintessential edgelord. Indeed, perhaps he lacked a darker persona. While a brooding demeanor may indicate a shadowy disposition, it could also suggest a level of maturity. Speaking to a benefactor in such a manner, where were his manners? He recalled what Nonayu had mentioned upon departing. Kabuto was, indeed, a child devoid of proper upbringing. "I have no ulterior motives. I have already spoken with Nonayu. If you have questions, direct them to him. Now, if you'll excuse me, goodbye," Xingran replied, attempting to usher the troubled youth away. "Humph. While Yano you might easily place her trust in you, I certainly will not. What is your true intention? If you do not clarify this today, I shall remain here indefinitely. Should others arrive and escalate the situation, at worst I will fail my espionage mission, yet you shall not escape unscathed either." Do's stance is unequivocal, since he is unaware of this sudden, inexplicable individual attempting to aid a Konoha ninja against him and his foster mother. He perceives the world through a lens of deception and treachery, shaped by his childhood experiences as a spy. Ever since he discovered that his superiors were deceiving him, a fierce determination has brewed within him. He no longer cares for the mission, as long as others harbor unclear intentions towards him. He is willing to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. Xingran, a sensor ninja, though not as capable in battle as most of his clan, finds it relatively simple to perceive the emotions of those in close proximity. In Do, there are hints of a rebellious spirit, nearly defying the heavens and air itself. How does one speak the truth to a madman? Once again, Xingran harnesses his underdeveloped intellect, and a sudden thought emerges: to persuade Do to depart peacefully. Avoiding any notion of a shared demise, he must acquiesce to Do's inquiries. You ask me what my intentions are. If I do not elucidate, you are willing to embrace mutual destruction, are you not? Then I shall indeed allow you to proceed with your plans. It is worth noting that Orochimaru holds high expectations for Do's talents in medical ninjutsu. Although the future ramifications of Do and Yano-US actions remain uncertain, they are no longer of concern to Xingran, as he still grapples with his own soul-less issues. Since Do has presented himself, then let him become a triple agent under Orochimaru's command. Xingran possesses principles. He is inclined to assist others within his capabilities, yet he is not a fool. Do's current tone of repaying kindness with resentment would earn him disdain from any reasonable individual, and Xingran is no exception. Assisting Do and his mother could be seen as rectifying a regret from his previous life spent watching anime. It is not a matter of obligation towards Do. Yano-U's gratitude signifies that his goodwill has been reciprocated, albeit of little personal utility. Hence, in light of the current circumstances, Xingran is disinclined to ease Do's plight. Very well, I say. Did my note not indicate that Orochimaru has long coveted your medical talents, wishing to recruit you as an underling? Moreover, in due course, Danzo intends to assign you a task to eliminate Yashir Yano-U, under the covert supervision of Orochimaru. My request is quite simple. Once Orochimaru approaches you, I wish for you to serve him as an operative, seizing the opportunity to procure a copy of his research findings, specifically those crucial documents. Xingran's demands are straightforward, yet it remains uncertain whether Do will acquiesce to such an arrangement. Indeed, Xingran harbored no concerns regarding whether Do would acquiesce to his request. Rather, it was a matter of acknowledgement. Should Do accept the proposition, he would cease his disturbances. As for whether Do would ultimately fulfill his own demands, Xingran expressed indifference, viewing it as a mere trivial maneuver. He had unwavering faith in his future prowess, believing he could effortlessly procure what he desired from Orochimaru, be it through negotiation or force. I knew it. All of you ninjas from Konoha are devious scoundrels, Do remarked, his expression reflecting a knowing acknowledgement upon hearing Xingran's intentions. He refrained from indicating his agreement or disagreement with the request, and with a dramatic flourish of his long sleeves, akin to shaking off some sticky substance from his fingers, he turned and exited with an air of nonchalance. Xingran chuckled and shook his head, fully aware that Do had indeed fallen into a trap. The current, untainted Do would not easily owe anyone a favor. Why was Xingran so certain? Isn't every adolescent prone to such behaviors? After meeting his foster mother, Do's previous vulnerabilities, long held by Danzo, had dissipated, and his youthful spirit was evidently on the rise. Following a sumptuous breakfast, Xingran found himself growing increasingly restless. Why not indulge in a gamble? Without hesitation, he changed his attire and prepared to venture out. At that moment, Junping and Longshan entered the Konoha delegation's suite. The third Suchikage wishes to convey a response to Konoha? Xingran initially intended to continue to the gambling house, dismissing the previous establishment, but was interrupted by Junping. Yamakiko had been summoned by the Suchikage for a discussion, leaving the remaining Konoha delegation to await further orders at the inn. This pace was unexpectedly swift. I had anticipated that the Suchikage would require more deliberation before rendering a final response. Xingran voiced his bewilderment. When had matters between the two nations resolved so expeditiously? This is somewhat related to Mr. Yamashiro, Longshan interjected, suddenly assuming an air of possessing insider knowledge. Xingran soon learned the reason. It turned out that the scarred proprietor from the previous day was one of the prominent figures opposing the Konoha faction. Upon learning of yesterday's events, the Suchikage had likely utilized Xingran's identity and abilities to craft some convoluted narrative that compelled the influential figure to relent. This was a significant breakthrough, prompting the Suchikage to act decisively today, aiming to prevent prolonged uncertainty that could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Every family has its own difficult scriptures to read, Xingran mused, eliciting imaginative speculations from the two others in the room. Junping assumed Xingran was referring to the Suchikage's higher-ups and their relationship with the Yamashiro clan, while Longshan, more perceptive, considered the possibility that Konoha's upper echelons might also harbor radical factions eager to perpetuate the conflict. The moment that notion crossed his mind, Longshan felt a sense of urgency. Although it was merely a casual remark from a Konoha individual, its reliability was questionable. Yet, at such a critical juncture, it was wiser to err on the side of caution. After exchanging a brief farewell, Longshan hastily departed, leaving only Xingran and Junping, two Konoha ninjas, in the room. As the atmosphere grew increasingly stagnant, "Shall we roll some dice?" Xingran broke the awkward silence. "Betting?" Junping replied, akin to a loyal servant guarding his purse. "A little wager can be quite delightful. Yesterday, you generously gifted someone 6,000 taels, and even the boss emerged. Do you wish to engage in high-stakes gambling?" "Alas, my hand aches." Observing the timid Pure Ping, who clutched his stomach and retreated into his room with a furrowed brow, Xingran felt a sense of ennui. Awaiting in the inn, uncertain of how long he would be confined there, he pondered what else he could possibly do. In the afternoon, as darkness enveloped the sky, Shanmuho finally returned. Upon entering the suite, he spotted Zhong Xingran seated on the sofa, engrossed in a scroll. Simultaneously, he noticed his good friend, Pure Ping, hiding in his room, occasionally peeking through the door crack at Xingran, appearing rather furtive. "What captivates you so?" Shanmuho greeted Xingran and settled on the opposite end of the sofa, pouring himself a cup of water and drinking it heartily. Regarding the medical ninjutsu scroll, it was merely something he had brought from his clan. Xingran casually mentioned the contents of the scroll, but feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, quickly added a note about its origin. "Oh, I didn't realize you harbored aspirations of becoming a medical ninja. Well done," Shanmuho exclaimed, as though he had discovered a new facet of Xingran. Medical ninjas are not the commonplace sort. Each one is a treasure to the village. The fact that the first targets eliminated in battle are often medical ninjas speaks volumes. Tsunade's 3 principles for medical ninjas are not arbitrary. No, I'm just browsing," Xingran replied. "By the way, what news from the Earth Shadow? How much longer must we wait?" Lacking yang release chakra, Xingran perused the scroll purely to pass the time, reading at a leisurely pace. Normally, he could memorize such a scroll in half an hour, and if it aligned with his own ninjutsu, he could master it within half a day. Unfortunately, this was not a typical situation. Without yang release, mastery was out of reach. He was merely broadening his horizons. The scroll contained scant information: healing technique, palm sage technique, and healing injury erasure. The healing technique focuses chakra in the palm to target healing, while the palm sage technique utilizes release chakra to achieve remarkable recovery speeds for both internal and external injuries. It can also disrupt the chakra flow within another's body, inducing a state of lethargy. Both techniques are well known and commonly employed, with the palm sage technique being a more advanced version of the healing technique, requiring exceptional chakra control. Xingran particularly noted the healing injury erasure technique, which, like the palm sage technique, necessitates the medical ninja to accurately assess the location of an incoming attack and swiftly concentrate a significant amount of chakra at that spot, allowing wounds to heal automatically after being struck. This bears resemblance to the super regenerative abilities within his own ironclad physique. "Xingran, you truly are a modest individual. The Earth Shadow has already conferred with the upper echelons of IWA Shinobi Village. Look, this is their response. We can depart for home tomorrow." Shanmuho holds an exceptionally favorable impression of Xingran, admiring not only his acute perceptual abilities but also his remarkable skill with shuriken. Currently, he is delving into the study of medical ninjutsu. Despite his newfound fascination with gambling, he remains an ambitious young man. Upon returning to the village, he intends to recommend to the Hokage that Xingran abandon his gambling habits, thereby adding another inheritor of the Will of Fire within the Hokage's faction. In contrast, Xingran does not engage in as much internal contemplation as Shanmuho. When he observed Shanmuho extracting a lavishly crafted scroll from his pocket and whistling, he realized that their mission was finally drawing to a close. With a newfound method of earning money, upon completing this task, he envisioned a life akin to secluded cultivation, free from the burdens of mission-related distractions, thus accelerating his path to strength. However, soon a thought crossed Xingran's mind, and his expression quickly returned to neutrality. Life in the ninja world could hardly be so carefree. While wealth indeed affords a certain ease, the absence of undertaken missions equates to a lack of contributions. Merely relying on the scant secret techniques of his clan would scarcely suffice to attain the strength of a Kage. Alas, life must go on. albeit with a touch more comfort than before, free from the worries of basic needs, allowing for higher material aspirations. At that moment, he heard Shan Muho's voice. In pure ping, who had confirmed the safety of his wallet, emerged from his room. He expressed his relief that the task was nearing completion while lamenting Shan Mu's late return. Darkness had fully enveloped the village, making an early return impossible. Iwagakure would not breach protocol for a handful of foreign ninjas, and by now, the village gates had been firmly shut. The barrier team resumed their evening duties. And exiting the village required adherence to numerous procedures. Fortunately, with the task completed, their return journey would be more relaxed than their arrival. Once they departed from Awakens, they could utilize the summoning birds of Konoha to send out their reports, unlike their arrival, which necessitated an envoy to undergo formal procedures. On their way back, they merely needed to ensure their safety, unburdened by the responsibilities of their mission. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke the following day, the trio from Konoha set out on their journey homeward, accompanied as usual by two Iwagakure. Xingran easily discerned that these were the same two who had escorted them on their way to the village, reflecting the similarities in operational methods between Iwagakure and Konoha. Had it not been for the prior arrangement of delivering the paper ball to Yaonayu at the gambling house, the current escorting situation would have mirrored Xingran's initial plan for contact with Yaonayu, eliminating many complications. The two maintained a tacit understanding, refraining from conversation, akin to strangers, as they traveled in silence. After Shan Muho released 3 ninja hawks, the trio journeyed for 13 hours, successfully traversing nearly 2,000 miles and crossing from the land of earth into the land of grass. The journey through the land of earth had been devoid of ambushes, and the presence of the experienced Iwagakure, familiar with the terrain, enabled them to move swiftly. "We will stop here. Wishing you good fortune." Yaonayu conveyed his blessings before swiftly vanishing into the evening glow. The trio from Konoha felt little as they waved farewell and hurried towards the nearest marketplace. Meanwhile, a robust Umbu operative from the rock village cast a curious glance at his companion, who typically spoke very little, especially when engaging with foreign ninjas. What could have prompted such unusual behavior today? Beat Town, a relatively large settlement within the land of grass, was still somewhat distant from the border. The Konoha trio initially intended to locate a nearby marketplace along the border between the land of earth and the land of grass for a brief respite. However, Xingran had other plans, persistently advocating for a visit to Beat Town, which ultimately persuaded his companions to acquiesce. Consequently, instead of arriving at their lodging before dinner, the trio found themselves seeking accommodation at the late hour of night. Xingran deemed the extra journey worthwhile, as Beat Town was bustling and vibrant, filled with a plethora of commercial establishments. In this lively world, such places often thrived with opportunities for expenditure. Xingran sought to purchase explosive tags to practice his previous concepts, as well as to replenish his financial reserves. This was not merely a whimsical endeavor. This time, Xingran exhibited prudence after finishing his late-night meal and settling into the inn. He waited until he was certain his companions were resting before venturing out alone to find a gambling hall. He had adequately prepared, disguising himself with various appearances to ensure that, should he accumulate considerable winnings, he would not be expelled unceremoniously. Soon, Xingran began his sweep through the nearest gambling establishments. What had started as pocket change swiftly transformed into a substantial sum of savings. He reveled in the thrill, when success seems inevitable. Those of a more delicate disposition may find it uninteresting, yet Xingran wished only for the continuation of his fortune. A familiar force, a recognizable hand, and a well-known voice interrupted his revelry. "Xingran-kun." The voice of Junping suddenly emerged from behind him. This was the third gambling hall Xingran had entered, and he had noticed Junping approaching during his previous game, prompting him to seize the moment for a high-stakes gamble. Upon observing the table filled with lucrative prospects, Junping easily recognized Xingran. "What a coincidence. Have you come to play a hand as well, Senior Junping?" Xingran flashed a congenial, formulaic smile, his radiant grin momentarily disorienting Junping, causing him to forget whether he had come to gamble or to rescue a wayward lamb. "Xingran-kun, I have told you countless times that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. You must not become addicted, otherwise your life will be ruined." Junping insisted, pulling Xingran's arm in a bid to lead him outside. His lecturing style reminiscent of a doting grandparent, never repeating himself, showcasing a remarkable flair for guidance in his own right. Throughout their journey, Xingran maintained a smile, akin to a novice actor with no need for skill beyond the facade. Yet, gradually, sincerity crept into his smile. Despite Junping's ordinary appearance, abilities, and character, His genuine concern for Xingran's well-being touched him deeply, revealing him to be a person worthy of lasting friendship. For reasons unknown, Xingran suddenly felt that Junping bore a striking resemblance to Irika, lacking distinctive ninja traits, yet possessing notable qualities in his character. Upon returning to the inn, Yamanaka Xingran was absent, having gone in search of Hashiran. Observing the situation, it was evident that the environment for ninjas in Konohagakure was significantly superior to that of other nations. Despite having only undertaken a single mission, the bonds formed were already profound, unlike the indifferent demeanor often found in the less hospitable ninja villages, where the fates of comrades are frequently disregarded. Early the following morning, Yamanaka Xingran, returning from his nocturnal escapades, promptly roused Hashiran from his slumber, initiating a second round of well-intentioned admonishments. Hashiran, wearing a wry smile, resolved to extricate himself from his predicament. Esteemed seniors, I won 10,000 Rio yesterday. Winning is commendable. Yet with such an attitude, you shall inevitably squander your earnings. Heed my counsel, seniors. My gambling is merely a means to acquire additional ninja tools and to refine my techniques. Humph, the excuses of a gambler. We are seasoned nin. Your tricks will not prevail here. There is a ninja tool shop at the street corner. I intend to replenish my explosive tags. How about I procure 2 for each of you? Do not think that such trifling gestures can absolve your debts. After earning so much, you offer merely 2? Make it 3 for each. No, 4. Agreed. To bridge the gap of misunderstanding between individuals, one need not rely solely on the infinite Tsukuyami or the chakra of the ninja clan. The act of gift-giving serves as a commendable alternative. Having earned a substantial sum the previous night and shared in the spoils with his companions, the trio from Konoha set forth once more on their journey back to the village. This time, devoid of the Iwanin umbu, the 3 travelers proceeded at a leisurely pace, crossing the land of grass and reaching the borders of the land of fire by late afternoon. Throughout the journey, Hashiran clutched the explosive tags, his gaze occasionally wandering. Unbeknownst to others, small holes intermittently appeared on leaves and branches in his vicinity, singed by an unseen force. Yet, his stealth was insufficient. Stealing a glance at his comrades ahead, he was acutely aware of the crimson glow emanating from his eyes, a telltale sign of his ability that could easily be perceived by the discerning. However, dimming the light was a challenge. Detonating the explosive tags in an instant was not feasible, as reducing the intensity would compromise the power, rendering his efforts futile. Once more, Hashiran discreetly employed his thermal vision on a nearby leaf. Alert! Suddenly, Yamanaka Xingran's sharp command snapped Hashiran to attention. He had been distracted, engaged in developing new combat methods while on the move, and the urgency in Takumi's voice made him momentarily believe he had been discovered. As he switched off his thermal vision, he noticed that the leaf he had been observing now bore an almost imperceptible hole. What is happening? Hiraihi's voice interrupted Hashiran's thoughts. Following his companion's gaze, Hashiran quickly discerned the devastation at a nearby outpost. It had been attacked. As the team's perceptive ninja, Hashiran should have been the first to sense the situation. However, his mind had been preoccupied, and it was only when Yamanaka Xingran approached that he realized Konoha's outpost had fallen under assault. According to the plan devised by the trio, they intended to rendezvous with their comrades at the border outpost, take a brief respite, and then proceed together with the patrolling team to the next outpost. Soon after, they would be within the safe and serene confines of Konohagakure. However, the outpost was now under siege, casting a shadow of dread over their return journey. Reflecting on the 6-man team they had encountered earlier, the trio felt a weight of despondency. Who goes there? The remaining Leaf Ninja at the outpost soon recognized the trio and raised their voices in warning, assuming defensive postures. It is us, just returned from Iwagakure. What transpired here? Yamanaka, clearly familiar with the area, declared their identity as he approached a Leaf Ninja with a bandaged shoulder. Ah, Yamanaka-kun, as you can see, we were ambushed. The enemy struck while our patrol was out, and we were outnumbered. Fortunately, we managed to send a signal, and the enemy, having gained little, retreated. This marks the second assault this week. They have become somewhat of familiar foes, the bandaged ninja replied in a grave tone, suggesting that while the situation appeared dire, there were likely no fatalities. How many were there? Junpei inquired, a question that mirrored the curiosity of the trio. If it were a 6-man squad led by Nin, it might indeed be the same group they had encountered earlier. There were 6. At least one Nin among them. Although they donned IWA attire, many are adept in water and earth techniques, primarily employing combination jutsu. The injured ninja spoke, inadvertently causing pain as he shifted, his expression a mix of anguish and frustration. Could it truly be that same group? The trio shared a silent understanding, recognizing the implications of the description. How long has the patrol been out? When can we expect their return? A sense of foreboding washed over Hashiran. Hoping his fears were unfounded. They have been gone for some time, and our distress signal was dispatched a while ago. They should be returning shortly. Just as the bandaged ninja finished speaking, a team of 4 leaf ninjas suddenly materialized in the camp. The 4, poised in various stances, occupied the high ground of the outpost without uttering a word. These were elite ninjas, well-trained for such scenarios. Hashiran felt a slight relief as he observed their arrival. Upon further explanation, it became evident that the enemy numbered not 6 but 8. The patrol had been lured away by 2 rogue IWA ninjas, who, emboldened by their success, sought to dismantle the outpost. Yet, thanks to their early warning systems, the trio had detected the threat and concluded their mission, returning to the village prior to the enemy's success. Under the original defensive traps of the outpost, the enemy could not achieve their objectives in a short time frame and thus retreated decisively. This incident was merely a reckless act of guerrilla warfare by the rogue IWA ninjas, not the precursor to a large-scale conflict Hashiran had initially feared, as evidenced by the absence of attempts to encircle and isolate their forces. It seems that the lack of manpower is the issue. Had this battle been orchestrated by Xingran with sufficient personnel, the strategy would undoubtedly have involved surrounding the patrolling teams first, using them as bait to lure the remaining mobile forces from the outpost into a trap. After neutralizing them, the next step would be to entice more Konoha reinforcements by attacking the underdefended outpost, ultimately leading to significant casualties before the large-scale reinforcements from Konoha arrived to withdraw. These despicable rodents have inadvertently provided an opportunity for us. I must consult Lord Hokage to organize a specialized extermination operation, exclaimed the injured ninja indignantly. Previously, Konoha had assumed these individuals were from the land of Earth. Each nation, even rogue ninjas, would not permit foreign interference in their apprehension operations. The peace recently established between the land of fire and the land of earth must be preserved, plunging Hokage Sarutobi into a state of indecision once more. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he refrained from immediately dispatching forces to eliminate this group, opting instead to ascertain the truth. The original plan involved communicating with the land of Earth before decisively eliminating these individuals once clarity was achieved. This approach would mitigate the risk of Awakens playing a deceptive game with Konoha, as long as they could publicly deny any connection to these individuals. It would afford Konoha the justification to act freely, regardless of whether these individuals were IWA or Kumo ninjas. The advantage of this cautious approach is its thoroughness, addressing all external concerns meticulously. However, the downside, as is evident now, is that the lengthy procedures may lead to a delayed response, potentially allowing the enemy to exploit the situation. Xingran, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, preferred to return to the village promptly, considering the extermination of this group a matter for the Hokage to deliberate. Upon learning that their adversaries numbered 8, with 2 acting as bait for the patrolling squad killed, and the 6 who attacked the camp sustaining various injuries, the 3 resolved to hasten their return to Konoha while the enemy was in a weakened state. The plan for recuperation was abandoned, and they made their way back to Konoha, with Xingran foregoing any experimental combat techniques, maintaining vigilant caution throughout their journey. His diligence soon bore fruit. After traveling less than 100 miles, he spotted enemies to the front left of their formation. This duo was clad in IWA ninja attire, yet their forehead protectors bore a distinct scratch, characteristic of the rogue IWA ninjas recently active between the land of fire and the land of earth. At 11 o'clock, 2 suspected rogue IWA ninjas approaching us. Should we engage? Xingran detected the enemies approximately 1,000 meters away, providing ample preparation time. Can we confirm there are only 2? Sujimoku, drawing from his extensive experience, noted that if only 2 were present, they could leverage their numerical superiority to stealthily approach and potentially ambush them. No, it's too far. The sensory perception isn't clear. Xingran has tested his abilities. His supervision and X-ray perception allow him to observe only physical phenomena. However, ninjutsu resembles a form of magic, and when Xingran attempted to use his X-ray vision to discern someone's transformation technique, he found it impenetrable. Therefore, if the enemy possesses hidden ninjutsu, he must approach closely, relying on the innate sensory skills of the Yamashiro clan to ascertain the truth. It is peculiar, perhaps a result of the world's inherent rules. Move stealthily beside the target, commanded Yamaki Atsushi succinctly, yet Xingran understood that as a captain, regardless of his combat prowess, his experience deemed him competent. By sneaking past the target, Xingran could perceive more closely whether it was a trap. Even if he could not confirm the presence of an ambush, he could lead his group away from the target, compelling the enemy to reveal their intentions. Should an ambush exist, the adversaries would likely emerge to intercept them, thus ensuring that his team remained outside the enemy's trap, allowing them to maintain the initiative. Conversely, if no ambush lay in wait, the enemy would remain oblivious to their presence, enabling a more strategic maneuver that would increase the likelihood of a successful surprise attack. Xingran was astonished to realize that despite having lived 2 lives and possessing a broadened perspective due to the information explosion era, he held no significant advantage in the realm of ninja combat experience. The insights he could conjure were equally accessible to Captain Yamanaka, who could make sound judgments based on his experience. After 2 encounters, Xingran's initial inflated ego, stemming from the awakening of his superhuman abilities, was quickly tempered. The ninja world demands knowledge beyond mere ninjutsu. The wisdom of predecessors is an invaluable treasure. Initially, Xingran intended to retreat into seclusion for cultivation following the resolution of his financial concerns, but now his plans wavered. Solitary efforts in the ninja realm would likely prove futile. In an instant, a shift occurred in his thoughts. He recalled his emotions while watching Naruto in his previous life, captivated by scenes where lower-ranked ninjas could outsmart higher-ranked ones through cunning. Currently, he had yet to reach the level of overwhelming power. The experience gained in real combat and the acumen required as a competent ninja were still lessons he needed to learn. The 3 of them, following Yamaki's orders, quietly maneuvered towards the 11 o'clock position of the rogue rock ninja. As anticipated, the 2 targets resting beside a tree remained oblivious, indicating that no ambush lurked here. The enemy was unaware of their approach. Xingran frantically scanned the vicinity with his X-ray vision, yet despite activating both his sensory and X-ray abilities, an unsettling premonition lingered. Xingran was not one to hesitate. His objective was not to inflict harm upon the enemy. Having traversed into this realm, he had yet to relish the promising future ahead. In his current state of weakness, it was prudent to remain cautious, and he promptly alerted his companions. Something feels off. Xingran interjected just before Yamanaka could issue the command for a surprise attack. Yamanaka, not an ordinary nin, had participated throughout the Third Great Ninja War. Even if he had not detected the enemy, he understood that intuition, though seemingly mysterious, could often be a lifesaver. Retreat immediately. Shanmuho did not allow the other 2 to await his command, nor did he inquire further into Xingran's concerns. Almost the instant Xingran issued his warning, he commanded a retreat. It must be noted that there is merit in not underestimating seasoned veterans. However, it was unfortunate that Xingran's warning came too late. Shanmuho's order to retreat was justified, but in the next moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Chunping, offering no opportunity for reaction. Chunping was dragged into the earth. It seemed as though the enemy had conspired in advance, aware that Shanmuho held the authority here, and typically, the leader of a squad is the one with the greatest combat prowess. During the ambush, no one targeted Shanmuho. Instead, the assault fell upon the other 2. Chunping had already been struck, and Xingran now faced imminent peril. Another powerful hand emerged. This was the earth manipulation technique known for its decapitation prowess. Even though Xingran's superhuman abilities had not fully developed, they far surpassed those of an ordinary individual, particularly evident in his rapid reflexes, a benefit of his enhanced intellect. Xingran and Chunping were both attacked simultaneously, but Xingran reacted more swiftly. He deftly lifted his leg to evade the enemy's emerging hand and, without hesitation, seized it in return. Having traversed the path of enlightenment, Xingran's strength surged once more after awakening, and with minimal effort, he crushed the bones of the hand. Seizing the moment when the enemy beneath the ground winced in pain, he exerted his strength, executing a technique akin to uprooting a willow tree, and, amidst a cloud of dust, he yanked the enemy from the earth. The rogue rock ninja, pulled from his hiding place, was evidently not to be underestimated. After his stealth attack failed and the initiative slipped from his grasp, he quickly launched a counterattack. The instant he was drawn from the ground, a kunai was already soaring through the dust toward Xingran. The rapid transition between attack and defense was astonishing. A typical person might have been deceived by the obscured vision, but Xingran remained vigilant. Upon noticing the enemy's exposure, he activated his perceptive ability, ensuring he maintained sight of the enemy's movements. Clang, crack. The first sound was Xingran swiftly drawing his own kunai to parry the incoming attack. The second sound followed as he executed a capture technique, applying a joint lock on the enemy's hand, rendering their next move impossible. With no mercy, He twisted the enemy's arm, breaking it in the process. The enemy, displaying remarkable toughness, remained silent even with a fractured arm. Yet, resilience could not extricate him from his predicament, as a sharp kunai now pressed against the rogue rock ninja's throat. After the enemy's ambush, the situation swiftly shifted to a 1-1 standoff following Xingran's counteroffensive, with both sides having captured one member. "Let's take him and go," Shan Muho decisively stated. Chun Ping was not merely a teammate on this mission, but also a subordinate of many years within his covert team. However, given that their side had been ambushed, it was highly likely that other traps lay in wait. Regardless of whether they could afford to abandon Chun Ping, they needed to vacate the area and reassess their strategy. Xingran hesitated, a reflection of his inexperience. After all, he had only recently traversed into this world a little over a year ago, lacking any substantial combat experience. His instinct upon capturing the enemy was to exchange hostages. However, the rational part of his mind quickly resonated with Yamaki's reasoning. The two acted with remarkable swiftness, retracing their steps with great urgency. Shadows closed in around them. From the obscure depths of the dark woods, a faint command was issued. Including the two ninjas who had previously feigned rest beneath the trees, 6 figures swiftly pursued the direction in which Xingran and his companion had retreated. Now, this group held an undeniable numerical advantage. A recent mishap had left one of their comrades captured, rendering them somewhat cautious, yet their leader, a seasoned jonin, was not easily deterred. After a brief hesitation of less than 5 seconds, the remaining 5, carrying the unconscious Junping, hastened after Xingran and his companions' fleeing figures. "My apologies for not detecting the enemy sooner," Xingran said, having escaped a few seconds ahead, clutching the captive while keeping pace beside Yamaki. "It is not your fault. I bear my share of the responsibility as well. They were evidently prepared. I should have warned you to be wary of the earth release techniques. Those were the awakens techniques in the Doton, Atsasimi no Jutsu. Even seasoned jonin struggled to sense them unless specifically prepared," Yamaki acknowledged, fully aware of the current predicament. With one member down, reprimanding Xingran would serve no purpose. The focus now was on their escape. With a captive in his grasp, the enemy would be hesitant to act decisively, granting them a sliver of opportunity. The enemy's trap was clearly well planned, possibly informed by the previous instance where Xingran had successfully led his team to safety. The rogue awakens shinobi operating in this area had evidently set their strategies in advance. Concealed underground, they employed the Doton, Atsasimi no Jutsu to monitor movements. Then, utilizing the awakens techniques, they lay in wait at designated locations, ready to ambush once Xingran and his team unwittingly fell into their snare. It was foreseeable that had Xingran not unexpectedly captured one of them, the two from Konoha would have been dragged beneath the earth, forever denied the chance to return to the surface, destined instead for a grim fate. Xingran felt a sense of helplessness upon grasping the nature of this trap. The art of stealth was inherently harmonized with nature, yet the influence of chakra, an extraordinary phenomenon, could undermine even his enhanced capabilities. His extraordinary powers were most effective against tangible threats. Should the enemy be careless, he could detect them from a distance. However, in the face of a prepared adversary, his rudimentary sensory abilities, which ranked low within his clan, rendered him vulnerable to overwhelming defeat. He was technically outmatched. This world was not akin to Marvel. The true path lay in the synthesis of superhuman abilities and ninjutsu. For a singular reliance on brute strength could lead to a fall. They are closing in, without the luxury of indulging in further thoughts. Xingran quickly realized that the enemy was beginning to form a semi-encirclement behind them. "Damn it. I will hold them off. You escape first. Leave the captive with me. I can buy us more time, and you will have a better chance of fleeing unburdened," Yamaki commanded with the authority befitting a leader. Since the White Fang incident, the choice between comrades and missions has transformed from an absolute duty into a scenario where priority tasks and companions are interchanged. Many ninjas from Konoha place greater importance on preserving their companions, although a considerable number still adhere to traditional norms. It is evident that Yamaki Atsushi values companionship, prompting Hashirin to regard this individual with increased respect. Had it not been for his limitations and strength, he would undoubtedly have been a noteworthy character in the original narrative. "We shall not flee. Let us give it our all. I have a plan that Hashirin is aware of. Regardless of whether Yamaki provides support, I have devised a means to escape solo. My superhuman speed, combined with chakra, has enabled me to reach a velocity of 150 kilometers per hour, nearly doubling my original speed. With the augmentation of chakra, I can effortlessly exceed 300 kilometers per hour, translating to a staggering 80 meters per second. although this still falls short of the fifth gate of the 8 gates technique, which achieves 340 meters per second, it suffices for evasion. Coupled with my enhanced vision, I can return to the previous checkpoint before being apprehended. Hashiran indicated that he had a plan, seemingly intending to consult with Yamaki, yet his hands remained in constant motion. For time was of the essence. As long as he acted, Yamaki would undoubtedly cooperate. With a soft snap, the awakens defected ninja Hashiran had incapacitated quietly succumbed in his grasp, causing Yamaki's eyes to widen in shock. He had effectively severed their trump card. Captain, can your Earth release entomb this individual? This marked Hashiran's first act of taking a life, despite having been a ninja for over a year. He had only engaged in combat a couple of times, and this was his first opportunity to kill. Yet, he appeared to have fully embraced the worldview of the original owner of this body, experiencing only a fleeting sense of revulsion before swiftly regaining composure. What is your plan? Yamaki inquired, devoid of any unnecessary preamble. Given the circumstances, his first thought was that Hashiran had severed his own escape route to share his fate. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped them as Hashiran employed the transformation technique. Shortly after utilizing this basic ninjutsu taught in ninja academies, they found themselves rapidly encircled by the pursuing awakens defected ninjas. 5 adversaries either perched on tree branches or concealed within the shadows of the leaves. With 3 positioned closest to Hashiran and Yamaki, each gripping a kunai. It seems negotiations are in order. Release him, and I shall return your companion to you. It is a fair trade. The emotionless voice belonged to the leading ninja, who stepped forward to negotiate. However, the proposition was anything but mundane. Hashiran realized that merely exchanging captives would not suffice, as they would find themselves in a disadvantageous 3-6 situation, making a clean escape quite challenging. The ninja bore a long scar across his mouth, likely inflicted by a sharp weapon, giving him an oddly exaggerated appearance. Exchanging captives is acceptable, but you must all gather together. I am wary of any tricks you may employ during the exchange. Yamaki tightened his grip on the kunai, amplifying the threat in his demeanor. According to the intentions of Xingran, the highest probability of success in the forthcoming actions lies in the enemy's consolidation. A counterattack is the sole means of escape. Any attempt to exchange prisoners will only lead to increasing passivity, especially since they no longer possess any captives. At this moment, Yamaki stands alone, overseeing a prisoner, while Xingran's figure has vanished. The rock ninja trader, who had just been crushed by Xingran, now kneels before Yamaki. Having been subdued, with one hand shattered and broken by Xingran, he clutches his incapacitated palm with the other, as if this could somehow mitigate his pain. Bowing his head in a way that obscures his expression, as the lead scarred-mouth ninja contemplates Yamaki-ko's demands, a dark-skinned ninja behind him quietly reports to his superior. Yes, I see it. The scarred-mouth ninja offers little elaboration, and his 2 companions remain taciturn. Beneath Yamaki-ko's feet lies a patch of land, superficially camouflaged. Yet perhaps due to the brevity of the ruse, it reveals traces of disturbance. The rock ninja trader quickly connects this to the Konoha Chunin who had captured his comrade, an individual lacking the Chunin vest yet exhibiting reflexes surpassing even those of a Chunin. He must have retreated underground. All the rock ninja traders present since they have uncovered the enemy's hidden maneuver, their disdain mingling with shifting focus towards Yamaki-ko's feet. Who is orchestrating this scheme? I will count to 3. If you do not exchange, so be it. Besides, I am not familiar with the one you hold. The scarred-mouth ninja's tone remains monotonous, yet his words reveal the true nature of these traitors, a ruthless band devoid of moral boundaries. In ninja combat, psychological warfare through verbal provocation often yields more effective results than mere physical confrontation, which underscores why Naruto is the protagonist. His verbal prowess is indeed the strongest jutsu. Before the scarred-mouth ninja could finish counting, Yamaki boldly commenced the count himself, an audacious display that momentarily stunned both the scarred-mouth ninja and his 2 subordinates. Psychological warfare is not the sole domain of the enemy. Konoha's ninjas are equally adept. Moreover, Yamaki-ko's unexpected bravado serves not only as intimidation. The previously despondent traitor, now holding his injured palm, seizes the moment while the 3 adversaries are distracted by Yamaki-ko's bold maneuver. Suddenly, he raises his head and forms a special hand seal, the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. The mind-body switch technique. It turns out that this traitor, who had been bowing his head, was actually a transformation created by Xingran, while the genuine traitor that Xingran had crushed now lies beneath Yamaki-ko's feet. The sudden ambush proves remarkably effective, The attention of these traders is drawn away by the freshly disturbed earth beneath Yamanaka, further distracted by his unconventional actions. Having successfully executed the technique, Xingran's soul enters the body of the scarred-mouthed ninja, showcasing the overwhelming power of the secret technique as he swiftly gains control over the body. Before transforming into a rebellious ninja, Xingran's embrace was not merely for theatrics. The clasped hands were also a prelude to forming seals and gathering chakra, ready to unleash the secret techniques of the mountain clan at a moment's notice. This technique necessitates focusing on the enemy, concentrating one's spirit into a singular point to unleash one's mental prowess, thereby seizing and manipulating the opponent's body. Once successful, the outcome of the confrontation becomes immediately apparent. Typically, the released spirit can only move in a straight line, due to the requirement of expending all mental power. Both the range and accuracy are significantly constrained. Should the caster's spirit fail to strike the target, it cannot return to the caster's body for a brief period, rendering them incapable of defense or any other actions, thus posing considerable risk. Moreover, if the target is harmed, the caster's body may also suffer injury, making this technique more suitable for intelligence gathering. In order to successfully strike the scarred-mouthed ninja, Xingran invested considerable effort into the tactical preparations. The leading scarred-mouthed rogue ninja was, in fact, Nin, tasked with infiltrating the borders of the Land of Fire alongside several Nin and Genin to conduct sabotage behind enemy lines. Given his vigilance, it would have been improbable for him to fall into a trap, yet the allure of the ninja world lies precisely in such twists of fate. With adequate strategy, lower-ranked ninjas can indeed prevail against their higher-ranked counterparts. After prolonged preparation and with the remarkable performance of Yamanaka, the operation unfolded successfully, allowing them to control the enemy leader. Consequently, not only did they secure a hostage, but Pure Ping was also in the clutches of the scarred-mouthed ninja, meaning their side had effectively rescued their own hostage, a twofold triumph. However, just as Yamanaka's smile was about to blossom, the scarred-mouthed ninja, under the control of Xingran's secret technique, suddenly shouted out loudly. Yamanaka's smile immediately froze, and he swiftly began forming seals. Do not be mistaken. This was not the scarred-mouthed ninja breaking free from Xingran's control to issue orders to his subordinates. Rather, it was Xingran using the scarred-mouthed ninja to signal Yamanaka. The first plan was, of course, to capture the enemy leader, thereby alleviating their concerns while simultaneously obtaining a trump card. Yet the second plan diverged significantly. Xingran had little time to explain to Yamanaka, merely instructing him that upon the initiation of Plan B, he must focus entirely on escaping or evading. Could Yamanaka evade? It should be noted that Xingran's main body had yet to return to consciousness. What would happen if he fled without it? Thus, his immediate reaction was to form seals and utilize Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall for defense. Without delving into Yamanaka's instant response, Xingran encountered a minor setback. His mind-turning technique successfully seized control of the enemy's trump card, and the younger subordinates had yet to comprehend the situation. Regrettably, the mental strength of Xingran, even when occupying another's body, proved inadequate, especially after the awakening of his superhuman weaknesses, rendering him weaker than before. Consequently, Xingran swiftly realized that he could not suppress the target's mental resistance. Within 2 seconds, he was on the verge of having his ninjutsu control unraveled, which was indeed a lamentable predicament, for the mountain clan was not known for such feeble ninjas. Thus, Xingran had no choice but to resort to some adventurous tactics. The scarred-mouthed ninja suddenly yanked off the flat ninja tool pouch from his hand, raised it above his head, positioning it in the air between the 3 renegade ninjas who had stepped forward to negotiate, and then kicked the flat pouch towards Xingran's true form. After completing this series of actions, the renegade ninjas swiftly realized the unexpected turn of events and prepared to launch their attack, with some aiming at Xingran and others targeting the kicked pouch. At that moment, Xingran had already returned to his true body, utilizing his X-ray vision. Xingran swiftly locked onto the ninja tool pouch within a mere second, identifying the explosive tags he had sent out the previous day. He discreetly blinked, a barely perceptible flash of red light piercing through the pouch and striking the explosive tags. Damn it! Boom! The scarred-mouthed ninja, just regaining his senses, could only curse as a massive fireball erupted from the pouch in his hand, quickly engulfing the spot where the renegades had just been and rolling towards Xingran. Following the airborne pouch, he caught it. With the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Xingran and Yamanaka exhibited seamless coordination, just as Xingran caught the pouch. A wall of earth rose before the three of them, severing the wave of flames. Only a small portion of the fiery surge managed to breach the rocky barrier, leaving Xingran and his companions feeling merely a fleeting warmth on their faces before tranquility restored itself. They had succeeded. Yumiko finally let out a sigh of relief. This was a classic case of the weak overcoming the strong, and in his years as a ninja, he had never experienced such a glorious outcome. No, it can only be considered half a victory. We must flee. Xingran remained highly vigilant, aware that this group of renegades was formidable. After their series of actions, they had at most dealt with 3 of them, with 2 still lurking nearby, one hidden in the shadow of the leaves and the other concealed behind a tree trunk. The rocky wall formed by the earth flow wall obscured everyone's vision, yet it did not hinder Xingran's sight. Immediately employing his X-ray abilities to assess the remaining foes, Xingran's expression rapidly darkened. Not only did he see the 2 remaining renegades, but he also spotted the scarred-mouth ninja, who had utilized body flicker technique the instant the explosive tags detonated. The arcs of electricity flickering around him indicated that he was undoubtedly a cloud ninja. The cloud ninja's lightning body technique granted him immense strength and unparalleled speed in an instant. At that moment, the scarred-mouth ninja was hastily wrapping his injured wrist with bandages. Although his hand had been severely damaged in the explosion, he had managed to preserve his life. The expression on his face was as dark as soot, for he had suffered a tremendous loss. 2 of his Nin subordinates had been blown to bits, and he himself was now incapacitated in one hand. Ninjas require both hands to perform hand seals, with one hand missing. Even the 4th Hokage from the original plot, who was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, would struggle, let alone an ordinary Nin like him. Xingran was uncertain about the capabilities of the 2 unscathed rogue ninjas, yet it was evident that the scarred ninja, presumably a Nin, still possessed the strength to fight. Furthermore, many ninjas, when faced with incapacitation, might resort to desperate measures of mutual destruction. Xingran wished to avoid further risk, and given the current state of Chunping, they were not in a position to engage in combat. Thus, while supporting Chunping, he pulled Yumaki in another direction to retreat. "Are you all right? Should we pursue them?" One of the remaining subordinates of the scarred ninja inquired after the trio had fled. The scarred ninja's expression twisted into a grimace, his teeth clenched in rage. However, after a moment of contemplation, his previously emotionless tone shifted dramatically. "Retreat, back to the village," he commanded, his voice tinged with anger and frustration, yet ultimately revealing a sense of resignation. He was now incapacitated, the likelihood of continuing as a ninja was slim, and it was time to consider his future. Meanwhile, after running several miles, Xingran and his companions sprinted towards Konoha, but soon found themselves halted by an unfortunate circumstance. Chunping had been injured. A shard from a kunai had struck him in the back during the explosion, piercing his lung. Xingran had previously suggested retreating instead of confronting the partly incapacitated enemy, because Chunping required immediate medical attention. Otherwise, the battle would end with Chunping's death before it truly concluded. In the dense forest, surrounded by towering trees, the heavy atmosphere seemed to suffocate the very environment, rendering it eerily silent, akin to a graveyard. Damn it! Chunping cannot die like this. Grant him a swift end. Even Yumaki, who had previously faced a Nin with composure despite being outnumbered, was now flustered and in tears, his face smeared with mucus and sorrow, his words trembling. A wound inflicted by a sharp object to the lung is agonizing. Without immediate removal of the object, the victim would die from suffocation amidst excruciating pain. Conversely, extracting the object would cause the wound to bleed profusely, potentially blocking the airway and leading to a similarly torturous demise. Chunping was Yumaki's longtime brother. Rather than allow him to perish in such a pitiful manner, it would be kinder to grant him an early release. "Wait, let me try," Xingran interjected, halting Yumaki, who was about to end Chunping's suffering. In truth, seeing Chunping's increasing agony on his back weighed heavily on Xingran's heart. He vividly recalled how Chunping had urged him to quit gambling, a genuinely good person who did not deserve such a fate. At that moment, Xingran's thoughts were solely focused on saving Chunping, specifically recalling the medical ninjutsu knowledge he had perused like a magazine. Lacking yang release chakra, he had previously engaged with the medical scrolls merely to pass the time. Now, however, there was no room for indecision. He needed to recall the information quickly. Channeling chakra through the healing techniques, he gathered it in his hands. Xingran felt his chakra circulate within him, eventually converging into a vibrant mass in his palms. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his hands glowing with a faint luminescence. This might actually work. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of green chakra from Xingran's hands, Yamaki's heart soared with elation. He thought to himself, indeed, Xingran is a remarkable young man. It must be the aftermath of their previous annihilation that has spurred him to diligently pursue the study of medical ninjutsu. Healing techniques, although fundamental in the realm of medical ninjutsu, are not particularly challenging to learn. However, without the presence of yang release chakra, even the simplest of techniques cannot be executed. The ability to perform such techniques signifies that the practitioner possesses the yang release chakra attribute. Yet, having traversed this world for such a duration, Xingran was acutely aware of his chakra type. How could he suddenly manifest the yang release chakra attribute? With a moment's contemplation, Xingran quickly discerned the reason. It could very well be a boon bestowed by his awakening superhuman abilities. With a physique akin to steel, his body's self-healing capabilities had evidently intensified, resulting in a performance of yang release chakra that far surpassed the ordinary. This was reminiscent of Hashirama Senju's exceptional regenerative abilities, as well as those of the Uzumaki clan. Previously, he had not entertained this line of thought, ensnared by cognitive inertia. However, once he navigated this mental shift, everything appeared to fall into place. Gazing at his hands, Xingran felt an exhilarating surge within. With the presence of yang release chakra, the possibilities before him expanded immensely. Reflecting on the original narrative, the advanced forms of yang release chakra could enable Naruto to restore Kakashi's lost eye. With a Kryptonian-like constitution, it was only logical for him to pursue this avenue of development. Furthermore, contemplating Orochimaru's various astonishing body techniques, particularly the reincarnation technique, which necessitates extensive medical knowledge and capability, Xingran became increasingly convinced of his future trajectory to become a preeminent medical ninja, surpassing Tsunade. By acquiring profound insights into the human body and thereby addressing the inherent vulnerabilities of his superhuman magic resistance. Without further hesitation, Xingran placed his hands firmly upon Juanping's wounded back and deftly removed the shattered kunai. As blood accumulated within Juanping's lungs after a period of hemorrhaging, the pressure released upon the kunai's extraction resulted in a dramatic spurt of blood, a sight both striking and visceral. However, this was swiftly alleviated under Xingran's healing technique. Though only momentarily, Juanping's complexion grew increasingly pallid, a manifestation of excessive blood loss. Observing the slowly healing wound while beads of sweat began to form on his brow, Xingran realized the healing speed was far too sluggish. If the bleeding from the wound could not be staunched promptly, Juanping would remain in peril. The only distinction would be the relatively less agonizing demise afforded by medical ninjutsu. Mastering the sage technique. This is a more formidable and intricate ninjutsu than basic healing techniques. Its principle, akin to that of healing techniques, involves accelerating cellular proliferation to achieve rapid wound healing. However, this technique demands a far more complex chakra circulation within the practitioner and places considerable demands on the practitioner's medical expertise. Should the control falter, excessive proliferation in localized areas could lead to deformities in the wound, adversely affecting post-operative life. In severe cases, it could prematurely deplete the localized vitality of the recipient, potentially resulting in accelerated aging. This is why ninjas often have brief peaks in their careers and frequently meet untimely ends. Enduring too many injuries in their youth can lead to significant damage to their essence, causing them to prematurely exhaust their life force. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan within the ninja world was a mere 30 years, primarily due to the absence of a systematic approach to medical ninjutsu. Many practitioners resembled untrained healers, a situation that persisted until the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village. It was only through the relentless efforts of the Senju clan across generations, culminating in Tsunade's era, that a semblance of a structured medical system began to emerge. Remarkably, even such a brief transformation led to an increase in longevity among ninjas. Initially, Xingran, upon discovering his ability to perform healing techniques, felt confident in his capacity to execute the sage art. However, lacking a formal education in medical knowledge, his understanding was rudimentary, as evidenced by the notes of Yenayu. Those who could wield sage art without grasping medical principles often found their abilities limited to merely rendering individuals unconscious, with chaotic treatment frequently resulting in adverse effects. Exempt from this was Naruto's higher tier 6 pads level yang release healing, a phenomenon akin to a novice, ignorant of human anatomy, acquiring a martial arts manual and achieving miraculous feats. Now, considerations of post-operative life were irrelevant. Even localized deterioration was preferable to the loss of life. The glow in Xingran's hands intensified as his formidable mental acuity enabled him to transition seamlessly from healing techniques to sage art. In that moment, the power of ninjutsu appeared wondrous, as visible wounds rapidly healed at an astonishing pace. Bleeding ceased, organs mended, and scabs formed, all within mere minutes, resembling a fast-forwarded video. Once the scabbing process was complete, Xingran abruptly halted his movements. Yenayu's notes indicated that beginners should refrain from further intervention after achieving hemostasis in emergency situations. The subsequent steps involved physical bandaging and medicinal treatment, minimizing the depletion of the patient's vitality. This approach elucidates why, despite the existence of formidable medical ninjutsu, individuals still resorted to medications and bandages post-injury. Who would not desire to be instantly revived by a divine light after sustaining wounds? Uncertainty loomed regarding the potential appearance of other adversaries, and with the need to continue their journey, Xingran understood the necessity of bandaging Chuanping's wounds, as movement could easily reopen recently sealed injuries. Thus, he ensured that the wounds had scabbed over, applying gauze and bandages to afford Chuanping some capacity for action, even amid forthcoming battles. All right, this fellow is tough. Apart from a slight fever, he is not in immediate danger of death. We must hasten back to the village. 10 minutes later, Xingran exhaled deeply, realizing that the healing process had consumed considerable time. With everything in order, and recognizing that lingering here was unwise, he hoisted Chuanping onto his back, and the two swiftly vanished into the tranquility of the surrounding grove. In this world, the essence of nature seems to imbue the animals with a remarkable spirit. Certain fortunate creatures, upon mastering chakra, can even transform into formidable beasts of the ninja realm. Shortly after the departure of the formidable ninjas, Xingran and Yamaki, the serene woodland was once again filled with life. Small animals emerged from seemingly nowhere, reclaiming their territory. The world appeared to regain its equilibrium, as ninjas fought fiercely, yet life continued unabated, progressing with the relentless march of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Konoha village prepared to be enveloped in the warm glow of countless lights. After enduring several days of hardship, the three-person envoy from the land of Earth returned, disheveled yet relieved. After escorting Chuanping to the Konoha hospital, Yamaki bid farewell to Xingran, who proceeded to report his mission to the Hokage. Alone, Xingran walked the familiar path home. The tension of his recent tasks faded, giving way to the safety of Konoha village. As he transitioned from the brutality of life and death to the tranquility of his home, he observed children in the nearby park bidding farewell to one another, preparing for dinner. A wave of disorientation washed over him. It was no wonder that those who had truly experienced the battlefield yearned for a world of peace. Even a small corner of the earth where children could grow to savor the taste of fine wine was the noble pursuit of these valorous individuals. Let us indulge in a feast, he sighed softly as he wandered through the increasingly deserted streets. Just around the corner lay his home, where he could hear the boisterous laughter of Haichi teasing Konoha. Haichi had returned. Yet, as Xingran approached, he suddenly halted. The abrupt shift from the adrenaline of his recent encounters to this serene environment left him feeling unsettled, dampening his appetite for a simple meal of instant noodles. Freed from the burdens of daily life, he resolved to treat himself kindly. As for seeking Haichi's counsel, that could wait until tomorrow. Right now, he needed to unwind. His previous companions had distanced themselves due to his perceived shortcomings, leaving their bonds rather tenuous. However, Chuanping, despite their brief acquaintance, had shown genuine concern and a somewhat carefree demeanor, which fostered a more solid foundation for camaraderie. What transpired today may seem trivial in the vast ninja world, yet it profoundly impacted Xingran. He was indifferent to the lofty ideals of the will of fire, however. Witnessing the near demise of someone he was connected to ignited a deeper interest in becoming a formidable force, specifically in the realm of medical ninjutsu. Dining alone at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, he indulged in a sumptuous feast meant for three. The delectable grilled meat succeeded in soothing his turbulent emotions, prompting reflections on his future. He envisioned a path as a medical ninja, a highly valued asset to any nation, often shielded from the front lines of battle. Even in team missions, medical ninjas were prioritized for protection, as they were frequently the primary targets for enemies. Thus, Xingran would no longer have to worry about being assigned trivial tasks by the Hokage. Even when called to action, he would serve in the capacity of a medical ninja, allowing him to sidestep many complications. The subsequent matter pertains to the vulnerabilities of the soul, and it is hoped that Hai-E may have a resolution. At the break of dawn the following day, under the brilliant sun, Xingran arrived at Hai-E's residence, a quaint villa with both front and back gardens. As an elite member of a prominent clan nestled in the mountains, the living conditions were quite favorable. Upon entering, Xingran observed Hai meticulously tending to his cherished plants, a towering figure over 6 feet, whose unexpected passion for horticulture was indeed striking. Ah, Xingran, I heard you undertook a mission. Is your health intact? When will you return? Hai gazed at Xingran for a moment, perhaps to ascertain that he had not sustained any injuries or that past wounds had not resurfaced, before speaking. The usually taciturn Hai seemed in good spirits. It appeared that Xingran's return to duty indicated a resilience unscathed by previous setbacks. Yes, I returned last night, Xingran replied, effortlessly taking the watering can from Hai's hands and skillfully continuing the task at hand. That is a relief. Let Zhao Hui prepare a delightful meal at noon. I procured a wild white eel from a senior of mine yesterday. It is indeed a rare delicacy. Hai naturally entrusted the care of the plants to Xingran and leisurely reclined in a chair in the garden, observing Xingran's diligence as he spoke. In the past, Xingran, having embraced the life of a ninja, often neglected nutritional needs due to his self-sufficient lifestyle. Hai would frequently devise various reasons to invite Xingran over to enhance his diet. However, the present Xingran was no longer the same. With financial stability no longer solely reliant on mission earnings, lavish meals were no longer a concern. Nonetheless, he remained profoundly grateful for Hai's unwavering care. After finally returning home, will you not spend some time with Ino? Xingran inquired, placing the watering can down. He initially intended to tend to the weeds, but quickly realized that they had already been cleared. Wiping his hands clean, he approached Hai's chair and took a seat at the small table in the garden. Ino has been quite lethargic lately and will require some time before awakening. Please, do not hesitate to express any matters at hand. Hai, perceptive as always, recognized that his kin had no desire for pleasantries. He was not one for unnecessary circumlocution. Noticing Xingran's demeanor, he surmised there was a request waiting to be voiced. Well, I wish to enhance my spiritual and soul strength, Xingran stated candidly, inquiring whether there were any corresponding cultivation methods within the clan that might facilitate his growth. Indeed, our clan seeks to attain a higher level of mastery in secret arts, with the strength of the spirit and soul serving as both foundation and core. I am heartened by your desire to enhance your spiritual essence. However, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger, especially regarding fundamental powers. Growth can only be achieved through prolonged training. Hai began to elaborate, revealing his typical verbosity. Hai, please get to the point. What are the training methods? What techniques are involved? After listening for nearly half an hour, Xingran felt a pang of frustration as Hai had yet to address the crux of the matter. To cultivate the spirit and soul is a straightforward endeavor, one that every member of the clan has encountered from an early age. This method is none other than the meditative practices of the Mountain Clan. In my previous endeavors to enhance my spiritual and soul powers, I employed the intricate art of heart rotation, though other esoteric techniques are also applicable. The greater the exertion, the more profound the results. Whether it involves controlling humans or animals, I would inevitably find myself utterly drained. At such moments, I would then invoke the clan's meditative techniques, executing special hand seals to channel chakra. Following ample nourishment and sufficient rest, my spiritual power would gradually ascend, clearing his throat. Hai shared his cultivation methods with Xingran. As a prominent family of secret techniques within Konoha, the Mountain Clan certainly possessed a wealth of meditative arts. This particular technique is foundational, taught to every child of the Mountain Clan before they confirm their path as ninjas. After forming the seals, one meditates through specific chakra pathways. Initially, Xingran believed this technique solely served to restore energy and enhance the success rate of ninjutsu, yet he soon realized that the ancients were indeed wise. The most fundamental practices often hold the core essence. However, Xingran quickly connected this to other concerns. He was quite familiar with this meditative art, having employed it on numerous occasions, yet the growth it fostered in his spirit and soul seemed negligible. For some time, he had assumed that his spiritual power, which had progressed from a feeble state to a relatively weak one, was merely a natural consequence of aging, completely overlooking the additional benefits of the meditative techniques. This led to an intriguing question. Just how slow was the growth Hai referred to? Forgive my curiosity, but how long have you been practicing in this manner? Over 20 years, Hai replied. Xingran found himself at a loss for words. If it had taken Hai 2 decades to reach his current level of spiritual power, Naruto must have been Hokage for many years by now, and he might have already become a mere name on the list of ordinary sacrifices against the infinite Tsukuyomi. Do not be misled by appearances. I have never slackened in my efforts over these 20 years. My spiritual strength has at least increased by 50%. Noticing Xingran's silence, Hai grew concerned that the figure of 20 years might deter him. He hastily conveyed the benefits of his efforts, attempting to entice him with the promise of rewards. Yet, upon reflection, Xingran was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hai's enhancement over 2 decades amounted to merely 50%. Initially, he had been led to believe that this method would yield extraordinary results. However, upon deeper contemplation, it made sense. The ninja world was never short of diligent individuals. Hai's status as a top-tier member of the Mountain Clan was undoubtedly due to innate talent complemented by relentless effort, explaining his current prowess. Nevertheless, understanding this did little to alleviate Xingran's concerns. The nature of this method bore similarity to Guy's 8 gates, reliant on cumulative effort over time. While Xingran was willing to exert himself, he had little time for such gradual accumulation. Hai, you mentioned that the greater the consumption of other techniques, the better the results. Could you impart to me some advanced techniques? For instance, the art of spirit transformation sounds promising. Would you be able to teach me? Suddenly recalling Hai's earlier words, Xingran felt as though he had stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. If he were to practice more effective ninjutsu, perhaps the speed of his growth could also be accelerated. Do not harbor illusions regarding the art of spiritual transformation. Although our clan possesses this technique, its requirements are exceedingly stringent. Not only must one have a robust mental fortitude to support it, but the practitioner must also exhibit exceptional talent, alongside a physical adaptability that necessitates an extraordinary degree of control. While I may meet the mental criteria, my physique is ill-suited for this art. Had he still been alive, he could have imparted this knowledge to you, but alas, I am incapable. Upon hearing the term spiritual transformation, Hai's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of profound melancholy, evoking memories of a departed friend and a tinge of regret. Xingran refrained from inquiring further about this individual, based on his recollections from past anime. It was highly probable that this person was Cat Dan, Tsunade's former partner, who had a close association with the Kimichi Choza as part of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. It is not unusual for Hai, with his comparable abilities, to befriend someone like Cat Dan. If spiritual transformation is unattainable, then perhaps the art of chaotic martial practice could suffice. This technique, too, is of considerable difficulty and demands substantial energy. Xingran remained undeterred, intending to pursue this alternative, as it constituted Hai's signature move and would undoubtedly prove advantageous. This art is a crucial secret technique of the clan, and according to established regulations, it is prohibited for lower-ranked clan members to practice it. To Xingran's surprise, Hai flatly declined his request. In this world fraught with contradictions, there exists an inescapable dilemma, the disparity between common ninjas and prestigious clans. For common ninjas aspiring to learn ninjutsu, the path is often fraught with challenges. Most must contribute significantly to their village before they can earn the ninjutsu rewards bestowed by the community. Other avenues of learning are limited, primarily involving scrolls obtained through combat or the mentorship of a teacher. However, finding a mentor willing to accept a common ninja is no simple task, and those who would take them on are seldom formidable, raising doubts about the ninjutsu they could impart. Conversely, the esteemed clans enjoy a distinct advantage. Each clan possesses its own foundational secret techniques, and due to shared resources, the ninjutsu acquired, either through serendipitous discovery or post-training, can accumulate over generations. Thus, the ninja realm becomes polarized. Weak common ninjas languish in a perpetual struggle, deprived of suitable ninjutsu training, leading to a vicious cycle that stifles their advancement. Meanwhile, the elite clans can more easily attain techniques that align with their strengths, allowing even the least capable members to stand out amongst common ninjas. Where there is contradiction, there is resistance. Members of prestigious clans within their own villages are often coveted by commoners from other villages, each hoping to gain a taste of their skills. Consequently, strict regulations exist within each clan delineating which techniques can be practiced at various skill levels, preventing children from flaunting their golden talents and drawing undue attention. The rules of the Yamanaka clan stipulate that during the Genin phase, only the fundamental secret techniques of mind-body switch and heart-chaos body technique may be practiced. The timeline for advancing to CH Nin and qualifying to learn more sophisticated ninjutsu is clearly defined. Of course, these regulations apply primarily to ordinary clan members. Should a prodigy emerge within the clan, exceptions can be made to ensure that talent is not squandered. A genius is of paramount significance to the Shanshu clan, a ninja clan that struggles to find its place. In this regard, the Shanshu clan exhibits a more progressive attitude than the Hyuga clan, whose secret techniques are tightly regulated, making it exceedingly difficult for even prodigies to gain opportunities for early learning. How impressive the clan rules are. By the way, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu, which should not be restricted by clan regulations, right? After being coldly dismissed by Hai, Xingran silently vowed that he would eventually become a cherished genius of the Shanshu clan, at which point the stubborn elders would be left begging to learn the secret techniques, eager to elevate their clan status. Spending the entire morning at Hai's residence, conversing with him and playing games with little Jingya, the time passed swiftly. Following a sumptuous lunch, Xingran departed from the Hai household but did not return home. Instead, he headed towards the Konoha market, akin to a commercial street in his past life, a place where villagers procured their daily necessities. Meanwhile, beneath the Hokage rock, the political and military heart of Konoha, in the Hokage's office situated within the Hokage building, a wisp of smoke was expelled from the window, only to be gradually dispersed by the cooling breeze. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was lost in thought. He had received a report from his direct subordinate, Yamaki Etsushi, indicating that the recent attack and the movements of the Tsuchikage from Awagakure had been anticipated. However, he was taken aback by the sudden emergence of Xingran's potential as a medical ninja during their return journey, though he had a penchant for gambling. He generously assisted his teammates in purchasing explosive tags. There must be hope for him yet. But to what extent could this potential as a medical ninja develop? It was said that he self-taught himself to alleviate headaches, a mix of potential and challenges. The previous catastrophic injuries he endured had undoubtedly left a severe impact on this young individual. Should he be given another chance? With a raspy voice, a result of prolonged smoking, the third Hokage's self-muttering was perhaps even unclear to himself. Suddenly, an umbu masked in a raccoon mask materialized, kneeling behind the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, it seems that Shanshu Xingran's medical ninjutsu may have been learned from Shanshu Chiyo, as our operatives witnessed him entering Chiyo's fish shop. The voice of the umbu, muffled by the mask, lacked the usual gravitas, causing the third Hokage to hesitate even further. If someone had indeed taught him, then it was no longer a case of self-learning. The potential would undoubtedly fall short. Even if he were to be integrated into the Hokage's faction, he would merely be a dispensable figure. It was a tinge of regret and reluctance, accompanied by uncertainty, perhaps with some nurturing. He could evolve into a commendable ninja? It is no wonder that the third Hokage would deliberate so extensively over such a low-ranking ninja. Medical ninjas are an invaluable resource at all times, and each one must be cherished. Unbeknownst to Xingran, the Hokage was troubled over whether to prioritize his training. According to Hai, the Shanshu clan did possess formidable predecessors skilled in medical ninjutsu, but due to injuries, they had long since retired and thus remained largely unknown to the common populace. The fresh fish shop before him was the destination of his journey. A large sign at the entrance bore the emblem of the mountain clan, and the establishment was aptly named Aunt Chio's Fresh Fish Shop. It was a rather ordinary establishment, featuring numerous tanks, each meticulously categorized with various aquatic offerings: grass carp, mandarin fish, bass, as well as crabs, lobsters, and oysters, among others. As it was afternoon and the peak business hours had passed, the shop was almost deserted, save for an elderly lady with hair streaked in black and gray. She lay in a reclining chair, her eyes closed, perhaps asleep, cradling a somewhat worn orange cat that bore the marks of too much affection. This must be Aunt Chio. Her petite frame and the sunlight filtering through the glass lent her an aura of warmth and benevolence, much like the image described by Hai. She appeared to be a kind-hearted grandmother. Aunt Chio? Xingran was uncertain whether she was truly asleep and tentatively inquired in a hushed tone, as if fearing to disturb her slumber. Aware that many elderly individuals enjoy feigning sleep, he whispered his question. If she were indeed asleep, he would wait patiently. If not, he would hasten to request her guidance. The oxygen pipes in the fish tanks occasionally released a flurry of bubbles, and the shop was enveloped in silence, indicating that Aunt Chio had likely drifted off. Xingran shrugged and settled into a nearby spot. To seek mentorship while rousing a sleeping elder would be a rather disrespectful act, and he did not wish to face the potential wrath of this elderly lady. Minutes slipped by, 1, 2, 10, quickly accumulating into half an hour. The orange cat had opened its eyes to glance at Xingran several times. Yet Chio showed no signs of awakening, leaving him feeling quite exasperated. With nothing else to occupy his time, he recalled the training methods mentioned by Hai. Rather than idly waiting, he resolved to practice the heart-turn technique, aiming to expend some mental energy and soon experience the state of meditation that follows exhaustion. Without further ado, Xingran felt as though he had just unlocked a new skill in a game, even if it was a rudimentary ability. He was eager to put it to use. Ninjutsu, heart-turn technique. He casually focused on a base that had been observing him with unblinking eyes for quite some time. As he prepared to cast the technique, he managed to execute the necessary hand seals and activate it in under 3 seconds. A commendable speed for a lower-ranking ninja of the Mountain Clan. Following a peculiar sensation of his soul momentarily detaching, the world around him transformed through the lens of the water. For the first time, he controlled a fish, but the experience was awkward. He found himself spinning in circles, struggling to swim forward despite his efforts. After a bout of clumsiness, he slowly acclimated to the fish's body, only to become quickly bored. The small tank, filled with numerous space, provided a cramped and unsatisfactory experience. Xingran calculated that with his current mental strength, controlling this fish for half an hour would pose no challenge, unlike the ninjas, who would fiercely resist with their willpower. He did not wish to remain idly in this pool for half an hour, merely gazing at the handsome figure sitting nearby, seemingly lost in contemplation. Activating the mind transfer technique, Xingran glanced at the clock on the wall. Merely 5 minutes had passed. The thought of wasting his life in such a manner was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he turned his gaze towards the orange cat nestled in Grandma Cho's arms, his expression gradually turning mischievous. Utilizing the mind transfer technique, he shifted his consciousness into the orange cat, intending to rouse Grandma Cho. If the cat were to experience any morning grumpiness, it would be directed at the balding feline. Not him. Who was this little brat? Not selling fish, but coming here to play? The cat's voice sounded, startling Xingran from his ethereal state. Suddenly, he felt a collision and was forcefully kicked back into his own body, realizing that this attempt at the technique had clearly failed. At that moment, a sharp, disdainful voice echoed in his mind. When Xingran regained his composure, he found the orange cat fur bristling before him, exuding an air that suggested it would call for help should he approach again. Was it you? Xingran stared at the orange cat, his mind racing. Was this a spirit beast, Grandma Cho's psychic companion? It was capable of resisting the secret arts of the Mountain Clan. No, it was indeed me. A deep voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Grandma Cho, who had been feigning sleep in her rocking chair, now stood up, appearing even smaller than before, likely due to her advanced age and stooped posture. Ah, hello. You must be Grandma Cho. Hachi sent me. Xingran's sharp intellect finally connected the dots. You, a little imp, can perform the mind transfer technique. It's no wonder a venerable elder like you, whom even Hachi respects, would possess such skill. It's clear now why my attempt failed. There is quite a lively commotion within this orange cat. By the way, you must have been observing me for quite some time. Haven't you? How frustrating that you chose to ignore me. Is that so? Hachi's adopted son? It's a pity you're not here to steal fish. Upon learning that Xingran sought to be her apprentice, Grandma Cho displayed a disinterested demeanor, muttering something about an unremarkable occurrence. Xingran, blessed with exceptional hearing, could discern her grumbling clearly. It seemed that her fish shop was not merely selling fish, but rather fishing for unsuspecting souls. The sign outside was explicit: threefold compensation for stolen fish. A surge of indignation flushed Xingran's face, yet Grandma Cho appeared oblivious, wearing a warm, grandmotherly smile before harshly bidding him to leave, stating that she did not take on apprentices. Please, Grandma, we are of the same clan. Consider my aspirations as a young man. I implore you to accept me. Xingran could no longer hold his breath. The notion of not accepting disciples from his own clan left him bewildered. It appeared that seeking a mentor within this ninja world was far more complex than depicted in the anime. Regaining his composure and adjusting his mindset, he reminded himself that he was merely an apprentice devoid of rights. Thoughts of vengeance against those who betrayed their masters could wait. Acquiring skills was the true priority. What did it matter if they were of the same lineage? He harbored a profound disdain for his kin, particularly for ambitious youths. He wished they would just leave. Grandma Cho, without a hint of hesitation, brandished a broom and unceremoniously expelled Xingran from her establishment. Staring in bewilderment at Grandma Cho's shop, he pondered. You despise your own kind? Yet, Hani referred to you as a kind-hearted elder. Furthermore, what was this aversion to industrious youth? The essence of Naruto's narrative revolved around friendship, perseverance, and triumph. Why had the tone shifted so drastically here? Observing Grandma Cho, who stood at the entrance with her broom, Exuding an air of authority while intermittently gasping for breath as if on the brink of collapse, Xingran hesitated. Should she fall, would he assist her or simply stand by? He hastily returned to Hani's home and recounted the entire incident in detail. Ha ha ha, that's just Grandma Cho's nature. Do not take it to heart, Xingran. Becoming a disciple is no trivial matter. To master a skill, one must possess the tenacity to overcome formidable challenges. Grandma Chio is indeed a good person. Hani seemed to know more than he let on but refrained from sharing additional insights, repeatedly urging Xingran not to give up in the face of such minor setbacks. The following morning, Xingran arrived early at Grandma Chio's shop. Unlike the previous day, the morning rush for groceries made the shop bustling. Grandma Chio, donned in the same attire as yesterday, had just seen off a customer when a woman accompanied by a child entered the store. Feeling slightly emboldened, Xingran steeled himself to enter the shop. He resolved to muster the courage to assist Grandma Chio in selling fish, hoping to win her over with his industrious spirit, eventually gaining her acceptance as a disciple and subsequently achieve greatness, becoming the Hokage and reaching the pinnacle of his life. However, the indecision that had plagued him the night before, causing him to delay Hani's training methods, evaporated the instant he stepped through the door. What had happened to the image of a lonely elder struggling to maintain a small shop? Instead, he encountered multiple versions of Grandma Chio, one seated at a small table at the entrance. Diligently recording accounts with a calculator, it was no surprise that the Naruto world included such devices, another actively promoting fresh ingredients to the woman who had just entered. One playing with a cat, another cleaning, and yet another reclining in yesterday's chair, basking in the sun while enjoying breakfast. Xingran nearly blurted out his thoughts. He had initially assumed there would be an opportunity to exploit. Now, reflecting on the world of Naruto, he realized he was still quite youthful. And the technique of shadow clone jutsu was not exclusive to Naruto. As a seasoned medical ninja from the Yamanaka clan, with formidable yang release, chakra reserves, and mental fortitude, Grandma Chio could effortlessly mitigate any adverse effects arising from the shadow clone technique. Moreover, the fish-selling business was only busy during the early morning and late evenings. After using the technique once, she could easily rest and resume work. Therefore, he had indeed interrupted Grandma Chio's rest the previous day. Xingran quickly recognized his misstep and approached the elderly Aunt Chio, wearing a sheepish expression reminiscent of the village fool from the Leaf family. Rather than mentioning his desire to be her apprentice, he flashed a bright smile, signaling that a community volunteer had come to assist the elderly. Eager to take on any tasks, Aunt Chio scrutinized Xingran for a considerable time, revealing a toothless grin. She promptly dismissed all her shadow clones except for the one responsible for bookkeeping, clearly indicating that financial matters were not to be his concern, leaving the rest to him. Xingran forced a smile, instantly stepping into his role. It seems that Superman's abilities were quite advantageous. No wonder the superhero and Man of Steel abandoned journalism to engage in labor. As noon approached and the little shop saw no new patrons, Xingran exhaled deeply and glanced expectantly at Aunt Chio, akin to a schoolboy waiting for praise from a teacher after tidying the classroom. You've done well, young man. This fish appears to be on its last legs. Take it, Aunt Chio said, embodying the demeanor of a benevolent local tycoon as she handed the bagged fish to him, her expression suggesting she wished to be rid of it at once. Thus, Xingran was once again hastily ushered out of the shop by Aunt Chio. To his dismay, he realized that this old woman was quite the performer. Even his superintelligence failed to grasp that he had truly been dismissed as a mere volunteer worker. Infuriated, Xingran raised the fish and slammed it to the ground, subsequently stomping on it twice for good measure. The texture revealed to him that the fish was not merely on the verge of demise, but had been dead for quite some time, courtesy of the stingy old lady. Xingran contemplated leaving in a huff, but felt a sense of injustice. He had toiled all morning, and though his efforts might not have been acknowledged by others, he could not dismiss the fruits of his labor. Even with newfound wealth, money could be squandered, but the results of hard work should not be wasted. He resolved to take the fish home, considering it a valuable lesson learned in this realm of ninjas, where not only was he youthful, but his acting skills also needed refinement. However, despite his determination to consume this fish, he refused to compromise on his standards. As a dignified gambling deity, he would not lack for funds in the future. How could he settle for a rotting fish? The scrolls of the medicinal ninja, Yashir Yunayu, contained records on using medical ninjutsu to restore vitality to dead fish. As a time-traveling gourmand, Xingran understood the necessity of first enhancing the fish's flavor. Yes, freshness was paramount. Medical ninjutsu involves the practitioner utilizing chakra to stimulate cells, achieving healing for the patient. Through various forms, it can also serve to detoxify or attack. In training, dead fish serve as a common and practical tool. The challenge of medical ninjutsu lies in chakra control. Those with strong control can swiftly master advanced techniques. Yet most ninjas find themselves stuck at this level. If a ninja possesses the ability to utilize basic healing techniques to restore the vitality of every cell in a fish's body for a certain period, resulting in the fish exhibiting a semblance of revival, then congratulations are in order. This ninja's control over yang release chakra has reached the standard required for mastering sage techniques. In the original narrative, medical ninjutsu can resurrect deceased fish, which implies a potential upgrade to the ability to revive humans, a rather incongruous phenomenon that the Xingran Academy only comprehended after acquiring medical ninjutsu. Presently, Xingran, equipped with a superhuman intellect, has effortlessly harnessed the application of sage techniques, making it unreasonable to believe he could not manage the simple act of enhancing freshness. Indeed, as Xingran anticipated, after several repeated experiments, he swiftly restored the unfortunate fish to a lively state. Seizing the moment of the fish's renewed vigor, Xingran employed advanced techniques with his shuriken, effortlessly preparing the fish in mere minutes. After consuming the fish, Xingran fell into contemplation. If achieving the proficiency to employ sage techniques for emergency aid in combat signifies graduation, then he has already accomplished that. However, his ambition to become a medical ninja transcends mere combat. He aspires to amass extensive medical knowledge as a foundation, subsequently seeking Orochimaru's research materials to ultimately address the soul-related issues within the reincarnation techniques, thereby rectifying his own deficiencies in soul resilience prior to the onset of infinite Tsukuyomi. Thus, it is imperative for someone to mentor him, enabling systematic learning to advance the technological or medical tree of this world. Reflecting on the overused trope of seeking a master from his past life, Xingran remained skeptical that the persistent and diligent approach employed by the Shaolin could fail to impress Granny Chiyo enough to accept him. Alas, he lamented that if Tsunade were in the village, he would at least have a superior option. Setting aside other considerations with his current gambling skills, the potential for mutual learning would be promising. Unfortunately, within the village, the only proficient medical ninja he was familiar with was Granny Chiyo, and there were hardly any others. Consequently, Xingran found no better rationale to engage with the few remaining candidates and resolved to reap the fruits from Granny Chiyo's expertise. Having adjusted his mindset once more, Xingran frequented Granny Chiyo's shop daily. He was not a man of few words. He clearly articulated his desire for her guidance, which led to a routine filled with volunteer work. After half a month, Xingran confirmed that the training methods imparted by Granny Chiyo were effective, albeit insufficient for his needs, serving only as a meager enhancement. One day, as usual, Xingran arrived at Granny Chiyo's shop early, where few customers were present, apart from an elderly gentleman. Naturally slipping into his volunteer role, he had become quite adept at assisting customers after weeks of practice. He began by recommending the shop's surplus products, inquiring about their preferences and desired quantities. However, before he could finish his service routine, the elderly gentleman interrupted him. The old man, with a noticeably receding hairline and age spots dotting his face, held a plastic bag in his withered hands. And it was only then that Xingran noticed the bag contained a dead fish. Yesterday, I purchased a fish with the intention of keeping it for a day before consuming it. However, it tragically perished in the middle of the night. Clearly, the fish was not fresh when sold to me. I demand a refund or, at the very least, a replacement with a fresher fish. The old man attempted to assert himself aggressively, yet the evident lack of conviction in his tone left Xingran perplexed. Old Granny? Was this fish sold by you yesterday? Xingran queried, uncertain, having assumed responsibility for nearly all the shop's operations during this time. Even with his underdeveloped intellect, he should not experience any lapses in memory. He had never sold a fish to this old man. Surely, he wasn't attempting to defraud him. I am old and cannot recall clearly. The elderly lady murmured lethargically from her sunlit recliner. Ordinarily, her feeble declaration would raise no suspicions, but Xingran was unconvinced. The little ledger recorded even the most trivial events, such as the orange cat stealing a fish that had leapt from the pool. There was no reason for her to forget yesterday's events. I demand a refund or a fresh fish. Otherwise, I shall refuse to leave, the old man insisted, his eyes darting as he realized the situation was more complex than he anticipated. When did this shop acquire a seemingly vibrant young man? Before he could further pursue Xingran, his plan shifted into action. Xingran observed as the old man prepared to collapse dramatically onto the ground, activating his performance. He was at a loss for words, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu from a previous life. If he intended to feign misfortune, he ought to do so elsewhere. The old man perceived the bewildered expression on Xingran's face and recognized that the young man had been caught off guard by his antics, prompting a more brazen grin. There will be no refund, nor will you receive a replacement fish. This fish merely enjoys playing dead. A bit of chakra will revive it. Realizing that old Granny had no intention of intervening, as if she were oblivious to the old man's misconduct, Xingran understood he must handle the matter himself. As an apprentice with no rights, every situation before his teacher could serve as a test. Reflecting on his time spent volunteering, he sensed it was the moment for his teacher to assess his character. Considering his objective of mastering medical ninjutsu and the lifeless fish before him, the intent was unmistakable. Xingran donned a pleasant yet menacing smile. He extracted the deceased fish from the plastic bag, invoking his ninjutsu, having previously revived a fish. He found this task remarkably effortless. In mere seconds, as he presented the once dead fish to the old man, a flash of green light enveloped it, and the fish sprang back to life. Do not deceive me. I have little education, but that is medical ninjutsu, is it not? The old man feigned calmness, attempting to assert his innocence, claiming that they were all unkind people preying on his ignorance. Yet his body betrayed him as he hastily snatched the revived fish and scurried away, disappearing in an instant. With a subtle smirk at the corner of Xingran's mouth, he cast a triumphant glance towards the seemingly comatose Grandma Chiu, reclining in her chair. This problem was far too easy. Was there not a more challenging one available? Yet, Grandma Chiu, with her air of sophistication, seemed utterly unimpressed by Xingran's self-satisfaction, maintaining an appearance of still being half asleep. However, the little orange cat inadvertently betrayed the inner turmoil of Grandma Chiu, as the poor creature had fled in terror to cower behind Xingran, trembling with fear. Its back bore an unsightly bald patch, a result of recent petting, a painful burden for such a young feline to endure. As evening descended, concluding a day rife with disappointing volunteer experiences, Xingran was preparing to return home when Grandma Chiu, nearly fused with her armchair, suddenly called out to him. Who taught you that palm magic? The tone of her inquiry was somewhat elusive, leaving Xingran uncertain whether she viewed his newfound abilities positively or negatively. Not too shabby, right? He responded cautiously. Rudimentary, a waste of chakra and cellular vitality. No wonder you sought my guidance. Your teacher must be a veterinarian, she retorted mercilessly, delivering a blow to his ego. Nevertheless, Xingran did not feel disheartened. From Grandma Chiu's words, it seemed she was considering taking him under her wing. Oh, let me transform this unlicensed veterinarian into a competent old military doctor. Such a lack of instruction has resulted in your current state. Do not take offense, she added. Xingran knew the moment had come to showcase his talents. He was indeed a self-taught prodigy, standing before her, urging her to recognize his brilliance and accept him as her disciple, thus paving his path to greatness. Self-taught, indeed, she remarked with an air of indifference. As though the conversation had reached an awkward lull, she reclined back into her chair, leaving Xingran feeling perplexed. Was that it? The script seemed off. Was her true form that armchair, revealing itself in excitement upon discovering such a genius? Contemplating giving up, he mused about Grandma Chiu's peculiar disposition. Were it not for Hai's fervent endorsement, could someone exhibiting such behavior genuinely impart wisdom? After routinely practicing his mental fortitude using Hai's method, Xingran returned to Grandma Chiu's shop the following morning, revitalized and eager. Time was of the essence, with the infinite Tsukuyami looming a mere decade away. He had no intention of engaging in the drawn-out, traditional apprenticeship akin to the Shaolin Temple, where one might wait years just to be initiated. Do not busy yourself today. Take this book and study it. Memorize its contents promptly, Grandma Chiu instructed, tossing a tome thicker than a brick at him without waiting for a greeting. Is this a stroke of serendipity? He thought to himself, as he swallowed his initial reaction to the exorbitant tuition fees of his school, which had yielded scant knowledge. Displaying remarkable discernment, he promptly adopted the role of a diligent student, delving into the volume titled Where to Find Magical Herbs. By the way, in the realm of ninjas with their myriad of extraordinary summoning beasts, was there not a book titled Where to Find Magical Creatures? Meanwhile, Grandma Chiu dispatched several shadow clones to conduct business, revealing her true self as the armchair once more. This tome meticulously chronicled various herbs, detailing their growing conditions, effects, advantages, disadvantages, and precautions, some accompanied by illustrations while others were solely descriptive. This is a reference book akin to a dictionary. Granny Chiu ought to enrich her knowledge base and lay a solid foundation, much like sharpening a knife that does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Xingran expressed his understanding, It was time to showcase true skill. As the quaint shop had just opened its doors, it remained devoid of customers. And the sound of turning pages resembled a jest. Granny Chiu sat up from her recliner, her sunken eyes wide with a look of incredulity, pondering how she too could misjudge. What sort of progeny was this family producing? After volunteering for half a month, was he merely here to seek amusement? Sensing Granny Chiu's astonishment, Xingran, amidst his busyness, took a moment to raise his eyebrows at her. Wearing a cheeky expression reminiscent of a mischievous student who never took learning seriously, Granny Chiu, somewhat speechless, rolled her eyes and, with a sense of utter disinterest, decided to ignore him until he had finished perusing the books, at which point she would send him on his way. Unbeknownst to them, time had quietly drifted towards noon. Xingran had been engrossed in reading for nearly 3 hours, and the last customer had departed half an hour ago, signaling that business was likely concluded for the day. At that moment, Xingran finally turned to the last page of Where to Find Magical Herbs. He sighed deeply, his lips pursing in disappointment. It was a pity for the poorly developed child. In the original narrative, the superhero had perused all published medical texts in a mere 5 minutes, mastering knowledge that would take an ordinary person a decade to acquire. While his memory was commendable, his cognitive processing could not compare to that of the original plot. With nearly 1,500 pages before him, he required an average of 10 seconds to commit a single page to memory. My learning ability certainly needs enhancement. Xingran set the book down, lost in contemplation. Hearing his musings, Granny Chiu couldn't even muster the energy to roll her eyes. Deciding it was time to part ways with him indefinitely, Xingran, adept at discerning Granny Chiu's current thoughts, understood that his earlier display of reading was intended to reinforce her impression of his genius. If he did not reveal his potential while learning, she might mistakenly regard him as a top student in a remedial classroom, where the teacher repetitively instructed on matters he could easily grasp, a situation detrimental to his progress. Before Granny Chiu could usher him away, Xingran began to recite the entire text to himself. Granny Chiu's expressions were a spectacle, shifting from disdain to astonishment and ultimately to contemplation. However, Xingran's attempt at grandeur fell short. 30 minutes into his recitation, Granny Chiu interrupted him. Do you possess photographic memory? Sort of, he replied. It seems you will learn swiftly. That is well. Follow me. Granny Chiu's remarks were always sparse to her. Action spoke louder than words. Although she had not explicitly stated her intention to take Xingran as her apprentice, it was evident that she had already begun to contemplate how to guide him. As they followed Granny Chiu into the backyard of the small shop where she resided, Xingran, having mastered his ability to control his perceptive powers, upheld his moral principles and refrained from prying into others' affairs. Thus, it was his first time witnessing Granny Chiu's backyard. The main hall was a small chamber, filled to the brim with books, leaving little space in what was once a large house, now reduced to a small room meant only for sleeping. Aunt Chiu opened the door to a room on the southern side of her small courtyard, revealing shelves brimming with books, her cherished collection. Today, she began her exploration in this room, filled with materials aimed at enhancing the knowledge of beginners. Once she had absorbed all the content, she would be ready to embark upon the next phase of her learning journey. It seemed that Aunt Chiu possessed no other valuable possessions. After leaving the door ajar, she discarded Xingran and returned to the front hall, which was furnished with a recliner from her fish shop. Xingran had anticipated the extensive amount of literature she would need to study. After all, in her previous life, while watching anime, she had often seen Tsunade's room overflowing with books. It was clear that mastering medical ninjutsu was no simple feat, however. She had not envisioned the sheer volume of reading required at Aunt Chiu's. Indeed, it appeared that the average person could not attain the status of a competent medical ninja. Only prodigies like Sakura or those of the Kagaya bloodline, like Tsunade, could achieve such heights relying solely on their medical ninjutsu. Suddenly inspired, Xingran did not immediately plunge into her studies. Instead, she approached the fish shop with a beaming smile, noticing that Aunt Chiu seemed to have dozed off again, remaining silent while she kept a cheerful demeanor nearby. What do you want? Aunt Chiu remarked with resignation, unable to truly sleep under such scrutiny. In pursuit of knowledge and efficiency, Xingran expressed her desire to learn the multi-shadow clone technique first. In the early days of her ability awakening, the limited skill books available provided only simple techniques that could be mastered with ease, leaving her without a pressing need to rapidly accumulate knowledge. However, the situation had changed. She had come to the ninja world to experience a vibrant life, not merely to be a scholar. With the avenues for acquiring knowledge now resolved, it was imperative for her to digest this information swiftly, allowing her more time to contemplate other areas of growth. Yet, Aunt Xiao, being an elderly person, lacked the capacity to perform the resource-intensive multi-shadow clone technique. She had always utilized the standard shadow clone technique. The latter was not particularly difficult. After spending a mere 10 minutes at Aunt Xiao's side to comprehend the chakra flow of the shadow clone technique, Xingran returned to the backyard, transformed into 4 identical figures. The shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, is an advanced ninjutsu that employs chakra to create tangible clones, capable of acting and fighting independently from the original, possessing their own consciousness and a degree of resilience. Upon dispelling the technique, the clone's memories and experiences return to the original. Unlike ordinary clones, these manifestations could engage in combat with adversaries. Originally a technique utilized by Senju Tobarama for espionage, it had since become widespread throughout the ninja world. Consequently, ninjas from other nations had also mastered this technique, though many still predominantly employed water or sand clones. The distinction between shadow clones and multi-shadow clones lies in their numbers. While the former is limited, the latter can produce hundreds or even thousands of clones. In terms of offensive capability, they represent entirely different concepts. After an hour had passed, Xingran voluntarily dispelled one of her shadow clones, and in an instant, the knowledge accumulated by that clone surged into her mind like a flood. The fundamental techniques of bandaging, the taboos associated with the internal and external use of common anti-inflammatory medications, and the knowledge gleaned from 2 foundational texts were neither too scant nor too abundant. Within the span of an hour, Xingran committed this information to memory, which left her feeling somewhat dizzy. It appeared that the side effects were indeed present. She simply remained unaware of her limits. Progressing accordingly, in the subsequent hours, Xingran engaged with shadow clones, and upon the dissolution of the 3rd clone, she experienced a wave of dizziness and a faint sense of nausea. It seemed her mental fortitude could only reach such a level. In truth, despite Xingran manifesting merely 3 shadow clones for a limited duration, one must not forget that these clones were tirelessly absorbing medical knowledge that was inherently complex and voluminous. This differed significantly from Naruto's training of the Rasengan, where he was not engaged in an endeavor that demanded substantial mental exertion. The principles and methods were straightforward. The challenge lay in the accumulation of practice through physical memory. Thus, Naruto could produce hundreds, if not thousands, of clones to train, whereas Xingran could only create 3, which had already begun to take a toll on her. This phenomenon elucidates why the more advanced technique of multi-shadow clone jutsu is regarded as a forbidden art, as the overwhelming influx of information can easily lead to cerebral injury for the practitioner. Presently, Xingran's extraordinary brain, due to underdevelopment, functioned akin to an antiquated hard drive, operating sluggishly, with an increasing burden of information leading to diminished speed and potential overheating. Nevertheless, despite its numerous flaws, a hard drive retains its stored information. This singular trait endowed Xingran with the capacity to rival the knowledge of 2 medical masters among the legendary Sannin, significantly surpassing that of an ordinary individual. As nearly a month had swiftly passed and autumn was approaching, Xingran had been engaged in nearly 24-hour cycles of study, even while her true self slumbered. Her shadow clones would persist in their learning throughout the night. Upon awakening the next day, she would dispel one of the clones, and the extensive knowledge accumulated over several hours would weigh heavily on her freshly awakened mind. To combat this fatigue, she would practice a segment of the Yamanaka clan's meditation techniques, which swiftly revitalized her. This method was a discovery made a week after commencing her studies under the guidance of Granny Autumn. It allowed for a balance between training and learning. The sole drawback was that the increase in mental prowess and the growth achieved through meditation after expending mental energy were not significantly disparate, thus remaining somewhat marginal. Such intense study was undeniably arduous, yet the results were profoundly gratifying. The room filled with books in the southern section had been thoroughly documented, and Xingran had now ventured into the northern room, which was also filled with books. However, the content this time was more advanced and practical, comprising clinical cases and analytical results. Granny Autumn indicated that Xingran was now poised to enter the practical phase. However, the materials available for practice were limited. She suggested that Xingran either find a way to infiltrate the Konoha Hospital or serve as a battlefield medic for a period. While Konoha Hospital, being situated in the rear, typically encountered fewer patients, the cases presented were often complex and varied, unlike those faced by battlefield medics, who primarily dealt with external injuries. However, Konoha Hospital is a legitimate medical facility. The rogue healer, Xingran, might find entry easy, but to actively participate would require considerable time and endurance. Thus, A battlefield medic would be far more suited to his current circumstances. Upon arriving at Granichio's shop, Xingran once again encountered the elderly man he had previously crossed paths with. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's pipe had long since extinguished. The spacious office was occupied by 4 individuals, including the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the advisory council of Konoha. Nearly 2 months had passed since Tsuchika Jinoki chose to remain aloof in the face of the ongoing defection incidents and assaults occurring at the borders of Konoha. With the diminished fear of the Earth Country, Konoha had begun to act with greater freedom. After a series of cat-and-mouse pursuits, both sides had suffered casualties. Although Konoha's shinobi had the advantage due to proximity to supplies, ensuring that their injured could receive prompt and effective treatment. In stark contrast, the rogue ninjas faced devastating losses. Lacking medical logistics, their injuries often translated into life-threatening situations. Through prolonged encounters, the Konoha side had essentially confirmed that these renegade ninjas hailed from the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning. In truth, affirming this evidence was merely a formality, intended to inform those curious for details or with ulterior motives that their adversary was the Land of Lightning, with no relevance to others. As the Third Great Ninja War progressed to this stage, the warring nations had essentially boiled down to just the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Anyone with a modicum of intellect could easily deduce which 2 factions were engaged in combat along the Konoha border. However, the subterfuge and treachery within the ninja world were exceedingly abundant. The scenario of a third party instigating conflict to reap the benefits had occurred countless times, which explained why it had taken this long for the higher-ups to persuade one another and unify their stance. It is indeed a lamentable reality that during wartime, the presence of multiple voices among the powers that be can lead to protracted decision-making, resulting in significant bloodshed for the frontline troops. Everyone had perused the formal letter from the Reikage, acknowledging his terms would lead to a ceasefire, thereby conclusively ending the Third Great Ninja War. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage initiated the discussion, casting the question to the advisory council. A ceasefire was acceptable, but the Reikage terms were utterly untenable. This was not a peace treaty. It was a demand for reparations. We are no longer in the position of being besieged as we were in the past. In a direct confrontation with the Land of Lightning, they would undoubtedly be the first to falter. Danzo was the first to rise in opposition to the ceasefire. The Land of Lightning was simply too proud to acknowledge their defeat in this war, should they engage Konoha. The burden of an extended supply line would ultimately lead to their downfall, a truth well understood by all present. Yet, the current issue lay in the unpredictability of a desperate opponent. Engaging the Land of Lightning in a fierce confrontation would certainly yield a final victory for Konoha. But the resources and manpower expended would far exceed the reparations proposed by the Reikage. If a ceasefire were to be enacted now, it would at least be financially advantageous for Konoha, allowing them to redirect their combat capabilities towards commissioned tasks, thereby generating greater profit. However, this would mean that while the Land of Fire would mitigate its losses, the Land of Lightning, despite their inability to secure victory, would emerge as the greatest beneficiary. In this give and take, should another confrontation arise, Konoha would face even greater losses. However, the notion of a ceasefire is vehemently opposed. While the Land of Lightning may indeed face destruction, resulting in at least a decade of recovery, the Land of Fire will similarly suffer under the relentless pressure of this undaunted adversary. At that juncture, the issue will not merely be one of defeating the Land of Lightning, but rather the emergence of a pack of wolves circling, as the severely weakened nation of Fire will be overtaken by other countries that have already declared their withdrawal and defeat. Consequently, the Land of Fire, possessing the most fertile lands, will transform into a coveted prize, reminiscent of its vulnerable position at the onset of the Third Great War. What then? Danzo has unequivocally expressed his dissent. Yet, the reality is clear to all. Whatever decision is made will be detrimental to Konoha. Tika and Mito Menka clearly embody the principles of moderation, but if Hashirin were present, he would undoubtedly scoff at their timidity. Each time the village confronts a critical decision, these 2 individuals prioritize self-preservation, and when mismanagement occurs, they either shift the blame to the Hokage or to Danzo. In this regard, Danzo, as the advisor to the Hokage, proves to be far more competent than either of them. The third Hokage gazed upon the 2, recognizing their habitual detachment, and knew he could not rely on them. Konoha truly finds itself in a tumultuous period, filled with internal strife and incompetence in external conflicts. The third Hokage reminisced about his mentor, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, who had an astute sense for recognizing those willing to embrace responsibility. Yet, he grew weary of his own character, finding it tiresome to always bear the burden alone during pivotal moments. Although he disagreed with the Reikage terms, peace remains crucial for us. I have resolved to negotiate with the Reikage until a suitable ceasefire agreement is reached. After much contemplation, the third Hokage devised a compromise. It appeared as though he was yielding to the Reikage scorched earth tactics, yet in reality, he conceded nothing. Deftly returning the issue to the Reikage while seizing the initiative and retaining a hidden advantage. By actively choosing peace, he entered a phase of negotiation. As it was the Reikage who proposed the talks, one cannot approach such discussions without a semblance of bargaining sincerity. Once negotiations commence, it is prudent for both sides to halt military operations. Should the front lines stabilize, Konoha's overall advantages would become evident, allowing for nearby recuperation or even an early transition of forces, exchanging the exhausted frontline troops with those rested and rejuvenated in the rear, or deploying reserve units to undertake missions of value creation. Conversely, even if the Cloud Shinobi were to also rotate their forces, their war potential pales in comparison to that of Konoha, rendering their reinforcements insufficient to address the losses incurred. The essence of warfare lies in financial resources. The side with greater war potential is more likely to emerge victorious. A critical factor in this scenario is the issue of supply lines. It is well known that the supply lines of the hidden cloud village stretch perilously long. Once ceasefire negotiations commence, the sheer volume of daily supplies required for the front lines will reach astronomical figures, and this unnecessary depletion will only weaken the Reikage's position at the negotiating table. The strategy of delay, if executed masterfully by the third Hokage, will lead to the Land of Lightning's unassailable defeat. The individuals present are astute, and upon hearing the proposal and explanation from the third Hokage, they unanimously express their resolute support for the Hokage's decisions, standing steadfastly alongside him to combat the insidious schemes of foreign reactionary forces. At this moment, Danzo's emotions are exceedingly complex. It must be acknowledged that, on numerous occasions, Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities as Hokage are truly admirable. Such a simple tactic as procrastination had eluded his earlier thoughts. Danzo often resorted to covert machinations to resolve issues. Just moments ago, his disagreement with the notion of negotiation stemmed from years of experience. Each time he faced a dilemma, it sufficed to take an opposing stance to Hiruzen, knowing well that in the end, Hiruzen would not heed his counsel. Should it succeed, all would be well. Should it falter, he could seize upon the Hokage's shortcomings. Many of those he had misled over the years had, in truth, been sacrificed due to the Hokage's decisions. Kakashi had once served under Danzo, a fact that had led to the latter's penchant for using the Hokage as a scapegoat. Yet, Danzo yearned to resolve matters with the same political finesse as Hiruzen. Regrettably, at his age, habitual thought processes make change exceedingly challenging. Hiruzen, your methods, while commendable, cannot solely rely upon such tactics. While a ceasefire at the front is acceptable, we must not relent in our espionage efforts behind enemy lines. We can exert greater pressure on the Cloud Village to expedite their concessions. It is unreasonable for us to endure the treachery of their rogue ninjas without retribution. This list comprises individuals whose wills have been weakened by the ravages of war. Sign it, and I shall train them to become effective spies. Danzo's primary role is to cultivate spies who can be sacrificed at any moment, engaging in acts akin to living bombs. After a brief moment of contemplation, the third Hokage wearily accepted the documents Danzo offered, a stack of personal profiles of ninjas. There were 9 individuals, all of whom had performed poorly due to mission failures or attacks, either burdening their comrades, exhibiting cowardice unbefitting of a ninja, or succumbing to battle-induced trauma rendering them unsuitable for the role. The third Hokage swiftly perused the profiles, revealing no overt reaction. He selected one individual's profile and signed over the remaining 8 to Danzo. The implication clear: take these 8. This piqued Danzo's interest in the lone ninja afflicted by battle fatigue, whose profile was retained by the third Hokage. He committed the details of these 9 individuals to memory, noting that the one left behind was named Yamanaka Xingran. Since his team had been annihilated, he had developed a gambling addiction, an abominable vice among ninjas. Money can easily corrupt a ninja's resolve, making them prime targets for foreign espionage. Such individuals, easily swayed by financial incentives, are of low risk yet high reward. Yamanaka Xingran had violated one of the 3 cardinal prohibitions for ninjas. What prospects could he possibly have? Danzo held little regard for this ordinary genin. Yet the third Hokage must have seen something noteworthy in him. Was there intelligence he was unaware of? Perhaps he should investigate further when time permits. However, prior to the investigation, it may be possible to discern the circumstances from the third Hokage. if the reasons are trivial. He would not go to such lengths for an ordinary individual. This child is diligently studying medical ninjutsu and may prove to be a promising talent. The third Hokage harbors no secrets. His approach is akin to casting a wide net, hoping for the best outcome. If the child succeeds, it is splendid. If not, there is no significant loss. Hence, this scenario unfolds. Surely, you do not believe that a gambling-loving medical ninja could achieve greatness akin to Tsunade. Danzo thought little of it, turning his back and departing the Hokage's office with a distinct lack of courtesy. The awakening of Xingran's superhuman abilities was unknown to everyone else. He was merely an exceptionally ordinary genin. His potential to become a medical ninja sufficed to validate the Hokage's actions. Perhaps, who knows? Just as Danzo was about to exit the office, the third's voice resonated, almost as if he were speaking to himself or countering Danzo's words. Danzo merely smiled and said nothing. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Xingran remained oblivious to the fact that he had just narrowly escaped a grave crisis. Had he been dispatched to the route for indoctrination, it would have marked the end of the story. Observing the elderly man, now cheerfully carrying the resurrected fish, Xingran continually cast inquiring glances towards Granny Chiyo. What on earth is going on with this old man? Was he meant to be my entrance exam? Is this an additional monthly assessment? If it is, at least present some new questions. The two sets of questions are identical. Surely, you haven't truly succumbed to senility. Do not look at me that way. I know what you are thinking. This was not my arrangement, for according to Granny Chiyo's principles, she does not provide explanations. However, if the misunderstandings before us are not clarified, it is evident that this student may develop certain undesirable notions regarding elderly relatives suffering from dementia, which cannot be tolerated. Thus, a rather commonplace yet seldom discussed tragic topic within the ninja world was presented to Xingran. The story is simple. The old man's sole son was an ordinary ninja who vanished during a mission and never returned. There was no death report, and the village concluded he might have defected, as the task involved escorting merchants, and ultimately, the merchants perished. Naturally, the old man did not believe this. He steadfastly maintained that his son either died heroically or was captured for human experimentation, particularly given the circumstances surrounding Orochimaru's defection, which had greatly agitated him. Unfortunately, the village did not alter the records pertaining to the old man's son, and Orochimaru's laboratory yielded no relevant findings. The old man's situation continued to deteriorate due to his age. Moreover, Konoha was not a charitable institution, to speak more severely. Following the fourth Hokage's death in the line of duty, his own son was living a life of consuming expired milk, which reveals many issues. This old man had visited Granny Chiyo's shop multiple times due to the dead fish. In his mind, she was a forgetful old lady. And each time he found a dead fish by the river, he could exchange it for a fresh one here. Due to certain reasons, Granny Chiyo felt a deep sympathy for the little old man's plight. A mere fish was of little concern to her, so she consistently obliged him by providing a fresh one to enhance his meager meals. Upon hearing this, Xingran understood that even in a peaceful, lawful society, families of those who perished in the line of duty often struggled, and in the harsh world of ninjas, such circumstances were even more prevalent. The only way to avert such a tragic fate was to grow stronger. However, Xingran was intrigued by the certain reasons mentioned by Granny Chiyo. It was surprising that this frugal old man could occasionally exhibit such compassion. Gaining further insight into Granny Chiyo might prove beneficial for their future interactions. Unfortunately, she remained tight-lipped about her reasons, leaving Xingran feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, if one light dims, another shines, Hachi should possess some knowledge. That evening, Xingran donned a guise of familial warmth and visited Hachi's home for a meal. As expected, Hachi did not disappoint. Within just one day, Xingran heard two tragic tales. In truth, within the ninja realm, such tragedies were countless. Those recounted in the original narrative merely scratched the surface. Granny Chiyo's husband and son had both perished in the war, and following the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, her most cherished disciple had silently succumbed in a remote corner of the Land of Rain. Due to the prolonged lack of burial, the body had decomposed beyond recognition. This disciple was a girl from a mountain clan, whose medical talents were mediocre but who endeared herself to Granny Chiyo. After the successive deaths of her family, this apprentice became her sole pillar of emotional support. It was no wonder that Granny Chiyo treated her with indifference. She likely feared that a deep bond would lead to further heartache should they face separation in the future. Upon returning home, Xingran finally grasped why Granny Chiyo, who was inherently aloof and taciturn, was perceived as a kind elder in Hachi's eyes. This perception stemmed from the fact that Hachi had interacted with her before the scars of loss had marred their souls. Only those with long-standing relationships would view her in such a light, while new acquaintances would only experience her coldness, an emotional safeguard against the pain of parting. Suddenly, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of a Konoha Umbu at Xingran's doorstep. Clearly, this individual had been lying in wait for him. As he was intercepted the moment he stepped outside, Yamanaka Xingran, the Hokage requests your presence. Please proceed to the office at once, the Umbu, masked in a raccoon disguise, declared with an air of pretentiousness before vanishing in a puff of smoke, as if to imply his time was worth a fortune. Xingran rubbed his nose. This was the familiar method of the Umbu summoning him, just as depicted on television. He wondered what the Hokage desired of him. After dispatching a shadow clone to report to Granny Chiyo, Xingran meandered toward the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he immediately recognized two familiar faces, one from his past life and the other from this one. The sleek black hair of the watermelon-skinned character resembled that of a kappa, complemented by thick brows and a bizarre olive-green jumpsuit. When he spoke, he always flashed a bright smile, showcasing his pearly whites as if to announce, "I take good care of my teeth." In terms of the artistic style of this world, there exists a peculiar individual whose appearance grows increasingly distinct with age. To put it kindly, he possesses a rugged visage. To be less charitable, he resembles a character from a Catgirl series, suddenly intermingled with a Kaiser-like figure, reminiscent of a scene from Gintama. This individual is a former acquaintance of Xingran from a past life, famously known as the prideful azure beast of Konoha, Mad Anakai. Ah, a newcomer. You must be the sensory ninja adept in medical ninjutsu. Welcome to our ranks. The fervor of youth thrives on forging new friendships. The concept of character design is indeed wondrous. Might Guy, despite merely extending a greeting, swiftly transitions into a state of reminiscence, giving Xingran a thumbs up while tears stream down his cheeks, revealing a perfect set of pearly whites. Xingran stifles the urge to critique Guy's emotional outbursts and instead gazes curiously at this lifetime's acquaintance. The high black ponytail resembles a broom, accentuating a broad forehead that shines with prominence, much like Guy's dazzling smile, which is difficult to behold. Clad in a gray jacket that pairs with her perpetually taut expression, she emanates an aura of seriousness and rigidity. This is Nara Izumi, a contemporary from the Nara clan. Were it not for her perpetually stern demeanor, she would undoubtedly be considered a beauty above average. Given her ties to the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans, Xingran feels a sense of familiarity with her. Izumi, what is going on? Has your team suffered a reduction in personnel? Xingran knows that while Guy may appear carefree and unkempt, he is nonetheless a competent ninja. Since he has welcomed her, it likely indicates that she will soon be assigned to Guy's team. However, his team was previously a full trio, and her impending inclusion implies a reduction in numbers, which often suggests a grim fate. That fellow got promoted to Chunin and went off to teach at the academy. The Hokage has arranged for us to undertake a defense assignment, claiming he has found us a splendid teammate, she chuckles. Izumi evidently senses Xingran's misunderstanding and hastily clarifies. Her explanation stems from her earnest disposition, but as the conversation progresses, her remarks subtly mock Xingran as the Hokage's ideal teammate. Xingran and Izumi have had little interaction since graduating from the Ninja Academy. Yet their shared ties to the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans mean that many matters are not shrouded in secrecy. Thus, in Izumi's view, Xingran remains that underachieving individual, whereas she has consistently been an elite from the academy to the front lines. To her, having a teammate like Xingran merely tests her ability to elevate others, as she despises the notion of coasting through victories. Now, Izumi, one must not rely on outdated perceptions within the ninja world. Xingran has mastered the intricate and formidable healing palm technique. With him on board, Guy's combat prowess will increase by at least 30%. If you still deem this arrangement unsuitable, I shall seek another. At this moment, the third Hokage interjects, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. He has reviewed the treatment report from Konoha Hospital regarding Junping. Prior to his admission, he had indeed received emergency treatment via the healing palm technique. Although it wasn't executed flawlessly, it was undoubtedly the healing palm technique. For the squad stationed at the border, the necessity of being perpetually battle-ready is paramount. In such circumstances, the presence of a medical ninja serves as a beacon of life assurance, a coveted asset for all. A squad that dismisses a medical ninja is either utterly misguided or possesses such formidable strength that they disdain the potential hindrance a medical ninja might present. Although Narao Izumi did not perceive her team as sufficiently powerful to overlook the inclusion of a medical ninja, she nevertheless harbored reservations about Siren being a liability. hence her earlier sardonic remarks. However, this sentiment was predicated on the assumption that Siren possessed only rudimentary first aid skills. Upon learning that Siren had mastered the art of sage techniques, a battlefield marvel, her eyes widened in astonishment. Well, who would have thought I would be so well suited for the role of a medical ninja? Otherwise, I wouldn't have consistently lagged behind in ninja school, Siren remarked, her smile radiating a formulaic brightness, not directed at Nara Izumi, but rather in response to the Hokage. That old man was rather crafty. His teasing smile appeared oddly sinister, leaving her with an unsettling chill at the nape of her neck. Siren promptly elucidated the reasons for her newfound prowess, clarifying that her previous position at the bottom of her class was not due to idleness or a sudden awakening of extraordinary powers, an explanation that seemed almost implausible. There's no need for change. Youth is without regret. Since Lord Hokage has arranged for me to join this team, it must be fate. Oh, what a splendid youth it is. The prospect of new companions has ignited my fervor, Kai exclaimed, buoyed by the Hokage's words, recognizing that Siren's presence would enhance his own capabilities. Thus, he fervently declared the matter settled with a flurry of impassioned rhetoric. As long as you are in agreement. That is sufficient. Siren was summoned for a task assigned by the village. Our comrades at the front have been engaged in battle for an extended period, and this moment presents a relatively safe interval. The village has decided to execute a border rotation, ensuring security while allowing our weary comrades a chance to return home and rest. Siren's personal opinions were swiftly disregarded, and upon Kai's affirmation, the third Hokage promptly initiated the task arrangements. In truth, Siren was reluctant to embark on missions. Her priority lay in acquiring knowledge to prepare for future encounters with Orochimaru and to delve into the study of forbidden soul techniques. If she could deplete the knowledge repository of Granny Aki, then she might consider taking a break, yet she had only just begun her clinical learning phase, with much left to absorb. However, Siren lacked the leverage to voice her dissent. While she could opt not to accept missions, an inherent right, this particular task was mandated by the village, thus falling within the realm of obligations incumbent upon Konoha ninjas. Refusal could incur severe consequences, potentially branding her a deserter. In this world of shinobi, where the village undertakes national defense, the essence of a ninja is akin to that of a soldier. During times of diminished threats to national security, there exists greater freedom, resembling that of mercenaries who may choose to accept or decline missions based on personal preference and economic viability. However, once the village council, representative of the higher echelons of this world, issues a task, it transforms into a conscription scenario, revoking any leave and mandating immediate deployment, with refusal leading to severe repercussions. Xingran could only reluctantly accept the arrangements made by the third Hokage, and time was not on his side as he was to depart today. With a heart brimming with grievances, he returned home to gather his belongings, his discontent evident in his demeanor. However, after bidding farewell to Granny Chiyo at her shop, his spirits lifted considerably. She informed him that having acquired such theoretical knowledge, he now had a valuable opportunity to apply it practically, as there were numerous injured on the front lines. This experience could be seen as a rare balance of labor and leisure, for one must traverse vast distances to complement their extensive reading. Before his departure, Granny Chiyo gifted Xingran 2 scrolls of ninjutsu. One was a hemostasis technique, intended for post-operative healing and battlefield emergencies, requiring minimal time for execution. The other was an extraction technique for fine ailments, a medical ninjutsu of high technical demand, capable of extracting or transplanting toxins and organs. The shadows of this technique could be seen in the eye-swapping practices of the Uchiha clan. Both techniques were exceptionally suitable for battlefield medical applications. Although Granny Chiyo never explicitly stated her intention to take Xingran as her apprentice, the benefits of mentorship undoubtedly fell upon him. The hemostasis technique was relatively straightforward, being a fundamental ninjutsu, but the extraction technique for fine ailments was exceedingly rare and difficult to master. Granny Chiyo handed the scrolls to Xingran without uttering a word, seemingly disinterested in him, merging once again with her recliner. Yet, as Xingran silently turned to leave, he sensed, even without perception, a fleeting moment of concern or perhaps regret from her. After all, who among mortals can remain devoid of emotion? Though their time together was brief, Xingran was undoubtedly the most exceptional protege Granny Chiyo had ever mentored, quick to learn and adept in his studies. What teacher would not cherish such a student? However, she understood that Xingran was merely a low-ranking ninja, with his survival on the battlefield situated at the bottom of the food chain. The more affection she invested, the greater the pain he would endure in the future. Thus, Granny Chiu had always been cautious not to invest too much emotion in him, and her current behavior seemed more a reflection of her own prideful disposition. In the northern region of the continent, towering peaks pierced the heavens, perpetually echoing with thunderous roars. The mountains here were crisscrossed and dense, while the rivers of the central range carved a sinuous coastline at their mouths, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This land was rich in hot springs, rivaling even that of the land of hot water, yet it was not the land of hot water, but rather the land of lightning, named for its incessant thunder. The ninja village of the land of lightning was Kumogakure, a nation ranked just below the mighty land of fire among the 5 great powers, with its leader similarly designated by the title of Kage. Kumogakure was home to the 2 Tails and 8 Tails Jinchuriki and was renowned for its martial prowess, emphasizing both swordsmanship and physical combat techniques. In a bid to enhance its national strength, the village also dedicated itself to the study of ninjutsu and ninja tools from other nations. Such a formidable nation boasted military and economic capabilities among the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet, even this powerful land of lightning could not sustain the burdens of a war with no clear victory in sight, as the logistical strain continued to mount. Here lies the village of Yunin, adorned with architecture reminiscent of the land of lightning, grand and majestic. At the heart of this village stands the Reikage building, akin to a spinning top suspended in the air, a sight most dazzling. However, no matter how magnificent a structure may be, it deserves the care of those who inhabit it. Inside the Reikage's office, a cacophony of clattering echoes reverberates through the air. The source of this tumult is a towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, with dark skin and light yellow hair, a physique robust and imposing. Clad in a white cloak, he is adorned with a broad belt and heavy armor. The newly appointed 4th Reikage, is currently fuming, his frustration manifesting in the destruction of his large desk. Lord Reikage, our logistical strain has become exceedingly burdensome. I implore you to treat these public facilities with respect. A calm and composed voice interjects, belonging to an elder adorned with glasses designed to be easily hung around the neck. The antiquated spectacles, coupled with the wrinkles of age etched upon her face, elicit a sense of aversion from the 4th Reikage. This elderly woman perpetually instructs him on what he ought to do and say, her incessant nagging fueling A's desire to seek a new assistant. Cursed Hokage, cursed Konoha. Whether we engage in battle or negotiate, their incessant prattling seeks to undermine us. How infuriating. The Hokage of Konoha are nothing but schemers. And that old fossil Inoki. The older he gets, the more he fears confrontation. After all we have accomplished, with victory nearly within our grasp, would it truly be so fatal to extort Konoha? Enveloped in impatience, refrains from acknowledging his elder assistant's words, instead unleashing a torrent of frustration akin to a wild beast. Yet, within the Reikage's office, a seemingly trivial complaint brings an unexpected hush. Several advisors, remnants of previous Reikages, exchange glances, clearly recognizing that despite A's youth, his words have made a significant impact on the true power brokers of the village. Indeed, if we continue to squabble endlessly with Konoha, we shall falter before the war even determines a victor. We cannot allow ourselves to be led by Konoha's whims. A sturdy elder, clad in a white robe and sporting a mane of white hair, is the first to concur with the Reikage sentiments. What follows seems to plunge the Reikage's office into a deliberative mode, as the upper echelons engage in fervent discussion. Those who had previously advocated for a strategic retreat now clash with those resolute in their intent to confront Konoha head-on. After an hour of extensive discourse, a consensus emerges. Negotiations shall proceed, yet preparations for battle must also be made. That which eludes us at the negotiating table must be seized upon the battlefield. Both nations are acutely aware of their respective strengths and weaknesses. Konoha, having endured assaults from various nations, has seen its once unparalleled power wane since the Third Great Ninja War. For the Land of Fire, which has always prided itself as the strongest in the ninja world, the paramount objective is to curtail losses and swiftly regain strength. Thus, the Land of Fire seeks to avoid conflict. At this juncture, should the Land of Earth leverage the incident of rogue ninjas as a pretext, Konoha will be compelled to bolster its defenses along its borders, anticipating potential treachery from the Land of Earth. In this manner, even if the Land of Lightning must contend with a protracted supply line, a glimmer of victory may still dawn upon the horizon. However, the circumstances have changed. The Land of Fire can now fully contend with the Land of Lightning, which, due to the protracted supply line issues, finds itself at the brink of exhaustion. The Land of Lightning is also reluctant to continue fighting, as the hope for victory is dim. Yet, Within the traditions of the Land of Lightning, there exists no shame in succumbing to defeat due to non-combat crimes. The hawkish faction has always been the prevailing ideology, even when it is evident that continuing the conflict serves no beneficial purpose. Nevertheless, the culture of the Yayue clan in Yunin village is different. They prefer to confront issues head-on with sheer force rather than resorting to convoluted political maneuvers, which are always viewed as a last resort. Thus, many harbor the sentiment of sacrificing everything to unseat the emperor. The Yayue clan, the ruling family of Yunin village in the Land of Lightning, is characterized by their imposing physique and exceptional prowess in lightning techniques. Since the first Reikage, every successive Reikage has emerged from this lineage. The Yayue clan embodies a strong sense of kinship and unity, which, during times of war, often leads to more extreme decisions. With members unafraid of sacrifice, their conviction that individual sacrifices can yield greater collective benefits is deeply ingrained. The newly appointed fourth Reikage, ascended to his position not merely through personal strength but also through capabilities that justify his title. In the original storyline, the fourth Reikage is indeed a formidable figure capable of bearing the mantle of Kage. While his intellect may not be the most exceptional, it certainly exceeds the average standards of the shinobi. Recently receiving news of Konoha's repeated rejections of negotiation terms, the higher-ups grew restless. However, during the meeting, everyone held their own opinions without realizing Konoha's ulterior motives behind their incessant bickering. Discussions ranged from lowering demands to bold proclamations of fighting Konoha to the bitter end. At this juncture, the Reikage single statement illuminated the issue at hand and accelerated the unification of opinions. It is natural for the combat department to seek achievements while the logistics department yearns for recuperation. Neither stance is inherently wrong. However, as the Reikage, I must lead everyone in minimizing losses and maximizing gains. Merely understanding the underlying principles is insufficient. It is unclear whether the elderly officials genuinely overlooked this or willfully disregarded it for personal gain. Left with no choice, I resorted to a display of righteous fury to highlight the issue. The effect was profound, as those who had not considered this perspective began to rally behind his views. And in this shifting tide, those with ulterior motives became a minority. The Reikage must engage in battle. Yet it is imperative to establish a protocol for how to conduct such engagements. The previous reckless approach merely squandered resources without affecting change. The elder advisor in charge of logistics, a woman and once the right hand of the third Reikage, lacks a degree of respect for this younger Reikage. And A is equally unimpressed by those who lean on seniority to exert influence. Therefore, the strategy is straightforward. We shall deploy the majority of our elite forces to deliver a decisive blow, then retract our front lines. This approach will not only teach Konoha a lesson, but also ensure our defenses are robust, leaving them with no means to retaliate and compelling them to acquiesce to our demands swiftly. Reikage AI pondered for a considerable time, unwilling to inflict heavy losses upon his own forces while attempting to vanquish the enemy. Deep within, he yearned for a swift conclusion to the war. Perhaps it was best to execute a decisive strike. If successful, they would secure sustenance, and if they faltered, it would be preferable to a slow demise. At the very least, it might unify the internal factions, compelling the Hawks who clung to the hope of a miraculous victory to confront reality. Reikage's approach was commendable, and I concurred. The corpulent advisor, a staunch proponent of aggressive action, readily endorsed Reikage's strategy. Since the Earth country's capitulation, the Lightning country's tactics had devolved into skirmishes along the borders, leaving him frustrated with his untapped potential. Reikage's call for a bold offensive filled him with excitement. Very well. I too support this initiative, but after this engagement, we must cease further actions. Our logistical capabilities are insufficient, he asserted. The only woman in the advisory council, responsible for logistics, found this reckless gamble distasteful. Yet, she recognized the mindset of the Yayue clan, rather than suppress these warriors. It was better to let them unleash their fervor in a decisive battle, hoping the outcome would not be too dire. Yukimaru, you shall lead the shinobi squad to the occupied territory of the Land of Water, serving as the commander for this assault plan. Aside from the Eight Tails and the Umbu, you may mobilize anyone else. Your sole objective is to inflict maximum casualties on the Konoha border forces before their reinforcements arrive. Once they do, retreat to the Land of Water. In times of crisis, relinquishing our hold on the Land of Water is permissible, as long as we can bring back more comrades. Lost territory is of little consequence. Reikage AI promptly directed his command to the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yukimaru, who stood resolutely behind him. With her long, Chestnut hair cascading in a braid to her waist and sharp, piercing eyes, Yukimaru exuded an air of regality at a height of 1.7 meters, making her one of the most beautiful women in Kumogakure. She approached Reikage with an elegant gait, ready to accept her orders. Had Hashirin been present, he would undoubtedly have drawn a comparison to Artoria, both embodying the essence of a queen, intertwined with the steely resolve of a soldier. The burly advisor, who had been among the first to advocate for war, hesitated to voice his concerns about entrusting this mission to Yukimaru. Since she is a weapon, we should assign the command to the one most familiar with our arsenal. No one understands her capabilities better than Yukimaru. Her leadership is most fitting. Reikage AI did not allow the advisor to finish his thought, decisively affirming Yukimaru's role. The advisor, feeling agitated yet unable to articulate his objections, wrestled with the implications of this decision. With the recent loss of a prominent jonin in the war, key leadership positions within the village remained uncertain. Reikage's insistence on placing Yukimaru in charge of what could be the final battle of the Third Shinobi World War was a clear indication of his intent to elevate her status, leaving the advisor feeling both frustrated and powerless to counter Reikage's decree. Kumogakure possessed two-tailed beasts and as strategic assets. It was imperative that not both Jinchuriki be deployed to the front lines simultaneously. One must remain behind to safeguard their village. Although the wooden figure is youthful, Kyra is equally young. It is far more reassuring for Reikage to entrust the command to the wooden figure rather than this unreliable younger brother. Thus, as long as the wooden figure does not make any significant mistakes during this war, the young Reikage will effectively position a loyal subordinate within the higher ranks, thereby enhancing his own authority. It is surprising to see that you are familiar with such an array of herbs. Why not harvest all the fruits from this peculiar shrub? Ever since Nara Izumi learned that Hashirin has mastered the art of healing ninjutsu, her previously dismissive attitude towards him has undergone a complete transformation. This world is undeniably pragmatic. Regardless of Hashirin's formidable medical ninjutsu that can save lives, people naturally develop respect for those with specialized skills. Nara Izumi does not intend to curry favor. Yet from her proactive inquiries, Hashirin senses the profound change that possessing abilities brings. This transformation is strikingly clear and undeniably real. It is no wonder that individuals in this world aspire to become formidable. Such feelings are indeed quite pleasant. The thorny fruits growing on the shrub require only a minimal quantity, as they are intended for medicinal use. Harvesting too many would be futile and could lead to spoilage. As Hashirin places the unripe thorny fruits into the medicinal pouch in his backpack, he explains like a diligent student council member. Do you intend to concoct some medicine? I see you've gathered quite a collection of herbs along the way. Nara Izumi, curious as ever, embodies the inquisitive spirit of the Nara clan. While she might lack the innate talent for becoming a medical ninja, her keen intellect, an inherited trait, fuels her desire to acquire more medical knowledge. Hashirin, akin to a botanical encyclopedia, shares insights on every useful herb he discovers, discussing their effects, many of which are excellent for stopping bleeding, detoxifying, and promoting circulation. As a member of the same clan, Nara Izumi does not seek to ingratiate herself, yet with Hashirin's substantial knowledge, she cannot help but indulge her curiosity. Indeed, they are valuable. Hashirin glanced enigmatically at Kai, their captain, who was busy packing up after their final rest before heading to the border camp. What is it? He inquired with a chuckle. Are you two ready? We need to set off soon. I have an uneasy feeling, my eyelids keep twitching. We should hurry to the camp. Kai's voice suddenly interrupted their outdoor herbal lecture. Having finished his preparations, he also concealed their traces, a commendable habit for any qualified ninja, aiming to leave as little evidence as possible of their presence. Not all twitching is a bad omen. Haven't you heard? The left eye twitches for fortune, while the right eye twitches for disaster. Which eyelid is twitching for you? Hashirin teased, seeking balance in her banter with Kai. Both of my eyelids are twitching, Kai replied honestly after a moment of reflection. Then it seems we are destined for both fortune and misfortune, Nara Izumi remarked, her expression one of detached amusement, eager to witness the unfolding events. However, Kai is a rather peculiar creature. On the surface, he appears boisterous, even somewhat forgetful, yet there are countless instances where his instinctive awareness is astoundingly precise. The most profound impact on Xingran from the original storyline was the episode where Kakashi revealed his true identity. While no one else discerned Kakashi's disguise, Kai noticed the anomaly, a skill that cannot be learned. The entire team accelerated, making haste towards their destination. Upon hearing the phrase half fortune, half calamity, Kai was suddenly seized by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He instinctively felt that something was amiss. Despite the puzzled expressions of his two comrades, he commanded them to proceed at full speed. As the captain and an elite nin, it was rumored that he would be promoted to Special J nin once this war concluded. Although this tidbit came from Naruto, Xingran was aware that it was merely a matter of time. He even speculated whether his own butterfly effect was the reason Kai had yet to achieve the rank of Special J nin. In the original narrative, as he aged, Kai ultimately became the most formidable ninja of the Kekkei clan, nearly altering the outcome of the story. Both Xingran and Naruto were his subordinates, often. Kai's commands were tantamount to military orders. The trio ceased their playful banter, an inexplicable tension beginning to permeate the air, a feeling characteristic of the moments preceding battle. With their speed fully unleashed, the trio's true capabilities were laid bare. As a member of the Naruto clan, who typically provided battlefield support from the rear, Izumi's physical stamina and chakra reserves were evidently insufficient. Conversely, Xingran, with his chakra and underdeveloped physique, was somehow able to keep pace with Kai. Consequently, their formation shifted to a 2-1 arrangement, with the two in front consistently adjusting their speed to accommodate the one behind. Each time Kai attempted to accelerate, he quickly slowed down to wait for Naruto. Previously, they had not sensed anything amiss, but now, as the trio entered a state of readiness, Xingran suddenly realized that their combination resembled a makeshift version of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Naruto trio. The only distinction being that the formidable butterfly had transformed into a cerulean beast. Simultaneously, this team configuration illuminated Konoha's vulnerabilities. The true Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Naruto trio was indeed rare to find. Situations like that of Ino and Shikamaru, who had peers of the same age to team up with, were exceptional. However, combinations fluctuating within a 5-year age range were still attainable. Yet merely locating members of secret technique clans was inadequate. Equivalent strength was essential to foster teamwork. The presence of a seasoned expert alongside a novice may appear balanced, yet it often leads to swifter demise. In this cohort, there was no member of the Akimichi clan who matched the abilities of him and Izumi. Such an arrangement by the Hokage could only be deemed a lamentable necessity. As the eyes and ears of the squad, Xingran, despite having activated a secondary profession, did not relinquish his primary skills as a sensory ninja. Following the somber atmosphere exhibited by Kai, Xingran heightened his vigilance to the utmost, being the first to spot a Konoha campsite that had been nearly leveled to the ground. Not having detected any traces of the enemy, he refrained from suggesting an increase in alertness, opting instead to allow the team to continue their journey while describing the scenes they encountered along the way. Soon, the trio arrived at a desolate border camp in disarray. The area has recently suffered an aggressive attack. The assailants were exceedingly ruthless, almost recklessly depleting the traps and defensive structures outside the camp. Upon breaching the camp, they inflicted significant casualties before swiftly retreating, leaving nearby camps with no time to render assistance. Where's the leader here? I am Might Guy. A.J. Nin dispatched by the Hokage to rotate the guard. Guy grasped the arm of an injured Leaf Village ninja and began to inquire. The news was dire. The leader was deceased, and of the 18 individuals in the small camp, fewer than 10 remained alive, all in a state of utter disarray. The squad that was supposed to relieve them had been entirely annihilated, a truly tragic fate. Xingran's emotions were in turmoil as he endeavored to adapt to the grim environment. Just upon arriving at their destination, an opportunity to validate the knowledge he had acquired over time had presented itself. Yet he felt that such an opportunity was more of a curse than a blessing. Many in this ninja world had long since lost hope. Having recently traversed into this realm, he anticipated encountering such scenes more frequently in the future. Xingran fell silent and began to open his medicinal pouch, which contained some unprocessed herbs alongside an abundance of bandages and cotton for staunching wounds. The 9 survivors were easily observable, for appeared relatively unscathed, while 2 bore minor injuries, and the rest suffered grievously. With a swift glance, utilizing his enhanced vision combined with the sensory abilities of the Yamashiro clan, he identified the individual with the most severe injuries in less than 2 seconds. Mastering the Sage technique. Following Granyaki's guidance, the emanating green light ceased to diffuse into the surrounding environment, instead becoming increasingly concentrated in his palm, shifting from a pale green to a more vibrant emerald hue. The wounded man's chest bore a massive gash, deep enough to expose his internal organs, despite a comrade attempting to staunch the wound with a towel. Excessive blood loss was unavoidable, and the injured individual was slipping into unconsciousness. Xingran pressed the luminous glow against the wound with one hand while swiftly retrieving several leaves of medicinal herbs with the other. In such rudimentary conditions, he did not hesitate. promptly chewing the leaves. Soon, the herbal juice mingled with his saliva, transforming the foliage into a green paste. Without wasting a moment, he applied the mixture to the other bleeding wounds on the injured man's body. These wounds were not fatal, yet if left untreated, he would struggle to survive until the primary injury could be healed. Kai and Izumi possessed some knowledge of first aid, as most ninjas were trained in battlefield triage. While ineffective for major injuries, they could manage minor ones. Nonetheless, even so, all present could not help but steal glances at Xingran's actions while they busily worked. A medical ninja capable of mastering the sage technique was a rare find on the front lines. And the despair that had enveloped them moments before began to dissipate upon witnessing the green luminescence emanating from Xingran's hands. Often, ninjas, due to their emphasis on survival, manage to endure longer even after sustaining injuries. This endurance allows many to survive until the conclusion of combat. However, survival does not equate to being unscathed. Given that comrades skilled in medical ninjutsu are scarce, and those proficient in advanced medical techniques are even rarer, the likelihood of encountering a companion adept in advanced medical ninjutsu who can provide timely treatment post-battle is akin to a stroke of fortune. Today, they find themselves both unfortunate and fortunate. Some ninjas, who have suffered injuries to their arteries or face the risk of amputation, need not fear permanent disability, while others, gravely wounded and unable to endure the journey back to the village, can now escape the specter of death. The previously oppressive atmosphere in the camp gradually lightens, and Xingran earns the respect of new allies in this unfamiliar environment. Indeed, as long as one possesses the capability, brilliance will shine through swiftly, no matter the setting. Within merely half an hour, Xingran has attended to all the injured within the camp. Having exhausted the bandages he carried, he finds solace in the fact that not all supplies in the camp were destroyed, though barely sufficient. He manages to utilize most of the hemostatic herbs he collected along the way. After ensuring the well-being of all the wounded, Kai, overwhelmed with emotion, begins to weep, exclaiming that youth blossoms amidst blood and fire, continually expressing gratitude for Xingran's presence as a healer, clinging to him in a flurry of tears and snot. Then, a remarkable turn of events unfolds, with the death of A.J. Nin, and Kai being the only CH Nin in a relatively good state. He temporarily assumes leadership of the camp. Fortunately, despite his usual antics, Kai proves himself capable when it comes to action, and with the astute assistance of Nara Izumi, the dilapidated camp begins to restore itself swiftly. This situation persists until an hour later when nearby reinforcements arrive, hastening the recovery of the camp. By the time night falls, the camp has at least regained its functionality, albeit with the original wooden structures replaced by tents. It is only at this juncture that Xingran and the others grasp the full extent of the situation. The assailants are from the hidden Cloud Village. Since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, skirmishes between Cloud and Leaf have continued, characterized by small-scale attacks and counterattacks. However, several older ninjas remark that this assault bears differences from previous ones. While the pattern of one side launching a strong offensive while the other defends and awaits aid remains, the enemy's actions exhibit peculiarities. Notably, they expend considerable resources on the offensive, and despite breaching the camp, they do not focus solely on eliminating Leaf ninjas. Instead, some Cloud ninjas engage in destruction while simultaneously searching, as if seeking something or merely curious about the purposes of the structures, their behavior decidedly strange. What is meant by the considerable consumption here is not the sacrifice of lives to fortify the camp's defenses, but rather an extensive expenditure of chakra, which nearly plowed through the camp's perimeter and walls. While this approach may avert casualties, the consequence of such a substantial chakra drain is that the chakra reserves of those who later infiltrate the camp are severely limited. To put it in business terms, it is akin to rising early only to miss the market, yielding a return that is disproportionately low compared to the risks involved. This explains why the enemy, despite breaching the camp, chose to withdraw first. Although they were in greater numbers, their condition was far from optimal. Instead of engaging in a desperate struggle with the remaining ninjas within the camp, they deemed it wiser to retreat while the going was good. The enemy commander evidently possesses a keen business acumen. They incurred no fatalities, whereas the camp's commanding jonin has perished. Though each of their forces sustained injuries, the cost was justified, as it is better to sacrifice a finger than to lose an entire hand. Furthermore, the prearranged surveillance measures detected the rapidly approaching Xingran and his companions, mistakenly believing them to be reinforcements arriving ahead of schedule. To avoid being ensnared, even the sighting of merely 3 individuals warranted caution, as it could not be ruled out that Konoha's reinforcements would soon follow. Thus, the Cloud Ninjas opted for a prudent course of action to secure their gains. Xingran, perplexed by the Cloud Ninjas' elaborate maneuvers, viewed their assault as remarkably successful. They inflicted considerable damage on the enemy while suffering no losses themselves, embodying the essence of a strategy steeped in the profound wisdom of the 16-character maxim. However, this method was inherently reliant on fortune. The excessive chakra expenditure on the camp's outer defenses posed a significant risk of being counterattacked upon entry. Such behavior was undeniably irrational. Had it not been for the upper echelons conveying erroneous intelligence, suggesting that the Cloud Ninjas were unlikely to act in the near future, coupled with orders for a troop rotation at the border, resulting in a degree of complacency, the likelihood of the Cloud Ninjas being countered would have been exceedingly high. Xingran was disinterested in pondering the implications of this lack of essential information. The following day, the camp received word from the rear that 3 camps belonging to Konoha had been attacked at the same time the previous day. Employing similar tactics that disregarded the depletion of defensive capabilities, prioritizing the destruction of facilities within the camps while making killing a secondary objective. The report indicated that this could be a warning from the Reikage. The avoidance of mass casualties was intended to convey a measure of sincerity, aiming to prompt Konoha to make concessions and reach a ceasefire agreement swiftly. All units were advised to heighten their vigilance, as the situation remained within the purview of higher command's expectations. Yet, upon receiving this news, Xingran inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. Having traversed into this world, every word and action could ripple into a butterfly effect, particularly after his journey through the land of Earth, where he participated in tasks that influenced international dynamics and inadvertently altered the fates of both T and Yana. The land of Earth's unequivocal stance of remaining uninvolved, seemingly disinterested in entanglements with the land of fire, raised concerns. Would this send erroneous signals to the land of lightning, potentially leading to a dramatic shift in the unfolding narrative? Xingran harbored a sense of foreboding regarding his conjectures, acutely aware of the potential ramifications, even though he remained oblivious to the fact that his gambling in Awakens had provoked significant pressure from the underworld upon Oyama. As a time traveler, he possessed an inherent sensitivity to the butterfly effect. Now, having just arrived at the front lines, he was confronted with conflicting reports from Konoha's higher-ups, an occurrence that struck him as rather unusual. Should Konoha have recently issued a change of guard based on negotiation grounds, Xingran, drawing upon the narrative of his previous life, could have reasonably assessed that the situation aligned with historical precedent. However, the actions of the Cloud Ninja suggested that they were preparing for subsequent maneuvers. Otherwise, their meticulous investigation of the encampment remained inexplicable. If destruction was their intent, a mere explosive tag would suffice. The frontline encampment lacked valuable assets and key personnel, leading him to speculate that their search was aimed at discerning the purpose of a particular building, perhaps to identify the locations of munitions and supply depots. Xingran's hypothesis was merely one among a multitude of thoughts. Subjectively, he yearned for a peaceful resolution, affording him ample time to ponder his own dilemmas. Nevertheless, passively accepting circumstances had never been his style. Given the likelihood of enemy actions, Xingran, as a medical ninja, needed to expedite his preparations, prioritizing the replenishment of medical supplies. Having observed the events of this historical period from a godlike perspective in his previous life, he found himself lacking substantial documentation regarding this juncture. Conventionally, it was anticipated that the ravages of war would gradually incapacitate the land of lightning, culminating in a diminishing scale of localized conflicts leading to eventual negotiations. This had long been Xingran's perspective on the Third Shinobi World War, a hope he had held steadfastly. Yet, the insidious nature of Murphy's Law dictated that events often unfolded in undesirable directions. The two Wainin had arrived at the frontline command post situated within the Land of Water. Observing the deployment map of the Konoha encampment presented in the briefing, one of them wore a haughty smile reminiscent of a queen. Although not previously articulated in the meeting, she was acutely aware that once the operation commenced, the opportunity to inflict significant losses upon Konoha would be singular. Thereafter, Konoha would undoubtedly bolster its defenses against Cloud Ninja incursions, potentially even launching counterattacks. However, these were concerns for another time. Should their initial endeavor succeed, Konoha would be left with little capacity for retaliation. Conversely, should they falter, there would be no further deliberation. She would assuredly be replaced, and the subsequent challenges would fall to her successors to ponder. You all performed admirably this time. I shall report your achievements faithfully to Lord Reikage. Now, you may retire to rest. The Wainin felt a surge of elation internally. Yet her demeanor towards her recently successful subordinates remained devoid of warmth, her words tinged with a dispassionate authority, having dispatched 3 elite Jonin leaders. The wooden figure began to contemplate the strategic deployment of troops based on the intelligence at hand. Following this assault, it became evident that the architectural divisions of the 3 Konoha camps were largely similar, coupled with past experiences and gathered intelligence. It could be ascertained that the planning style within the Konoha camp had not undergone significant changes. The locations of the armory and the intelligence liaison office were confirmed, and the layouts of the other camps were also sufficiently understood. Thus, by strategically deploying elite forces to swiftly neutralize the intelligence liaison department, the objective of delaying Konoha's operations could be achieved. Without immediate access to first-hand intelligence, the mobilization of reinforcements would lack conviction, and this temporal advantage could be exploited, whether through encirclement to disrupt reinforcements or by targeting them individually. The Land of Hot Water, situated in the northeast of the Land of Fire, is renowned for its enchanting landscapes and abundant hot spring resources, with a slender coastline making it an ideal getaway. However, with the outbreak of war, smaller nations often find themselves caught in the crossfire of larger powers, much like the Land of Rain, and the Land of Hot Water faces a similar plight. The Land of Hot Water boasts its own ninja village, known as the Hot Water Ninja Village, which has earned the moniker of the village that forgets war. Following the conclusion of major conflicts, what was once a combat-oriented ninja village has gradually diminished, and though the war has not entirely ceased, the village's inclination towards forgetting the strife appears to have already taken root. The village itself lacks formidable combat prowess, with the majority of its ninja, including their leader, displaying little enthusiasm for warfare. Currently, the Land of Hot Water retains only a fraction of its territory, including the domain of the daimyo, the capital. Were it not for the Land of Fire's lack of desire to annex territory and the proximity of the Land of Lightning, which shares borders with the occupied areas of the Land of Hot Water, both nations have engaged in localized skirmishes to hinder one another, suggesting that the Land of Hot Water might have already faced obliteration. Nevertheless, even amidst warfare on their own soil, the Land of Hot Water finds itself at the mercy of the outcomes. The Land of Fire, in both intention and action, has consistently maintained a favorable stance towards the Land of Hot Water, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Presently, the Land of Fire is laying the groundwork to incorporate the Land of Hot Water as an ally, which, from the perspective of Konoha's high command, serves as preparation for establishing a buffer zone post-conflict. For Xingran, however, this region represents an optimal supply location. Although the Land of Hot Water cannot overtly support Konoha, the shops within its cities must remain operational for commerce. The Cloud Ninja are invaders, facing challenges when entering towns, while Konoha enjoys amicable diplomatic relations, making it entirely feasible for them to enter and purchase goods, particularly in bulk. It must be noted that disruptions in one's own supply lines are not solely responsible for the outcomes of battles. External factors play a significant role as well. The resources acquired covertly from the Land of Hot Water can accelerate the trend of mutual depletion, rendering the Land of Lightning's failure to secure victory understandable. Xingran and his companions took a slightly longer route, yet his swift pace allowed them to reach the prominent border town nearest to the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Fire in just half a day. Wentang Town was originally a bustling tourist hub, primarily catering to visitors from the Land of Fire. Although the area has experienced a certain desolation due to the ravages of war, it has remained largely unaffected, allowing the residents to maintain a relatively stable way of life. Many shops along the street have shuttered their doors, yet a considerable number still operate, suggesting that apart from the severe blow to the tourism industry, the markets for food and medicine have actually improved significantly. As Xingran traversed the market streets, merchants from the shops would greet him with obsequious smiles upon noticing the Konoha headband hanging around his neck. Ninjas from Konoha are often esteemed customers, possessing considerable purchasing power and a heightened political awareness, which prevents any instances of forceful extortion. They are the ideal trading partners. Xingran's primary purpose for visiting was to procure medical supplies, but he also deemed it essential to indulge in the hot springs. Given the rarity of his trip to the Land of Hot Water, he had arrived that morning with Kai and his team, who were tasked with urgently dispatching a batch of supplies back to a recently devastated camp. After expressing his intention to purchase some medicines, Xingran ventured off on his own, with Kai reminding him to keep the receipts, an unexpected display of thoughtfulness from him. Medicines can be reimbursed by the village, albeit with certain limits on quantity and price, though Kai was unable to articulate the specifics. Xingran assumed that full reimbursement was unlikely and felt indifferent about it, viewing it merely as an opportunity for a gamble. Additionally, he had learned about the establishment before him, the Great Apothecary of Wentang, which shares intricate ties with Konoha. While it cannot be considered a spy, it is undoubtedly a trustworthy ally. The shopkeeper was exceedingly welcoming. Upon recognizing Xingran's Konoha headband, he understood how to proceed. The prices for medicines were comparable to those in Konoha, and Xingran presented a prepared list to the shopkeeper. Paying the entire amount up front was out of the question, as many of the rare medicinal herbs would require the shopkeeper some time to retrieve from the warehouse. Xingran provided a deposit of 50,000 ryo, after which he set out to find a casino. The total cost of the goods amounted to over 200,000 ryo, indicating that Xingran was not only purchasing in bulk, but also investing in high-quality items. He aimed to replenish the supplies of healing ointments while also preparing some premium concoctions. After all, even the formidable Xiao Yan had once ruined countless medicinal herbs in his pursuit of mastery. After a brief yet effective disguise, Xingran easily located the casino. Casinos maintain blacklists to prevent skilled gamblers from employing transformation techniques to disguise themselves, often employing various measures for precaution. High-end casinos utilize sensory barriers, while more modest establishments may simply use a steel rod that detects chakra fluctuations, akin to airport security, sweeping it before patrons to disrupt transformation techniques. Thus, when Xingran frequented casinos to engage in his ventures, he would often rely on makeup and clothing for disguise. Although this method was somewhat cumbersome, it proved effective. Such disguises were particularly useful in casinos, as few ninjas excel in subterfuge. The average person tends to rely on transformation techniques, which are not only convenient but also highly effective, in contrast to the rudimentary nature of simple disguises that can easily reveal body shapes and outlines. He indeed ventured into gambling. It is an unfortunate truth that youth often strays into misdirection, making mistakes all too easily. I must intervene. Among the distant throng, Kai and Nara Azumi shadowed Xingran, having arrived at the Hokage's office well ahead of him. It was evident they were not merely engaging in idle chatter with the Hokage. A covert mission had been prearranged, aimed at correcting Xingran's gambling addiction and guiding him back to the right path. Just wait a moment. The odds are heavily stacked against him. Let him suffer a significant loss first. That will be far more convincing, Izumi thought quickly, seizing Kai's arm with a self-assured expression. At this juncture, Xingran was acutely aware of his two teammates surveilling him. In fact, since their separation that morning, they had trailed him like shadows. Had he not awakened superhuman eyesight and hearing, along with an enhanced sense of perception, he might have struggled to discern their identities, for they were no ordinary pursuers. Their stealth was commendable. Yet, he pondered their motives for shadowing him. Had he inadvertently revealed traces of his newfound powers? There was nothing particularly secretive about his current endeavor. As long as he maintained a facade of normalcy, he should be able to mislead them regarding his awakening abilities. Setting aside thoughts of being monitored, he focused on the task at hand, gambling. More precisely, winning. For Xingran, this was already a familiar terrain. The agreed-upon meeting time was before 4 p.m., and time was of the essence. He swiftly entered into a gambling mindset, where the notion of winning was exaggerated to 9 wins out of 10, though a more accurate reflection would be 7 wins out of 10. He would vocally lament each deliberate loss while reveling in his winnings, wishing to remain inconspicuous. Despite this strategy, his keen perception alerted him that as he amassed nearly 80,000 taels, several hidden observers within the casino had fixated their gazes upon him. Recognizing the right moment to withdraw, Xingran treated the casino as a mere ATM. One cannot extract all the wool at once, thus he made a decisive strategic retreat. Outside, Kai and Izumi were flabbergasted. Xingran had not been ejected for lack of funds, and the subordinates escorting him displayed an obsequious demeanor, as if to say, "Welcome back. Esteemed guest, please don't return." In the ensuing hours, Kai and Izumi witnessed the transformation of Xingran's small satchel from a state of scarcity to one resembling late-stage obesity. From the exaggerated inflation of the bag, it was clear that Xingran had struck it rich. However, for Xingran, it was not so much about wealth. Maintaining a low profile while winning consistently over the span of a few hours was no trivial feat. He capped his winnings at 300,000 taels. Primarily because the town boasted few casinos, lingering in each for an extended period would make it exceedingly difficult to remain inconspicuous. With over an hour left until their rendezvous, he felt compelled to experience the local hot springs, curious about how they compared to those of his previous life. Yet, after an hour, Xingran felt a tinge of disappointment. The hot springs were indeed pleasant, but they bore little distinction from the upscale thermal baths of his past. If he were to pinpoint any differences, he could only remark that the service philosophy and facilities of the hot spring inns from his former life utterly eclipsed those of this world. Upon arriving at the pharmacy, with all dues settled, Xingran took the opportunity to procure a myriad of pharmaceutical tools, some readily available at the pharmacy while others could only be found at general goods stores, such as pressure cookers and numerous empty bottles. During the return journey, Xingran couldn't help but chuckle at the hesitant expressions on Kai and Izumi's faces. He wondered whether they had disowned any secrets about him after monitoring him for so long. However, it was evident that they had witnessed his triumphs at the gambling tables. How envious they must be of his effortless earnings. After all, they had taken it upon themselves to observe him, and now they could not broach the subject of his gambling or wealth acquisition techniques without feeling awkward. Izumi, do you think the wealth mentioned in the 3 forbidden techniques of the ninja only becomes taboo if squandered recklessly? If one loses in gambling, that's certainly wasteful. But what about winning? Upon returning to the camp, the usually reticent Kai, who was also undergoing a re-evaluation of his beliefs, finally seemed to grasp something. And he inquired of Izumi, who was similarly rethinking her principles. Investment? I am uncertain, she replied. The materials provided by Lord Hokage mentioned this fellow seems to possess extraordinary luck, winning more than losing. Can such fortune endure? Might it be a form of gambling technique? Izumi's tone reflected her hesitation, as she struggled to align the concept of luck with the realm of secret arts and ninjutsu. Indeed, gambling techniques could be classified as a form of art. What about the mission assigned by Lord Hokage? What if he continues to win? Kai began to wrestle with the implications of his assignment. Are you concerned that we may not have the opportunity to witness Xingran's downfall and guide him back to the righteous path? Izumi too contemplated this, her expression darkening. Without a significant loss to serve as a backdrop, rescuing a wayward soul through verbal persuasion would prove exceedingly difficult. No. It is said that obstructing someone's financial prosperity is akin to slaying their parents. After returning to his temporary tent, Xingran promptly commenced the preparation of herbal concoctions. This time, the quantity of medicinal herbs Xingran utilized for himself was not overly extravagant. However, the cost was steep due to the inclusion of numerous high-grade tonics. Wild ginseng, a prime ingredient, was particularly costly as it required a minimum of 10 years to mature. Additionally, he procured several rare herbs unique to the ninja world, which were essential auxiliary ingredients in his formulas. Gazing at the prescriptions he had meticulously drafted, Xingran reflected on the ancient adage. The impoverished are literate while the affluent are martial. To cultivate a robust physique, incorporating herbal baths into one's regimen is indispensable, and the quality of the herbs directly impacts the efficacy of these baths. Based on the standard of a decade-aged wild ginseng, each herbal bath costs approximately 40,000 ryo. In the entire ninja realm, only the Hyuga clan of Gentle Fist and the Suki no Ya clan of Steel Body could afford such luxurious training methods. Indeed, the Kagaya clan's martial prowess is also formidable. However, it is said they are a frenzied tribe, perhaps due to economic turmoil, leading to their eventual demise. With his 200,000 Ryo worth of herbs, Xingran could only concoct 5 doses of the improved body-refining herbal bath potion, which he named Rejuvenation Elixir. Its purpose was to alleviate muscle fatigue, invigorate blood circulation, enhance cellular vitality, and mend the hidden injuries sustained during rigorous training. In the realm of the ninja world, there exists a plethora of auxiliary potions specifically designed for the refinement of physical techniques. The potion crafted by Granny Fong is primarily aimed at addressing the persistent afflictions of hidden injuries. While this concoction may yield commonplace effects for most individuals, it is, without a doubt, the perfect remedy for Guy, who has diligently practiced the 8 gates of might for many years. The majority of pharmaceutical processes in this world are not particularly intricate. As Xingran embarked on his inaugural endeavor in potion making, he was apprehensive about wasting precious materials. Yet he soon discovered that his concerns were unfounded. The procedure bore a striking resemblance to brewing medicine from his past life, and he encountered no mishaps. After 3 hours of meticulous effort, 5 bottles of a pale green elixir were finally completed. Fortune smiled upon him today, and in a generous mood. Xingran decided to reward his teammates with this exquisite creation. He located his companions, who were still grappling with their altered perceptions, and presented each of them with a vial of the restorative liquid. The vibrant green hue, visible through the translucent glass, sparkled under the ample moonlight of the evening. exuding an air of elegance and sophistication, unmistakably not a mere trinket. What is this? It appears to have a delightful aroma, one of them remarked. Ah, it's the elixir of contentment for the weary, Xingran replied. After 5 minutes, he successfully curtailed Guy's eagerness to sample the potion, elucidating its effects and proper application. Xingran then retreated to his tent, where he procured a wooden tub to experience the effects of his first creation. Mixing a barrel of fresh water with a 500 milliliter vial of the restorative liquid, the entire contents swiftly transformed into a pale green hue, filling the tent with a robust scent reminiscent of ginseng. As Xingran immersed himself in the wooden tub, a contented sigh escaped his lips. The potion, when diluted with water, caused minimal irritation to the skin, yet its potency penetrated through the epidermis, invigorating the muscles and tendons with a palpable effect, far more pleasurable than an extravagant massage. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Xingran awakened once more, the horizon was graced with the first light of dawn. This restorative liquid is indeed a marvelous creation, he mused upon waking. Possessing a superhuman constitution, albeit in a humble form, he felt confident in his physical well-being. The efficacy of the elixir had granted him a restful night in the tub, though he lamented its high cost. The materials alone amounted to nearly 50,000, not factoring in labor, rendering daily indulgence impractical. Achoo! Just as Xingran was lost in contemplation, a resounding sneeze interrupted the tranquility, a sneeze so grand that it was a rare sight to behold. Even without the aid of his enhanced vision, he recognized the visitor. Achoo! Xingran, this elixir is truly exceptional. Achoo! Do you have any more? Please, grant me a few more vials, Guy exclaimed, his nose dripping as he entered Xingran's tent, eager to discuss matters of the heart. However, Xingran's intentions in bestowing such a treasure upon Guy were far from altruistic. Now that the bait had been taken, engaging in heartfelt conversation with Guy would be a costly venture. Guy, you appear to have caught a cold. I purchased some cold medicine yesterday as a precaution. Feel free to take as much as you need, no charge, Xingran replied with a benevolent expression, handing Guy an entire bottle, 100 doses, of the remedy specifically for colds and coughs. Ah, thank you. I dozed off in the bathtub yesterday and ended up soaking in cold water all night. What I meant to say was, regarding your restorative elixir. Ah, yes. The restorative elixir, youthful growth invariably accompanies pain, yet the friendships forged in youth bring forth the dawn of healing. Our camaraderie serves as the bridge to robust health. Although Kai may appear somewhat oblivious, he is far from foolish. He swiftly righted the tilted structure that was Xingran and commenced an impassioned speech, the purpose of which was all too evident. However, Xingran was not one to indulge him. He had no intention of pampering every character they were to encounter in the unfolding narrative. Speak plainly, Xingran rudely interrupted Kai's impromptu oration. By the way, do you have any more of that restorative elixir? Perhaps 3, 5, or even 100 bottles? I owe you a favor. Not a chance, farewell. Wait a moment. I'd settle for 3 or 5 bottles. Not even 3 or 5 available. Then how about 2 bottles? Observing Kai, who was clearly unable to contain his cravings, Xingran found the situation somewhat amusing. The remedy was indeed remarkably effective. In truth, as a novice practitioner of the boxing arts, Kai was no stranger to medicinal baths, lest his body succumb to exhaustion. However, the modified elixir crafted by Old Lady Feng was unavailable anywhere else, and it specifically targeted the tricky nature of internal injuries, rendering Kai utterly unable to resist its allure. I do indeed have 2 bottles left, but what can you offer me in return? At this juncture, it was time to relent, and the vampire merchant Xingran was quick to seize the moment. How about I do your laundry for a month? Goodbye. No need to see you off. I'll take on your entire workload for this task. Can you even perform medical ninjutsu? Fine, what do you want? Under Xingran's teasing gaze, Kai's subtle intentions were glaringly transparent. He could only prepare himself for the inevitable negotiation, indicating that he was ready to hear the price. We are good friends, important companions. Discussing terms feels rather disheartening. The cost of a single bottle of my restorative elixir is 50,000 taels. Upon hearing the first half of Xingran's statement, Kai was moved to tears, yet the latter half swiftly deflated his spirits, leaving him as wilted as a withered eggplant. Just as he contemplated how much of his savings remained after all these years, Xingran spoke again. Oh, so do you have any clever ideas that could preserve our friendship without straining our finances? Xingran wished to subtly lead the conversation without revealing his ulterior motives regarding the forbidden technique of the 8 gates. Unfortunately, Kai innocently shook his head, gazing at Xingran with a look that suggested, I'm merely a life to be spent. As long as you provide the medicine, I am at your disposal. At this point, The atmosphere grew slightly awkward for Xingran. While Kai appeared astute at times, he now seemed utterly daft. For heaven's sake, your mastery of the 8 gates is a valuable asset. Why do you look so bewildered? Foolish, your 8 gates technique is indeed of forbidden caliber, highly valuable. Aside from that, do you possess anything else of worth to offer, Xingran? Just then, a voice shattered the awkwardness. Nara Izumi, equally afflicted by a runny nose, entered Xingran's tent. It was evident that Izumi had also spent the night in the bathtub. At this moment, Xingran's expression was somewhat peculiar. Although Quan had clarified the situation, the experience was utterly unpleasant. Was there no basic courtesy and understanding without voicing it? It felt akin to being charged by the building manager for inadvertently witnessing a senior bathing. Oh, you wish to learn the 8 gates of Duinjia? Kai regarded Xingran with a serious countenance, which only intensified Xingran's embarrassment. You truly have an eye for talent, far surpassing Kakashi. When I taught him, he was nothing short of disdainful. Just as Xingran was at a loss for words, Kai spoke again, swiftly illuminating that his embarrassment was unwarranted. Kai's focus had shifted from the notion that someone wished to utilize their family's techniques to the peculiar observation that Xingran's gaze was more discerning than Kakashi's. Xingran could only muster a nonchalant chuckle. Fortunately, Nara Quan, the people's helpful ally and steadfast companion, stepped forth once more to alleviate Xingran's discomfort. I have heard that the 8 gates of Duinjia contains numerous insights into human meridians. Are you studying it to enhance your medical prowess? It seems Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, also trained in physical techniques to refine her medical ninjutsu, and her physical skills are indeed formidable. Nara Quan mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. With a pair of glasses, she could have delivered the declaration, "There is but one truth," which Kai accepted with evident belief. Xingran, maintaining a tone of polite admiration, continued. Regardless, I have successfully obtained the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of Duinjia, not merely the scroll of ninjutsu, but also Kai's comprehensive guidance. This arrangement, beneficial for emotions and finances alike, entails that Xingran must provide Kai with a specific quantity of restorative liquid each year to aid in managing his concealed injuries. Both parties were satisfied with the outcome, though Nara Quan, sporting a pair of dead fish eyes and carrying a bundle of cold medicine, quietly departed, appearing out of place amidst the trading scene. A few days later, on a morning like any other, Xingran approached Kai's tent once more. The keen perception inherent to the mountain clan informed him that the tent was empty, indicating that Kai had once again ventured out on a mission. During this period, the Cloud Ninja had been unusually active, with a significant number of ninjas infiltrating the borders of the Land of Fire, exhibiting curious behavior akin to reconnaissance. However, upon encountering the ninjas of Konoha, they would promptly retreat, leaving the Konoha ninjas stationed at the border thoroughly exhausted. Yet, fortune smiled upon Xingran. As one of the rare medical ninjas, his primary role as a sensory ninja had been deliberately overlooked. Now, as a rare practitioner, he was well protected within the camp, ever ready to assist comrades in need of healing. 3 days had passed since Xingran acquired Kai's teachings on the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Due to excessive protection, he found himself cooped up in the camp, thus affording him ample time to practice the 8 gates of Duinjia. However, it was impractical for Xingran to engage in conventional training, running, handstands, push-ups, and the like. With his superhuman, ironclad physique, what form of training could not be resolved with a mere sunbath? If possible, then bask in the sun for a few more days. After all, the benefits derived from lying beneath the sun far surpass those of conventional training. When it comes to actual cultivation, it merely serves to stretch the muscles and bones, akin to a basic form of exercise. In the words of Xingran, the training method resembles that of Master Saitama, emphasizing the importance of not being bald. Upon arriving at the training grounds within the camp, Xingran reflected on the content of the 8 gates of Duinjia, as recounted by Kai, meticulously revisiting the details of the 3rd gate, the Gate of Life. In the intricate network of chakra pathways, there exist 8 gates: opening, rest, life, injury, dying, view, shock, and death that regulate and control the chakra within the body. These gates impose limitations on the chakra's quantity, yet this technique enables the chakra to forcibly transcend these constraints, thereby unleashing a strength that is manifold greater than one's innate capabilities. However, the practitioner incurs damage when harnessing this power, which is why it is classified as a forbidden technique. The 8 gates of Duinjia is a method that liberates the body from its restrictions on chakra, allowing an overflow of energy to be released. Simply put, it is akin to a transformation boost. With eyes closed, he focused momentarily, and suddenly a thought surged within him. The first gate, opening, is now unlatched. In an instant, a wave of chakra erupted from Xingran's being. The opening gate releases the constraints of the brain region to achieve 100 physical capacity, resulting in an overload that enhances both attack and speed. Once opened, the technique Lotus of the Blooming Lotus becomes accessible. Just 3 days prior, after a thorough instruction from Kai, Xingran had unlocked the opening gate, leaving Kai utterly astounded. For the following hours, Kai meticulously guided Xingran on how to execute the Lotus of the Blooming Lotus and other complementary techniques of the 8 gates of Duanjia. With Xingran's remarkable memory, he assimilated many of the simpler techniques in a single attempt, nearly replicating Kai's martial arts moves. Then came the second gate, rest. Without pausing, Xingran transitioned from the first gate to the second gate, releasing a powerful gust of wind that stirred the dust around him. Accompanied by a significantly more potent surge of chakra, he felt as though he were enveloped in chakra. The rest gate alleviates the fatigue imposed by physical exertion, allowing the practitioner to recover stamina, countering the rapid energy depletion caused by the opening gate. It is speculated that in the original narrative, Kakashi's enhanced endurance in later stages, compared to the initial equal footing with Zabuza, was due to having unlocked the second gate. However, this remains a conjecture without concrete evidence. Xingran's activation of the second gate occurred half a day after Kai had instructed him on the Lotus of the Blooming Lotus. Achieving 2 gates on the first day left Kai's jaw metaphorically on the ground once more. In truth, as a man of ironclad physique, even in a modest form, Xingran's constitution far surpasses that of Li during the Chunin exams, who had only trained for a year. Thus, unlocking 2 gates on the first day was well within reason. Yet, for the following 2 days, Xingran found himself ensnared at the threshold of the third gate, the gate of life, unable to break through. In Xingran's contemplation, his physical condition met the requisite standards. However, the reason for his inability to swiftly achieve a breakthrough lay in certain areas of comprehension he had yet to grasp. Regrettably, since the day Mike Guy painstakingly unearthed his buried jaw, he had been incessantly engaged in missions, embodying the demeanor of a middle school physical education teacher, neglecting his classes, which were entirely supplanted by the main subject instructors. Consequently, Xingran was left to ponder and strategize on his own for 2 days. This morning, he had hoped to encounter Guy, but upon failing to do so, he resolved to continue his solitary research. Xingran possessed a superlative intellect, though modestly termed a poor man's version, yet overall, his cognitive processing was markedly swifter than that of the average individual. Despite the 2 days of perceived waste, he understood that the challenges of unlocking the door were limited to a few critical points, and attempting them all would invariably lead to a breakthrough, albeit at the expense of time. Open, third gate, the gate of life. At this moment, a slight stagnation in his momentum emerged, yet it was fleeting, as Xingran swiftly made minor adjustments. After a series of failed attempts at the third gate, this time, the adjustments facilitated a much smoother process, prompting him to grit his teeth and charge forward once more. With a thunderous roar echoing within, Xingran felt a rush of blood surging through his body, which began to flush with a crimson hue, while green energy radiated around him. It appeared that today's adjustments had indeed led him down the right path, as he successfully unlocked the third gate of life. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, he exhaled a breath of stale air, reflecting on the arduous journey. His master guy had merely guided him to the threshold. The first 2 gates were a collaborative effort, but this third gate had been entirely his own endeavor, proving to be quite the undertaking. Should the ninjas from the ninja realm who studied physical techniques, or those like Guy who specialized in them, learn that someone had developed the 8 gates technique to the third gate within 3 days, they would undoubtedly cast their shoes at Xingran's face, then use their bare feet to impart a lesson, making him aware of the sweat and effort required to achieve such a feat. The third gate, the gate of life, further enhances one's attack speed, causing the body to flush with blood and radiate green energy. Although the introduction of the gate of life stated that it represented the final safe zone of the 8 gates technique, the sudden surge of weighty burdens upon activation left even the ironclad Xingran somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had only known from watching anime that activating the 8 gates would result in considerable pain and a significant burden. However, the stark contrast between that superficial understanding and his current experience was profound. Soon, genuine perspiration began to bead on Xingran's forehead. It was important to note that he had merely just activated the gate of life and had not yet engaged in any movement. The burden he felt, even without exertion, foreshadowed the profound suffering that would accompany the intensity of battle and the inherent toll on the wielder. This was a state skill with a distinctly evident time limitation. At this moment, Xingran truly grasped the essence of a forbidden technique. Following his prior experiences, after unlocking the third gate, he refrained from hastily testing its power. Instead, he stood still, silently attuning himself to the chaotic chakra coursing through him, striving to acclimate to this newfound state. Due to the awakening of his iron body, Xingran's cells, invigorated by the sun attribute chakra, possess a chakra quantity far exceeding that of a mid-level ninja. After consecutively opening 3 gates, the chakra within him surged with tremendous force. In his practice match against Yamamoto, Xingran observed that Yamamoto's chakra level, as a high-ranking ninja, was comparable to his own at present. Of course, this chaotic chakra cannot be directly compared to Yamamoto's orderly chakra. However, in terms of sheer quantity, it has already surpassed that of the average high-ranking ninja. Xingran's ambition to master the 8 gates technique stems from a desire to enrich his arsenal, as well as to acquire the crucial data pertaining to human growth during the development of forbidden techniques. For him, the 8 gates may serve as a weapon, but it also represents a significant research topic in human anatomy, which undoubtedly holds military value. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, Xingran found himself panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Even with his iron body, he had reached a safety threshold. Continuing in this state would inevitably lead to injury. The old adage, haste makes waist rings true. One must be cautious not to injure oneself during practice, as the time required for recovery would severely hinder progress, rendering the effort counterproductive. Without further hesitation, Xingran deactivated the 8 gates state and collapsed to the ground in an ungraceful sprawl. Thus, his physical training reached a temporary halt, transitioning into a period of reflection and comprehension. His clear and agile mind allowed him to meticulously record the details of opening the third gate, while he contemplated his recent insights and felt his body healing rapidly under the sunlight from the injuries inflicted by the forbidden technique. Soon, he became engrossed once more. As his understanding of the 8 gates technique deepened, it became evident that the tumultuous chakra indeed inflicted damage upon the body. And as he opened more gates in the future, the destructive potential would only intensify. Consequently, his path forward became clear. By integrating his medical knowledge with chakra control and solar attribute chakra, he aimed to minimize the damage to specific areas, thereby containing the chaotic chakra within defined limits. This would enable him to perform techniques with less harm to himself. If he could reduce damage, it would extend the duration he could utilize the technique. With continued development, he might ultimately gain complete control over the chaotic chakra acquired from opening the gates, preventing its overflow and compressing all his power within. Such a state, without the need for experimentation, would undoubtedly prove superior to one in which energy dissipates externally. While his initial intention was to diminish injury, following this line of reasoning may inadvertently enhance the potency of the 8 gates technique. Ultimately, what may appear mundane on the surface could harbor a ferocity surpassing that of a wild beast within. Perhaps this is what is meant by returning to one's essence. Regrettably, with the level of chakra control exhibited by Kai and his father, it is impossible for them to achieve such mastery. This explains why they can employ various ninjutsu yet rely heavily on the 8 gates to maintain their personas. In contrast, those with superior chakra control, despite their potential, often find themselves ill-suited to the training regimen of the 8 gates, utilizing it merely as a supplementary method rather than specializing in it, as seen with Kakashi. It remains uncertain whether this scenario, absent from the original narrative, could materialize under his exceptional control. Xingran set himself a modest objective: to develop full command over his turbulent chakra, veering towards an unknown destination distinct from Kai's wild lineage. After a brief respite of approximately 5 minutes, Xingran rose once more. Although his steel-like physique was a humble variant, its regenerative capabilities were astonishing. Thanks to the yang release within his body and its cellular structure, he completely recovered from the injury sustained while opening the third gate in a mere 5 minutes. Fortunately, Kai was not present. Otherwise, witnessing Xingran's remarkable recovery could have left him utterly speechless, perhaps even losing his composure entirely. Xingran lightly stretched his rejuvenated body, feeling a slight enhancement in his muscles due to the cultivation of the 8 gates, which brought forth a broad smile upon his face. After awakening his superhuman abilities, the exhilaration of his enhanced recovery and training effects was unparalleled, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, his stamina in actual combat was formidable. He could perform in the first half, take a 10-minute break, and return revitalized for the second half, an intimidating prospect for any opponent. First gate, open. As his body surged with blood and emitted a vibrant green chakra energy, the act of opening the gate felt significantly more effortless this time than during his initial attempt. Having distilled several key points, the process became increasingly refined and seamless. Previously, the focus had been on the inaugural opening of the third gate. But this time the aim was to assess its power. Initially, in terms of speed, he did not breach the sound barrier, yet Xingran sensed that he was perilously close. According to official records, one must reach the fifth gate, the gate of death, to surpass the speed of sound. However, as a superhuman, Xingran's foundation was already above that of an ordinary person, making near supersonic speed at the third gate entirely plausible. Furthermore, the 8 gates indicate that the actions of the Ririnua technique have reached the threshold for release. To clarify, if the 8 gates are considered skills, then the Ririnua and Larinua techniques are akin to offensive maneuvers, one representing internal strength and the other, the application of techniques. Ririnua, as Xingran comprehended, is an explosive type of technique, although the standard speed before reaching the 5th gate does not attain supersonic levels. The brief attack phase of Ririnua following the opening of the first gate can indeed achieve supersonic speed for a singular strike. This is well documented in official descriptions, and thus, Xingran experienced for the first time the sensation of physically breaking the sound barrier, a truly exquisite feeling. Boom, boom, boom. The training ground resonated with the sound of sonic booms. Had it not been for the soundproofing spells surrounding the area, the entire camp would have been rendered inhospitable. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed leaders of Konoha for their investment in the construction of the training grounds. Although initially conceived as a mere trick to prevent the sounds from the practice arena from compromising the vigilance of the camp, it has indeed proven to be a significant boon for Xingran. He is relentlessly striking a rock fortified by various spells, specifically designed as a training target, remarkably resilient and robust. As he gauges the extent of his destructive prowess, memories of Quicksilver from the Marvel films spontaneously surface in his mind. At extraordinary speeds, one does not need to exert immense force. The sheer acceleration generates a formidable destructive capacity. With each strike, the unyielding target bears a dent. And had it not possessed such remarkable resilience, it would have shattered upon the very first blow. Xingran has previously learned that inflicting damage on this rock requires a theoretical force of at least 1 ton. This implies that his current state effortlessly exceeds a punching force of 1 ton. Reflecting on Gaia's frequent ability to send opponents flying in the anime after opening the 8 gates, one might say this is quite the literary finesse. Were it not for the protective chakra or specialized defensive techniques, a single punch would undoubtedly result in catastrophic damage. Having tested both speed and strength, his attacking power is undeniably formidable. However, the sheer grip strength is not as impressive as it appears. He can barely lift 2 to 3 tons. It seems that the combination of his steel-like physique and the chakra from the 8 gates has triggered a unique chemical reaction. Nonetheless, Xingran is certain that Gai's raw grip strength pales in comparison to his own, suggesting that the 8 gates leans more towards offensive techniques. Throughout the afternoon, he basked in the sun while striving to control the turbulent chakra within him after opening the 3rd gate. The results were subtle yet progressive, affirming the feasibility of his approach. With focused effort, he successfully reduced the deterioration of the muscle and tendon tissue in his right wrist, which had been ravaged by the chaotic chakra. Should he persist, he believes he will soon attain complete control over the turbulent chakra in that region, thereby safeguarding his body from the detrimental effects of forbidden techniques. From his extensive toil, it is evident why other ninjas fail to recognize the advantages of the 8 gates under high-level control. The fusion of an extraordinary intellect, a steel body, and the sun-released chakra presents a remarkable edge, yet the path to mastery is replete with immense suffering. Most individuals, without proper training, would likely render their arms utterly incapacitated long before achieving proficiency. Exhausted, Xingran returned to his tent only after the last rays of sunlight vanished below the horizon. Despite having opened the 8 gates for nearly an entire day due to the sun and sun-released chakra, he emerged unscathed from the rigorous training, thanks to adequate rest and his enhanced physical resilience. Nonetheless, the depletion of chakra and mental fatigue were inevitable. After consuming 2 soldier pills, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. As the night quietly descended, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the dense forests along the border of the Land of Fire, as if a malevolent spirit lurked in the shadows, poised to pounce and claim its victims. The stillness was abruptly shattered by the urgent blare of alarms echoing through the camp where Xingran resided, transforming the serene ambience into a bustling hub of activity. "What is happening?" Xingran exclaimed, emerging from his tent. Though he had only slept a few hours, his remarkable recovery abilities revitalized him. He swiftly caught the attention of a passing leaf ninja to inquire about the commotion. The Cloud Ninja are attacking. We must depart immediately to support the third camp. The ninja replied, initially irritated by the interruption. However, upon recognizing Xingran as the sole medical ninja in the camp, his demeanor shifted dramatically. It was unthinkable to offend someone who could potentially save his life, even if it meant disregarding his commanding superior. Xingran recalled the recent inexplicable assaults by the Cloud Ninja. If those earlier incursions were mere reconnaissance or rehearsals, this time could very well signal a significant offensive. Nevertheless, as a newcomer to the ninja world, he was aware that the seasoned Leaf Jonin in command would undoubtedly grasp the gravity of the situation. For now, he would defer to their leadership. Soon, Xingran approached Kai's tent, only to frown in disappointment. It was empty and had been since the previous day. He pondered the impact his presence would have on this world. Even if the narrative remained largely unchanged, the butterfly effect was undeniable, as evidenced by the likes of Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nanuyu. Musing on whether he might inadvertently alter the fate of a pivotal character, Xingran shook off the odd thought and proceeded to Narazumi's tent. Regardless of Kai's fate, his makeshift team had disbanded, and their prospects seemed dim from the outset. However, matters grew increasingly dire, for Naraizumi was also absent from the camp, leaving Xingran as the sole remaining member of his squad. Upon reaching the assembly point, he discovered that a contingent of advanced teams had already departed. The commanding Jonin was briefing the second and final support squad on the situation. It became apparent that the Cloud Ninja had launched a sudden assault involving over 1,000 troops. Do not be surprised by their numbers. At this twilight of the Third Great Ninja War, nations had yet to fully recover from the conflict. The prospect of engaging in a battle of such magnitude was, indeed, a considerable endeavor. This time, the Cloud Ninjas surrounded 3 crucial encampments along the border of the Fire and Water Nations: the Northern 7th Camp, the Northeastern 4th Camp, and the Eastern 3rd Camp, which is perilously close to the remaining territory of the Water Nation. Despite their differing designations, these camps share a commonality well understood by all Konoha ninjas. They serve as vital frontline resource transfer stations in their respective directions. In other words, any incident here would result in significant losses for Konoha. The senior commander on the front line promptly issued a support order, thus necessitating that the small outpost near the 3rd camp, known as Xingran, dispatch personnel for reinforcement. While support was of little consequence to Xingran, one matter piqued his concern. The leading shinobi had divided the already limited reinforcements into 2 teams, with the second team departing approximately 15 minutes later. It appeared that his previous suspicions were indeed correct. The upper echelons of Konoha must have disowned something, resulting in this atypical reinforcement operation. At this moment, Nara Shikaku, stationed at the 7th camp, was quite certain of the Cloud Commander's intentions regarding the encirclement of this strategically significant encampment, which was closest to the occupied territory. The war had dragged on, and among the 5 permanent nations of the shinobi world, only the Land of Lightning remained reluctant to cease hostilities, while the other nations had progressively signed treaties or declared the end of the conflict. Thus, the people of the Land of Lightning were likely engaging in their final desperate struggle. Were they attempting a direct assault or a strategy of encirclement to cut off reinforcements? Regardless of their intentions, Shikaku resolved not to let them succeed. Might they truly be attempting to encircle and cut off reinforcements? Inquired a sandy-haired figure with strikingly similar light green eyes to Xingran's, Yamashiro Haichi, who had just surveyed the battlefield and was now voicing his uncertainty to his friend. Although the Nara clan had traditionally acted as the strategic advisors for the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans, and Haichi held great respect for Shikaku, he felt uneasy about the orders issued today. They seemed overly ambitious. Should they falter, it could lead to the collapse of all 3 besieged encampments. Rest assured, even if the Cloud Ninjas do not aim to encircle and cut off reinforcements, our support forces will arrive before the camps fall, Shikaku replied confidently. Having meticulously calculated the timing, his demeanor exuded the poise of a seasoned commander, instilling an unspoken sense of reassurance among the surrounding ninjas. Shikaku had succeeded the legendary White Fang as Konoha's new commanding officer. While his personal valor might not rival that of Kakashi Hitaki, he had consistently demonstrated sound judgment on the battlefield throughout the prolonged conflict. Though not invincible, the campaigns led by Shikaku typically resulted in the most judicious decisions, which was the primary reason the assembled ninjas felt a sense of calm in his presence. Reflecting on the previous command from Narakazu, which mandated an immediate reinforcement of the patrolling troops to the battlefield, while personnel from other camps were to be dispatched in two groups with a staggered interval of 15 to 20 minutes. One could not help but be taken aback by Kakuzu's audacious orders. Under typical circumstances, one would either refrain from sending aid or rush reinforcements as if extinguishing a fire. However, Kakuzu's considerations were evidently far more profound. The enemy's forces were exposed to be merely 1,000 strong. Although this number is considerable, it has been some time since the elder Tsuchikage Inoki acknowledged defeat, leaving Konoha as the sole adversary for the Cloud Ninja. Thus, it is conceivable that even if the Cloud Ninja were to muster a 1,000-strong unit, they could potentially double that number. Therefore, the choice between a direct assault and providing support could be viewed as a 50-50 proposition. Nevertheless, as the highest-ranking commander on the front lines, one's vision must extend beyond personal domains. When one considers the broader picture, Kakuzu swiftly reaches a conclusion. This is a surprise attack rather than a frontal assault. There are two primary reasons for this. First, the battlefield is in close proximity to the Konoha headquarters, allowing for a continuous flow of reinforcements. The initial moments are the most perilous, but as time elapses, frontline troops will rapidly consolidate at the three battlefields. Should the situation turn unfavorable, the Cloud Ninja's forces would find themselves ensnared on the battlefield, unable to retreat. By the time reinforcements from Konoha arrive, even if the Cloud Ninja's hidden forces emerge, it would be of little consequence. This would lead to a return to the previous warfare between the two nations, even if the conflict tends to escalate. Kakuzu understands that the Cloud Ninja cannot sustain such a prolonged engagement. Ultimately, Konoha would prevail. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether this hidden unit even exists. Perhaps by the time the headquarters troops arrive, they could dismantle the Cloud Ninja's counteroffensive plans outright. The second reason pertains to the peculiar deployment of the enemy's combat strength. While simultaneous assaults on three fronts yield optimal results, all parties are aware that it is wiser to sacrifice a finger than a hand. Instead of dispatching over 300 personnel to each camp, a more effective strategy would involve sending 500 to two locations or 1,000 to one battlefield to create an overwhelming force. The enemy's greed is evident. Their commander may be quite young or newly appointed and eager to prove themselves, hence the elaborate and ambitious nature of their plans. However, for someone like Kakuzu, seasoned in warfare, such meticulous strategies are akin to a flawed blueprint. The more intricate the plan, the lower the margin for error. Kakuzu has surmised the enemy's intentions. The Cloud Ninja likely aims to appropriately allocate their forces across the three battlefields, stalling the main force while positioning a flanking unit to ambush the reinforcements. Should they succeed in ambushing this contingent in the wilderness, the flanking unit could then support the main battlefield, simultaneously depriving Konoha of a portion of their reinforcements, leading to a swift collapse of that front. If everything were to unfold according to the Cloud Ninja's design, they could potentially minimize their casualties significantly by employing ambush tactics in the underbrush, thereby circumventing the formidable defenses of the camps and inflicting considerable harm on the Konoha Ninja. This would indeed exemplify a strategy yielding maximum results at minimal cost. However, what Lu Jiao seeks is not merely to vanquish the enemy. In the grand scheme, Konoha possesses an undeniable advantage. Thus, the objective is to prolong the conflict until overtime, ultimately leading the beleaguered Cloud Shinobi to suffer the bitter consequences of their protracted supply lines. Presently, Lu Jiao's task is to ensure that reinforcements reach the three battlefronts with utmost safety. The method to achieve this is, in fact, quite simple. Lacking a meticulously crafted plan, it can still inflict considerable discomfort upon the adversary. Of course, this maneuver can only be executed by Konoha, leveraging the reconnaissance prowess of the Byakugan. With this capability, it becomes exceedingly difficult for foes to execute a successful ambush. The reinforcements will be dispatched in two waves. The first group will set out, followed by a subsequent wave after a brief interval. Should the Cloud Shinobi choose to strike upon the arrival of the first wave, an ambush is inevitable. However, those capable of being shinobi are not mere fodder, and a few exchanges of blows are certainly feasible. Meanwhile, the second wave, having received a warning from the first, will hasten to the battlefield, potentially allowing the ambushed Konoha Shinobi to execute a counterattack. Conversely, if the Cloud Shinobi refrain from attacking the first wave and instead focus on the second, the first wave can receive a warning and execute a counterstrike, continuing the previous tactics. Even if the enemy lies in wait with great patience, having honed their ambush skills for decades, The first wave would have safely arrived at the battlefield by then, granting Konoha a numerical advantage. A counteroffensive could potentially collapse the primary battlefield. Should the main battlefield be shattered, the Cloud Shinobi in the wild may find themselves strategically encircled, trapped within the borders of the Land of Fire. These represent multiple advantageous options for Lu Jiao, although he aspires to develop the situation according to his expectations. He is well aware after enduring prolonged battles that battlefield conditions often necessitate preparations based on the worst-case scenarios. Thus, in this plan, what truly reassures Lu Jiao is not merely the potential for counterattacks, but the prospect of either wave of reinforcements being encircled and engaging in a mutual support strategy until they can reach the main camp. As long as the reinforcements do not falter, they remain in a position of invincibility, while the tactical intentions outlined are numerous. They were conceived by Lu Jiao in a matter of mere minutes. One cannot help but acknowledge the renowned intelligence of the Naruto clan, which has garnered much admiration within the shinobi world. With Lu Jiao's ingenuity, what have you to worry about? Hi. By the way, what shall we do next? Beside him, a burly figure, adorned with a robust physique and a countenance marked by excess flesh, was munching on food while staunchly supporting Nara Lu Jiao, none other than a Kimichi Choza from the formidable trio of Inoshikacho. There is nothing to deliberate. We must safeguard the camp. We have done what is necessary. Now, we shall observe the performance of the reinforcements. Lu Jiao turned his gaze once more to the window, where he observed numerous Konoha ninjas engaged in fierce combat upon the encampment's walls. Upon hearing Lu Jiao's words, Dingzhu, who had just returned to the command center to replenish supplies, seized his long-handled weapon once again and charged back into the fray. Meanwhile, what was Xingran doing? As Lu Jiao had rightly pointed out, he was indeed a reinforcement. Thus he was performing his role. As part of the second wave of reinforcements, Xingran received a warning halfway through his journey. The enemy lay in ambush, indicating a strategy aimed at encircling and attacking. It must be noted that the Byakugan often acted like a cheat code, minimizing the enemy's advantage in ambush scenarios. Following their plan, they aimed to coordinate with the first wave of reinforcements. Upon receiving the news, the entire team hastened forward, encountering several other Konoha reinforcement squads along the way. Some belonged to the first wave, while others were part of the second. Regardless, many support teams from Konoha were converging towards the battlefield. As they drew closer to the conflict, these small squads gradually merged into a larger force. Ninjas exhibit a remarkably low demand for terrain, which results in both Konoha and Cloud ninjas, irrespective of their offensive or defensive roles, dispersing into small units within a given area. Once combat ensued in any location, both sides would quickly converge there. The nature of ninja warfare markedly differs from that of samurai. Ambush tactics may provide a fleeting advantage, but if executed poorly, the outcome becomes a 50-50 chance. Clearly, the Cloud ninjas faltered in their execution, leading to a chaotic clash between the two forces. Although the Cloud ambush team had the advantage of proximity to the battlefield and quicker assembly, the Konoha ninjas, being more familiar with the terrain, engaged in a strategic maneuver that delayed the arrival of reinforcements. Consequently, the battlefield began to reflect Lu Jiao's predictions, with the advantages of both sides gradually equalizing, resulting in a stalemate. Medical ninjas, over here. He is gravely injured. We need a medic immediately. Is there a medical ninja? My brother's arm is broken. Timely treatment could save him. When Xingran, filled with fervor, intended to unleash his might with the 8 gates, he was met instead with a cacophony of cries for help as he approached the battlefield. This was a woodland battleground, reminiscent of the site where the young Minato Namikaze had once faced his adversaries. The borders of the Land of Fire were rife with such environments, where ninjas on both sides altered the terrain, taking cover behind obstacles while exchanging ninjutsu and shuriken, or utilizing surrounding trees for concealment, ever in motion to find the opportune moment to strike a fatal blow against their foes. Periodically, waves of air laden with the sense of flesh and blood would assault Xingran's senses, instilling fear in the timid while inciting madness in the bold. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Xingran instinctively activated his perceptive abilities, scanning the area. However, just as he grasped a general overview, a dark figure dashed past him, a blur amid the chaos. Had it not been for Xingran's extraordinary dynamic vision and reflexes, he might not have recognized the individual clad in the green vest and forehead protector of Konoha, potentially leading others to instinctively launch an attack. A leaf ninja, burdened with another severely injured leaf ninja on his back, hurriedly fled past Xingran as if pursued by a rabid dog through 8 streets. In truth, this duo was indeed being hunted. As Xingran caught sight of his comrades, he also noticed the cloud ninja trailing approximately 20 meters behind. There were 3 of them, and it was evident that they posed a significant threat to the leaf pair. However, within Xingran's perception, these cloud ninjas possessed merely the chakra levels of Ch9. And keen observation revealed that they were not in optimal condition, appearing somewhat disheveled. The opportunity had arrived. This was the rhythm of a potential triple kill. Although Xingran had lived 2 lives, he had only traversed into this one after a serious illness cut short his previous existence in his teens. Now, having barely survived for over a year, he had finally awakened his unique ability, the 8 Gates, and was eager to demonstrate his prowess. First gate of the 8 Gates. Open. His skin flushed crimson as green chakra began to radiate around him, bursting forth as he charged toward the trio of cloud ninjas. Regrettably, his superhuman physique, coupled with the power of the 8 Gates, far exceeded the combat capacity of a wounded Ch9. The sound of 3 dull thuds echoed as he struck. With near supersonic speed in both movement and attack, such might could rival that of a Saint Seiya. The initial plot of Seiya featured punches at supersonic speeds. Unless the cloud ninjas had prepared a substitution technique or a body flicker escape, they would simply be unable to withstand the assault. Yet, evidently, the adversaries underestimated the strength of a young ninja who appeared without any protective gear. Given Xingran's attire and age, it was clear to anyone that he was merely a leaf genin. Thus, why expend chakra on him? Consequently, 3 shadows were sent hurtling backward, disappearing from sight in an instant, accompanied by the sound of collapsing chests. 3 cloud ninja, mere side characters, had met their demise. Having effortlessly dispatched the trio of insignificant foes, Xingran felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. As he surveyed the battlefield, intending to seek his next target, he noticed the duo that had recently fled. The one carrying the emperor, returning to this location. Daju, bearing Wulong on his back. Forgive the side character for having a name. It is already quite fortunate. In a previous narrative, far worse fates had befallen others, had been desperately maneuvering when he unexpectedly encountered a fellow leaf ninja before him. Unfortunately, their current state was too dire, and he could only hope that his comrade would manage to provide some cover. At this ninja level, it was usually expected that comrades in good condition would assist in fending off the enemy, allowing those in poorer states to regroup and continue their retreat, ultimately ensuring everyone's safety. If the enemy grew too greedy, they risked being led into the presence of the main force for a counterattack. Thus, Daju instinctively continued his flight, feeling that his comrade had successfully initiated the first wave of defense. As he ran, he glanced back, then turned around. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was none other than the mountain ninja Xingran emerging from the same camp. Since a capable healer was right beside him, why would he need to laboriously retreat to the rear to find someone to save his comrade? Although the reason for the sudden disappearance of the relentless Yunren remains unknown, it is easy to speculate that they might have discovered the arrival of the first reinforcements and, fearing a counterattack from a continuous influx of support, chose to retreat. Zhong Xingran, it is truly fortuitous to encounter you. Please, save Gore, for he is on the brink of death. On the battlefield, there is little room for superfluous chatter. The irresponsible Daju handed Gore over to Zhong Xingran and, with a grim expression, swiftly drew his kunai and charged back into the fray, exuding an aura reminiscent of Zhao Zilong's legendary prowess. He seemed oblivious to the fact that Xingran had just transformed into a super scion. As Xingran gazed at Gore, who had been thrust into his arms, he noted the young man's distinctive mustache. He wondered if Gore bore the surname Emery. However, his fleeting daydream was quickly replaced by the gravity of their situation. In a group battle, the contributions of support are paramount. Thus, he resolved to administer aid. Gore suffered a penetrating wound to his abdomen, a serious predicament. One might ponder why fatalities are rare among street fighters, yet commonplace among schoolyard brawlers. The answer lies in the nature of their confrontations. Street brawlers wield machetes, inflicting severe but non-fatal muscle injuries, while schoolboys often resort to stabbing, directly damaging vital organs, leading to swift fatalities before medical help can arrive. Xingran gently set Gore down and, as he released the 8 gates, activated his healing technique. A surge of yang released chakra immediately began to mend the internal damage. Indeed, there was a moment of hesitation as he released the 8 gates. The chakra boost it provided, even for someone with extraordinary capabilities like him, was substantial. Yet, he recognized that such violent chakra would hinder the application of healing techniques, rendering even basic medical ninjutsu ineffective in this state. The path to wielding the 8 gates for sustained and abundant healing was still a long one. Before long, specifically. After a mere 5 minutes, Xingran successfully pulled Gore back from the precipice of death. Under normal circumstances, this would be the moment to apply medication and bandage the wounds, conserving chakra for medical ninjas and minimizing cellular deterioration in the injured. Most crucially, the freshly healed wounds were fragile, although they appeared to be mended. They were prone to re-injury. According to the ninja manual, if the battle is unfavorable, all efforts must be made to heal the injured swiftly so they can return to combat. In a stalemate, the decision to fully heal lies with the injured party's will. However, if the situation is under control, a medical ninja must firmly insist that the wounded refrain from further combat and seek rest in the hospital. What is the current state? Xingran was certain they were far from having the upper hand. At this moment, Gore, filled with fervor, grasped Xingran's hand tightly. I still wish to fight. The tragic supporting character possesses no rights. Xingran did not grant his counterpart even a fleeting opportunity to deliver a line, instead intensifying the power. A minute later, Wulong, with a gaze filled with sorrow, once again burst onto the battlefield, subsequently reappearing before Xingran while carrying his comrade, Dazhu. Doctor, greetings. Doctor, farewell. As he gazed at Dazhu in his arms, Xingran fell into a silent reverie, the rich essence of yang chakra re-emerging upon this not-so-concealed battleground. As time progressed, the ninjas of Konoha began to disseminate a fresh piece of intelligence regarding the battlefield surrounding Camp 3. A frontline medical station lay 50 miles to the south, where wounded soldiers could swiftly revive and rejoin the fray, akin to a sanctuary for heroes, a crystal of resurrection following a heroic brawl. This information swiftly reached the Cloud Ninja forces responsible for the third battlefield. At any moment, prioritizing the elimination of enemy medical units was of utmost importance. And the Cloud Ninjas were no exception. The 3 cardinal principles of medical ninjas are as follows. First, a medical ninja must never abandon treatment before a comrade's death. Second, they must never position themselves at the forefront of battle. Third, a medical ninja must not perish before any member of their squad. These tenets, established by Tsunade, dictate the conduct of medical ninjas. Consequently, when assaulting a squad, neutralizing the medical ninja first is a steadfast rule, as it is a widely acknowledged courtesy in team combat to eliminate the healer early on. There exists, however, a fourth principle. Only medical ninjas proficient in the arts of ninjutsu and regeneration, such as the Baiken no Jutsu, are permitted to transgress the aforementioned regulations. Prior to his mission, Xingran had registered as a sensory-type ninja with a notation indicating medical ninjutsu capabilities. Nevertheless, due to this ability, he was included in the second batch of support teams, ensuring adherence to the 3 cardinal principles of medical ninjas, thereby safeguarding him from the front lines. Unfortunately, the urgency of the situation rendered his superiors oblivious to the fact that all his squad members were already engaged in their respective missions. They had likely followed the orders of Nara Shikaku, belonging to the initial patrols that had entered the battlefield to partake in the defense of Camp 3, which elucidated Xingran's solitary stance amidst the larger contingent. However, that was an hour ago. Now, Xingran found himself surrounded by numerous individuals, most of whom lay prostrate on the ground, yet a few stood busily attending to tasks. These industrious figures comprised Xingran's assistants, as he had assumed the role of the leader at this makeshift medical station, with everyone obliged to heed his directives. Among these assistants were 2 medical ninjas who had come from other support camps, albeit their skills were rather lacking, which explained their exclusion from the more established Konoha hospital, relegating them to the front lines as temporary combat medics amidst the turmoil of war. Although these 2 assistants may seem rather inadequate in Xingran's eyes, lacking in chakra, they swiftly exhaust their energy, and their rough chakra control results in unsightly wounds during treatment, ultimately affecting postoperative recovery and future mobility. They are, in fact, medical ninjas of the Chunin rank, holding positions of high esteem just below the Jonin leaders in their respective camps. Despite their esteemed status, these medical ninjas willingly respond to Xingran's calls, and the reason is simple. Xingran's medical prowess is extraordinary, with a speed in treating injuries that leaves behind afterimages, a speed that transcends that of a mere genin. It is a caliber that one would expect from a jonin. Thus, both assistants are genuinely convinced of Xingran's professional expertise and capabilities. Such minor injuries should not linger here. Shino, take him down and apply a quick bandage, Xingran instructed. But there's no buts. There's also Kazama. This one has been stabilized, but cannot return to the battlefield. he must be sent to the rear. Very well. This is the latest arrival. They require urgent attention and must be prioritized. What do you think? I believe that is acceptable. Those behind can wait. This one is on the brink of demise. Lord Xingran, Shino interjected. Why are you still here? Has the bandaging been completed? If so, please attend to the individual behind as well. Not quite, Lord Xingran. I must inform you that we have exhausted our supply of bandages. Shino and Kazama serve as Xingran's temporary aides. Regrettably, it seems that since Shino's arrival, the workload has only intensified. While medical ninjutsu is indeed a miraculous healing art, it is undeniable that not all issues can be resolved through chakra alone. The consumption of medical supplies has been alarmingly rapid. Bandages, gauze, and hemostatic cotton have all run dry. Suddenly, Xingran felt an odd sense of idleness, reminiscent of a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Kanohari Kinjutsu, Mitsuki no Mai. Upon hearing Shino's hesitant declaration of the depleted bandages, Xingran inexplicably felt a surge of frustration and instinctively unleashed the Konoha-style sword technique he had self-taught. This technique, though highly challenging, is widely disseminated and serves as a primary learning objective for most sword-wielding ninjas of Konoha. In order to adapt to his newfound strength, Xingran had also studied the Konoha-style fluid techniques, and mastering these arts, which are easy to learn but difficult to master, was akin to child's play for someone with his exceptional intellect. Without thinking, Xingran drew forth a short blade of unknown origin and executed a somewhat amateurish Mitsuki no Mai. With a flurry of swift motions directed at Shino, there came a soft gasp of compliance, and in an instant, the previously pristine white protective suit, tightly wrapped around his form, was reduced to mere strips of cloth. We now have bandages once more. Let us expedite our work. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xingran decisively resumed his role as the chief physician. His hands moved like shadows, swiftly tending to the various external injuries of a patient who had jumped the queue. He then concentrated on employing his healing technique to address the troublesome internal wounds, appearing utterly unfazed by the earlier confrontation with the irritable Demon King. For he believed that the art of healing should not be mired in trivialities. Shinzasuke, though earnest, could not help but steal glances at his classmate Kazama's attire, which distracted this otherwise reliable participant, leading to a series of blunders. Unfortunately, the jovial atmosphere was fleeting, as the playful intermission came to an end. And just as Xingran began to feel a tinge of fatigue from his superhuman pace in treating patients, a group of cloud ninja surged forth from the ominous woods, their sights set squarely on him. Xingran seemed to anticipate this turn of events, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips as he subtly shook his head. It appeared that this battlefield would soon collapse under the onslaught of the cloud ninja. In an instant, he unleashed a shuriken that soared towards the foremost enemy, igniting a fierce skirmish in the once quiet medical station. Xingran was the prime target, and the wounded lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, would not be spared either. Fortunately, frontline medical facilities were always prioritized for defense, and numerous ninja guards surrounded the area. Alas, among these protectors, few possessed the capability to fight. Otherwise, they would not be stationed in such a relatively secure location, as the capable had already been dispatched to the front lines. The ambush by the Cloud Ninja was only discovered when they were nearly upon them, a testament to their poor vigilance. However, Xingran was not a conventional medical practitioner. In fact, his offensive capabilities far surpassed his healing skills. If he were to engage in combat without activating the 8 gates, his combat prowess would rival that of elite Chunin or even special Jonin. How could one explain this? Perhaps the old monk had awakened superhuman strength? He might soon find himself taken home by Danzo to observe goldfish. At this moment, the benefits of mastering the 8 gates became evident. The speed and fervor that he usually restrained could now be unleashed under the guise of the 8 gates, filling him with exhilaration as he threw his head back and exclaimed, "Cough, cough. Doctor, I need to relieve myself." Suddenly entering the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, Xingran acted with unprecedented swiftness. The healing technique he had not yet dispelled from the patient surged forward, driven by the violent chakra and its specific operational mode, instantly revitalizing the previously half-dead individual, who now felt an urgent need to use the restroom. That fleeting sensation of control. Xingran's extraordinary mind recorded the ephemeral feeling. But there was no time for further contemplation. In the state of Super Saiyan 3, the 3rd gate, he charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep. This would be nothing short of a massacre. The Cloud Ninja's decapitation squad comprised 8 members, evenly split between Jonin and Chunin, with no Genin present. Although the shuriken Xingran had previously thrown was executed with a clever angle and considerable speed. It was a standard attack, and the elite Cloud Ninja were able to evade it with ease. However, what followed was Xingran's near-supersonic approach. It was only after the punch struck the chest of the Yunin that the sound of the sonic boom reached his ears. How could it be so fast? The final thought of the Yunin before his demise flickered briefly in his mind, and he was soon enveloped in eternal darkness. In the original narrative, during the Nin exams, Xiao Li's speed was acknowledged by Kakashi as unmatched, which suggests that the combination of superhuman speed and the enhancement of the 8 gates is truly formidable. At least, no speed-oriented Nin could rival it. Xingran casually picked up the seemingly unscathed sword, though in reality, the chest cavity of its previous owner had been completely caved in, leaving the insides a chaotic mess of ninja tools. Testing the feel of the weapon, it proved satisfactory. It was a katana forged from chakra-conducting metal, albeit with a rather flamboyant red handle. Infusing the blade with his furious chakra, Xingran surged towards the next Yunin. Be cautious. The target is utilizing the secret technique of the 8 gates. His speed is extraordinary, create distance and utilize ninjutsu. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, a voice shouted, and soon, a variety of elemental ninjutsu materialized before Xingran. Water style, great waterfall technique, lightning style, earth walk, wind style, vacuum sphere. Instantly, an array of ninjutsu erupted, particularly a combination technique that presented considerable challenges for Xingran. The electrified water from the Great Waterfall technique combined flawlessly with the earth walk of lightning style, indicating that the opposing team was not merely hastily assembled, their coordination was impressively high. Xingran adeptly dodged with his remarkable speed, aware that recklessly charging through with his ironclad body would be the approach of a berserker. Ninjas do not engage in such mindless tactics. Employing the Konoha-style sword technique, Crescent Moon Dance, he created 3 shadowy figures, confounding the enemy while maneuvering. The 3 clones successfully drew the attention of over 4 adversaries, with much of the burden alleviated by nearby Konoha guard Nin. Otherwise, Xingran would not possess the strength to withstand the onslaught of numerous foes. Additionally, 2 of the remaining 3 were tasked with unleashing large-scale ninjutsu to delay the rescue of their fellow Konoha ninjas. Xingran's focus settled on the last opponent, who evidently was an efficiency-driven individual, aware that a ninja utilizing the 8 gates was formidable, and recognizing that this was their peak moment. It was indeed wisest to avoid direct confrontation and shift to other targets. Thus, a female Nin ninja pursued Shino, intent on eliminating all medical ninjas, including Xingran. Perceiving him as an easy target, the weapon in the Yunin's hand was a rare kunai, yet when paired with lightning affine chakra, it generated a penetrating force that was quite lethal, placing Shino in a precarious situation. Swish, swish, ding. The throwing technique of shuriken was Xingran's specialty, and at present, it constituted one of his few ranged defensive capabilities. Although skills can sometimes become outdated, the shuriken technique has never lost its efficacy. It is a low-energy, high-reward method, ideally suited for chaotic battlefields where minimal effort can yield significant results. In the state of the 8 gates, an extraordinary power was unleashed. Xingran hurled 2 spinning shuriken with a velocity surpassing any previous throw, aimed directly at the target, Yunin. However, as Xingran had only recently developed the shuriken technique within the 8 gates framework, he had yet to adapt to the intricate maneuvering involved in the 2-stage directional change of the throwing technique. The outcome of this attack left the perilously positioned Shino somewhat despondent, for it was evident that the first shuriken was intended to break through the encirclement. Yet it was launched with such remarkable speed that it arrived prematurely, appearing to outsiders as if Xingran had aimed it directly at Shino. Fortunately, although the trajectory was generally directed towards Shino, it narrowly missed him, soaring past his chest. Soon after, the second shuriken followed in rapid succession, equally swift in its approach, aimed at striking Yunin. Regrettably, it too was hindered by excessive speed, veering significantly off course. Aside from momentarily startling Yunin, it bore no substantial effect. Despite Xingran's miscalculation regarding the force required for his shuriken throws, the trajectory control of his technique remained impeccable. After a brief flight, the 2 shuriken collided, and under normal circumstances, the second shuriken would have been deflected back into its original path for a follow-up attack. Yunin, evidently familiar with Konoha's shuriken throwing techniques, successfully diverted his attention and readied himself for the impending assault, granting Shino a brief respite from near demise at the hands of his own allies. Alas, The shuriken's performance was utterly disastrous. The collision resulted in a catastrophic failure, with both shurikens suffering severe deviations in angle and speed due to excessive force, leading to a mutual destruction that left no impact on the battlefield. The sudden silence in the air was abruptly shattered by Xingran, who launched a flying kick akin to a missile, finally striking true. However, his opponent, having anticipated this attack, found it relatively easy to counter, employing a substitution technique to evade. Though the evasion was executed flawlessly, the opponent's limited strength prevented further evasive maneuvers. As Xingran shattered an unexpectedly materialized wooden post with his kick, he vanished from sight once more, silently reappearing behind the recently spared Yunin. In a swift motion, the kunai in his hand met flesh with a soft thud, extinguishing the life of the older female ninja. Only then did the sound of the fierce wind generated by Xingran's movements finally resonate. The water release, water barrier, and lightning release, shockwave techniques highlight the distinction between team combat and individual dueling. Although Xingran had exhibited remarkable prowess since unlocking the 8 gates, the dynamics of teamwork were crucial. The Yunin, previously slain by Xingran, had strategically executed the substitution technique to escape, and it became clear that Xingran had fallen into a trap meticulously laid by the enemy. By the time he realized he was ensnared in an ambush, it was too late. The simultaneous execution of eliminating an adversary and triggering a trap proved fatal. In an instant, Xingran was engulfed by a deluge of water, the torrent delivering a heavy blow while a paralyzing electric current lurked ominously within the depths. Xingran, engulfed in a surge of electric energy, was propelled into the heavens. He had fallen victim. Amidst the crowd, several excited voices echoed. As in the sky, Xingran resembled a magnet, attracting a multitude of shuriken hurled from the hands of the cloud ninjas. This was a trap masterfully crafted in the spirit of ninjutsu. As the impact of the water wall combined with the paralyzing effect of the electricity was non-lethal, while allies might sustain injuries, they would be far from grave. However, the enemies found themselves in a predicament, as this was a series of control techniques, an airborne assault followed by paralysis, leading to a rhythm of impending demise. Within the ninja world, this philosophy had birthed a plethora of such combative strategies, allowing countless formidable warriors to be vanquished by the ostensibly weaker. Indeed, this was the allure of the ninja realm, where the underdog could triumph with relative ease. Under normal circumstances, an individual struck by this combination of ninjutsu would find themselves incapacitated by the sheer force of the high-pressure water. Even those of robust constitution, such as taijutsu practitioners who had mastered the 8 gates, would struggle to endure this onslaught. The subsequent electric shock would not merely singe the flesh but could result in paralysis, rendering the body unable to evade, thus epitomizing the concept of a human punching bag. Regrettably, Xingran's extraordinary ironclad physique, bolstered by the resistance afforded by the 8 gates, surpassed the comprehension of mere mortals. The shuriken assault was effortlessly deflected by the katana he held firmly in hand. Furthermore, a peculiar phenomenon occurred as Xingran's descent accelerated, defying the principles established by Newton. This was inconceivable. Observing Xingran land gracefully upon the ground, several cloud ninjas exchanged incredulous glances. Were it not for his fair complexion, they might have suspected him to be a member of the Moonlit clan. His remarkable mastery of lightning-based body techniques rendered his apparent immunity to electrical attacks utterly baffling. It is crucial to emphasize that while the resistance to certain magical elements may be low, water, fire, and lightning, though seemingly magical, are indeed physical phenomena, having minimal impact on a body of steel. The situation shifted. The priority was now to eliminate the other medical ninjas. After all, he was but one man, with limited chakra. The leader among the cloud ninjas, having exchanged glances with his comrades, raised his voice amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, ensuring that the latest commands were clearly conveyed to his team while simultaneously attempting to inform Xingran, thus forcing him into a dilemma between offense and rescue. According to the cloud ninja captain's strategy, Xingran was merely one individual who had resorted to the 8 gates, a forbidden technique that would inflict significant self-harm. Even if he were to challenge the heavens and earth, he would ultimately have to rely on them for survival. Even if Xingran could not be slain, the toll of several rounds of combat would render him, as a healer, incapacitated and unable to perform medical actions in the near future. He might even become a casualty due to the backlash of his own techniques. In such a case, it was unnecessary to confront Xingran directly. Eliminating the remaining medical ninjas would ensure the successful completion of their mission. On the battlefield, where circumstances shifted rapidly, Xingran had stealthily employed his limited flight ability and descended swiftly to the ground, only to discover that his opponents had chosen to abandon their engagement with him and were instead targeting the younger fighters. This was compelling him to unleash his full potential. Initially, I intended to conquer you through technology, but now I can only crush you with my identity as an 8. With one hand wielding a katana and the other hurling shuriken, I charge into the crowd of cloud shinobi like a rampaging demon, unyielding and unflinching. Although I am temporarily unable to execute a second directional shift, my precision remains impeccable, coupled with the superhuman strength and the enhancement of the 8 gates. Each shuriken is akin to a heavy crossbow bolt, immensely powerful, save for the absence of explosive effects. Evasion is the only viable option. A confrontation is utterly futile. While my approach may seem exceedingly violent, those of Jainin caliber among the cloud shinobi can effortlessly evade such direct assaults, which lack any intricate techniques. My initial onslaught resulted in the obliteration of a Chunin's torso, but thereafter, I merely wreaked havoc upon the surroundings. Despite such modest achievements, they proved unacceptable to onlookers. Was this a mere genin? Surely, even a Jainin would scarcely be more formidable. With the shuriken exhausted, I turned to my katana. The swift movements of my body, combined with the blade's momentum, facilitated an astonishing speed. Misusing the body flicker technique could result in a devastating two-part demise. Seizing the opportunity while a sluggish Chunin barely dodged a shuriken, I exerted force through my ankle, leaving a massive crater in the ground. My form, approaching the speed of sound, appeared behind this Chunin, and due to the acceleration, I scarcely needed to apply force. The Chunin was cleaved in two, meeting a gruesome end. This situation was untenable. If the cloud shinobi had any means, they would surely lodge complaints. The presence of this 8 rendered everyone's gaming experience profoundly disappointing. The opponents were far too swift, and the razor-sharp strikes could not find their mark. Although broad-range ninjutsu could potentially connect, this individual seemed to soar with the ferocity of a beast, directly charging through fire and water techniques. Lightning and wind techniques, meanwhile, missed their targets amidst the rapid movement, and strikes to non-vital areas elicited no response from him. It was akin to battling a berserker, one enhanced by all available commands. Strikes that could inflict damage missed their targets, while those that connected lacked lethality. Just when I managed to inflict some harm, he would declare that his recovery outpaced my assaults. How could one possibly contend with such odds? Ultimately, for Jainin from the ambushing 8-man squad managed to escape, utterly intimidated by Xingran. If we cannot confront them, can we at least evade them? Xingran, exasperated, glanced at his fellow Jainin. While it could be said that we were outmatched by the elite of the enemy, it seemed excessive that we could not even detain those of our own rank. The cloud shinobi, unaware that Konoha had only 3 medical ninjas, might have reconsidered their ambush had they known the battlefield's legends of full recovery were upheld by so few healers. Upon realizing the disproportion between difficulty and reward, they departed with swiftness. As the overall commanders received intelligence, they mistakenly believed that Konoha had unexpectedly laid an ambush with a medical unit here, prompting their decision to launch an assault. Within the cloud shinobi's perspective, medical ninjas were scarce, and indeed, this was the truth. To achieve the effects described in the intelligence, this medical point would require a contingent of at least dozens of medical ninjas. To one's surprise, upon arrival, it was discovered that only 3 individuals were present. This was merely a standard frontline configuration. In the original narrative, while the medical units appeared to be numerous during the Fourth War, subsequent developments revealed that the bulk of this force consisted of defensive personnel. If there were indeed so many medical ninjas, how could Sakura and Shizen tirelessly attend to the wounded? Ultimately, the reality is that skilled medical ninjas are exceedingly rare. Tsunade's aspiration to assign a medical ninja to every team should not be mistaken for the incompetence of the village's higher-ups. Rather, it is a matter of capability, as each medical ninja is a precious asset not to be squandered like ordinary shinobi. In the minds of the retreating Cloud Ninja assault team, the mission was deemed accomplished. For there were merely 3 targets, 2 of which were evidently weak and devoid of chakra, indicative of exhaustion from prolonged exertion. The only medical ninja with ample chakra had utilized the forbidden technique of the 8 gates and would, at least for this war, be rendered ineffective. Although the latter half of the mission resembled a nightmare, the team ultimately felt a sense of relief. Completing the task was the highest affirmation for a ninja. As for Hashirin, despite unleashing a remarkable display of prowess, it was merely superficial. Although he seemed to withstand various area of effect ninjutsu, sustaining injuries was inevitable: burns from fire release, impacts from water release, lacerations from wind release, and penetrating wounds from lightning release. Even with his exceptional insight and reflexes perfectly attuned to it, evading such injuries was impossible. Nonetheless, the outcome was ultimately favorable. His iron physique not only endowed him with formidable resilience but also with profound regenerative capabilities, despite his tattered clothing and bloodied appearance. Many of his minor wounds had begun to scab over. This remarkable recovery was largely due to Xingran enduring the initial wave of the assault. While the Leaf's elite shinobi efficiently detained several Cloud J-nin, otherwise, Xingran would not have had the opportunity to unleash his full potential. However, the strain of overusing the 8 gates took a significant toll. As this was not the stationary state of the 8 gates during the day, but rather an intense combat scenario. Even Xingran, with his iron body, discovered substantial muscle tissue loss and vascular damage upon introspection. Nonetheless, these sacrifices were worthwhile. Although many defenseless casualties succumbed early in the battle, the majority were saved. Moreover, Shinji and Kazama emerged relatively unscathed, and gratitude is owed to the nearby guards who held back the enemy at a critical moment, allowing their side to complete the offensive. As Xingran sat on the ground, he released the 8 gates. The heightened vision and hearing that had accompanied him while pursuing the fleeing cloud ninja faded into the horizon. Had it not been for this, he would have hesitated to release the 8 gates, for the period of vulnerability that follows is akin to an open invitation for attack. Though not as severe as Guy's condition, the risk of being struck from behind remained a significant threat, taking out 2 military rations to replenish his strength. It must be noted that the extraordinary recovery abilities of a superhuman are immensely taxing on one's stamina. At this moment, Xingran could not discern much difference after consuming the rations, but had he indulged in regular food, he would undoubtedly feel as if he were crossing over into the world of One Piece. He believed he could easily consume enough food for 20 people. Your Excellency Xingran, shall we relocate? At that moment, a Konoha Jonin, tasked with safeguarding this temporary treatment point, approached Xingran with deep respect, seeking his counsel. Previously, this Jonin had not exhibited such subservience, a fact that Xingran could comprehend. Initially, the respect stemmed solely from Xingran's medical prowess, which was entirely reasonable. However, as Xingran's extraordinary performance captured the attention of the entire battlefield, it became evident that the shinobi of the Yamashiro clan possessed not only formidable medical skills but also considerable strength as a ninja. In the realm of ninjas, the respect for power is deeply ingrained. This was indeed a genuine display of his capabilities, and while Xingran felt a twinge of anxiety, it was overshadowed by exhilaration. In this world, mere survival was insufficient. Many resources could only be obtained upon demonstrating a certain degree of talent. Yet, Xingran was no fool. He understood the importance of knowing the extent to which he should showcase his abilities. If pushed too far, he risked attracting envy, much like Danzo from his own village, who maintained a tenuous connection with Orochimaru and had never abandoned his experiments on human subjects. The talents he had revealed thus far had not yet reached an unacceptable level, akin to that of Uchiha Shursui, but he had managed to stand out among the multitude of ordinary ninjas and become a dazzling new star. In due time, the village would naturally recognize his worth. Regardless of the uncertain benefits that might arise, he would undoubtedly receive a degree of protection commensurate with his abilities, ensuring he would not be unwittingly consumed in some transaction. Otherwise, should that day ever come, he would have no choice but to become a rogue ninja. Surveying the scene, Xingran noted that numerous injured individuals were suffering grievously. They could not afford to relocate, as even the slightest movement could lead them to meet the first Hokage. There could be no retreat, at least until he had saved everyone. He could not abandon them. Request for support, he declared. His words elicited expressions of gratitude from the severely injured ninjas present. Although ninjas are meant to endure, who would wish to prolong their suffering when immediate treatment was at hand? Thus, Xingran resumed his life-saving efforts. As the saying goes, rest for 5 minutes, work for 2 hours. Yet, even someone with such superhuman resilience found it increasingly arduous. Initially, he had the advantage of sunlight accumulated throughout the afternoon, and his chakra reserves were plentiful. However, following the recent exertion, a profound weakness began to settle in. Even the terrifying recovery abilities of a superhuman were beginning to falter. Nevertheless, even in this weakened state, he was not completely incapacitated. After another hour had passed, all those present regarded Xingran with eyes filled with awe, silently questioning, "Just how much chakra do you possess?" At this moment, Xingran's formidable intellect recalled that he had treated over 200 individuals, excluding the 80 or so who required minimal chakra and were saved through sheer skill, as well as the 30 severely injured who could not return to the battlefield. Nearly 100 ninjas, whose injuries were not critical but necessitated prompt medical attention, were returned to the fray by him, akin to a superhero's accelerated work mode. Reminiscent of a series with various afterimages completing tasks. What does this signify? Only now, upon exhausting his chakra, did Xingran begin to ponder this profound question. Concurrently, Narashikahisa was contemplating the implications of this situation, particularly the aftermath of Xingran's contributions. The sudden emergence of 100 reinvigorated fighters in Zone 3 had dramatically tilted the balance of battle. Half an hour after Xingran had repelled the surprise attack from the Cloud Ninjas, the battlefield executed a strategic maneuver. With their numbers assured, the Cloud Ninjas began to retreat under relentless pressure, soon forced back into the encirclement of Camp 3 to regroup amidst heavy casualties. One might wonder how merely 100 individuals could instigate such a significant shift in the tide of war. On the surface, the Cloud Ninjas had deployed approximately 1,000 troops, surrounding 3 battlefields with an average of about 300 soldiers each, supplemented by an equal number of ambushers. After nearly 2 hours of intense conflict, how many could possibly remain on either side? Given the larger numbers of the Konoha reinforcements, it was likely that over 200 had fallen across the 3 battlefields. As the ambushing side, the Cloud Ninjas would not suffer too many losses but would certainly not escape unscathed. With casualties nearing 100 among those unable to join the fray or who had perished outright. Among the remaining, how many were wounded and still engaged in combat? Consequently, when they encountered the fully revitalized Konoha ninjas, a stark imbalance began to emerge, rapidly tipping the scales of war. In this manner, the already superior numbers of the Konoha reinforcements surged, effectively translating to an additional 100 fighters entering Camp 3, marking a pivotal turning point. Orders were dispatched for a full-scale counteroffensive in Zone 3. Should they breach the enemy's encirclement, victory would be assured, allowing for the potential reinforcement of the 4th zone. Or at the very least, inflicting further casualties on the Cloud Ninjas. Narashikahisa, serving as the frontline commander, astutely recognized the opportunity presented by the situation. For ninjas, courage is never in short supply. Once an advantage is gained, it must be relentlessly pursued until it transforms into triumph. Swiftly, a communications officer from the intelligence department was dispatched from the command center, and at that moment, a faint smile of relief finally broke through Shikahisa's tense demeanor. Hachi, I truly did not anticipate that your young one could bring about such a monumental change. Your family has indeed produced an extraordinary genius. He shrugged, feeling the weight of prior pressures dissipate significantly. Based on the analysis of the battlefield feedback, the other 2 fronts remain in a state of stalemate. However, it is evident that the situation on the 3rd front is stable, thus averting the worst-case scenario. With a stroke of good fortune, additional reinforcements may be dispatched to other battlefields. Should the momentum build in favor of Konoha, a decisive victory is likely. Surprisingly, I did not anticipate the medical prowess of this individual. It is indeed delightful that the Yamanaka clan has finally produced a prodigy. Upon learning of Hashiran's performance, Haichi was elated, his words somewhat disjointed, though Shikaki was accustomed to such behavior, as Haichi had always been somewhat inarticulate. Observing the continuous emergence of geniuses like Shursui and Itachi from the prestigious Uchiha clan, the lesser-known secret arts clans could not help but feel envious. Previously, Inuzuka Hana could somewhat uphold their reputation, but that was merely an embellishment to keep pace with the young Shursui. In reality, after Itachi's graduation, the so-called family genius touted by the Inuzuka clan was swiftly brought back to earth. The disparity in their abilities was glaring. While Inuzuka Hana was still attending the Ninja Academy, Itachi had already graduated, which starkly highlighted the inadequacies of the various secret arts clans in Konoha. This time, it seemed the Yamanaka clan had genuinely produced a talent worthy of admiration. Conversely, the atmosphere at the Cloud Ninja Frontline Command, situated approximately 80 kilometers from the 7th battlefield, was markedly tense. I had instructed you to begin intelligence probing well in advance, incurring significant losses in manpower and resources. Yet what has been the outcome of your intelligence efforts? Why are there still so many reinforcements in the 3rd target area? Furthermore, the frontline forces you face have always been within manageable limits. How can you claim a collapse without explaining what went awry? The barrage of inquiries resonated throughout the command center, compelling the 2 commanders to unleash their fury. The plans had been meticulously crafted, resulting in a stalemate across all lines. And now, upon discovering issues in the 3rd target area, they found themselves without any reserve forces to rectify the situation. Indeed, the 2 commanders had not arranged for reserves. Due to political motivations, one of them was being vigorously promoted by the rakeage, yet simultaneously required to alleviate some of the rakeage pressures. For instance, at this moment, she needed to secure a resounding victory to demonstrate to the higher-ups that she was not only capable in battle but also an adept commander. Thus, she was all in, committing fully to all three fronts. According to the plan, even if they failed to capture the enemy's camp, they aimed to inflict substantial casualties on Konoha's active forces, thereby gaining leverage for future negotiations. Thanks to extensive reconnaissance efforts in the early stages, the two commanders were as well informed about the conditions on these three fronts as their opposing commander, with the advantage of knowledge and initiative. Even if they ultimately did not secure victory, the least they could achieve would be their political objectives. However, the third target area, namely the battlefield of Konoha, unexpectedly encountered a complication that could potentially sever the tenuous thread of their strategy, possibly impacting several other battlefronts and resulting in a catastrophic bloodbath. A somewhat timid voice, presumably from a medical unit, echoed in the silent command center, lacking in confidence. "It's impossible. I dispatched an elite reconnaissance team. That rumor is false. There are no formidable medical ninjas, merely a highly skilled medical operative with abundant chakra. Furthermore, the mission report indicated that the enemy activated the 8 Gates forbidden technique, rendering them ineffective in the war even if they survived." The two Whining abruptly interrupted this timorous voice, as she favored resolute soldiers, holding herself to the same standard. With an air of regality, she harbored a profound disdain for cowardice, weakness, and self-doubt. But, many from the front lines reported that numerous Konoha ninjas, previously confirmed to be on the brink of death, have returned to the battlefield. "That is merely the excuse of cowards," she asserted. "I command that the third target area must withstand. The strategic objective there has already failed. Our task now is to ensure that the Konoha ninjas in the third target area cannot assist the other two target battlefields. If necessary, all of you must hold your ground. Do you understand?" The two Whining once again brusquely interrupted their subordinates' report. It no longer mattered whether Konoha had suddenly received a reinforcement of 100 or if the rumors of a powerful medical ninja were true. The war had been ongoing for nearly 3 hours, and based on the travel time from the Konoha headquarters to the borders of the Fire Country, the vanguard would arrive within the next hour, perhaps even sooner, thus rendering any concerns about medical ninjas irrelevant. Shall we consider an early conclusion to the battle? After driving most of the combat units out of the command center, the two Whining fell into contemplation, analyzing the recent skirmishes. It was evident that the Cloud Ninjas had caught Konoha off guard, achieving a remarkably favorable casualty ratio, at times reaching 12-1. However, with the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements, they quickly regained their footing, largely due to the significant advantage provided by the Byakugan, causing the casualty ratio to plummet below 1-1. Currently, the situation on the table still favored their side, yet the longer the conflict persisted, the more this advantage would be neutralized by the enemy, failing to meet the political objectives set forth by Lord Rakeage. Particularly in light of the unexpected setbacks at the third target, the two Whining believed that the balance of power would soon shift to a stalemate, at which point the Cloud Ninjas could not prevail in an attrition war against Konoha. Report: a new development has emerged in the third target area. Konoha ninjas have charged forth, and the Jainin are straining to hold the line, but reports from the front indicate they are nearing their breaking point. As the two Whining hesitated, a grave piece of news compelled them to make a final decision before concluding the war. Withdraw the encirclement of the third target battlefield. Conduct rearguard operations to disrupt and delay, while the rest move with all haste to the second target battlefield. Within half an hour, I want Konoha's fresh forces eliminated. Then we shall retreat with the entire army. This marks the conclusion of the final battle involving the wooden figures, and the ambition for a successful resolution has evidently become an unrealistic aspiration. The Leaf Village evidently intends to break free from their encirclement and adopt a snowball strategy to regain their standing. Given this, preparations must be made to at least sever one of their fingers. As the dawn's light graced the horizon, reinforcements from the Leaf's headquarters arrived, bathed in the golden hues of morning. However, the war that commenced in the late hours of the night had already concluded nearly half an hour prior. Xingran felt the warmth of the sun infusing him with energy, and his withered chakra was finally rejuvenated, allowing him the strength to assist Kai in his healing. Approaching the cocooned Kai, Xingran beamed a broad smile, one that seemed to be contagious. Sensing that his suffering would soon alleviate, Kai responded with a goofy grin of his own. Many others wore smiles as well. None of the camps in the Leaf had been breached, and the war appeared to have culminated in a successful defense for their side. In fact, the third battlefield had even launched a counteroffensive, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. This notion of victory was not confined to the despondent ninjas alone. Even Nara Shikahisa, the commanding officer, shared the sentiment. Although the Cloud Ninjas inflicted considerable damage before the reinforcements from the Leaf arrived, the losses remained within an acceptable range. Particularly because the counterattack on the third battlefield had also dealt substantial casualties to the Cloud forces. Remarkably, within the Cloud Ninjas command center, the atmosphere was quite lively. As the mission, despite its tumultuous course, ultimately fulfilled the higher-ups' requirements, at least the minimum expectations. While they had not achieved the top strategic objective of capturing all 3 targets while inflicting heavy casualties on the Leaf, the last-minute operations had resulted in a significant number of Leaf ninjas meeting their demise, providing some relief to the 2 wooden figures. At least the Reikage had something to report, and it was hoped that the higher-ups would make more proactive and judicious decisions in the forthcoming negotiations. Consequently, the leader in the command center was elated, and his subordinates naturally shared in the joy, as a palpable sense of victory permeated the air. The outcomes of the frontline battles swiftly reached the leaders of both nations. The Reikage, sharpening his metaphorical knives, believed they had dealt a considerable blow to the Leaf, anticipating that the upcoming negotiations would proceed much more smoothly. Meanwhile, the Hokage also harbored his own thoughts. In the Hokage's office, despite having barely slept through the night, the increasingly frail third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to focus intently on the freshly compiled reports. At that moment, he held a report in his hands, which he had scrutinized for nearly half an hour, occasionally clicking his tongue and mumbling to himself as he perused its contents. In the heart of the mountain, the brilliance of Yamanaka Xingran ignited a spark of joy within the third Hokage, who, with discerning insight, recognized a gem amidst the rough. However, the young man's ambition seemed rather grandiose, leaving one to ponder whether such aspirations were a blessing or a curse. Due to Xingran's remarkable performance, the village decided to grant him a significant accolade, knowing full well that such an honor could be exchanged for a high-level jutsu. Yet, the young lad expressed a desire to accumulate more merits before claiming a technique of such caliber, which rendered his intentions somewhat enigmatic. On one hand, he could be seen as a prodigy, aspiring to master only the finest. On the other, one might argue that the youth's lofty ambitions border on impracticality. Despite facing ambushes in battle without suffering defeat, and even gaining the upper hand, the old man found joy in the prospect of seeing the will of fire endure through capable successors. Reflecting on the once unremarkable Yamanaka Xingran, who had previously been deemed unsuitable for the shinobi path following a team annihilation, it was astonishing how swiftly he had evolved through the crucible of combat. The report highlighted Xingran's exceptional medical ninjutsu skills and his recent collaboration with Guy in practicing the 8 Gates technique, which he had surprisingly mastered to a notable degree in less than a month. While talent was undeniably significant, it was the young man's willpower that truly shone in his training. Many years ago, it was Guy's potential that the third Hokage had recognized, leading him to provide exceptional consideration and supplementary examinations that ultimately set Guy on the path of a ninja, thereby nurturing a remarkable inheritor of the will of fire. Now, it appeared that he had once again succeeded. Originally, Yamanaka Xingran was among those slated for abandonment, had it not been for the third Hokage. He might have been molded into a mere puppet by Danzo, relegated to obscurity while gathering potentially useless intelligence for the village. Contemplating this, the third Hokage smiled silently, convinced that a person of merit would undoubtedly possess their own ideas. The synergy of Yin healing and the immense chakra generated by the 8 Gates was nothing short of ingenious. The report detailed Xingran's performance against a surprise attack by the Cloud Ninja. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that he had enveloped most of his body in Yin healing before even opening the 8 Gates, a feat of considerable difficulty, with chakra consumption beyond imagination. However, for Xingran, the preparation had already mapped out the chakra flow within his body, making it merely a matter of withstanding the raging chakra thereafter. The excess chakra would naturally follow the established pathways of Yin healing, thereby completing the technique's effect. The culmination of this composite ninjutsu transformed him into a human bulldozer, a self-styled unrivaled mode, fearlessly charging forward, undeterred by injury. It bore a semblance to the creation-rebirth technique, yet was executed through a distinctly different methodology. In truth, this report was merely a spontaneous fabrication conjured by Xingran after being questioned, yet its feasibility remains remarkably high. At that moment, he had not employed the technique of Yin healing, relying solely on his superhuman physique. However, Owing to a prior epiphany during the 8 gates of Duanjia state while practicing the palm technique, he had nearly incapacitated the individual who had cut in line. Thus, theoretically, this maneuver is plausible, leading him to publicly proclaim his unexpected accomplishment, although whether he can replicate it in the future will necessitate further practice. Clearly, this narrative holds considerable appeal. At the very least, the clerk who inquired found it credible, resulting in the third Hokage harboring no substantial doubts. Just as the third Hokage unilaterally classified Zhong Xingran under his own faction, envisioning him as a prodigy destined to inherit the will of fire. The office door was abruptly thrust open. Such a polite audacity is exceedingly rare in Konoha, with only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the late Kushina Uzumaki daring to act in such a manner. However, this time, it was Danzo. "Daybreak," he exclaimed, having just received news that the Raikage's demands for peace talks were utterly absurd. Did they believe they had triumphed, or that Konoha was devoid of strength? The audacity to augment their previous demands in the peace negotiations was intolerable and warranted a counterattack. Without a hint of hesitation, Danzo marched in, visibly incensed, launching a barrage of sharp words at the Hokage. As a representative of the hawkish faction in Konoha, he could not abide the unwarranted attack from the Cloud Ninja. Yet he had not even formulated a counter-strategy. How brazen of them to presume they could lay demands upon him. They had not emerged victorious. What emboldened them to escalate their demands? Both sides had ostensibly reached their minimal objectives, leading each to believe they had won the conflict, rendering diplomacy awkward. The Cloud Village was under the impression they had inflicted significant damage upon Konoha, so when would Konoha choose to concede? Conversely, Konoha believed it had severely thwarted the Cloud Village's schemes, even managing to retaliate effectively. Surely, they had sown seeds of doubt in their adversaries' minds. Hence, the conditions for peace talks appeared increasingly humiliating. Inevitably, intense discord erupted. While the official diplomatic correspondence from the Cloud Village was still en route, Danzo, as the head of intelligence, possessed the capability to acquire this information prior to the Hokage. Consequently, he stormed over to the third Hokage, pressing him for immediate action. Indeed, it was a coup of sorts. Danzo executed this maneuver with finesse. The events following the Ninetales incident had revealed his true character, an old schemer who preferred to avoid battle while reaping the benefits for himself, often at the expense of the third Hokage. Thus, any orders issued would fall under the purview of the third Hokage, and he would bear the consequences of any losses incurred. Not to mention, should there be an opportunity to strike against the Cloud Ninja, casualties were inevitable. If they were victorious and the outcome favorable, the credit would belong to Danzo, distancing himself from the third Hokage. However, should there be excessive casualties or a mission failure, the higher-ups would be acutely aware of the reality, but the common populace would remain oblivious. Any rumor propagated by the root could swiftly turn the third Hokage into a scapegoat. It is vital to recognize that public support for the Hokage's position is paramount. If such missteps continue, the third Hokage could soon find himself ousted once more. Shimura Danzo has always been a paragon of internal strife while being inept in external conflicts. The third Hokage expressed a sense of helplessness regarding Danzo's brazen actions, regretting the ease with which he reconciled with Danzo in the past. Perhaps age had indeed dulled his resolve. Upon resuming his role as Hokage, Danzo had ordered the assassination of him, and though he had the incriminating evidence against Danzo, he ultimately chose to endure due to the power of Danzo's root and the Shimura clan. It is indeed true that Danzo was let off without consequence after his failed assassination attempt. And whether the third Hokage was wary of root and the Shimura clan remains a topic of speculation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rationalize such a plot hole. Danzo should have been spared, but at the very least, the authority of root should have been curtailed. As the saying goes, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. And now this old schemer has returned. Upon receiving the intelligence handed over by Danzo, the third Hokage scanned it briefly, his face contorting like a withered flower. The intelligence indicated that the higher-ups of the Cloud Village believed that this attack had significantly wounded Konoha, and thus, for Konoha to conclude the war with dignity, it must materially satisfy the demands of the Land of Thunder. Otherwise, the Cloud Village would ensure that Konoha would suffer losses far greater than the compensation. Indeed, from the intelligence, Danzo's claim seemed reasonable. Konoha had not lost the war, so where did the audacity of the Cloud Village stem from? Yet, the third Hokage was not Thor, and he could not continually endure Danzo's torment while treating him with the affection of a first love. If he were to heed Danzo's words, it would lead to war, and in war, fatalities are inevitable. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had already engaged the entire world, Now, the priority was damage control. It was not that the old man favored peace negotiations, pragmatism dictated his thoughts. The benefits of victory were obscured, known only to a few high-ranking officials who prevented material losses on paper, regardless of whether the war ended in victory or defeat. The families of the deceased would inevitably resist his rule. With the world poised for peace, why should he allow his family to perish needlessly in battle? When a family member dies, no amount of discussion about village interests can ease the pain. Not everyone is Itachi Uchiha, who would continue to struggle for the village after his family was slaughtered. The darker path of Sasuke is the norm in this twisted world. For the sake of his own interests and position, the third Hokage would never agree easily to retaliate. Danzo. This was merely an intelligence report that had just come to light. Since it pertained to peace negotiations, there would undoubtedly be formal documents to discuss further. The third Hokage, indeed aging, struggled to conceive a persuasive argument to dissuade Danzo from complicating matters, resorting initially to stalling tactics. Unfortunately, events took an unexpected turn. The self-assured Cloud Village was eager to expedite the peace talks, and at this awkward juncture, the Umbu delivered urgent messages to the third Hokage. Danzo, who had just been preparing to vent his frustrations, fell silent, adopting an air of inscrutability. Well, the formal documents were indeed as the intelligence suggested. Konoha would never agree to such terms, and he instructed the other elders of the advisory council to convene. Although the esteemed elders of the advisory council and the office of the third Hokage are situated within the same building, a few minutes of delay ensued, allowing the third Hokage to finally formulate his forthcoming discourse. Esteemed colleagues, the negotiation demands from the Cloud-Hidden Village exhibit a blatant inability to comprehend the prevailing situation. It is imperative that we convey to them who the true victor of this war is, given its current state. Upon the arrival of the advisors, Tsunade and Mito Minyan, Danzo promptly articulated his stance as a hawkish proponent of war. Indeed, Hiruzen. Any display of weakness at this juncture would be an affront to the sacrifices made by the ninjas of Konoha in previous conflicts that have led us to this advantageous position. We must ensure that the Cloud-Hidden Village understands who has triumphed in this war, and that the vanquished must pay dearly to the victors. Though Tsunade may appear as an elderly matron, her aggressiveness is a rarity within the advisory council. For her, the notion of compensating the Cloud-Hidden Village for their losses in exchange for peace is utterly unacceptable. Were it not for Hiruzen's continuous calculations demonstrating that the costs of warfare outweigh moderate reparations, Tsunade would staunchly oppose any negotiations. Only if the Reikage, akin to the Tsuchikage, acknowledges defeat and substantial post-war reparations flow into Konoha would she find satisfaction. I stand in support of Hiruzen. As long as we assert our status as victors and elucidate the failures of the Cloud-Hidden Village, I trust their leadership will recognize the necessity of compromise. Of course, I firmly believe we can secure victory. Konoha has always been the strongest. However, let us not forget, war should serve the interests of the nation. A conflict devoid of benefits will only expedite our decline. It is crucial to remember that this world does not solely revolve around the land of fire and the land of lightning. To prevent misjudgments by others, we must maintain our military deterrence. A weakened Konoha may provide opportunities for the defeated nations to exploit. Among the 4 members of the Hokage's advisory council, Mito Minyan possesses the least prominence. He is not one to seek the limelight, but this does not imply that his capabilities are the weakest among them. Perhaps in external missions, he may not rival Danzo, and in internal management, he may not match Tsunade, yet in high-level decision-making, his insights are on par with those of the Hokage. In an era dominated by a leadership engrossed in petty conflicts, Mito Minyan's perspective is invaluable. Currently, with the Hokage aging, Danzo scheming against his allies, and Tsunade focused solely on her own domain, Mito's recommendations bear significant weight. His counsel is neutral and advantageous, yet regrettably, Danzo perceives it as akin to siding with political adversaries, warranting a resolute counteraction. Danzo proposed a surgical strike to exact revenge, asserting that even in failure, it would not inflict severe damage upon the village, with no risk of scrutiny from other nations. After hearing Mito's explanation, Danzo immediately rose to refute his arguments. Hiruzen, somewhat exasperated, interjected, "We are discussing international dynamics, and you bring forth tactics? I will discuss tactics with you later. Your faction represents the entirety of this operation's strength. Does it not?" Of course not. Assuming that the third Hokage had such immense confidence in Danzo, he immediately presented a conundrum to the third after assigning the mission to Root. It was reported that a young member of the Yamanaka clan had performed exceptionally well in the recent battle. I recall that his name was on the list of those who had been abandoned. How about this? Hand him over to me for training. And I guarantee that the success rate of Root's missions will increase by 30% in a short time. As long as you provide me with Shiranui Yamanaka, we, at Root, assure the successful completion of this mission. Danzo's assertion left the third Hokage speechless. Shiranui Yamanaka was a valued individual, a member of the Hokage lineage. Sending him to Root would spell his demise. However, the prospect of enhancing the mission success rate by 30% with Shiranui Yamanaka was a daunting dilemma. One that jeopardized the very life of the young man. The third, of course, would never acquiesce. Danzo was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Once he obtained Shiranui Yamanaka, he would care little for the outcome of the mission, willing to sacrifice a team or two without batting an eye. Solely concerned with whether their deaths could benefit him. Clearly, the advantages of securing Shiranui Yamanaka far outweighed the value of a few teams that were nothing more than loyal yet expendable pawns. I have already devised a plan for this child. Since your Root cannot fulfill this retaliatory mission, let us resort to diplomatic means to achieve peace. The third firmly rejected Danzo's proposal. However, soon after, the third would pay the price for his decision. Danzo's eyes gleamed with cunning as he spoke slowly. The most elite assassination unit in Konoha is your Umbu, led directly by the Hokage. What your Root cannot accomplish, the Hokage's subordinates can easily achieve. This was a classic case of turning the tables. If you claim I am incapable, then I shall withdraw from the fray. Danzo's maneuver was a perfect example of a fade of geniality masking ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the third's eyes narrowed, and an aura of authority quietly enveloped the room, suppressing the others present and creating an atmosphere in which rebuttals felt futile. These individuals, due to prolonged warfare, are in poor condition and unable to execute the retaliatory action you desire. This is the current situation. Since the retaliatory action is unsuitable given the village's circumstances, there is no need for further discussion. We shall proceed as per Mito's suggestion. With an air of undeniable authority, the third concluded the meeting, leaving the others with no choice but to exit his office in resignation. Yet, following this conference, although it appeared that no one could counter the third's demands, the advisors each harbored their own thoughts. A particularly unified sentiment emerged. The third was indeed growing old. Such unreasonable assertions, where one resorts to sheer force of will to maintain authority, were becoming increasingly common and would not sustain loyalty in the long run. Indeed, that very evening, Danzo sought out the other two advisors of the Hokage and, the following day, approached the third Hokage once more. What, Mito, you two concur with their perspective? The third Hokage found himself in a predicament. The manner in which the situation was handled was a decision he had imposed upon himself. However, even with his lingering authority, the resolution could only be realized within the context of the presence of the advisory council consisting of 4 individuals. When the other 3 advisors reached a consensus on a decision, even the Hokage was compelled to make certain concessions. It is important to clarify that the Konoha Advisory Council, alongside the Hokage, comprises 4 members. The question arises, what occurs if there is a tie, with 2 votes against 2? The answer is simple, it results in a stalemate. The Hokage possesses a veto power, and in instances of a tie, the option favored by the Hokage is typically enacted. Conversely, in scenarios involving an odd number of votes, such as 2 against 3, despite the potential for a democratic and fair outcome, it often reflects a dilution of the Hokage's individual authority. When a minority is compelled to yield to the majority, the Hokage must adhere to this principle, even in votes. Hence, rather than striving for a majority in every instance, it is more advantageous to control the voting power in a manner that is unequivocally beneficial to oneself, which elucidates why the Hokage's decisions are frequently executed. As long as the Hokage has even one supporter, he can decisively conclude matters. Consequently, after the demise of Uchiha Kagami, the Advisory Council maintained this advantageous numerical configuration for the Hokage until the ascension of the 4th Hokage. During that transition, Sarutobi Hiruzen retired and became an elder of the Advisory Council, increasing the decision-making body to 5 members. In instances of a tie, the additional vote often proved to be pivotal. One cannot overlook that Sarutobi Hiruzen, though not frequently engaged in combat as a ninja, was undeniably a formidable political figure and educator, a master manipulator in the shadows. As long as he remained, power could not bypass his influence. Perhaps this is the underlying reason for Danzo's relentless ambition to overthrow the 3rd Hokage. He had been suppressed for too long and was unable to confront him openly. After much deliberation, he had resolved to carry out an assassination attempt on the 3rd Hokage, only to be apprehended in the act, a truly frustrating outcome. However, Danzo found himself in a somewhat favorable position this time. Following various negotiations the previous night, Mito-Yin and several leaders of prominent shinobi clans shifted their stance and agreed to support Danzo's scheme. What was this plan, you might wonder? Naturally, it involved compelling the third Hokage to issue orders for a retaliatory display of force against the Cloud Village. Today, Danzo presented a novel element before the third Hokage, the cultivation of the next generation. Indeed, this was a behavior that starkly contrasted with Danzo's typical persona, as it was generally the third Hokage who incessantly spoke of nurturing the youth. Yet, today, in an unexpected turn of events, Danzo was also concerned for the future of Konoha. The plan was straightforward. Everyone recognized that the war was nearing its conclusion, despite the current fervor of the Cloud Village. It was merely the last throes of desperation. Once the war concluded, what would become of the next generation? History has imparted numerous lessons, and the demise of the land of whirlpools serves as a poignant example. Their downfall was precipitated by an over-reliance on their superior sealing techniques and bloodline abilities, paired with a neglect of the cultivation of their successors, all while the international landscape gradually stabilized. The consequence of falling behind is to face repercussions without immediate concerns. One must not neglect future uncertainties, lest we find ourselves extinguished as a nation. Therefore, the cultivation of the next generation is of utmost urgency, for soon they will be oblivious to the realities of the battlefield. It is essential to acknowledge a widely understood truth: the international landscape and the economic conditions of various nations. Following chaos, order will inevitably emerge. War has unveiled numerous opportunities and vacancies, yet each nation must take considerable time to recover from its own tribulations. It is foreseeable that large-scale conflicts will not erupt again for at least the next decade. At this juncture, Danzo proposed to utilize the elite forces from the village, accompanied by the promising young ninjas, to carry out a retaliatory operation. This initiative would not only broaden the horizons of the younger generation but also compel the hidden Cloud Village to return to the negotiating table, recognizing the reality and willingly signing a peace treaty, thus ushering in an era of tranquility where everyone can tend to their wounds in solitude. Danzo emphasized that Konoha must not let its guard down merely because it had subdued nearly the entire world during the Third Great Ninja War. It is anticipated that the nations, having suffered significant losses in this conflict, will enjoy at least a decade of peace, a span equivalent to 2 5-year plans in the past, marking a generational transition. If young ninjas are not adequately trained during this period, then a decade later, as the seasoned ninjas age, the new generation, having grown comfortable in a decade of peace, may lack the necessary skills and resolve. The quality of the next generation of ninjas is indeed a pressing concern. Under Danzo's persuasion, the weary third Hokage, uncertain of how many years he had left, could no longer remain indifferent. Along with the elite Jounin and the heads of several secret clans who supported Danzo, they agreed that, before the cessation of hostilities, the young ninjas should be exposed to the harsh realities of true battle to cultivate their awareness. Ultimately, the third Hokage acquiesced to Danzo's argument. Even Mito-Yin, a steadfast ally, recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant in times of peace. What more could the third Hokage say? In comparison to the potential casualties of the retaliatory mission, the growth of the next generation undoubtedly held greater significance. He was acutely aware of the failures in the Hidden Mist Village under the Blood Mist policy, where 8 out of 10 ninjas from that generation turned against their own, with the remaining 2 perishing prematurely, an utter travesty. Thus, the higher echelons of Konoha swiftly decelerated the peace talks with the Hidden Cloud Village and shifted their focus toward planning the retaliatory operation. Though the specifics of the battle had yet to be determined, a fundamental consensus emerged. Seasoned veterans would lead capable young ninjas into the fray, allowing them to grasp the brutal nature of the battlefield and comprehend the harrowing reality of the ninja world as akin to rowing against the current. The land of fire and the land of lightning unexpectedly entered a brief and peculiar period of calm, as if both sides had already signed a peace covenant. Not only had large-scale wars dissipated, but even localized conflicts vanished during this time. Perhaps for the Cloud Shinobi, Konoha represents a surrender to resistance, a readiness to engage in protracted negotiations. However, Xingran understands that as the dominant nation in the world, Konoha cannot simply stand by after receiving a slap in the face. A fierce retaliatory action is undoubtedly imminent. His confidence in this assumption does not stem from any arithmetic prowess, but rather from a recent visit from Yamashiro Hachi, who sought him out a few days prior. The visit was prompted by Xingran's recent commendation, which allowed him to exchange for ninjutsu rewards. Hachi had intended to offer some advice, but to his surprise, Xingran dismissed the lower-tier ninjutsu, his insatiable ambition driving him to accumulate enough to redeem higher-tier techniques. The classification of ninjutsu levels is essentially a measure of the difficulty involved in their cultivation. The higher the level, the more challenging the mastery, and typically, the more powerful the techniques become. Therefore, it is reasonable to equate levels with their potential impact. In truth, Xingran is acutely aware of his own limitations regarding spiritual and mental strength, which leads him to consider researching the Shiki F gene, a formidable soul-based ninjutsu. Hachi, seemingly casually, yet with deliberate intent, mentioned matters concerning the village, which alerted Xingran to the likelihood of significant movements involving younger ninjas in Konoha. With the war nearing its conclusion, any major actions would necessitate a swift confrontation with the Cloud Shinobi. Otherwise, what significance could mere hypothetical adversaries hold? At the training grounds of Camp 3, Xingran has been training for over a week. His previous display of extraordinary skill during the rescue of the numbered Camp 3 earned him a direct assignment from the commanding jonin of the area. Naturally, his teammates, Might Guy and Nara Azumi, were also reassigned to this location. Overall, Xingran finds this new environment quite satisfactory. As a vital medical personnel, he enjoys ample free time and the luxury of not having to sleep in a tent, as he has a small wooden cabin for rest, which also serves as the camp's medical facility, granting him partial ownership of the space while still catering to the needs of others. Beyond his sleeping quarters, Xingran is particularly pleased with the training area, which is spacious and divided into several sections. One small training ground near the medical room has almost become his exclusive domain, largely due to the oversight of his superiors. Most ninjas residing near this area are engaged in patrol duties during the day, leaving the training grounds relatively vacant. Those who do come to practice typically do so in the evenings, at which time Xingran is often occupied with treating injured ninjas from the day's missions, resulting in an unofficial monopoly on the space. He feels there is no greater comfort than the current circumstances while out on missions. At this moment in the training ground, Xingran stands bare-chested. Although he has yet to reach the age of 14, the definition of his muscles is already quite pronounced. His physique embodies a harmonious blend of strength and grace, manifesting a remarkable aesthetic, powerful yet devoid of bulk or rigidity, achieving a perfect balance between strength and speed. Suddenly, a series of surges of energy emanate from him, culminating in a peak after 3 successive bursts, with the surrounding green chakra indicating that he has entered the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, the life gate. However, after Xingran opened the 8 gates, he did not make any further moves. Instead, he stood still as if he were savoring something, reminiscent of his first entrance into the realm. Indeed, attempting to utilize ninjutsu while in the state of the 8 gates proved to be exceedingly challenging. Xingran muttered to himself, contemplating the wild chakra that surged within him, akin to a beast devoid of reason, seeming to offer no alternative means of harnessing its power aside from sheer brutality. Prior to activating the 8 gates, Xingran had preemptively unleashed the Yin healing destruction technique. Due to its repeated use over time, he had become remarkably proficient. Employing this technique now felt as effortless as eating or drinking. His extraordinary intellect greatly accelerated his technical training, allowing him to master any skill with remarkable speed. With a bit more diligent practice, he would soon surpass even the predecessors who had developed this ninjutsu. Yet, despite his familiarity with the technique, maintaining the chakra's flow while simultaneously activating the 8 gates proved to be exceptionally arduous. Indeed, it was a challenge, but not an impossibility. Since that unexpected moment on the battlefield when he briefly employed the sage art while in the 8 gates state, Xingran had returned to his training with a clear vision, to first activate the Yin healing destruction and then the 8 gates. However, while he had successfully taken the first step, the second, sustaining the Yin healing destruction within the 8 gates, remained daunting. Currently, he could only manage to maintain the technique for approximately 35 seconds after activating the 8 gates. Beyond this duration, the violent chakra would inevitably disrupt the delicate balance of chakra flow, reducing him to a state of mere brute force. After a moment of introspection, Xingran quickly regained his resolve. With his extraordinary intellect and superior control, he possessed capabilities far beyond the ordinary. The theoretical foundation had been proven feasible, thus, the next phase entailed diligent practice. He firmly believed that one day he would manage to sustain this controllable state for 1 minute, 10 minutes, or even half an hour. It is noteworthy that, following the activation of the gates without engaging in combat. He could only barely maintain a standing position with minimal chakra expenditure for just over half an hour. Achieving the ability to sustain ninjutsu for half an hour while in the 8-gate state would signify his complete mastery over the wild chakra. Allowing the use of other techniques within this form, the future appeared bright, and the prospects were promising. Given his advantageous circumstances, there was no reason not to persevere. Having come to this realization, Xingran proceeded to the next phase of his training, practicing shuriken throwing while in the 8-gate state. The once quiet training ground erupted with the thunderous sound of objects breaking the sound barrier as various shurikens obliterated their targets like cannonballs. This practice diverged significantly from traditional shuriken training. Typically, the objective was merely to strike the target, but Xingran was determined to utterly destroy them, leaving only fragments in his wake. 15 minutes later, the intense shuriken practice concluded. In truth, Xingran still had energy to spare, but after several days of training, he realized that practicing shuriken throwing in the 8-gate state was somewhat of a time waster for him at this juncture. It is not to say that in the state of Starbin, the shuriken has become invincible. Quite the contrary, the ferocious power makes it challenging to execute intricate maneuvers. The current technique of shuriken throwing can no longer be regarded as an art, but rather as a mere projection, direct and straightforward. For ninjas with heightened crisis awareness and agile reflexes, with a modicum of vigilance, adapting to such an assault becomes effortless, allowing them to evade while simultaneously identifying vulnerabilities for counterattacks. This may elucidate why Kai and Lee seldom employ shuriken in long-range combat, while not entirely devoid of purpose. Its significance is indeed limited. Rather than dedicating extensive time to mastering shuriken throwing, it would be far more meaningful to run 50 laps upside down around Konoha, as this enhances one's foundational abilities. In the realm of the 8 gates, while Might Due could only repel the 7 ninja swordsmen, Might Guy possesses the prowess to injure beings of the 6 paths caliber. This underscores the importance of fundamentals. For the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, it is the essence. How could Kai and Lee possibly misallocate their focus to other pathways? Starbin, having previously achieved near perfection in throwing techniques, finds practice to be merely a means of maintaining his condition. The sunbathing allows his power to slowly but constantly recover and strengthen. To mitigate the discomfort that accompanies increased strength, such daily exercises are necessary. However, once in the state of the opening of the gates, the situation changes. Finesse cannot be cultivated. The focus shifts solely to honing accuracy, which, when applied to one endowed with superhuman vision and astonishing reflexes, becomes utterly meaningless. Hitting the target every time is merely a basic operation. What lies beyond that? The technique of shuriken throwing is an immensely versatile ability. While the enhancement effects of the 8 gates are undeniably formidable, both abilities are commendable and powerful. Regrettably, when combined, the average individual struggles to harness their synergistic potential. As exemplified by Might Guy and Rock Lee, it is akin to equipping a heavy torpedo on a nuclear submarine. Both are excellent in their respective domains. Yet mounting a torpedo onto a tank would be absurd. After practicing shuriken throwing in the state of the opening of the gates these past few days, Starbin has begun to conceive a reasonably reliable battle strategy tailored to himself. He recalls the scene from his return to the village from the land of Earth, where his heat vision, only suitable for boiling water, is now one of the few capabilities that hold little utility. Yet, this still developing ability can trigger explosive tags from a distance. Now, with shuriken throwing in the state of the opening of the gates, he can barely exceed the speed of sound. This velocity, while challenging against seasoned J Nin and limited against agile CH Nin, becomes an unparalleled skill when used to decimate weaker foes. Most lower-ranked ninjas, lacking experience and speed, find themselves awaiting annihilation. Even so, the strong who can evade attacks do not find it effortlessly achievable. The weaker one is, the more arduous the evasion becomes. For instance, the last Cloud Ninja he defeated managed to dodge the shuriken, yet his clumsy movements provided Starbin with an easy opportunity to sever him. So, what would be the result of affixing explosive tags to the shuriken? Xingran firmly believes that most elite jonin are destined to meet their downfall. With your wealth of experience, evading shuriken attacks should be a trivial matter. However, how far can you truly dodge in such a short span of time? Chakra is a finite resource, and techniques like body flicker and shadow clone cannot be employed indefinitely. In standard circumstances, relying on physical agility to evade assaults remains the preferred choice among ninjas. Imagine an adversary executing a stunning maneuver to evade a shuriken strike, only for it to unexpectedly detonate beside them. What a spectacular scene that would create. Yet, It is merely a spectacle. If one hopes to utilize such a tactic as a decisive weapon, it is far too simplistic. Consider the Uchiha clan's fireball jutsu. Despite its lackluster special effects, its practical application seldom results in fatalities against plot characters. Xingran's technique of initiating with an opening move, followed by a shuriken and an aerial explosion, serves merely as a combat tactic. Ultimately, the effectiveness in battle hinges on the 8 gates and one's inherent strength. Cultivating such techniques merely enriches one's arsenal. However, opportunities often favor those who are prepared. What unexpected surprises might this strategy bring Xingran? In the ensuing days, Xingran eschewed his usual training in throwing techniques after opening the gates, instead focusing on honing the ability to ignite shuriken wrapped in paper mid-flight with thermal vision. Resources are scarce, so he refrained from wasting explosive tags during training. Although he could withdraw funds from the casino, such endeavors ultimately prove time-consuming. It is worth noting that Xingran's fervent practice aligns perfectly with Guy's youthful aesthetic. Regrettably, after his previous overexertion while opening the 5th gate, Guy has yet to recover sufficiently, despite Xingran's various supportive treatments. Thus, he can only observe from the sidelines, wearing an expression of astonishment, largely due to the negligible side effects of the gate on Xingran. While cheering on Xingran's fervent endeavors, with a significant operation looming, Xingran aims to maximize his time to refine these two concepts. Naturally, the primary focus remains on the first concept. The healing technique is merely a prologue. Once he attains the sensation of executing other ninjutsu while in the state of open gates, the initial vision of entirely mastering the surging chakra will no longer be a mere fantasy. Some might argue that once he masters the control of this unleashed power, the finesse of shuriken throwing would become applicable. Xingran contends that the incompatibility of a tank launching a torpedo cannot be overlooked. The trajectory of a shuriken must consider not only the force of impact, but also the gravitational pull and wind speed. However, under the explosive force of the opened gates, these factors become nearly negligible. What, then, is the outcome? One can either absorb the force to redirect the shuriken safely, thereby wasting the benefits of the enhanced state, or unleash full power, resulting in a devastating collision. This lesson resonates deeply with Xingran, both in practice and combat. 20 days have elapsed since the recent assault by the Cloud Shinobi on the borders of Konoha. During this period, the upper echelons of Konoha have exhibited a rare efficiency in concluding internal discussions, distributing interests, mobilizing for war, and gathering intelligence. Recently, Camp No. 3 has seen an influx of individuals, including elite shinobi, primarily those of Ch-nin rank or higher. Hashirin has also observed several prominent figures, alongside many younger ninjas from the academy. Among them are the soon-to-graduate Irika Yumino, the talented Waigetsu, and Han Inuzuka, who, after receiving much acclaim from the Inuzuka clan, was cruelly overshadowed by Itachi Uchiha. Notably, members of the esteemed Uchiha and Hige clans have also sent their students here. Characters who have not appeared in the anime, but hold remarkable status in this reality. Among them are siblings Shinsa and Shinji Uchiha, as well as brothers Aokiji and Byakunin Hige, all of whom belong to the younger generation of clan elders. Their family lineage is illustrious, however. Their abilities are rather unimpressive. None have awakened their Sharingan or Byakugan, possessing merely the capabilities of a common telescope. It seems the names bestowed upon them carry a hint of mockery, and one wonders whether they have come for leisure or to complicate the tasks of others. Regardless, the presence of these students, all under 12 years old, suggests that the mission Konoha is undertaking will certainly be formidable. Hashirin suspects the higher-ups are overly confident. After all, these are merely children, and Hashirin himself is nearly 14. His birthday falls on June 1st, a mere 6 months away. However, he feels justified in labeling them as youngsters, for they are sheltered blooms who have yet to undertake even the simplest of tasks, let alone engage in a significant shinobi war mission beyond the village. That evening, Haichi arrived, locating Hashirin at the clinic, accompanied by a delicate girl resembling a porcelain doll. She had shimmering eyes and yellow twin tails, standing at a modest height of about 1.4 meters, a quintessential loli. Hashirin recognized her as I am Yamanaka, the granddaughter of a clan elder, a child of misfortune with the temperament of a pampered young lady. Haichi, what brings you here? Ah, you must know I am. She is pertinent to this mission. The details will soon be announced to the entire camp, but let me brief you, Haichi began, seemingly aware of Hashirin's unspoken questions. In summary, Konoha's current operation is merely a retaliatory display of strength, lacking any compulsory kill or destruction orders. The sole objective is to engage in overwhelming combat against the nearest Cloud Shinobi encampment to Camp Number 3. Firstly, there are political motivations at play. Camp No. 3 is situated at the easternmost edge of the battlefield between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, with the borders of the Land of Water just 100 miles ahead. This area lies within the territory occupied by the Cloud Shinobi in the Land of Water, marking the intersection of the borders of the three nations. Should this crucial frontline base of the Cloud Shinobi be annihilated by Konoha, it would enable Konoha's ally, the Land of Water, to reclaim a significant portion of its territory. Such an act would have profound international implications, greatly benefiting Konoha's peacetime development strategy. In the realm of the Land of Lightning, the crucial frontline base has been toppled by the forces of Konoha, shattering the illusion of previous victories and compelling the Raikage to make prudent concessions at the negotiation table. The subsequent focus shifts to internal development. Accompanying the elite ninjas from Konoha are numerous students, specifically from the Hokage's lineage, the advisory group, and several powerful clans. A selection of promising young individuals has been chosen to experience the harsh realities of war's aftermath. Among them are civilians and clan heirs, each possessing exceptional qualities that signify the future of Konoha. Those of ordinary background, akin to the former Star Rin, whether commoners or scions of noble families, were deemed unqualified to participate. Konoha's decision to bring these individuals along aligns with Rin's earlier musings. Indeed, it resembles a journey, albeit one fraught with peril and a considerable mortality rate. Initially, as per Danzo's assertions, those ninjas without clan protection were to truly serve as child soldiers, with only the survivors deemed worthy of survival. However, this stipulation was vehemently rejected by the Hokage, who recalled the early struggles of both Guy and Rin, individuals whose initial capabilities and luck were meager but who blossomed under nurturing circumstances. The potential loss of such promising talents would represent a significant detriment to Konoha. The Hokage was particularly mindful of Irika Yumino, who at this juncture had yet to exhibit any martial deficiencies and stood as a paragon of the Will of Fire's legacy. Consequently, Konoha summoned one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, who was tasked not with engaging in battle, but rather with guiding the children on the periphery of the conflict, allowing them to witness the grim realities of war. The parameters for this periphery were vague, with the only directive from the higher-ups being to approach the battlefield as closely as possible, ensuring each child could grasp the true essence of warfare. To be candid, Jiraiya initially resisted such a burdensome assignment. Rumors had circulated regarding the defection of Princess Tsunade from the Roots, which ensnared Jiraiya into this transaction against his will. What were the higher-ups contemplating? War is no jest. While I can comprehend the need for retribution against the Cloud Shinobi for their prior ambush, what rationale is there for bringing these children along? Has the third Hokage finally succumbed to age? Were the strategists mere temporary hires? Rin's reaction was entirely understandable. When he first learned of this mission's details, he too was taken aback, albeit unaware of the implications behind Rin's reference to temporary workers. Do not be alarmed. I have heard whispers suggesting a discord between the Hokage and the advisory group in pursuit of war. Danzo has employed conditions that the third and other clans cannot refuse to facilitate this endeavor. The ostensible justification is to ensure that the next generation retains the necessary awareness upon the war's conclusion, i.e., a high-ranking official in the intelligence department possesses insider knowledge that is often among the first to reach him. The advisory council and the Hokage, the decision-making body, were initially divided equally on the question of war. However, due to the Hokage's indecisiveness, when Danzo presented an irresistible proposal along with a practical plan, the third Hokage and the heads of various clans ultimately capitulated. This situation mirrors the educational fraud of the 21st century, where anything can be marketed as beneficial for children, even gaming consoles cleverly disguised as learning tools, merely a fad. Yet some are willing to buy into it, especially when the perceived risks seem lower than the potential rewards. The third camp is tasked with a combat zone situated far from the main battlefields of Konohagakure and the Land of Lightning, primarily assisting the Land of Water in alleviating the pressures of invasion from the Land of Lightning. In the eyes of the Cloud Ninja, this area is perceived as a low-intensity battlefield, where the standing forces are often minimal during times of inactivity. Konohagakure's intelligence network corroborated this, making the Cloud Ninja's forward base here a prime target. After secretly deploying nearly half of their elite forces, launching an assault on the Cloud Ninja base would not pose significant challenges. Victory is assured, according to the operational plan. Over 50 J-Nin and 300 elite CH-Nin would be responsible for the primary offensive, led by the newly emerged Ino Shikicho trio from this generation. Following this, 10J Nin will command 30 elite CH Nin, strategically dispersing around the target to create diversions and ambushes. They will intercept any fleeing adversaries, although the intent is merely to impede their escape. The principle of not pursuing a retreating enemy is well understood in this world, in desperate circumstances. The will to survive can compel foes to risk mutual destruction. This is something the third Hokage, who aims to minimize casualties, cannot condone. Thus, as previously stated, the primary objective is to dismantle the camp, allowing for the elimination of enemies where possible, without undue insistence on killing. In this broader context, the Cloud Ninja would undoubtedly choose to flee rather than resist. Consequently, the intensity of the combat would initially be fierce before transitioning into a sustained effort to eradicate the enemy, allowing for the entry of the Konoha Battlefield Observation Team. With Jiraiya, a legendary ninja, overseeing the event, the young members of the school will witness that death on the battlefield poses no immediate danger. As the old saying goes, it is primarily about the atmosphere. Everyone believes that through this immersive experience of genuine combat, the next generation will come to understand the brutality of war and the value of peace, much like their predecessors. To put it bluntly, the imperative to survive necessitates the demise of others first. On a bright sunny morning, the Konoha sightseeing group, the Konoha Youth Corps, led by the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, crossed the borders of the Land of Fire, drawing closer to their objective. Earlier, Konoha had dispatched a significant number of elite forces to scour this region multiple times. Although the Konoha Youth Corps is technically abroad now, the level of safety remains remarkably high, resembling their conditions back home. Before this mission, my father advised me that serving under Jiraiya necessitated at least one Cloud Ninja kill to uphold family honor. Uchiha Shinji stood proudly amidst a group of children, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Although they maintained a battle formation, their proximity rendered it utterly ineffective. A surprise attack would leave them defenseless. Hearing Shinji boast about his enlightenment, the surrounding civilian children responded with soft gasps of admiration, further inflating his ego. Starfire, mingling within the ranks, was taken aback. Was he truly attending the same school as these children? Or had society accelerated their maturation so drastically? Having graduated merely a year ago, he felt a chasm of difference between himself and these youngsters, as if one were a mere middle schooler while the other had already experienced the trials of parenthood. The disparity in maturity was staggering. Starfire's presence on the kindergarten bus was not a matter of age, but rather of capability, possessing the 8 Gates technique and formidable medical ninjutsu. Whether as a security guard or a nurse in the kindergarten, he was more than qualified. Having spent some time at Camp 3, the environment felt familiar, and thus, he was naturally conscripted into Jiraiya's team. Just as he contemplated whether he was too mature, he quickly realized something was amiss. Those who had entered the battlefield alongside him had also only been there for a year, and none of his peers remained at Na'vi. Those with childish thoughts had perished, leaving only hardened warriors. It was no wonder so many supported allowing these children to experience the battlefield. Though he had traversed time after graduation, after a few battles, Starfire undeniably bore the scent of blood, distinguishing him from these children. Should these youngsters truly endure the baptism of bloodshed and attain a mature understanding of its gravity, it was evident why Konoha maintained its position as a dominant force in the world. Previously perplexed by the sudden transformation of Konoha's higher-ups into overly indulgent parents, he now understood. Although this era lacked an explosion of information and people's insights were limited, one could not deny the wisdom and awareness present in the world. To resolutely send children to war at a time when peace was imminent was not the mindset of simple-minded parents. Those who chose the path of a ninja could not be average, especially during the most malleable years of their youth. Having come to this realization, Starfire chanced upon Jiraiya's wry smile, pondering that Jiraiya must have traversed a similar path in his youth. The innocent exuberance of youth was always nostalgic yet fleeting. This was Starfire's first encounter with Jiraiya. Only yesterday had he met Yamanaka Xingran, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza together, and today he stood before Jiraiya. It felt as if his experiences before awakening his abilities were akin to that of a mere fish out of water, surrounded by well-known characters while merely running errands. Such an ordinary existence was an affront to a time traveler. At this moment, Jiraiya, with a head full of white hair, though he had always been silver-haired, was now 10 years prior to the onset of the narrative. When the story began, Jiraiya was 50. Yet now he was just turning 40, in the prime of his ninja prowess. In his youth, Jiraiya bore few wrinkles upon his face. Yet he had donned the expansive robes characteristic of a decade hence. These garments, accentuated by his robust physique, resembled more of a training attire. His distinctive wooden sandals, eschewing the trends of the time, remained a hallmark of his identity. Humph, what skill is it to slay a cloud ninja? Just watch. I swear upon my grandfather's name that this time I shall vanquish 2 of them. And Niji clearly could not abide this affront. Why should only he boast? They were all scions of nobility, yet their attributes seemed to clash irreconcilably with those of the Uchiha clan. Niji assertively drew some of the spotlight away, inciting a palpable irritation in Jin, who then attempted to seize Niji by the collar, a gesture that lent an air of authority to their discourse, as was customary in their schoolyard confrontations. Yet, the elite were still the elite. Many heirs were astute. Silence. The siblings of both parties finally intervened, reprimanding their younger kin with stern words before exchanging a knowing glance, as Xingran perceived the spark of rivalry igniting between them. Was it not customary in the ninja world for each generation to have its adversaries? Xingran's imagination soared, pondering what spectacle might unfold if a pair from these feuding clans were to fall in love amidst their enmity. Enough chatter, we have arrived. Just as the childish squabble between the younger ones threatened to escalate into a more fervent dispute among the elders, Jiraiya's timely voice interjected, diffusing the brewing tension. The youth contingent comprised around 23 members, all upperclassmen on the cusp of graduation from the Ninja Academy. Upon Jiraiya's command for silence, the group mimicked his ascent to the lofty treetops. They stood upon a downward slope, where the trees, due to the gradient, offered a panoramic view of the valley below. Xingran climbed to the top of a tree, gazing out towards a distant hill, where a cacophony of battle echoed. The camp was shrouded in smoke, intermittently revealing the devastating effects of fire release techniques, alongside the flickers of water and lightning release interspersed throughout. The smoke, a result of flames quelled by water, obscured the scene, yet the atmosphere of carnage swiftly extinguished the light-hearted spirit that had accompanied their earlier excursion. At that moment, Xingran felt a small hand grasp the fabric of his back. Without turning, he recognized it to be Kamizuki Kaido. The previous day, Hai had brought Kaido to meet him, requesting that he look after her closely. Although the operational plans emphasized safety and environmental considerations, the battlefield was perpetually fraught with unpredictability. The mortality rate among students attested to this grim reality. What Xingran had not anticipated was that, in addition to safeguarding Kamizuki Kaido, he would also be responsible for 2 young members of the Akimichi clan and a boy from the Nara family. The bonds among the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans were tightly woven, and in circumstances such as these, one could hardly expect restraint. Recently, with the rising prominence of Kamizuki Xingran, he had become the favored choice for these families. Perhaps the villagers remain unaware of the emergence of such a remarkable figure in Konoha. Yet the higher echelons of the village, along with the secretive clans and illustrious ninja families, are well aware of Xingran's reputation. Much like the prodigious Uchiha Shursui, whose genius was unrivaled in his time, those entrenched in the circle know that when a family produces such a talent, it warrants serious consideration. For it may herald a rise in prominence, potentially altering the hierarchy among the clans, particularly the secretive clans, as the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are firmly established at the pinnacle. Xingran undoubtedly stands as one of the most trustworthy individuals aboard the vehicle heading to the kindergarten, especially for the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. His formidable combat prowess signifies his protective capabilities, while his exceptional medical skills serve as a crucial safeguard in the event of any unforeseen mishaps, a dual insurance of sorts. After exchanging pleasantries, should one of their own experience a headache or fever on the battlefield, there would be no concern about waiting in line for treatment. Naturally, priority would be given to their own. Do not fear, we are quite safe here. The battle will be contained atop that small hill. Xingran, embodying the awareness of a seasoned healer, noticed that Yamanaka always seemed somewhat anxious. Unconsciously clutching her clothing, he promptly offered words of reassurance. If someone is frightened, I merely just ascended and lost my footing momentarily, merely steadying myself. Xingran's response, although devoid of any psychic reading, exemplified a typical retort from a proud young lady. Understood. I shall keep close. It appeared that Xingran had not fully grasped Yamanaka Aoi's explanation, his tone as flat as plain water. What do you mean by keep close? Yamanaka Aoi intended to temper her racing heart with a touch of pride, yet in the next moment, she felt a surge of something significant, her frustration beginning to rise. Of course, before Xingran could finish his statement, Jiraiya's voice echoed in their ears. Attention everyone, we are approaching the foothills of the Cloud Ninja Base. We are now entering the battlefield, and we may encounter enemies at any moment. Remain vigilant. Self-preservation is our foremost priority. Move out. With that, Jiraiya led the charge toward the fray, while the accompanying elite shinobi remained stationary, signaling their intent to allow the younger generation to advance first. Uchiha Shinji and Hyuga Hinata exchanged haughty glances, akin to lions in heat, before promptly following in Jiraiya's wake. Simultaneously, a few civilian ninjas, inexplicably excited upon reaching the battlefield, trailed closely behind. Moments later, only Yamanaka Xingran, leading the young members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, and Irika remained in place. As one of the protective ninjas, Xingran was naturally among the last to depart. It was to be expected that his few persistent companions would remain by his side, for their elders had repeatedly emphasized the importance of staying close to him at all times. However, Irika lingering at the end surprised Xingran. The heart is a significant indicator of a ninja's ultimate potential. Irika, still so young, possesses considerable promise if he can harness his abilities. Perhaps he could achieve the rank of J-Nin in the future. Yet, regrettably, he has squandered a crucial period of growth by becoming emotionally entangled at such a tender age. We too must keep pace. You all stay close to me. Do not fear the enemy. Those who fear death are the first to perish. Xingran nonchalantly included Irika within his protective sphere. To put it simply, Xingran is not a virtuous individual, yet he holds respect for those who are. It is precisely because of good people like Irika that the future of Konoha can find a path illuminated amidst a world that easily leads one to darkness. Had Irika not encountered Naruto, the protagonist might have transformed into a solitary figure or a swordsman. However, if Naruto had not met Irika, he too might have become a second Gaara. The boys from the Nara and Akimichi clans are rather commendable. The lad from the Nara family seems to have come to an understanding, self-regulating quite well, donning a facial expression that conveys a burdensome acceptance of fate. In contrast, the two chubby boys from the Akimichi clan appear to be on a spring outing, their mouths perpetually filled with snacks, and as the atmosphere grows tenser, their rate of consumption hastens significantly. Should this be a time for retreat or ambush, the scent of their treats would undoubtedly betray their location, illuminating the battlefield like a beacon. At this moment, Kai finds her legs weakening. As a girl, no amount of pride can disguise her inner fragility. She is simply not cut out to be a ninja, and upon returning to the village, she will either willingly return to a mundane life or be forced to abandon her studies. Kai, unable to keep pace with the group, becomes the sole laggard of the entire team. In Xingran's view, such individuals ought to be abandoned, perhaps with a parting remark: if you fear death this much, you will likely perish at the hands of the retreating cloud ninjas. Do not press on, just become a deserter. Consequently, the one left behind would either meet their end in some obscure corner or, akin to a cinematic protagonist, achieve a miraculous resurgence and rise to greatness. Regrettably, when the subject in question is a family relative, especially one whom Hyde has specifically instructed him to look after, Xingran finds himself in a predicament, begrudgingly shouldering Kai as they advance. Although it may seem they are approaching danger, it is only in Xingran's presence that Kai finds any semblance of safety. As they continue their journey, the group travels in silence, the wind occasionally carrying muffled sobs. The young lady's composure is inadequate at such moments. She ought to maintain a haughty demeanor and demand to be carried, while occasionally chastising her bearer for their lack of steadiness, thus alleviating her own trepidation. Xingran's thoughts drift chaotically. Perhaps it is indeed a flaw of the lesser gentry that they cannot even cultivate a proud young lady. They have yet to face true peril, yet already falter. Xingran speculates that perhaps only illustrious clans like the Uchiha or Hyuga can truly nurture a genuine sense of pride. Time passes swiftly, and Kai feels an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She cannot be the only one in such a disheveled state. Her tears must be wiped upon the sturdy back before her, just as she begins to crumble, not having yet found the right posture to express her sorrow. She notices a shadow overhead. The group has arrived at the foot of the Cloud Ninja base. At the foot of the mountain, or rather at the slope. The elevation barely reaches 30 meters, equivalent to a mere 10 stories, were it not for the proximity to a water source. Xingran would struggle to find any justification for the existence of a Yunin base in such a low-lying area, which inherently signifies a lack of defensive capability. In a fleeting moment, he observed that the two most excitable youngsters, the illustrious Uchiha Shinji and the esteemed Hyuga Byakun, had tumbled to the ground, already sustaining some injuries. What transpired here? Xingran, embodying the spirit of a healer, set aside the trembling Yamashiro Sai and approached the fallen duo to administer treatment. Their injuries were minor. Yet both were afflicted with leg wounds, not the result of battle, but rather due to their own folly as they humorously triggered a trap. Vengeance was futile. As there was no target to pursue, how unfortunate. These two had let their guard down. At that moment, Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Such an evident trap should have been avoided with a modicum of caution. Yet, these two were singularly focused on the enemy's crystal. No, the enemy's hero, completely oblivious to their surroundings. What manner of ninjas or warriors has this academy produced lately? Setting aside the fact that Shinji's lack of awareness was somewhat excusable, Byakunin's oversight was rather egregious, surely. With this Byakunin, he should have been able to perceive the trap. Alas, this incident would undoubtedly go down as a most embarrassing chapter in the history of the Byakunin clan. However, Jiraiya's incredulity deepened. Initially, he had assumed Yamashiro's Sai was injured and needed assistance, but now she demonstrated her prowess as a high-ranking player from the Ninja Academy. Once Xingran set her down, she resembled a startled rabbit, swiftly reattaching herself to his back, gripping his clothing with a small fist, as if unable to accept the reality of being put down. Akin to a young girl clinging to her former boyfriend. This was a clear illustration of what it means to be a burdensome presence. While Shinji and Byakunin at least had the potential to trigger an alarm, Yamashiro's Sai was merely a backup option when provisions ran low. In this moment, those unable to move were to remain here. Should they encounter an enemy, they were to devise a means of survival. The rest were to advance slowly up the mountain with him. Jiraiya ceased his chatter. They had now entered a combat-ready state, poised for imminent confrontation. Arriving at this juncture marked the completion of the first phase of their plan, to eliminate those incapable of contributing on the battlefield. These individuals might still have a chance at redemption, albeit a slim one. Most were better suited to return home as ordinary citizens. This initial sweep had already eliminated 5 or 6 individuals, not counting Shinji and Byakunin, who, after receiving treatment from the skilled Yamashiro healer, were now lively once more. Yamashiro's Sai's requirement to stay behind diverged from the agreement made with Hachi, leaving Xingran in a predicament. Just moments ago, Sai had witnessed Xingran effortlessly tending to the injuries of Shinji and Byakunin, her expression filled with admiration, yet now she displayed signs of a second breakdown. Just as Xingran grappled with this dilemma, an unforeseen twist emerged on the battlefield, echoing the truth that the only constant in war is the emergence of unpredictability. Cloaked in a dark, blood-red chakra, a grotesque humanoid figure exuded an odious aura, dragging 2 chakra-formed tails. It suddenly materialized at the foot of the mountain. Clearly having descended from an intensely fierce battle above, the Jinchuriki had transformed into the tailed beast mode. This is the highest commander of the cloud-hidden front, accompanied by 2 wooden figures. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene as both sides stared at each other in astonishment for at least a second. The surprise evident in the eyes of most present. I am one of the wooden figures, and I find myself in a state of panic. Following the previous attack, Lord Rakage has escalated the compensation demands within the peace treaty, plunging the negotiations into a feudal war of words. As a distinguished warrior and commander, I understand that the war is far from over. The Hawks of Konoha are not the type to simply turn the other cheek after receiving a slap. Regardless of the Hokage's hopes for peace through negotiation, we at the Cloud-Hidden Village must prepare for the worst and remain vigilant against potential assaults. Today's presence here was merely a routine border patrol, yet little did we expect that this day would arrive. The terror of being dominated by giants had long been forgotten, and they came nonetheless, their might vastly outnumbering our own, leading to a situation where resistance within the base was on the brink of collapse as the battle commenced. As the highest commander and the most formidable woman on the battlefield, the disintegration of the situation could no longer be salvaged through mere command. Therefore, I must step forward and wield the strength I have honed for 2 decades to turn the tide. Just as I was about to showcase my prowess, the trio of Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara from Konoha appeared. 3 against 1. If this were a game of mahjong, one would be tempted to overturn the table before the first round was completed. In a fair duel, I would have confidence in taking down each one of them. Alas, this is no equitable contest. After being sent flying by a punch from an overweight adversary, even out of the base, I realized I could not continue in this manner. A protracted battle would only lead to my demise. I must fight back with all my might. Thus, I called upon the power of the 2 tails, transforming. Imagine a seamless sequence of a magical girl transformation, and just before my descent, the chakra cloak of the tailed beast was already adorned upon me. However, something seemed amiss with this transformation. Upon refocusing my attention to the surroundings, I was taken aback. Why were there so many younglings? Had I traversed into another realm? The students of the Ninja Academy do not wear forehead protectors, hence I initially failed to recognize them as the young shinobi of Konoha. Boom. Just as the crowd was momentarily stunned, an enormous foot descended from above with tremendous force. This was the partial multiplication technique, one of Akimichi Choji's signature moves. He had just propelled this troublesome opponent away with his mighty fist, but that was not sufficient. Intelligence indicated that the enemy was a Jinchuriki from the Cloud-Hidden Village. Renowned for their formidable tailed beast control, a heavy blow must be delivered before the adversary enters their tailed beast mode. Otherwise, this mission risks catastrophic failure. Thus, the initial command from Nara Shikaku was to unleash maximum force in a frenzied assault, ensuring the enemy had no opportunity to breathe. Unfortunately, the enemy proved too agile, and I was unable to capture her. The shadow technique was significantly weakened under the bright morning sun, and ultimately, only Akimichi Choji could step forward to represent the trio, while the other two could only strive to restrain. In light of recent events, the occurrence of errors was inevitable. Yet, even Dujin could not have anticipated that. While successfully forcing the enemy out of the main battlefield, they inadvertently drove the wolves back to their den. The young talents of the new generation of Konoha suddenly found themselves on the brink of annihilation. With remarkable speed, the two wooden figures regained their composure and, with a powerful stomp on the ground, propelled their red forms towards Akimichi Dings's enormous foot like cannonballs. The gust of wind generated by their leap rustled the clothing of those present, while the impact in the air caused many young Konoha ninjas to topple to the ground. Newton's coffin lid once again reverberated loudly as the massive foot was sent flying back by the relatively diminutive bodies. Akimichi Dingza seemed to bounce on a trampoline. As his foot struck down, he was propelled back up again. I am Jiraiya, and I too am in a state of panic. When the third Hokage entrusted me with this task, I initially thought they were jesting. However, when Danzo, that insufferable pest, revealed Tsunade's whereabouts, I realized that I was merely a source of amusement in their eyes. Well, some individuals must be retrieved, and thus certain actions must be undertaken. Although this mission does not align with my legendary status as one of the Sannin, upon reflection, it could be considered a relatively easy undertaking. One might even liken it to that of a caretaker. During my time instructing Yahiko and his companions, I had performed similar tasks and gained considerable experience. Yet these younglings are truly Navi, evoking memories of my lost youth, where days were spent racing beneath the summer sun. Alas, such a delightful experience was fleeting. As an entirely unexpected contender emerged before me, the tailed beast weapon from the hidden cloud village. What was the intelligence department even doing? Oh, that fellow, always adorned with a sunny disposition, appears to be the adopted son of the intelligence officer. Hi. I wonder if he is truly as gifted as the rumors suggest, lest he turn out to be another joke from the Inuzuka clan. In my haste, I inadvertently transferred my ire towards the intelligence team onto Yamanaka Xingran, who appeared equally anxious. Was this his first encounter with a Jinchuriki in tailed beast mode? Was he on the verge of panic? My own alarm persisted only to this point. Soon, it morphed into sheer terror. The Cloud Nin must perish. The two youthful fighters, previously disheartened by their inability to gauge the enemy, swiftly shed their earlier despair. The main battlefield was teeming with foes, and though reluctant to admit it, they were not brave enough to recklessly charge into certain death. However, the peculiar individual before them was a different matter altogether. This was akin to encountering a five-man team in the wild. What was there to wait for? It was time to seize the kill. With the swift sound of kunai slicing through the air, the two wooden figures that had just landed on the ground felt the sting of the projectiles on their backs. They turned, wearing expressions of bewilderment, toward the young ninjas of Konoha. I am Yamanaka Xingran, and I too am in a state of disarray. Huh? Why did I say two twice? As the protagonist of this mission, whose presence has been somewhat overshadowed, I initially came for a leisurely outing, hoping to witness the misadventures of my younger peers. However, today's spectacle has turned rather grim. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But what is with the excited gazes of these two younglings? Well, my anxious emoji has just been generated, and those two little rascals have indeed initiated a preemptive assault. It seems we are on the brink of being utterly annihilated. This individual clearly presents a different demeanor. Their entrance animation showcases them deflecting attacks far greater than their own. What fortitude has Liang Jingru bestowed upon you to be so audacious? What shall we do now? Should we flee or hold the line alongside Jiraiya? Upon noticing the two tails Jinchuriki turning their gaze, with an increasingly ominous expression, Xingran looked innocently at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, too, realized that this young lad was not frightened by him, but rather by their own comrades. This was understandable. After all, Jiraiya himself shared this sentiment. Have the young ninjas at the Ninja Academy become so reckless lately? How shall we conclude this predicament? Should I step forward to reveal my identity and draw fire to buy time for these young ones to escape? Yet, that seems futile. In the face of a tailed beast, these children cannot run far. To run not far means certain death, jeopardizing my mission, and potentially jeopardizing my chances of resolving life's significant matters at the age of 40. Then should we join forces with the nearby Konoha ninjas to eliminate the threat? Let us not jest. Given today's circumstances, should the enemy wish to flee, no one would be able to halt them. However, one thing remains certain: when outnumbered, there is a high probability of driving the opponent away, thus ensuring the safety of these youngsters. Who are you? The question emanating from the mouth of the two-tails Jinchuriki requires no answer. In this brief moment, she has already deduced the situation. The Konoha scoundrels dared to treat the battlefield, where the Cloud Ninjas risked their lives, as a mere training camp for children. As the saying goes, the uncle cannot endure this. In the end, even less so, almost perish. The two-tails Jinchuriki can fully control her tailed beast transformation, yet at this moment, she is consumed by rage, actively utilizing a significant amount of tailed beast chakra. The previously red-tailed beast cloak swiftly transforms into the dark red-black state of a rampaging tailed beast. Her facial features are now entirely obscured, and as she crouches, an ominous blue and black chakra begins to gather ominously before her gaping maw. Xingran, with a mind akin to a computer, calculates the chakra's intensity to be approximately 28. Is this a case of unleashing a powerful attack without provocation? Jiraiya senses the imminent danger. The tailed beast ball is not something one can withstand. He must divert the opponent's attention, at least to safeguard the children behind him. With the heavens above and his head raised high, the illustrious Jiraiya declares, summoning technique. Since the adversary has earnestly inquired, despite their lack of desire for an answer, Jiraiya aims to capture their attention. Thus, a peculiar opening line, infused with a strange intonation from the land of the rising sun, escapes his lips, indeed captivating the eyes of all present. In Xingran's view, as the two-tails Jinchuriki began to gather her power, Jiraiya was the first to leap forth. As the massive smoke dissipated, the colossal figure of Gamabunta, whose size could rattle even Darwin's coffin, appeared within Xingran's line of sight. For the first time, witnessing the figure of Winta at such close proximity was profoundly shocking. What kind of hormones could possibly nurture such a massive toad? Jiraiya, this opponent poses quite a challenge. The moment Winta appeared, he understood the nature of the adversary he was about to confront, a Jinchuriki in the state of a tailed beast, an exceedingly troublesome foe. As he gripped his enormous dagger, Winta couldn't help but engage in self-deprecating humor. Jiraiya stood atop Winta's head, making a grand entrance befitting a protagonist. However, despite the rampaging state of the two-tails Jinchuriki, one must not forget that she is a ninja capable of fully controlling the powers of the tailed beast. The overwhelming chakra that eroded her consciousness was indeed unpleasant, yet it had not driven her to the brink of complete irrationality. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya knew that resolving the situation swiftly was not feasible. The two-tails Jinchuriki was deeply fixated on annihilating the Konoha youth, aiming to create a generational gap that would lead to Konoha's eventual decline. Even if they faced defeat now, the future of Konoha was inevitably destined for decay in 10 or 20 years. In a state of gathering power, the two-tails Jinchuriki propelled herself forward at remarkable speed, slipping to Winta's side and evading his colossal form, allowing her to target the Konoha youth sheltered behind him. The concentrated chakra was nearing completion, and the tailed beast bomb was about to be unleashed. Jiraiya struggled to maintain his balance atop Winta, but the toad's anatomical structure did not allow for the agility required to maneuver like a tailed beast. Before Winta could reposition himself, the enemy had already locked onto their target. In a crucial moment, the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi arrived just in time. They had always been adversaries of the two-tails Jinchuriki, but due to the swift changes on the battlefield and the rapid transformation into tailed beast mode, they arrived at a moment of desperation. From a distance, beneath a shroud of shadows, Nara Shikaku emerged, employing a multitude of shadow techniques that slithered across the ground like serpents. Seizing the opportunity while the two-tails Jinchuriki was gathering power, these shadows ensnared her limbs and neck, exerting a tremendous force intended to strangle her on the spot. Simultaneously, Yamanaka Ino, acting even before Shikaku, executed the mind-body switch technique. Taking advantage of the Jinchuriki's moment of focus, she successfully struck her target, granting Shikaku the time needed to ensnare her with his shadow techniques. Yet, These were merely prelude to the ultimate techniques. The soul of a tailed beast and the soul capable of subduing it were not entities that Yamanaka Ino could control alone. In an instant, Ino was overwhelmed, blood gushing from her nose as her mind control was violently thwarted. Meanwhile, the shadow techniques that had ensnared the two tails Jinchuriki began to falter. Once she regained control of her body, she transformed into a fearsome beast, tearing through the shadow techniques as easily as one would rip apart a mere garment. The dual assault of the two tails merely delayed the two wooden figures for less than 2 seconds, during which they both suffered from a backlash of chakra, injuring themselves and causing them to retreat in a spurt of blood. However, this brief moment of restraint provided an opportunity for the final butterfly. The giant form of Dingswa Mountain leaped down from the air, and astonishingly, the long staff he wielded grew in size alongside him. With a thunderous impact, he struck fiercely at the two wooden figures in their tailed beast mode. The violent force unleashed a tempestuous wind, sending several physically weaker youths from Konoha tumbling like rolling gourds. Initially, Kairi was among them, but as she clutched onto Hashiran's garment, she was quickly shielded from greater embarrassment. At last, the giant was sent flying, disrupting the formation of the tailed beast ball, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. The guardian ninjas urged the children to retreat, declaring the mission cancelled and instructing an immediate departure from the site. Above Wantai, Jiraiya exhaled deeply, relieved yet not blinded by the current predicament. Despite the apparent disarray of the two tails Jinchuriki, the protective layer of the tailed beast's chakra meant that the enemy had not sustained significant damage and would soon retaliate. Promptly, he announced the cancellation of the mission and began signaling for the personnel to withdraw. Wantai, attuned to Jiraiya's intentions, moved in unison with him. The fire release, Toad Oil Fireball, was a collaborative ninjutsu crafted by Toad, Wantai, and Jiraiya, merging Wantai's oil with Jiraiya's fire release to create a massive, incendiary attack. The vast area of effect made it difficult for opponents to evade, resulting in tremendous destructive power. Although it was classified as fire release, the addition of Toad Oil rendered it resilient against typical water techniques. As the smoke from where the two wooden figures had fallen lingered, large flames, fueled by the Toad Oil, engulfed the area, reducing it to scorched earth. A roar, reminiscent of something other than human, erupted from within the flames, devoid of anguish. It resonated with raw brutality and fury. Like a scion unleashing their rage, a tempest spread outward from the tailed beast-empowered two tails, obliterating everything in its path: trees, boulders, and even the fire oil ninjutsu seemed to succumb as if facing an insurmountable force. Hashiran, observing the unfolding scene, felt his heart race with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. The sheer power capable of reshaping the landscape was something he yearned to possess himself. What an exhilarating world of ninjas it was. Yet, many held perspectives vastly different from Hashiran's. In fact, his thoughts were rather unconventional. The majority shared sentiments akin to Jiraiya's current frustration. What a dire predicament. How could they possibly combat such a formidable foe? With only a handful of tailed beasts in existence, and even fewer Jinchuriki capable of mastering them. Encountering such a challenging adversary during what was meant to be a leisurely outing with children seemed utterly unreasonable. Wantai understood. A swift exchange of glances confirmed their shared resolve atop the immense toad. Xingran observed as Jiraiya once again invoked the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke engulfed him, and his hands formed a peculiar sealing gesture, while two unsightly old toads appeared on his shoulders. This was sage art. Among all those skilled in sage techniques known to Xingran, Jiraiya's was the most inadequate. To enter sage mode, he needed to maintain this harmless yet cumbersome posture for an extended period, ultimately relying on the assistance of the two sages perched on his shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima, to achieve sage mode. The initiation of this state was indeed troublesome. However, such difficulties paled in comparison to the power it bestowed. For Jiraiya in sage mode was a force rivaling the closest to the six paths level among the Kage, capable of suppressing any challenger. Wantai, after a confirming glance, seamlessly unleashed a formidable suppression technique, intent on buying Jiraiya more time. This maneuver had previously been employed by Minato, who summoned Wantai to subdue the Nine Tails. Akin to the saying a mountain pressing down, Jiraiya had once summoned a toad to restrain Orochimaru's summoning beast, and Naruto had utilized this technique against Obito. The current situation was clear. It was exceedingly difficult to defeat a Jinchuriki capable of commanding tailed beasts. So the strategy was to stall until the transformation into a more powerful form could be achieved to confront this formidable creature. Regrettably, while aspirations were lofty, reality proved harsh. As Wantai settled down, The two wooden beings, maintaining their combat intelligence, swiftly created a hole beneath them. It was not only Naruto who could dig. The land of lightning, neighboring the land of earth, was equally familiar with such earthen techniques. Boom. The commotion caused by the descent of Wentai was soon overshadowed by an even greater explosion. The two wooden beings, now underground, unleashed the full might of their tailed beast power, causing the ground to tremble as if struck by a magnitude 9 earthquake, accompanied by widespread fissures in the earth. A fleeting dark red flash, barely perceptible to the naked eye, illuminated the chaos. When the two wooden beings re-emerged into view, the massive form of a Kimichi Chozo was sent flying. This was a retaliation against someone who had previously struck him with a large staff, followed by targeting the large toad. However, the two wooden beings, possessing combat intelligence, soon detected something amiss with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. His current state instilled an inexplicable sense of foreboding within them. Thus, it was no wonder he was known as one of the Sannin. Without hesitation, they reached a preliminary conclusion. Rather than engage in a back and forth with Jiraiya, it would be more pragmatic to sever the ties of Konoha. With no interference from the Inoshikacho trio and Jiraiya's peculiar state resembling a charging stance, there was no room for indecision. The blue and black chakra orbs once again converged before the wooden beings, preparing for the second barrage of tailed beast balls. Xingran had initially followed Jiraiya's orders, providing cover for the young ninjas of Konoha to retreat. However, barely 500 meters into their escape, his superhuman instincts, combined with the sensory abilities of the Yamanaka clan, began to sound alarm bells. Casting a glance back, his keen vision immediately caught sight of the two-tails Jinchuriki and the tailed beast bomb poised before her, heading directly in his direction. This was dire. Given his superhuman physique and the enhancement from the third gate of the 8 gates, could he withstand the direct impact of a tailed beast bomb? Xingran was uncertain and had no desire to find out. Why endure a blow when he could evade it? Why stand when he could sit? Why sit when he could lie down? He refused to gamble his life on such recklessness, yet as a rear guard, he was tasked with protecting the frightened young ninjas, who were as startled as quails by the sudden shifts in terrain. In less than a second, Xingran concluded that he was no self-sacrificing hero. He would not throw himself into danger. But in that fleeting moment, his supercharged mind devised a plan. It was time to showcase his true skills. He suddenly surged forth, sprinting in the opposite direction of the fleeing group, directly toward the impending onslaught of the tailed beast bomb. What are you doing? Come back. This is not a fight for us to engage in. Ignoring the pleas of his fellow rear guard, the well-meaning warnings dissipated into the wind. Xingran moved with incredible speed, closing the distance to within 100 meters of the two-tails Jinchuriki in under 2 seconds, an almost supersonic pace. As he raced, he activated the third gate of the 8 gates. Ninjutsu, 8 gates exploding shuriken, he announced, his voice brimming with youthful bravado as he unleashed a technique he had recently developed, its name resonating with audacious flair, intended to capture the attention of the two-tails Jinchuriki. His positioning was deliberate. While it seemed as if he aligned with the fleeing Konoha youngsters, he had subtly shifted slightly to the right. According to his calculations, at such a close angle to the target, if the enemy fired the tailed beast bomb and it traveled an additional 800 to 1,000 meters, it would veer off course from the distant formation of Konoha's young warriors. Thus, it appeared that the Jinchuriki could strike Xingran first. Yet the bomb would ultimately miss its intended target due to his clever positioning. Xingran was confident that he could evade the blast by moving laterally 100 meters as the bomb was released. What a flawless plan. By accomplishing the task entrusted to him by Hachi, he could ensure his own safety as well. Why not, indeed? The next crucial step was to attract the ire of the enemy. If he failed to provoke the Jinchuriki's attack, even the best-laid plans would be futile. Xingran's method of taunting was direct. He hurled a shuriken, breaking the sound barrier as it sped toward the crouched two-tails Jinchuriki. A single shuriken? Its velocity was commendable, yet it was insufficient on its own. The two-tails Jinchuriki, enveloped in a cloak of tailed beast chakra, merely cast a sidelong glance, dismissing the Konoha youth's plight with indifference. Indeed, in her eyes, the Konoha ninja, who had just moments ago been retreating, now dashed forth to obstruct her from claiming further lives, willing to sacrifice himself for this cause. Unfortunately, the tragic heroism he embodied held no sway here. The two wooden figures paid no heed to the fluttering of this insignificant insect, their inner resolve unwavering. Above Winta, Jiraiya observed the actions of Hashirin with mounting anxiety. Initially, he had little regard for this young scion of a prestigious Konoha clan, as he himself was a common ninja, harboring an innate aversion to those born into privilege. particularly following the failed marketing endeavor of the Inuzuka clan. Possessing formidable medical skills and exceptional physical prowess, he might as well fancy himself Tsunade. It seemed he sought to bask in the radiance of his goddess. Failing to extend a greeting upon their meeting was merely par for the course. Should he prove to be nothing more than a superficial facade, he could expect to be exiled to the fringes, for his influence with the third Hokage was still considerable. Yet, whether he was merely a master of theatrics or genuinely adept at ingratiating himself, after a morning of interaction, Jiraiya perceived a demeanor that was affable and sunny, inevitably evoking memories of his esteemed disciple. However, such superficialities could not beguile his discerning eyes. Indeed, they were free of any ailment, unclouded by cataracts or conjunctivitis, allowing him to see beyond mere appearances. In times of national peril, true loyalty becomes evident, and the character of an individual is most clearly revealed in moments of crisis. Noticing that escape was impossible, Hashirin had proactively drawn the enemy's attention. From Jiraiya's vantage point above Winta, it was unmistakable that Hashirin's positioning was flawed. Moreover, the state of his 8 gates technique hinted that he had already mastered the 3rd gate, and considering the speed at which he had treated Uchiha Shinji and Hyuga Hikari, he was undoubtedly a prodigy destined to become a pillar of Konoha. Yet, this precious talent, regarded as a treasure for Konoha, now faced the specter of death before Jiraiya. Mirroring the harrowing trials his own mentor, the 2nd Hokage, had imposed upon the 3rd, while the 3rd had merely submitted a written response. This young man was engaged in a live demonstration. Alas, the unfortunate lad was about to lose his life, and Konoha was about to lose a promising gem. At present, Jiraiya found himself immobilized, and unbeknownst to Hashirin, the youthful Jiraiya's skill level was not as refined as it would be a decade hence. The 2 toads on his shoulders were equally unable to intervene effectively to halt the 2 wooden figures, and Winta, having just endured a crushing blow, was in a state of post-attack rigidity, incapable of providing assistance. This represented a significant miscalculation on Jiraiya's part. A single suppressive move had been poorly executed, resulting in this passive predicament. Given another chance, Jiraiya would willingly sacrifice the current generation of Konoha infants, who were of little consequence, to preserve this true gem who had already begun to showcase his talents. With a resounding boom, even amidst the cacophony of battle, the sound seemed to slow, resonating in the ears of all present. This kunai, hurled with great force by Xingran, would undoubtedly create a significant crater if it struck the ground. And if it were to hit an unsuspecting individual, it would be akin to a sniper bullet, effortlessly creating a gaping wound. However, the tailed beast cloaks are exceedingly rare, with only 9 in existence worldwide, rendering such a bullet trivial in terms of defense against them. The 2 wooden figures wavered slightly, a consequence of the tremendous force of the impact, yet they remained unharmed under the protection of the tailed beast cloak. As time elapsed, the tailed beast orb began to take shape. At that moment, Xingran commanded within his mind. The kunai, losing momentum and on the verge of falling, suddenly detonated as the explosive tag wrapped around its handle ignited. This explosion caught the other individuals present completely off guard. Typically, explosive tags are affixed to the back of a kunai using thin string, ignited prior to being thrown to achieve a remote detonation. However, Xingran's method was entirely different. The rune side of the explosive tag was concealed within the grip of the kunai, while the blank back was exposed. If the tag were to be ignited at that moment, even ninjas of elite caliber, such as Jiraiya or the 2 wooden figures, would immediately discern it as an explosive tag. However, that awareness was absent in this instance. The concealed explosive shuriken, undetected due to the lack of prior ignition, caught the unwitting wooden figures by surprise. They watched in disbelief as the kunai plummeted towards their chests and suddenly detonated, the overwhelming force causing them to lean back slightly. Simultaneously, the tailed beast orb was launched into the sky. Xingran was astonished to witness the best-case scenario unfold. The tailed beast orb was fortuitously influenced by the shockwave of the explosive tag, soaring upward. Upon igniting the explosive tag, a flash of red light in Xingran's eyes signified that he had inadvertently shifted the target of the attack. His initial intention was merely to attract attention and divert the assault, believing that would suffice. To his surprise, his first maneuver had proven effective. Damn it, that wretched brat! The 2 wooden figures exclaimed, witnessing their attack go awry. They began to conjure another tailed beast orb, this time targeting the Konoha Youth Corps. They understood the stakes. The Konoha Youth Corps was something the enemy was desperate to protect, and their objective was not to harm the Konoha ninjas, as the base was beyond saving. Instead, their aim was to annihilate the Youth Corps, thereby severing Konoha's legacy. This time, The two wooden figures refrained from underestimating their opponent. As they prepared the tailed beast orb, a sinister, crimson energy surged forth, aimed directly at Xingran. Naturally, Xingran would not remain stationary. Engaging in combat and fleeing was the true thrill of battle. With a speed approaching that of sound, the two wooden figures found it impossible to strike him. The terrain once again altered, demonstrating the sheer power of their attack. Yet failing to make contact rendered it ineffective, leaving the two wooden figures in a state of frustration. Were it not for the considerable energy required to charge the tailed beast orb, they could have easily pursued and eliminated him. The diminutive creature squandered its splendid opportunity, demonstrating an unexpected agility. Such awareness and capability deemed it a target that must be eradicated. She resolved that once the tailed beast bomb was unleashed upon its target, her foremost action would be to eliminate this Konoha youth, who possessed both character and strength. For now, it sufficed to repel the child. Completing the mission was the duty of a ninja, albeit one she had imposed upon herself. 8 gates, exploding shuriken. Starfire recognized that the attention of the two wooden puppets was not yet directed her way, allowing her to audaciously resume her mischief. With unparalleled swiftness, she launched several shuriken towards their backs. While the puppets might have disregarded the sheer penetrative power of the shuriken, the addition of explosive tags rendered the situation considerably more complex. Though they would not sustain injury, the resultant explosion posed a significant burden on their chakra cloaks. A counterattack was imperative, whether through evasion or deflection. Standing idly to absorb the blows was not an option. One should not underestimate the chakra reserves of a Jinchuriki in tailed beast mode, yet they were finite. A Jinchuriki could not indefinitely draw upon the beast's chakra, as such excess would be detrimental to both parties. In the original narrative, Kurama repeatedly cautioned Naruto against excessive chakra usage, warning that he might suffer from the consequences. Regrettably, Naruto's protagonist aura shone too brightly, rendering these warnings mere admonitions without genuine repercussions. However, the two wooden puppets were not protagonists. Having already expended 2 tailed beast bombs, their chakra reserves dwindled with the release of a third. The tailed beast bomb was a formidable technique, not to be unleashed indiscriminately. Nevertheless, the puppets demonstrated considerable resolve, opting to confront the onslaught of shuriken even at the expense of delaying their own tailed beast bomb charge. Ultimately, after deflecting all incoming shuriken, none detonated. What was happening? The puppets had no time to ponder as more shuriken approached. This time, she discerned that although each shuriken bore a tag, some were mere fakes. While she could evade those, she could not entirely disregard the genuine threats. The speed of the shuriken made evasion challenging. Thus, she could not afford to neglect defense. Should even one shuriken detonate, it would significantly deplete their chakra reserves, an unwise trade-off. Clang boom bang. In a moment of exhilaration, Starfire reveled in a chaotic blend of real and training shuriken, leaving the two-tailed Jinchuriki in a state of helplessness. Though brief, the ensuing seconds were marked by Starfire's frenzied output, while the larger wooden puppets found themselves at the mercy of her relentless assault. Yet, such moments of joy were fleeting. No matter how much Starfire disrupted the puppets' charge, the accumulation time for the tailed beast bomb could not be prolonged indefinitely. With a thunderous roar, a colossal, obsidian-tailed beast bomb erupted from the puppets' mouths, aimed squarely at the Konoha youth core 1,000 meters away. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "Little ones, this is where I can assist you, such is fate." Indeed, Hashirin has incited considerable animosity. Unfortunately, the two wooden beings are resolute individuals. When releasing the tailed beast ball, Hashirin positioned himself slightly to the right of the line blocking the young soldiers, attempting to deceive with a grand maneuver. However, it remains uncertain whether his ruse was unmasked or if the two wooden beings maintained their clarity of mind. As Hashirin observed the tailed beast ball soaring away, he felt powerless. If only he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, no matter how many tailed beast balls were thrown, he could effortlessly send them away. The water release, Iron Cannonball, a testament to Hashirin's efforts, had not been in vain. In mere seconds, when Tai had already recovered from his stiffened state, time remained for him to form hand seals and unleash a formidable jutsu. A colossal sphere of water, akin to a cannonball, surged from the side and collided fiercely with the departing tailed beast ball. This was a powerful technique that could rival even the wind release of Shikaku. And in an era devoid of any super shadow level entities within the Akatsuki organization, it ranked among the most potent water release techniques. Of course, water release is merely a single element technique, while the tailed beast ball is a composite technique of yin and yang release. Thus, true resistance was unattainable. However, Redirecting the tailed beast ball's trajectory was certainly feasible. As the tailed beast ball veered far off course, the two wooden beings began to feel a sense of desperation. They now faced a choice: either pursue the young soldiers with alternative means or abandon that notion and eliminate the immediate nuisance. This was not a challenging decision. The young soldiers had already fled, and the colossal Wentai would not permit them to easily pursue. Therefore, their focus shifted to the individual employing the 8 gates of opening. Wait a moment, only 2 individuals from Konoha can currently open the 8 gates. If it isn't the peculiar figure clad in a green jumpsuit, then this must be the genius ninja known for his exceptional medical ninjutsu. Strangely, Hashiran sensed an inexplicable surge of animosity directed towards him from the two-tailed Jinchuriki. What could be the cause? Sage Art. 5 right gate. Just as Hashiran contemplated his escape, Jiraiya finally emerged from his seclusion, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. Wind release, fire release, and toad oil, an apocalyptic inferno ensued. Hashiran promptly climbed onto Wantai's back, to which Wantai merely grunted in acknowledgement, recognizing Hashiran's earlier valor. The two wooden beings felt a pang of reluctance. For the first time, they were clashing head-on with a human nuclear weapon in Sage mode. Their initial plan had been to obliterate the Konoha young soldiers and then withdraw triumphantly. However, with their primary objective thwarted, they now faced the full brunt of my retaliation before defeat. This base was beyond salvation, but if they could inflict significant damage on Konoha's legendary Sannin before departing, it wouldn't be a complete failure. Yet, Jiraiya would not acquiesce to the two wooden beings' intentions, and Hashiran had his own words to share. Temporarily borrowing all of Jiraiya's shuriken, he noted that there were few left, but plenty of explosive tags remained. Such a promising opportunity was not one Hashiran wished to forfeit in the face of the tailed beast. Subsequently, the Leaf Village ninjas gradually retreated from the battlefield, leaving behind only the echoes of violent explosions and the ravages that altered the terrain. Xingran merely acted as a support, relying on Jiraiya in Sage mode for remote attacks. The incredible speed of his shurikens indeed made it quite challenging for the enemies to evade them. The difficulty in evasion stemmed from the fact that, while attempting to dodge the shurikens, the enemies found it nearly impossible to escape the blast radius of the explosive tags. Even the Jinchuriki in tailed beast mode, if not exceedingly cautious, would find themselves vulnerable to a devastating explosion should their speed falter. The battle continued for approximately 10 minutes, during which Xingran gained a more tangible understanding of his offensive capabilities, deeming the endeavor worthwhile. Overall, this technique served as a supportive measure, akin to the Great Fireball technique, which, while seemingly a show of offensive prowess, often functioned primarily as a means of containment. Nevertheless, it remained an exceptionally effective tactic due to its low energy consumption. In a scenario akin to a casino ATM, this extravagant combat style proved to be the most suitable method for Xingran. A mere wave of his hand could yield results comparable to the high-energy Great Fireball, affirming the value of his recent specialized training. Eventually, the two transformed wooden figures could no longer sustain their forms and retreated first. Jiraiya did not pursue them. He too was nearing his limit. Sage mode was not invincible, and its consumption was not negligible. The victory was achieved through numerical superiority. But the ability to contend with formidable characters akin to the Jinchuriki in tailed beast mode justified his esteemed title among the legendary Sannin. Upon returning to Camp 3, Xingran anticipated a wave of rewards. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning's hidden cloud village, the imminent repercussions for the two wooden figures were inevitable. Though that was not the primary concern. The crux of the matter lay in the ensuing international situation. The current geopolitical climate posed significant challenges for the Land of Lightning. To begin with, on a smaller scale, the recent dismantlement of the border base in the Land of Hot Water by the Leaf Village resulted in a substantial restoration of territory for Hot Water, thereby diminishing the Land of Lightning's remaining superficial advantages. On a larger scale, the previous surprise attack had led both sides to dispute the outcome of the war. While the Land of Lightning might claim victory, the reality was disputed. However, this time was different. They had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Leaf Village. Had the village's tailed beasts not participated, this incident could have been downplayed, but alas, their involvement culminated in a total failure. Should the Leaf Village reveal that a group of young ninjas had fled before their own tailed beast Jinchuriki, the Land of Lightning would be utterly humiliated. Currently, the Leaf Village had not publicized this embarrassing episode, but should we remain steadfast in negotiations without yielding? The nature of the Leaf Village's advisors would soon ensure that this matter became widely known throughout the ninja world. Ultimately, the blame would rest upon the two wooden figures. In the Land of Lightning, within the grand conference room of the Reikage building in the village of Kumogakure. An elder from the advisory council vociferously rebuked two members of the Woodstyle faction. However, the assembly was composed of astute individuals, akin to a monk reproaching a bald man. As they sought to shift the blame onto Reikage AI, the underlying intention was clear. Within every village, unity is often an illusion. Just as Konoha experienced a rivalry between the third Hokage and Danzo, the newly appointed fourth Reikage faced numerous factions eager to usurp his authority. This was neither the time to debate accountability, as the Woodstyle faction had already faced appropriate consequences. Instead, the focus should be on strategizing for the future. Reikage AI felt a throbbing headache. He was aware that during meetings, such individuals would seize the opportunity to attack political adversaries. However, this was not an appropriate moment for such disputes. Post-war, there would be ample time for infighting. The current situation was unfavorable. Prolonging the conflict on the front lines would prove futile and would significantly hinder post-war reconstruction. As the bearer of the title of Reikage, his vision must transcend that of any other. This war had unveiled numerous issues, and if these were not addressed, even a temporary peace would ultimately lead to defeat at the hands of Konoha. A robust elder, formerly the Minister of War, interjected. He had unfortunately been sidelined during this campaign, and seeing the two Woodstyle members who had supplanted his position was particularly irksome. It was no surprise that he, along with those aligned with the Reikage faction, sought to ensure that the narrative surrounding their command failures did not fade. What do you wish to say? Reikage AI thundered, striking the table with a heavy fist. The sound resonated deeply, coupled with an imposing aura that pressed heavily upon the assembly. Yet, in this era, many in Kumogakure dared to confront the fourth Reikage, and relying solely on intimidation to silence dissenters was not an option for AI. In fact, such tactics inadvertently signaled vulnerability to certain ambitious individuals, revealing that the Reikage was running out of options. We must confront several critical issues: the Byakugan's significant contribution to the war, the fleeting nature of peace in this world, and our need to devise strategies for future conflicts. Additionally, there are systemic issues within the village. The recent display of Konoha's wartime potential should serve as a wake-up call. Despite the current disarray among the legendary three ninjas and the fall of the Yellow Flash, Konoha's potential for warfare remains formidable. There are formidable figures such as Might Guy, the son of the White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Shursui. Moreover, intelligence indicates the emergence of a prodigious youth named Itachi Uchiha, who graduated from the Ninja Academy in record time, potentially becoming another Kakashi in the future. Additionally, there is the individual known as Shinra Yamanaka, who successfully thwarted the assassination attempt on the young Konoha shinobi corps. This very Shinra is the same ninja mentioned in prior intelligence, possessing both the 8 gates and exceptional medical ninjutsu. The collapse of the third target during the recent surprise operation was also linked to him. In light of all this, is it not evident to everyone? Contemplate the fact that the Hidden Leaf Village has secured absolute dominance in the ongoing conflict. Yet they still dispatch youthful warriors to the battlefield. The individuals I previously mentioned may not be well understood by those present. Yet they all possess the extraordinary prowess of elite shinobi, with the eldest among them barely reaching the age of 16. It is time for all to awaken to the necessity of advancing the development of the next generation. I possess a document outlining a concrete reform plan. Next to the imposing advisor stood a slender, middle-aged shinobi, whose physique starkly contrasted with the muscular figures surrounding him. Following the advisor's remarks, he reiterated the specific issues at hand and presented a pre-prepared feasibility analysis report. Reikage A is not a man of simplistic thought. Despite differing stances, he found validity in the other's assertions. Thus, he accepted the document without perpetuating the earlier pretense of shielding the Wood Ninja, swiftly perusing its contents. The reform proposal for the Cloud Village Ninja Academy borrows significantly from the system of the Hidden Leaf Village. While its efficacy remains uncertain, the suggestion to replace the Academy's principal, who happens to be the very proponent of this plan, caused Reikage A to furrow his brow. The candidate for this position was no other than the slender middle-aged shinobi himself. This presented a considerable dilemma, not merely because he did not hail from the Moonlight Clan, but also due to the more pressing matter that he was aligned with A's political adversaries. Since A's ascendance, this faction had conspired against him, systematically eroding his authority. Should the principal position be usurped, it would find himself increasingly isolated. The proposal may be trialed, yet for the stability of the village's post-war development, the principle must remain unchanged. Reikage A had previously been one to tackle every issue with brute force, a tendency that still lingered within him. and likely would not change in the future. However, he was also a shrewd individual, aware that one's position often dictates one's perspective. Currently, I lack the strength to bulldoze through all challenges. Without sufficient power, one must resort to compromise, for politics is indeed an art of negotiation. The slender middle-aged Samoyed sought to advocate for his interests, but at that moment, his arm was suddenly seized by a strong hand, his close friend, who firmly restrained his movements. Casting a puzzled glance at his companion, Samoyed perceived a message in his eyes. It was time to withdraw gracefully. At this juncture, Reikage had already acquiesced to the reforms of the Ninja Academy, thereby implicitly affirming certain positions within the decision-making body. Several members from their side were poised to successfully infiltrate the Academy's leadership. Reikage's mere rejection of the principle indicated that their plans were largely on track, allowing them to avoid undue pressure and proceed to the next topic. The first agenda item was approved, and while Reikage had made a concession, it indeed contributed to the village's advancement, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. Yet, for Samoyed, this raised concerns. He had invested considerable effort into crafting a feasibility plan and confronting Reikage's pressures. All for what purpose? Was it not for greater power? As the saying goes, a man cannot be without power for a single day, a sentiment that, while perhaps overly patriarchal, resonates deeply with the warrior ethos of the Land of Lightning. Contracts may be signed, and concessions can be made, yet it is imperative to safeguard the interests of the Land of Lightning as much as possible. The Samoyed remained in a state of disarray, while the Reikage swiftly redirected the conversation away from his political adversaries and towards peace negotiations. However, as soon as he concluded his remarks, several attendees rolled their eyes in disdain. The Reikage, with a mere flippant comment, seemed intent on securing his own interests, oblivious to the current dire circumstances. The Land of Lightning had not only lost significant territories but had also exposed its vulnerabilities to the seemingly insignificant Land of Soup, which had recently invested heavily in hiring numerous Ronin and mercenary ninjas from the Land of Iron. Given this precarious situation, if Konoha remained passive, the pressures of logistics combined with the audacity of the Land of Soup's counterattacks could inflict a catastrophic blow to the already crumbling economy of the Land of Lightning. Ultimately, the struggle over a mere handful of indefensible lands could lead everyone to a state of utter deprivation. The Reikage AI sensed the shift in atmosphere his words had provoked. Yet, as Reikage, the weight of his statements was less about their rationality and more about their political correctness. In times of national peril, staunchly safeguarding the interests of the populace was paramount, and even the most challenging propositions would garner support. Reikage-sama, I wholeheartedly endorse your perspective, came a voice of support. Though the tension in the room was palpable, yet one could always fear the caveat that followed such endorsements. The Reikage restrained his temper and patiently listened to the neutral advisor's inevitable but. Given the current circumstances, Konoha's lack of excessive demands was already a fortunate turn of events. The previously requested resources now seemed unattainable. Therefore, the advisor proposed, for the sake of safeguarding our fragile supply lines and national economy, that if Konoha did not impose reparations, we should expedite the signing of the peace treaty. The elder's analysis garnered substantial support from the assembly, as his pragmatic approach transcended personal sentiments. The Reikage had only just made his position clear, and while he had not received the enthusiastic backing of the youth who claimed he could negotiate favorable terms, he was willing to accept a consensus on mutual non-reparations and unconditional ceasefire if most were agreeable. Although his position was inherited from his father, it was not a hereditary privilege. Should the village's resources be exhausted, his tenure would be in jeopardy. The Hidden Cloud village was not his personal estate. Reckless actions would not earn him legitimacy. Very well, let us agree to expedite the signing of the peace treaty. The remainder shall be left to you all. The fourth Reikage concluded, preparing to depart. Just then, a voice unexpectedly interrupted, halting the proceedings once more. Esteemed colleagues, while this topic has reached a conclusion, we have yet to address the unresolved issue of Konoha's Byakugan. Even if we concede for a moment's respite, what will become of the next encounter? The Samoyed finally regained composure from the whirlwind of confusion. As the consultants deliberated over the negotiations' bottom line, Sammy was struck once more by a revelation. War was the most effective pathway to advancement. Once the conflict concluded, the temporary promotion to Jonin status, acquired amidst the turmoil, would quickly fade into mediocrity. This prospect was intolerable for someone as ambitious as he. Thus, it became imperative to devise a reason for the war to persist. Sammy, what do you wish to propose? Reikage's irritation with the relatively weak Jonin was palpable. We must devise a strategy to counter the Byakugan. At the very least, we need to possess an equivalent strength to the Byakugan to address our inferiority in reconnaissance capabilities compared to Konoha, Sammy asserted, steeling himself to meet Rakich's gaze. Oh, have you conceived a solution? Came the neutral inquiry from one of the elder advisors, who had previously outlined the negotiating landscape, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if merely addressing the matter at hand. Well, I haven't fully formulated a resolution, but I do have an idea regarding our deficiencies. Initially, Salmon had merely intended to stall the cessation of hostilities, but under the pressure of rakish scrutiny and the advisor's probing, a slight sheen of perspiration broke out on his forehead as his mind raced. We could demand that Konoha share their Byakugan. Yes, the Byakugan is a bloodline limit. But I have heard of a fellow from the Mist Village named Ao who successfully transplanted a Byakugan. We should request Konoha to provide us with one Byakugan, or rather, as many as possible. If this endeavor succeeds, our intelligence disadvantage on the battlefield will be significantly mitigated. I firmly believe that with this, we shall triumph over Konoha in the next war. As Sammy began to articulate his thoughts, initially faltering, he soon found his rhythm. Acquiring the Byakugan would not merely confer advantages in battlefield intelligence. This bloodline limit itself possessed formidable combat potential. Given that the Land of Lightning primarily utilized lightning-based techniques, if they could develop a lightning-release gentle fist, he could envision himself as a figure who transformed the combat style of the Cloud Village, leaving an indelible mark on history. However, the others present fell into a contemplative silence. None among them were fools. They understood the myriad benefits of acquiring the Byakugan. Even without Sammy's elaboration, they each harbored their own associations. The crux of the matter, however, was that such an endeavor was fundamentally implausible. The Hyuga clan had maintained an almost obsessive protection of their eyes since the Warring States period, famously exemplified by the caged bird seal. As long as a member of the Hyuga clan bore this seal, even in death, their Byakugan would not fall into enemy hands. It would self-destruct the moment it was removed from its owner's eye socket. Only a select few from the direct branch of the Hyuga clan were exempt from this terrifying curse. So what are you proposing? Shall we coerce Konoha into providing us with a few eyes from the main branch of the Hyuga clan? Surely, you have lost your wits. The Hyuga clan is characterized by an exceptionally rigid hierarchy, with the main family wielding nearly absolute power over the branch families. This implies that every member of the Hyuga clan exists solely to serve the interests of the main house. Should the Cloud Village make such unreasonable demands, not only would Konoha refuse to acquiesce, but even if the Hokage were to agree, the Hyuga clan would surely revolt. The authorities in Konoha are astute individuals, and to propose such a request is tantamount to inviting war. As Samoyed began to revel in the greatness of his impromptu plan, the atmosphere around him grew increasingly tense, causing him to instinctively retract his thoughts and ponder where he had erred. Quinn, what do you mean by this? The fourth Raikage suddenly interjected with a stern tone, directing his inquiry at Samoyed's leader, the robust advisor Quinn, who had previously overseen matters of war. Feeling the piercing stares from those around him, Quinn, now the center of scrutiny, began to perspire, realizing the gravity of the situation. The issue was not merely about coveting the Byakugan, which would indeed benefit the Cloud Village. Rather, the core of the problem lay in the attitude, essentially, the question of political correctness. After the assembly had settled on the notion of achieving peace through negotiation, Samoyed unexpectedly proposed a seemingly favorable idea that, in reality, compelled Konoha to prolong the war. This significantly agitated the nerves of those present. The value of a single Byakugan pales in comparison to the immense reparations demanded in wartime, which could reach hundreds of thousands, even millions, or beyond. The crux of the matter transcends mere worth, unless the Byakugan can be obtained on the battlefield like in the case of the Mist Village. It cannot be secured through negotiation, a fact that is glaringly evident. As Samoyed, the foremost subordinate of the hawkish advisor Quinn, either failed to recognize this crucial point or acted with ulterior motives, it raises intriguing questions. If it were merely a lack of foresight, it would indicate incompetence, warranting his dismissal in the future. However, if it were intentional, it would suggest that the Hawks are unwilling to relinquish the prospect of war, even at the risk of defying the Raikage and the village itself. While such disputes might be commonplace in other ninja villages, the Cloud Village is uniquely sensitive to this matter. The past insurrection led by the Golden and Silver Horns resulted in the demise of two formidable Kages, and it was only after this incident that the third Raikage ascended to power. The severe ramifications stemmed from the Hawks' opposition to negotiations, ultimately leading to rebellion against the village. The fourth Raikage strict inquiry of Quinn is thus rooted in this consideration. Should Quinn truly be intent on disregarding the village's decisions and perpetuating conflict, they would be compelled to act swiftly, seizing control of Quinn to prevent the Cloud Village from descending into internal strife once more. I bear no responsibility for this. It is merely Samyed's spontaneous idea, and I wish to conclude the war through negotiation as well. Quinn, with utmost sincerity, articulated truths that, even if he harbored personal thoughts, he dared not express in such a gathering. Present were not merely the Raikage, but rather 2 to 3 dozen elite shinobi, all of considerable rank. The higher echelons of the Cloud Village had no need for the weak, thus a single misstep in Quinn's response could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Quinn's words, and noting his sudden capitulation, Samyed felt as though struck by lightning. It dawned on him that he was being suspected as a war criminal. Cough. Everyone, please remain calm. I have yet to finish, Samyed hastily interjected upon noticing the increasingly piercing gazes directed at him. Possessing a certain cleverness, Samyed would have undoubtedly thrived as a strategist among bandit clans, showcasing a notable quick wit. His earlier suggestion for Konoha to compensate for the loss of the Byakugan was merely a fade, indeed, just a pretext. It is well known that the Hyuga clan would never permit their Byakugan to fall into external hands. Yet the precedent set by the Mist Village serves as a model. As long as the Byakugan can be acquired, subsequent negotiations with Konoha would merely devolve into bureaucratic wrangling. Such matters, should we choose to feign ignorance, would not provoke Konoha into rekindling war after the deed is done. Samyed's words ushered in a renewed silence, as the assembly discerned that he dared not emulate the actions of the notorious Kin and Jin, for his strength did not permit such audacity. Thus, it became evident that his intentions were solely to secure the Byakugan. With the discussion at this juncture, matters became considerably simpler. The Raikage, despising obfuscation, cast a knowing glance at Samyed, urging him to articulate further. Samyed quickly comprehended and continued. The main house of the Hyuga lacks the protective curse seal of the caged bird. We merely need to dispatch elite members into Konoha's negotiation team, seizing the opportunity to abduct several children from the Hyuga main house. The ensuing events would merely involve diplomatic maneuvering. Samyed's strategy evoked memories of a significant incident from years past when the Cloud Village had once kidnapped a pivotal figure from Konoha, the wife of the fourth Hokage. The sole Jinchuriki lost during the Ninetales incident, Kushina Uzumaki. The plan had nearly succeeded, thwarted only by the young fourth Hokage himself. This reflection led the assembly to recognize Konoha's considerable advantage in cultivating its younger generation, while the elder ninjas of other nations dominated the battlefield. Konoha consistently showcased youthful talents who shone brilliantly in combat. Excellent. You shall oversee this abduction mission. If successful, the position of headmaster at the Ninja Academy will be yours, stated Raikage decisively. Politicians from opposing factions must contribute to the village's welfare. Thus, refusal was not an option. However, before Samyed could revel in his good fortune, the proverbial carrot was swiftly followed by the stick. To abduct a member of the Hyuga main house from Konoha is no trifling matter, should the endeavor fail. What contingency plans do you possess? The Raikage's words, though delicately phrased, sent a shiver down Samyed's spine. The Raikage's expectations were clear. The rewards would be considerable. Yet should the mission falter, the affair, including your own involvement, would be deemed unrelated to the Cloud Village. Have you contemplated how to extricate yourself from this predicament? If one cannot persuade the Raikage, then this notion cannot be regarded as a plan, and it remains unimplementable. I have come to terms with this reality. If necessary, I will sacrifice my life to spare the village from potential troubles. Moreover, my demise will not be in vain. Raikage-sama, watch closely, should failure arise. I shall use my death to bestow upon the village a pair of Byakugan. The records within are filled with practical and formidable jutsu names. Last time, Siren had already perused a similar compilation. At that moment, he had just received a significant commendation, allowing him to select a jutsu of the highest tier. However, none of those jutsu piqued Siren's interest. It was not that he was unwilling to learn. Rather, it would be a waste of a precious opportunity to exchange for such mundane tier jutsu. For Siren, it represented a squandering of resources, which is why he returned to the village, seeking to accumulate more merits before making an exchange. Siren's aspiration is to acquire the Reaper Death Seal. Not for the sake of recklessness or combat, but to address his own shortcomings, he yearns to delve into the more profound realm of soul-related jutsu. This time, the list brought by Hachi indeed introduced new jutsu, The previously commonplace tier has seen enhancements, evolving beyond mere mediocrity. Among them is Tsunade's signature technique, the mitotic regeneration. Categorized as a forbidden jutsu, alongside Naruto's iconic technique, the shadow clone jutsu, and even the mind-altering technique of their clan from the mountains. It is essential to clarify that the tier shadow clone jutsu is considered safe and does not fall under the category of forbidden jutsu. The reason the multi-shadow clone jutsu is deemed forbidden is due to its immense chakra consumption. Without a substantial amount of chakra, utilizing this technique could inflict harm or even endanger the user's life. Moreover, if one is not cautious, dispelling the jutsu can lead to a torrent of information flow, potentially resulting in brain injury for the practitioner. However, for Siren, who has already mastered the shadow clone jutsu and possesses an extraordinary intellect, the technique's efficacy remains minimal. As he shifted his gaze from the tier jutsu, Siren finally spotted the high-tier jutsu, which could only be exchanged with 2 significant merits. Unfortunately, the list contained merely 2 jutsu, one being Kakashi's lightning cutter, the other was Kato Dan's signature technique, the spiritualization technique. Let us first discuss the lightning cutter. The description accompanying this jutsu states that upon activation, chakra is concentrated in the palm while simultaneously undergoing a transformation in both form and nature, creating an electrical release that renders the hand akin to a sharp blade, capable of delivering a lethal blow. Its hallmark is a concentrated thrust that targets a singular point. However, excessive speed may hinder the user's ability to perceive the opponent's counterattack, potentially leading to self-endangerment. Thus, it necessitates adequate observational prowess, such as that provided by the Sharingan, to effectively strike at the enemy. Yet, these details are not the crux of the matter. The key point is that this technique was developed by Kakashi Hitaki, who is still in the process of further refinement. Currently, Kakashi has already killed Rin with it, and it seems to still be under development. One might wonder if the lightning cutter now possesses less potency than it did at the onset of the narrative. Regrettably, for Xingran, this technique is merely a spectacle. His previous chakra attributes were Yin and Earth, and only upon awakening did he acquire the Yang attribute. The notion of mastering lightning release ninjutsu is rather futile. Forced training would yield only meager results. Lacking the capability to attain advanced transformations of the lightning chakra, the practical application of this technique holds little significance for Xingran. Perhaps in the future, he might contemplate cultivating additional chakra attributes. Conversely, there exists a category of ninjutsu that aligns perfectly with his specialization, spiritual and soul-related techniques. The question arises, should he exchange for them? The spiritualization technique allows one to transform into a living soul, traversing distances and eliminating foes. It grants control over another's body and entry into their mental realm. In certain iterations of the Naruto series, this technique is regarded as a remarkable ability, enabling the manipulation of human puppets akin to operating drones for remote strikes from a secure location. What version of the world is Xingran currently inhabiting? The absence of the corpse demon sealing technique left Xingran somewhat disheartened. However, the spiritualization technique serves as a consolation prize, proving to be highly beneficial for his research into spiritual and soul techniques. Should he proceed with the exchange? Xingran did not linger on the decision for long. When he expressed his desire to exchange for the spiritualization technique to Hai, the latter responded with a peculiar look, remarking, "You sought connections only to find yourself at your mother-in-law's door, hoping to learn their hometown dialect?" Although the metaphor was somewhat convoluted, the essence was clear. The Shangyun clan also possesses this technique, despite Kato Dandian's prowess during the Second Great Ninja War. It is worth noting that an elder from the Shangyun clan had mastered this technique during the Warring States period. As a family adept in spiritual and soul techniques, how could such an art be absent? It is merely exceedingly difficult to master and demands high standards. No recent clan members have successfully achieved it. Thus, Xingran inquired, "Since it exists in our family, could I perhaps study it?" The rigid Hai provided a rather exasperated response. Although the technique is available within the family, utilizing family resources requires adherence to clan rules. One must at least attain the Chunin rank to learn more advanced arts. Soul techniques are particularly sensitive. An overly youthful soul engaging in early cultivation may not be wholly beneficial and carries the risk of loss of the secret methods. Xingran found himself at a loss for words. In this modern age, concerns about the leakage of secret techniques seem outdated. Perhaps such caution was warranted during the Warring States era, but now, in the age of ninja villages, even unique family techniques like the Body of Chaos have been surrendered to the village for benefits. They remain indifferent to the exposure of techniques by outsiders, yet impose strict regulations on their own kin. Hai, too, had experienced youth and often lamented the family regulations. Nevertheless, this is a tradition not easily shattered. Otherwise, a few months prior, when Xingran inquired about ninjutsu, Hyde had imparted all his knowledge without hesitation. To placate Xingran, Hai finally offered some encouraging words. Within the intelligence division, there has been an assessment of Xingran's capabilities. Had it been during the early days of the Third Great Ninja War, he would have been classified as a special jonin. Thus, Hai encouraged Xingran to believe that he would soon attain the chunin rank, rise to jonin, marry a beautiful heiress, master all the family's secret techniques, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. It appears that some peculiar achievements have inadvertently crept in. Ultimately, Xingran returned the list to Hai, yet again opting not to select any ninjutsu, expressing a desire to accumulate more merit in hopes of exchanging it for more powerful jutsu. Hai understood. Noting that the war was about to conclude, ushering in peace across the entire ninja world, it would become increasingly difficult to earn accolades thereafter, as not every task could be counted towards merit. Significant contributions to the village were essential for merit accumulation. One might wonder whether cleaning the river could be deemed a contribution to the village. Although it is a paid task, it is still considered a contribution, albeit not a significant one, thus unrelated to merit. Typically, the tasks assigned by the village do not guarantee even a third-class achievement. Only those of a higher rank have the potential to yield merit, underscoring the difficulty of the matter. Now that there were 2 substantial merits recorded, it was only natural to strive for an extraordinary reward in exchange. Once the world achieved peace, accumulating such a wealth of merit would likely take an eternity. After a heartfelt farewell from the grateful Kori in the mountains, Xingran resumed his solitary training routine at the border. The 8 Gates explosive shuriken no longer needed further practice, as this technique posed little challenge for someone with his exceptional intellect and resilient physique. He had graduated from it. Xingran's subsequent primary objective was to refine his chakra control in the state of the 8 Gates, alongside the gradual mastery of the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. One endeavor aimed to enhance the potential of the 8 Gates, while the other sought to fortify his soul's safety. The days of training flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, 50 years had passed in Konoha, ushering in the arrival of snow in the 51st year. At this juncture, Xingran had made little advancement in soul techniques. However, his chakra control under the 8 Gates had seen significant improvement. After the Yin healing technique, upon opening the 8 Gates, he could maintain control for nearly 30 seconds, which had begun to hold practical significance. Furthermore, his persistent sunbathing during this period had finally yielded some enhancement in his physical condition. He felt that at this pace, he would naturally meet the minimum requirements to open the 4th gate, the healing gate, before his birthday on June 1st. Life was indeed delightful. His border duty assigned by the village was nearing its end, signifying that a replacement would soon arrive, allowing him to return home and indulge in his own little world. To be candid, although his unique role as a medical ninja afforded him ample personal time in the camp to pursue his training regimen, the convenience of not having to patrol came with the responsibility of ensuring the medical work was thorough. Being a ninja is inherently perilous. Even in the absence of combat casualties, the daily training of his peers often led to injuries, a prime example being Guy. Thus, Xingran had to allocate time each day to tend to the wounded. He lacked financial concerns, rendering this grassroots service somewhat unfulfilling. Xingran, the handover for your replacement has been completed. We can return to the village now. On this day, Nara Izumi held a scroll signifying the completion of a mission and sought out Yamashita Siren, accompanied by Might Guy. Both carried their respective satchels, while Siren had long since packed his belongings, ready to depart at any moment. Thus, within the infirmary, an unusual cheer erupted from Siren, as he and Guy strolled shoulder to shoulder towards the camp's exit. They deliberated whether to indulge in barbecue or relish a bowl of Ichiraka ramen upon returning to the village. Ultimately, upon Siren's declaration that he would treat regardless of the choice, they unanimously agreed that ramen was too inexpensive. It was merely that they preferred barbecue. Yamashita Siren, your mission awaits. Suddenly, a ninja dashed out from the command post, calling out to Siren at the camp's gate while signaling that he bore a task scroll requiring his signature. The interlude of overtime. Siren was summoned for extra duty. In truth, this additional task was neither arduous nor time-consuming. Yet to be informed of an extra project before boarding the train home felt utterly disheartening. After prolonged months of verbal skirmishes between the land of fire and the land of lightning, A mutually acceptable resolution had finally been reached. The specifics had yet to be disclosed, but rumors had already begun to circulate, suggesting an unconditional ceasefire to end the years-long conflict. Approximately half a month later, an official delegation from the Land of Lightning was to arrive in Konoha, where the peace accord would be finalized and made public. Xingran's temporary assignment entailed participating in the security detail accompanying the Lightning delegation once they entered the Fire Country, serving in the capacity of a medical personnel, on standby to address any sudden health issues or injuries. At the beginning of February, the anticipated half-month period extended into over 20 days of waiting for Xingran. Finally, on this day, he beheld a procession stretching for miles, akin to a winding serpent, slowly traversing the mountainous terrain. The vanguard had reached the camp's entrance, while the rear remained at the opposite mountain slope. Naturally, the negotiations were not within the purview of this accompanying personnel. The senior ninja in charge, alongside several high-ranking officials, emerged to greet the arriving delegation. The reception was not overly grandiose, yet it adhered to the appropriate formalities. Xingran observed that the delegation part of the convoy was not extensive, consisting of merely a dozen vehicles at the forefront. The true length of the procession was attributed to a massive entourage of laborers, consisting of numerous workers and beasts of burden, slowly hauling carts of various sizes, though covered. Xingran's perceptive gaze discerned the contents of the carts. Among them were chakra ore, abundantly produced in the Land of Lightning, recognized as the finest material for crafting ninja tools, alongside a plethora of handcrafted goods, which constituted at least 40% of the convoy. The remainder comprised an assortment of peculiar items, likely local specialties from the Land of Lightning, including pearls, corals, and various medicinal herbs. It was no wonder the arrival had been delayed. A transport team primarily composed of ordinary citizens traversing from the Land of Lightning to the Fire Country's border in over 20 days was, by any measure, commendable. Xingran silently calculated that if he were to accompany this team, the journey back to Konohagakure would take nearly 20 days, a pace that felt torturous for a ninja. He pondered aloud to a nearby leaf ninja, lamenting the fact that he had not heard of any substantial reparations from the Land of Lightning. He quietly counted the carriages entering the camp, which had already exceeded 100, with more yet to come. The ninja, unfamiliar to him, replied that these were not reparations. Rather, they were a gesture of goodwill from the Land of Lightning, aimed at accelerating the economic trade between the two nations and bringing materials for commerce. This ninja, one of the reception staff, was privy to internal information earlier than others, and since such details were not confidential, he shared them as casual conversation. Xingran found himself somewhat speechless. While others were unaware, his keen insight revealed the truth. Aside from a few minerals and medicinal herbs placed conspicuously, the Land of Lightning had brought nothing of value. Particularly, their handicrafts were utterly useless during the post-war recovery phase. If they intended to trade these worthless items for sufficient food supplies, it would indeed be a lucrative deal, showcasing the cunning nature of the Land of Lightning's people. That evening, a grand welcome banquet was held in the camp, blending personnel from both nations according to their respective duties. Xingran's group belonged to the medical logistics department, which was not heavily populated, comprising himself, his assistant Shino, and Kazama. In contrast, the medical delegation from Kumogakure had a larger presence, with 5 or 6 members. It was rumored that the envoy from the Land of Lightning intended to visit the Leaf Hospital to learn about advanced medical techniques. Xingran scoffed at this notion. It was already a privilege for them to witness the advanced technology from the Second Great Ninja War. There was no way valuable knowledge would be shared simply due to a temporary truce. Bored with the customary exchanges, Xingran contemplated an excuse to leave when a melodious voice called out to him. "I've heard that your combat and medical skills are equally remarkable. Have you been sidelined by them? Didn't Princess Tsunade establish the 3 principles for medical ninjas? Why would you still be sent to the front lines? By the way, how did you survive when confronted by Lord Mori? Is the legendary Jiraiya truly that powerful? Even-tailed beasts cannot match him. Is he destined to become the next Hokage?" The questions came in rapid succession, a barrage of inquiries that would typically be grating, yet the soft yet spirited tone rendered them less off-putting. Turning to face the source of the voice, Xingran beheld a girl from the Yatsuki clan. Her slightly dark Indian red skin contrasted beautifully with her silvery short hair, exuding youthfulness and vitality. Standing at over 1.6 meters, she was similar in height to Xingran, with a youthful face that suggested she was just entering her teenage years. Her large, dark green eyes were fixed intently upon him, blinking not once. Being scrutinized by such a captivating beauty was a novel experience for Xingran across 2 lifetimes, leaving him momentarily discomfited, though he quickly regained his composure. Was this cunning Kumo ninja attempting to seduce him? What are these questions, mere lowly provocations? My prowess is so formidable that whether or not one is a medical ninja, I can wade into battle. Lady Tsunade has a 4th guideline that stipulates that individuals of my caliber are indeed permitted on the battlefield. Xingran retorted with irritation to the beautiful maiden before him, asserting that there need not be a multitude of reasons, his strength alone sufficed. Are you satisfied with that explanation? Is it true? There exists a 4th guideline? What must one do to be a medical ninja on the battlefield? The lovely girl seemed oblivious to the underlying tone in Xingran's voice, bombarding him with an array of inquiries. Who are you? And why should I divulge anything to you? What does your beauty matter? I am not about to share the secrets of the Baika technique so casually. I simply do not wish to answer your questions. My apologies, I am Mabui, a medical ninja accompanying the Yunin village delegation. The Night Moon Clan beauty promptly responded, donning a warm smile reminiscent of a kind neighbor, attempting to convey that she was not a villainous character. Upon hearing the name Mabui, Xingran scrutinized the enchanting figure before him with newfound seriousness. In the world of Hokage, there exists an abundance of beautiful women. The infrequency of his encounters did not equate to a lack of observation. Initially, he had perceived her as an ordinary individual. To his surprise, attending a mundane banquet afforded him the opportunity to converse with a pivotal character. This woman was destined to be the right hand of the future Reikage. Were she to stand beside the 5th Hokage Tsunade, she would be akin to Shizune, a presence so essential that her absence would plunge the entire administrative system into chaos. In the original narrative, Mabui had only exhibited the heavenly dispatch technique before meeting her untimely end, and her other abilities remained unelaborated in the encyclopedia. However, in a certain game, Mabui was portrayed as a top-tier medical ninja. It appears that in this world, Mabui is endowed with such capabilities, which explains her presence within the medical team, incessantly chattering away. Based on Xingran's memories from his previous life, Mabui would have been 29 years old, while Kakashi would be 30, suggesting that her age is comparable to Mitarashi Anko's. Currently, she is approximately 15 years old. Logically, a girl of 15 in this world should be fully developed. However, it is evident that the combat-oriented culture experiences a prolonged maturation phase, even though she now stands at 1.6 meters. Official documentation indicates that Mabui could still grow another 5 centimeters. Presently, this high school student, Mabui, possesses a physique that is not as robust as her portrayal in the original storyline. Although she has developed to some extent, it is clear that she will continue to flourish. The incongruity between her height and physique led Xingran to fail to recognize her as Reikage's assistant at first. Additionally, her long hair styled in an updo in the original narrative contrasted sharply with her current short hair, further clouding his judgment. Are you not the Reikage's assistant? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be by your delegation leader Samyet's side? Xingran inquired, astonished at her identification as a medical ninja. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted his impulsiveness, realizing that such intelligence could have been reported for merit. Huh? Me? The Reikage's assistant? Don't be ridiculous. The Reikage would never appoint someone who has never seen battle as an assistant, due to her status as a medical ninja in her youth. Having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, Mabuya found herself with no opportunity to engage in battle. Even the formidable organization of Konoha was reluctant to send its medical ninjas to the front lines. And the weaker country of the Land of Lightning cherished their medical ninjas even more. Haha, I'm just teasing you, Xingran chuckled. As Mabuya explained that it was indeed possible, she had yet to earn the esteem of the Reikage, regardless of the truth. It was Xingran's admirable quality to rectify any mistakes. I apologize. I did not mean to sow discord. Since my comrades also do not allow me to go into battle, could you share the 4th principle with me? Mabuya suddenly realized that her previous question had been somewhat thoughtless, and she hurriedly gestured an explanation, which inadvertently came off as rather endearing. Despite the prospect of becoming a calm and collected powerhouse in the future, she still appeared quite naive, having never set foot on the battlefield. Well, this pertains to certain secret techniques within our village, and I cannot disclose them. However, if you wish to engage in battle as a medical ninja, I might have a solution. Observing Mabuya's flustered demeanor, Xingran felt a mischievous urge to toy with her. He decided to first extinguish her hopes, allowing her to feel a brief moment of disappointment before, like a devil, presenting a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the girl's previously sorrowful expression was instantly replaced with eager anticipation, only for Mabuya to hear a response that made her grit her teeth in frustration. However, I have a way and I want to tell you, Xingran said, laughing heartily at Mabuya's puffed-up face before turning to leave. The following day, the team set out once more, with a significant portion of the Land of Lightning's escort forces being sent back, and more personnel from Konoha joining this new group. Thus, the team not only did not diminish but grew larger and more cumbersome. Ninjas were regarded as Lord Ninjas by civilians, enjoying privileges far superior to those of ordinary people. Yet even with such privileges, conditions for enjoyment were necessary, and Xingran, along with Shinosuke and others, was among those without such conditions. In fact, nearly all ninjas from Konoha had no conditions for their privileges. The few ox-drawn carts available in the camp had long been allocated, leaving Xingran and his companions to trudge along like other ninjas, enduring the discomfort of walking the long route. As a respected figure of considerable strength, Xingran could not tolerate such indignities. Less than a mile into their journey, he approached the person in charge of a freight cart to negotiate. Before long, Xingran was carelessly reclining on a cart laden with medicinal herbs, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass while gazing at the clouds above. The procession was lengthy, with too many laborers, and they were barely able to cover 100 miles a day. The days ahead were long, and he refused to endure any more discomfort. Shinosuke and Kazama deeply disapproved of Xingran's self-indulgent behavior, wishing to join him in surveying the enemies in the sky. Ultimately, they found themselves kicked onto another freight cart by Xingran. These two individuals seemed to lack any semblance of intelligence. On this vehicle, he had been persuading others, stating to the person in charge, "I am a doctor, and I fear that improper handling during transport might lead to the loss of these precious medicinal herbs. Therefore, I shall oversee their safety on this journey." The herbs are indeed precious, thus they are carefully stored in boxes, allowing Xingran to recline comfortably, thanks to the even surface provided by these boxes. However, this rationale cannot be applied twice. One person is sufficient to supervise the herbs, so those two can attend to the local specialties instead. Xingran felt a sense of delight, a certain intellectual superiority washing over him. As he lay there, drowsiness began to envelop him, when suddenly, a voice stirred him from his reverie. "Have you eaten? I have some rice balls here, which I prepared this morning. Would you like one?" The soft yet spirited voice was as melodious as ever, yet it had taken on a different flavor in Xingran's ears. Having played a trick on her yesterday, he now regarded the rice balls with suspicion, questioning their edibility. Such kindness. Would you dare to take a bite first?" Observing the sun nearing midday, Xingran calculated the intentions behind this ploy. "All right." Ma Bai, feigning seriousness, took a bite from each rice ball, then climbed onto the ox cart to sit beside Xingran, offering him the rice balls. Ma Bai knelt gracefully beside him, while Xingran sat cross-legged, eyeing the rice balls before him, each adorned with distinct bite marks. If he were to eat one, would it not be akin to an indirect kiss? This thought made him somewhat uneasy. Looking at Ma Bai's earnest demeanor, he found himself wavering. Should he accept the goodwill of a foreign friend? Yet, having played a trick on her the previous day, it seemed only natural for her to retaliate. However, this woman had already tasted poison. Would it not appear cowardly to refuse? What of cowardice? Do I need to care about others' opinions? Being successfully pranked would surely be more embarrassing. "Thank you. But I'm not hungry." "Coward, I just had 2 soldiers' pills. You were sleeping. You weren't up to any good last night. I ate before sleeping. What I do at night is none of your concern." "Coward." Woman. Xingran noted that Ma Bai, unable to win the argument, resorted back to calling him a coward. He immediately donned a mocking expression. Ma Bai, undeterred, devoured 5 fist-sized rice balls right before his eyes, returning his taunt with a smirk. She then inexplicably produced a bamboo tube and began sipping tea, her demeanor infuriatingly nonchalant. Suppressing his annoyance, he thought, even without poison. "I want to eat. So what if you misinterpret my reluctance as cowardice? It won't cost me any flesh. Cough, cough, this is my territory. Unless you have business, I want to see you off." With that, Xingran turned to recline once more, intent on sleep. Now it was Ma Bai's turn to feel anxious. This fellow was indeed a tough nut to crack. Speak plainly. Xingran found himself exasperated by Ma Bai's ability to adopt such a dainty tone. What was she trying to achieve? "I have some information regarding lightning release chakra during medical shock. Would you like it?" Ma Bai bit her lip, presenting her trump card. Indeed, in this era of limited information flow, opportunities to acquire medical knowledge are exceedingly precious. Xingran has contemplated integrating the medical knowledge from his past life with chakra techniques. However, time constraints and the absence of experimental equipment have hindered such endeavors. Upon hearing an intriguing topic, his attention was genuinely piqued. Currently, the two nations are in a honeymoon phase post-truce, and the conflicts between them have devolved into mere verbal disputes. In light of tangible benefits, all else appears trivial. Why should I provide it to you? Ma Bai retorted succinctly, echoing Xingran's words from the previous day. This exchange, akin to using an adversary's words against another, brought Ma Bai a sense of satisfaction reminiscent of sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day. That seems rather dull, doesn't it? Quite amusing, indeed. Farewell. You. A grown man, lack a modicum of tolerance. I'll exchange this information for your method to deploy medical ninjas onto the battlefield. When Ma Bai refers to the battlefield, she does not imply a mere combat medic, but rather true warriors fighting for their village. It is not her fault that she possesses a talent for medicine. As a member of a martial nation, it is disheartening for her to remain in the rear despite her extensive training. So that's it. As long as you can fight better than you can heal, that's all that matters. Upon hearing Ma Bai's request, Xingran's eyes lit up. Such a demand was exceedingly simple. Aren't we indeed more capable in combat than in healing? Observing the medical scroll she had painstakingly acquired from her teacher now in the hands of her counterpart, Ma Bai felt as though she had been swindled. No. This cannot stand. You cannot take the scroll without providing me with a concrete method. Who does not understand that being more capable in combat increases one's chances of being deployed? We are well aware of your Tsunade Senju in the Land of Lightning. Ma Bai reached out to reclaim her trump card, feeling it was unjust to trade a technique for a mere nonchalant remark. As she sensed the impressive elasticity of her opponent's movements pressing against her back, Xingran became momentarily distracted and thought, fine, considering the benefits, I shall divulge some substantial information. The fourth principle is that only medical ninjas proficient in the techniques of creation rebirth and the 100 healings jutsu are permitted to bypass all the previous stipulations. Xingran conveyed the standard answer to Ma Bai, who responded with a perplexed expression. Well, since I've already mentioned it, let us take it to the next level. Subsequently, Xingran elaborated on the combined state of creation rebirth and the 100 healings jutsu. Creation rebirth ensures one's survival, while the 100 healings jutsu guarantees the sustainability of creation rebirth, effectively enhancing one's strength and attack power. Of course, achieving this could also involve adopting techniques like the 8 gates. Xingran's approach suggests that, once accomplished, one would become a competent combat medic. Ma Bai had an epiphany. Her mind immediately wandered to the Moonlit Clan's lightning body forging secret technique. If her physical prowess could rival that of the Raikage, she pondered, what would happen if she transformed into a muscle-bound warrior? Just as Ma Bai resolved one dilemma, she found herself ensnared in a more severe predicament. Noticing her vacant expression, Xingran gleefully unfurled the lightning release medical scroll and began to study it. Though I currently have no intention of cultivating the lightning nature transformation of chakra, it is worth noting that the ninja world possesses the wondrous invention of household electricity, which holds considerable reference value for me. Xingran, possessing a remarkable intellect, albeit in a modest sense, managed to memorize a scroll as thick as his arm in just 10 minutes, all while his mind incessantly calculated various possibilities. Unfortunately, I, Arno, do not possess the Byakugan technique nor the 8 gates of Duinjia. Thus, this transaction did not provide me with the assistance I sought. Suddenly, a sweet, high-pitched voice reached my ears, sending shivers down Xingran's spine. The cloth-clad individual felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, they had already conveyed the method to him, but he lacked the capability to execute it. To insist that he had not engaged in a fair exchange seemed somewhat disingenuous. This is my compilation of insights on cultivation. Could you teach me the 8 gates of Duinjia? While the 8 gates is indeed a forbidden technique that builds muscular strength, it is preferable to the drastic transformations brought about by the lightning body enhancement technique. Xingran paused, staring at the notebook presented to him. Was this a declaration of affection? The exchange of notes appeared to be quite a trend in the land of the rising sun. I apologize, but I am not authorized to teach you the 8 gates of Duinjia. I, Xingran of the Mountain, will not be swayed by mere beauty. Then you must provide me with some technique in return, insisted the cloth-clad individual, gritting their teeth. We are representatives of 2 peaceful nations. An unfair transaction could jeopardize the harmony between us. Observing the flushed face of the cloth-clad individual, Xingran rolled his eyes. Sister, even if you represented your nation, it has no bearing on our affair. Ultimately, under the persistent persuasion of the cloth-clad individual, Xingran reluctantly shared some insights on effectively controlling violent chakra in the state of the Eight Gates. This knowledge was derived from his own research and posed no risk of leakage. Moreover, it would be of little use to anyone else, considering that only 2.5 individuals worldwide could utilize the Eight Gates, himself, Guy, and half of Kakashi. It could be said that Xingran, even in his benevolence, exuded a hint of merchant-like shrewdness. Unbeknownst to him, after returning to study Xingran's insights, the cloth-clad individual discovered that they could indeed improve their clan's lightning body enhancement technique. The lightning body enhancement technique is also practiced in environments saturated with violent lightning chakra, making the effective control of such chakra an indispensable aspect. If efficiency could be increased in this regard, the cloth-clad individual's contributions to the hidden cloud village would be significant. However, at this stage, it was merely a collision of ideas between apprentices. Future developments would unfold later. In the following days, Xingran and the cloth-clad individual spent nearly every moment discussing medical ninjutsu and sharing various experiences, reminiscent of late-night study sessions during their school days. One day, as usual, the cloth-clad individual approached Xingran, and today's topic of discussion was the reserved characteristics of yin healing. The concept of yin healing injury destruction involves preparing in advance and then swiftly completing the healing process after sustaining damage at the application site. This unique characteristic allows one to operate, albeit with difficulty, even after opening the 8 gates of Duanjia. If this trait could be isolated or further expanded to enable sustained control, it would lead to significant breakthroughs in casting other ninjutsu while in the state of 8 gates. Mabui expressed his perspective, and Xingran concurred. However, the results could only be ascertained through Xingran's personal testing, which inevitably involved a degree of human experimentation. Xingran's expression soured at the thought of being the test subject, feeling it was unfair that he alone should undertake this role while Mabui merely awaited the data. In a bid to appease Xingran, Mabui promised to prepare rice balls, to which Xingran retorted that his Sichuan cuisine was far superior to rice balls and questioned why he should compensate Mabui instead. As they found themselves at an impasse, Xingran's heightened perception alerted him to the fact that they were being watched. The chakra-sensing abilities of the Yamashita clan, amplified by Xingran's newly awakened superhuman hearing and vision, created a potent synergy despite his relatively weak foundational mental strength. The sensation vanished almost as soon as it was perceived, yet it was sufficient to capture Xingran's attention, expanding his auditory and visual range. Xingran soon discerned an individual from the hidden cloud village hiding behind a cart. Although the figure was obscured by the vehicle, his ability to see through the layers revealed the individual's posture and intent expression, fully exposed to Xingran's gaze. Why did the cloud ninja feel compelled to surveil him? No, it wasn't just him. Mabui was also within the purview of their scrutiny. This was intriguing, and a playful smirk crept onto Xingran's lips, a sight that Mabui caught, sparking a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Mabui, knowing only the most rudimentary techniques of the Thunder Body Refinement secret art, adamantly refused to practice such terrifying skills as those of the Devil Muscle Sister. You may laugh, but I've shared my thoughts. Whether you dare to try is up to you, he said, pouting as he hopped down from the cart that Xingran had long occupied and returned to his own carriage. The exchange concluded rather abruptly. Xingran could have invited Mabui to continue discussing other topics, but the realization of being watched dampened his enthusiasm. Silently observing Mabui's departure, the watcher who had been under Xingran's scrutiny also withdrew. Xingran discreetly followed the watcher's movements until the individual entered the carriage of Samoyed, the leader of the envoy from the hidden cloud village. How fascinating it was that the highest authority of the Cloud Ninja was monitoring him. Now, let me discern your true intentions, Xingran thought, as he concentrated his super hearing to filter out extraneous noise, penetrating barriers with his vision and hearing. Eager to capture the auditory images unfolding before him, my esteemed Lord Samoyed, the individual in question is a prodigy from the Yamanaka clan of Konoha. As I approached, I sensed an awareness from them, compelling me to maintain my distance. According to my eavesdropping, Mabui and Yamanaka Xingran were merely engaged in an academic discussion, which falls within the purview of the medical team. Mabui exhibited no inappropriate behavior and has likely managed to extract some techniques from Xingran. However, the specifics of their utility will require further inquiry upon our return. Please continue your surveillance. Mabui lacks experience in the shinobi world, and we must guard against any potential deceptions from Konoha. It is inconsequential if the young girl is misled, but the integrity of our village's intelligence must remain intact. I will dispatch someone shortly to caution Mabui. Rest assured, my lord, our plan is known only to a select few, including Reikage and the Advisory Council. Even if Mabui wished to divulge anything, she would be incapable of doing so. The cloud ninja monitoring Siren suddenly grinned and addressed Samyed. Silence. This place is teeming with Konoha shinobi. Discussions regarding that mission are strictly prohibited. You may leave, Samyed reprimanded his subordinate sternly, without a hint of a smile. And silence once again enveloped the carriage. Upon hearing this, Siren was struck by a flash of realization. He had been neglecting a significant matter for quite some time. The Chronicles of Hokage document that in the 49th year of Konoha, all 12 of the legendary young shinobi were born. After Obito successfully unleashed the Nine Tails and eliminated his master, Konoha commenced a comprehensive surveillance of the Uchiha clan. In the 50th year, Itachi Uchiha graduated, alongside Kizashi Moonlight. While a notable event was the awakening of Siren's extraordinary abilities. In the 51st year, which is this year, Itachi had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and would soon awaken his Sharingan. In the original timeline, Kabuto and Yuzuki Yukaina also graduated from their respective ninja academies. However, the graduation of these pivotal characters in the 51st year was a minor occurrence compared to a significant incident that transpired this year, the abduction of Hinata, the princess of Byakugan. Previously, Siren had no interactions with the Byakugan clan, having merely been a struggling minor character before his awakening. After awakening, he was occupied with developing his abilities, leaving no time to consider matters beyond himself. Thus, this incident had been overlooked. According to his recollections, Hinata was abducted by Cloud Ninja, which ultimately led to the demise of her uncle just before the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. During peace talks with representatives from Kumogakure, a kidnapping occurred midway through. When the situation was exposed, the Cloud Ninja sent the corpse over a vast distance to the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, subsequently extorting the Byakugan from them. However, the Hyuga clan ultimately sacrificed Niji's father, Hayashi, to protect their reputation. As a result, the Byakugan was preserved, revealing the Hyuga clan's inherent weakness. Reflecting on the entire narrative of Hokage, the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, was already a figure of incompetence. In comparison to the Hyuga clan, which is also a prominent family in Konoha, the internal strife among its leaders is evident, and when faced with external conflicts, the older generation proves to be utterly ineffectual. The only young hope is Niji Hyuga, who did not even survive to see the era of Boruto. The impression one receives is that the entire Hyuga clan, including their distant relatives on the moon, has been relentlessly embroiled in internal strife. However, when faced with external threats, they falter. This sentiment does not originate from the author's perspective, as the subsequent content promises to be even more captivating. Upon reflecting on this, Xingran has come to the conclusion that the head of the delegation, Sammy, is indeed the individual responsible for the abduction of Hinata. Should one assist the Hyuga family? Having perused numerous fanfictions set in the world of Naruto in a previous life, Xingran finds the endless flattery of certain characters utterly distasteful. Why should the misfortunes of the Hyuga family be blamed on anyone else? In the future, during the Uchiha clan massacre, perhaps he will even lend a hand in furthering their demise. The Hyuga clan is not primarily known for their illusionary techniques, thus Xingran remains indifferent. However, the Uchiha clan evokes a sense of trepidation akin to Kryptonians facing kryptonite. For someone as sensitive as Xingran, who cannot withstand a mere glare, the annihilation of such a family would indeed be a welcome occurrence. One's priorities dictate their thoughts. Do not fault Xingran for lacking compassion. Before one seeks to protect endangered species, one must first ensure their own safety. Returning to the main topic, Xingran is resolute in his reluctance to expend effort for the sake of altruism. Unlike his previous engagement with the wandering priestess, he harbors no desire to assist such a thoughtless family. Yet, swiftly, this self-serving individual concocts a more advantageous scheme, having already garnered significant recognition within the Naruto universe. But lacking the coveted corpse sealing technique, could this circumstance be leveraged to accrue further merit? Xingran's mind races as he contemplates the possibilities. Simply reporting the information to the village leaders in the Hyuga clan seems imprudent. Only a dramatic intervention at the most perilous moment would leave a lasting impression. To emerge at a critical juncture to thwart the Union's plans against the Hyuga family? No, such laborious endeavors are beneath him. Instead, employing a cunning strategy appears to be a more efficient and rewarding approach. Initially, he could present ambiguous intelligence to both the village and the Hyuga clan, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. followed by a pledge to ascertain the veracity of this information. Regardless of their efforts to validate the claims, the truth would remain elusive. When the Union are on the cusp of executing their malevolent plot, he would sell them detailed intelligence, ultimately averting their sinister designs. In this scenario, Xingran would emerge as the key discoverer and verifier, garnering the most credit for his efforts. Thus, the preliminary plan is established. He will curry favor with both the village and the Hyuga clan, ensuring mutual benefits in the aftermath. In the ensuing days, the observer indeed visited daily to monitor Xingran and Mabu-Yi during their evening studies. With nothing to conceal, Xingran welcomed the scrutiny, utilizing the opportunity to further his own plans with the village, thereby establishing a piece of evidence. The discussions between Xingran and Mabu-Yi were purely academic. Despite the differences in customs and geography between the two nations, many medical techniques, though aimed at similar objectives, were rooted in entirely distinct philosophies. Such discussions proved immensely beneficial for the young physicians, each acquiring new insights and techniques. Soon, the companions of the humble clothwearer, along with the assistant Shino and Kazama from the Starfire, joined this small circle. Even before the medical delegation arrived at their destination, academic discussions had already commenced. In this atmosphere, the long procession finally reached the Hidden Leaf Village without any unforeseen incidents along the way. With such a grand escort, no foolhardy soul would dare to disrupt the proceedings, as it would offend two superpowers. Perhaps only the Akatsuki organization, a decade hence, would be audacious enough to attempt such a folly. The village had prepared a grand welcoming ceremony, with citizens cheering for the arrival of peace along the streets, while children blissfully chased each other amidst the jubilant atmosphere, creating a scene of vibrancy that made Starfire feel as if he had stepped into another realm. He recalled just a few months ago, when he had departed from the village, it was relatively tranquil. Yet there lingered an undeniable sense of oppression in the eyes of the people. However, months later, that feeling had completely vanished, replaced by a palpable yearning for a better life. The Hidden Leaf had dispatched numerous ninjas to maintain order, painstakingly orchestrating the spectacle for the day. Those who had lost loved ones on the battlefields of the Land of Thunder were not invited to witness the ceremony, yet one could not control the thoughts of all. And the risk remained that a rotten egg might fly into the delegation, bringing disgrace to the village, while the visible ninjas maintained civilian order in the shadows. A significant number of ANBU operatives gathered, their scrutinizing gazes fixed upon every individual. They were tasked not only with ensuring the safety of their own, but also with monitoring any unusual movements from the Cloud Ninjas. It was universally understood that one could not lower their guards simply because one's identity represented peace. Indeed, the Cloud Ninjas intended to stir trouble, but not in such a simplistic manner as causing a scene among the crowd. Thus far, only Starfire had discerned their nefarious intentions. The entire welcoming ceremony progressed smoothly, portraying a harmonious scene of mutual joy. Starfire occasionally waved to the villagers, acknowledging the leaders being warmly welcomed. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned to observe a particular direction in the crowd. There stood a delicate-looking youth with white hair, blending inconspicuously among the throng. He adjusted his glasses and, expressionless, quickly turned to vanish back into the crowd. Kabuto was somewhat taken aback by Yamashiro Starfire's keen intuition. Just months prior, that individual had been an inconspicuous character, yet after a trip to the border, rumors of him had spread throughout the village, tales of a medical ninja who had heroically assisted the retreat of the youthful combatants. Kabuto understood that someone in the village had been elevating him, and such overt methods evoked memories of the fourth Hokage, whose own rise had similarly been accompanied by whispers. Years of experience in espionage informed him that behind Yamashiro Starfire, it appeared there were supports from within the Hokage faction. After exchanging a glance as a form of greeting, Kabuto swiftly disappeared into the crowd. Xingran found himself in deep contemplation. According to the original plot, Yukushi Kabuto had succumbed to darkness after murdering his adoptive mother, subsequently being recruited by Orochimaru to the Sound Village. It was unclear what kind of transaction he struck with Danzo that allowed him to infiltrate Konoha Academy, but official documents indicated that he would graduate this year at the age of 10. However, Xingran was acutely aware that he had altered the destinies of both Yukushi Kabuto and Yukushi Nanoyu. So how, then, had Kabuto reappeared in Konoha? It was utterly implausible that he had come to Konoha to hide with his adoptive mother, especially with Danzo keeping a vigilant watch over the village. The only conclusion was that Kabuto had acquired a legitimate identity within Konoha. The only one capable of facilitating such a feat would be Danzo himself. Thus, it seemed that Kabuto had rejoined forces with Orochimaru and had infiltrated Konoha under the guise of a double agent. A flurry of thoughts raced through Xingran's mind as the village entrance ceremony drew to a close. Upon returning to the village from the third camp, the ninjas escorted the delegation from the Land of Lightning to their hotel before heading back to the Hokage building to report their missions. Typically, at this juncture, the staff in the mission hall would handle task settlements and distribute rewards, and Xingran was no exception. However, he was intercepted midway by a member of the Umbu, who requested his presence in the office of the third Hokage for the settlement of his mission. The third Hokage wished to see him. Xingran pondered this and decided it would serve him well to seize the opportunity to inform the Hokage about some remarkable intelligence he had inadvertently come across. As Xingran pushed the door open to the Hokage's office, he was met with the sight of the third Hokage, whose face was adorned with a broad smile. Yamanaka Xingran, you have performed splendidly this time. It was well worth my effort to have Guy mentor you. With his first words, the third Hokage extolled his own influence, implying that Xingran's achievements were a direct result of his patronage. Xingran had initially not intended to align himself so overtly with the Hokage's faction at this early stage, fearing that such a commitment would jeopardize his future opportunities for maneuvering. Yet, as flashes of the past few months flickered through his mind, he recognized that his integration into Yamato's team and participation in their operations were indeed orchestrated by the third Hokage. Moreover, he harbored suspicions that his effortless acquisition of the Eight Gates technique from Guy was significantly linked to the Hokage's tacit approval. Unbeknownst to Xingran, the third Hokage had indeed facilitated his growth, hoping he would become a spirited and optimistic young man akin to Guy. In Guy's perspective, practicing such a vibrant and youthful ninjutsu together was the simplest way to rekindle one's passion for life. Thus, even if Xingran did not acknowledge it, the mark of the Hokage's faction had already been imprinted upon him, and those who needed to be aware were already in the know. What could he do about it now? With an understanding demeanor, Xingran expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the third Hokage's efforts, pledging his unwavering commitment to serving the people, and vowing to uphold and perpetuate the will of fire. The third Hokage was thoroughly pleased with Xingran's declaration, as it signified a mutual understanding. From this point on, they would be allies, and any difficulties could be addressed together. Xingran ardently wished to master the technique known as the corpse demon extermination. Yet he recognized the futility of such aspirations. After all, the most he could hope for was a mere level of ninja art. And it was time to awaken to reality. Lord Hokage, I have something to report, Xingran declared, as he deftly applied eye drops to the third Hokage's eyes. The matter at hand was rather straightforward. During a chance encounter while on a mission, Xingran, employing the eavesdropping techniques of the Yamano clan, but I digress, overheard a conversation between Samoyed and his subordinates. They appeared to be conspiring about something, though the specifics eluded him. It seemed that they intended to execute their plan only upon reaching Konohagakure. Nevertheless, Xingran was somewhat acquainted with one of Samoyed's subordinates, and he pondered ways to extract further intelligence from him. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage fell silent. Logically, a medical ninja possessing the combat prowess of the Eight Gates should not engage in intelligence work. Yet, Xingran was exceptional, born into the Yamano clan. A family renowned for their secretive arts, he was inherently suited for such tasks. Thus, in light of Xingran's eager offer, the third Hokage had no choice but to acquiesce. As Xingran departed from the Hokage's office, his demeanor was notably self-satisfied. Not only had he gained the Hokage's favor, but he also secured a temporary assignment classified as a level task. Of course, he was merely an auxiliary participant in this mission, with unfolding events. Konohagakure's Umbu would bear greater responsibilities. The third Hokage had originally intended for the Umbu to manage the task, with Xingran serving merely as a collaborator. Xingran felt a surge of elation. In the realm of inter-ninja relations, no matter how trivial the matter seemed, obtaining a level assignment would ensure he could rightfully reap the rewards once the situation concluded. He understood that the ramifications of this incident were profound, far beyond what mere monetary compensation could resolve, bringing him one step closer to mastering the forbidden corpse demon extermination technique. Almost forgetting the main agenda, he had come to inform you beforehand that following the signing of the peace treaty, Konohagakure, in conjunction with Sunagakure, would host a Chunin exam. I have already registered you. Do remember to perform well, he added, just as he was about to take his leave. Only then did the third Hokage leisurely broach the subject. The joint Chunin exam was not merely a selection process for capable ninjas. Its political implications were paramount. Despite the Wind Country's past insurrections against Konohagakure, they had primarily remained loyal subordinates. Collaborating with the Wind Country for the Chunin exam would serve to demonstrate strength and remind their allies of their place. Though some smaller ninja villages would also be invited to participate, they were but peripheral concerns. What rewards await the victor? Did you consult us before registering? You signed me up directly. Is Hachi even aware, considering he is still my guardian? Xingran questioned, perplexed by the third Hokage's unilateral decision-making. There was a distinction between being proactive and reactive. Although Xingran was indeed inclined to participate in the Chunin exam, the current circumstances left him in a passive role, which could potentially yield better outcomes. After much negotiation with the venerable third Hokage, Xingran ultimately failed to secure any advantages for himself, leaving the Hokage's office in a state of frustration, typical of a self-serving individual. Where to next? Certainly. It is imperative to seize the moment and pay a visit to the Hyuga household to reap some benefits. Starbin certainly does not intend to approach the Hyuga family merely to retrieve what the Hokage has unjustly denied him. As he strolls down the dusky streets, the foot traffic is sparse, and a grand estate comes into view. The imposing entrance is adorned with exquisitely crafted stone lanterns, radiating an air of elegance and gravitas that imparts a sense of opulence and seclusion, typical of a noble residence. This locale is situated in the quieter outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, a district known for its affluence, and it is here that the Hyuga clan resides. With the estate Starbin stands before being the ancestral home of the Hyuga main family. Excuse me, could you kindly relay a message? Yamamoto Starbin has urgent matters to discuss with the esteemed Hyuga clan leader, Lord Hyuga Hayashi, despite belonging to a less powerful family within the village. Starbin holds a position of respect as a scion of his lineage, thus, addressing the clan leader as Lord suffices, while referring to him as Sir would be overly humble and detrimental to his forthcoming intentions. Upon hearing Starbin's request, the guards at the entrance did not engage in any theatrics. One of them dutifully turned and entered the estate to deliver the message. Starbin was somewhat taken aback. One would expect that the two most prestigious clans in the village, known for their ocular prowess, would possess a certain arrogance. The demeanor of the children from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans at the Ninja Academy confirmed this assumption. He had anticipated a more arduous exchange with the gatekeepers. Yet the Hyuga guards displayed commendable decorum. Could it be that his affiliation with the Yamamoto clan warranted such respect? Or perhaps his remarkable performance on the battlefield had begun to attract the attention of these distinguished families. Lost in thought, Starbin was escorted to a reception room, where he encountered a man resembling the character of Hyuga Hayashi from the original narrative, an imposing figure with a high forehead and long black hair. Seated solemnly in the main chair, a cup of tea lay before him, his hands concealed within his sleeves, silently observing Starbin. You are Yamamoto Starbin. Recently, there have been numerous rumors circulating about you in the village. It appears that another prodigy has emerged from the secretive clan. The man introduced himself as Hyuga Hizashi. If you have something of importance to discuss, please proceed. Contrary to Starbin's initial assumptions, the head of the main family did not regard him as a significant individual. He was met by Hizashi, the head of the branch family and brother to Hayashi, who, as it happens, is Niji's father. Starbin's expression grew peculiar upon recognizing Hizashi, realizing he had unexpectedly encountered the very individual whose fate was intertwined with his forthcoming revelations. Did he understand that what Starbin was about to articulate might bear implications for his very existence? An image of himself as a charlatan flashed through his mind. If he were to speak to Hizashi in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be branded a fraud. Nonetheless, there was something off about Hizashi's tone. The use of the word another was rather telling. The previous prodigy, Inuzuka Hana, had remained steadfastly grounded in her mortal endeavors. What could this signify? Was the Hyuga clan, witnessing the emergence of talent within the Uchiha family, experiencing a sense of envy, akin to a swarm of insects flocking to a base? There is nothing extraordinary to speak of. It is merely the ramblings of those individuals, Starbin asserted. I have come to the Hyuga clan today, firmly believing that all ninja clans in Konoha are one family, adhering to the principle of mutual assistance, with the aim of fostering a harmonious and prosperous future. Starbin eloquently articulated his opening remarks for nearly 10 minutes, finally addressing the crux of the matter, just as Hizashi appeared on the verge of exasperation. On his first encounter with Drops, Xingran chose his words with caution, employing the same persuasive tactics he had previously used on the Hokage. Albeit with one modification, he replaced the insinuation of the Cloud Shinobi plotting against the village with the suggestion that they were conspiring against the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure. This approach was deliberate. Firstly, it was meant to better manipulate the Hinata clan, and secondly, Xingran realized that should he attempt to deceive the Hyuga directly and the Hokage learned of it, it would reflect poorly on him. suggesting he had concealed information during their earlier discussion. Deceiving one individual was one thing, but deceiving a group was another. Xingran planned to reap the benefits from the Hyuga before subsequently visiting the Uchiha clan. Confident that time would reveal the truth, the Cloud Shinobi indeed harbored ambitions against the bloodline of Konoha, albeit with the focus shifted to the Byakugan. He had merely refrained from disclosing the outcome, while his initial assertions had proven accurate. The second consideration was to appease the Hokage. If he only alerted the Hinata clan about the Byakugan, the implications would be too conspicuous. Notifying the Uchiha clan simultaneously made the situation much more palatable, suggesting that Xingran had indeed received some unverifiable intelligence. Informing them in a personal capacity was far more appropriate than through official channels, a strategy favored by politicians who prefer to leave room for maneuvering. If complications arose, he could claim he had provided a heads-up. If nothing transpired, it would merely be seen as a personal gesture. After listening to Xingran's warning, Nakaira fell silent. He expressed his gratitude but offered no tangible benefits, not even the courtesy of a meal, which left Xingran feeling quite irritable. Were they also miserly? While it might be considered crass to request monetary gifts, a demonstration of advanced ninjutsu would have sufficed. At this rate, who would dare to inform them of impending issues? It was no wonder their clan was declining. Grumbling under his breath, Xingran departed the clan grounds, making his way to the Uchiha district. Although it was mealtime, Xingran was too vexed to have any appetite. He hastened to complete the necessary formalities at the Uchiha clan before pursuing his plans. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise, and where there is a will, there is a way. The Uchiha clan did not maintain the rigid hierarchy of the Hyuga clan. The clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, resided in a traditional Japanese villa. Upon his arrival, Xingran found the family of 4 gathered for dinner, with Itachi Uchiha, several years younger than Xingran but a genuine prodigy who had graduated shortly after him, answering the door. Regrettably, the Uchiha family bore a prematurely aged appearance. Not only did Fugaku sport deep nasolabial folds, but even the youthful Itachi exhibited pronounced lines extending from the corners of his nose to beneath his eyes, embodying the archetype of an old soul in a young body, with both his demeanor and visage reflecting a maturity beyond his years. Xingran mused that, should the entire Uchiha family meet an untimely end, it would likely have a detrimental effect on Sasuke, who, growing up in such an environment, might also suffer a similar fate. Fugaku welcomed Xingran warmly, and after the latter explained his purpose, he invited him to sit for dinner while contemplating the gravity of the situation Xingran had presented. Upon finishing the meal, Xingran remained unaware of Fugaku's true thoughts. However, as he prepared to leave, Fugaku handed him a scroll containing ninjutsu, specifically noting that it was a token of appreciation for his visit, leaving Xingran with a sense of surprise akin to finding forgotten pocket change in his bag. Look. It is no wonder that genius seems to emerge from their household every few days. This is the grandeur that a prominent family ought to possess. Indeed, it is quite magnificent. Upon returning home, Xingran unfurled the ninjutsu scroll, revealing a jutsu of a certain rank, the fire release, great fireball technique. One can only say that Uchiha Fugaku exhibits a certain degree of grandeur, for without comparison, there can be no harm. Both the Hokage and the Hyuga clan are notoriously stingy, while the prideful Uchiha clan, unrivaled in the shinobi world, is able to present a ninjutsu scroll. Hence, even if this scroll were of inferior quality, one could not accuse them of being miserly. Xingran recalls that this technique, requiring merely 6 hand seals, is noted in encyclopedias as being primarily utilized by the Uchiha clan and some minor ninjas. You read that correctly, it is stated verbatim. This indicates just how common this ninjutsu is. The reason the Uchiha clan is singled out is not merely due to the sheer number of practitioners, but rather because they execute this technique with greater proficiency, thereby bestowing fame upon it through their mastery. In a small courtyard, Xingran released the fire release, great fireball technique, a jutsu of a certain difficulty with such simple hand seals. For someone with a superlative intellect, like Xingran, mastering it felt as effortless as dining. Before him materialized a fireball the size of an apple, which he expelled towards the sky, dissipating into nothingness after soaring 10 meters. With a faint sigh, Xingran felt somewhat disheartened. He believed that with diligent practice, his great fireball could soon reach the size of a pumpkin. Yet its practical significance remained limited. The great fireball technique, due to its slow speed, is easily evaded in combat. Direct confrontations are rare. More often, Its considerable size serves to distract adversaries, obstruct their vision, and provide a moment's respite for the execution of other techniques. Xingran's chakra affinities are solely yin, yang, and earth. The absence of corresponding chakra properties does not preclude the practice of related ninjutsu. However, mastering techniques devoid of affinity proves exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, one cannot utilize advanced ninjutsu involving nature transformation unless one dedicates substantial time to honing their chakra affinities, ultimately unlocking their full potential. It is precisely because this is merely a jutsu of a certain rank that Xingran whimsically engages in its practice. Chakra properties are not limited to a singular affinity, nor are they predetermined at birth. Rather, one can learn them all. However, the further removed a property is from one's own, or the more it counters one's inherent attributes, the more arduous and taxing the learning process becomes. Xingran had never contemplated the training of ninjutsu outside of his chakra affinities. Consider this. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, toiled his entire life to master 5 types of chakra nature transformation. In actual combat, he was only marginally superior to an ordinary Genin. And it seems that in the later stages, there were no shadows weaker than the third Hokage's prowess. These views are merely the author's musings, likely close to the truth. This book is set against that backdrop. Setting aside the ninjutsu scroll, Xingran finally concluded a busy day, drifting into a natural slumber. For a ninja, indulging in a leisurely slumber is not a cause for concern, as long as one can maintain their state of readiness. Xingran is quite experienced in this regard. He often basks in the sunlight and engages in a few sets of physical exercises whenever he finds the time. This serves 2 purposes. First, to adapt to the newfound strength accumulated from sun exposure, and second, to cultivate the 8 gates technique. The surge of chakra resulting from this forbidden technique necessitates a means of release. Such training and cultivation are mutually reinforcing. Those who have watched American dramas may recall that even Superman frequents the gym, performing 1,000 jump ropes, 1,000 frog jumps, and 1,000 pull-ups within mere minutes as part of his routine. Xingran, in his modest capacity, does not engage in such exaggerated feats. However, his swift exercises enable him to expend considerable energy in a short span. After completing his daily training, Xingran did not rush to undertake the task of exposing the conspiracy of the Cloud Ninja. He was already well aware of the outcome. It was merely a matter of waiting for the peace treaty discussions to reach their final stage before he would reveal the truth. Today, he intended to visit Grandma Chio. Although he was no longer required to assist with her work, it was essential to pay respects to his mentor after being away on missions for such an extended period. Xingran is not inherently virtuous, yet the tradition of honoring one's teacher, passed down from his ancestors, remains intact. Life should carry a sense of ritual. Thus, a visit to pay his respects to his mentor upon returning home is in order. Grandma Chio appeared as she always had. It was difficult to associate the frail, elderly woman with an experienced medical ninja. Were it not for her age and declining health, no longer able to heal others due to her chakra limitations, Xingran was convinced that the family fish shop would not thrive. Seeing Xingran return alive brought immense joy to Grandma Chio, as if time had reverted to a few months prior when he volunteered here while receiving her guidance. In truth, Xingran had not formally graduated under her tutelage. He had only grasped most of the theoretical knowledge before being dispatched to the front lines by the third Hokage. Nevertheless, the abundance of practical experience he gained on the front lines had fostered a false sense of having graduated. After conversing with Grandma Chio extensively, she expressed that she had little left to teach him. The master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is ultimately personal. Xingran had already entered the realm of proficiency, and what remained was the continuous accumulation of knowledge and practical experience. He was welcome to borrow materials from her at any time, and she advised him that he need not visit her frequently if he wished to excel as a medical ninja. Lifelong learning is essential. Thus, he should frequent the Konoha Hospital, where accumulating clinical knowledge would prove far more effective than merely studying texts. On that day, when customers arrived, Xingran assisted Grandma Chio in selling fish. During quiet moments, he discussed the medical techniques he had learned from Aburame with her. The day swiftly passed. Just as the shop was about to close, a final customer entered, an unexpected visitor. What brings him here? To buy fish, perhaps? Gazing upon the figure of Yakushi Kabuto before him, Xingran hesitantly inquired. Despite the lack of alteration in his appearance, there had been a shift in identity. Xingran recognized only the rock ninja youth, not the student of Konoha Academy, Yakushi Kabuto. Thus, Even in their mutual recognition, they remained strangers in this context. I am purchasing shrimp for the bento I will take to school, which will require tempura. Yakushi Kabuto, seemingly oblivious to Xingran's familiarity, behaved like a genuine student of the Ninja Academy, articulating his purpose and its intended use. To an unknowing observer, it might appear that the boy was overly concerned about his clarity of expression, elaborating on his intent. However, only Xingran understood that this was merely a manifestation of Kabuto's spy habits. Whenever he adopted a role, every action and utterance was meticulously executed according to that preordained character, reminiscent of his portrayal during the Chunin exams in the original narrative, truly resembling a perennial underachiever, devoted to assisting junior students and a passionate collector of cards. Before long, Xingran selected a few shrimps suitable for tempura. Throughout their interaction, the two exchanged little dialogue, and it was not until the moment of payment that Kabuto exhibited any peculiar behavior. Xingran nearly convinced himself that Kabuto was genuinely there to procure ingredients. Upon receiving the money handed over by Kabuto, Xingran realized that Kabuto had indeed come in search of him. They shared an unspoken understanding. One paid and departed, while the other graciously bid farewell to the customer. However, moments ago, a scroll, no larger than a size 5 battery, had been discreetly concealed within the currency that had found its way into Xingran's possession. It mattered not that the shop was devoid of other patrons. Even if there had been, such a covert act would have gone unnoticed. After bidding farewell to Aunt Chiyo, Xingran returned home. Unwrapping the scroll, he discovered a common tool employed for the transmission of espionage intelligence, a sealing scroll. In discussing sealing scrolls, one must note their distinctive nature within this world. The most emblematic example is Tintin, whose secret techniques wield a formidable array of ninja arts, with the core of her skills revolving around utilizing sealing scrolls to summon an impressive arsenal of ninja tools for dazzling assaults. In truth, the applications of sealing scrolls are remarkably diverse, akin to the spatial rings found in a fantasy realm. These scrolls can even be employed for transporting military supplies in times of crisis. This propensity for utility has made them a favorite among spies for transferring a multitude of cumbersome items. Of course, sealing scrolls represent merely a fraction of the extensive capabilities of sealing techniques, a vast system of ninja arts. This encompasses not only sealing scrolls related to space-time, but also combat-oriented sealing techniques, such as those used to seal the reanimated shadows during the Fourth Great Ninja War, as well as the sealing techniques employed by the Uzumaki clan to subdue tailed beasts, truly remarkable feats, epitomizing a balanced blend of offense, defense, and support within the ninja arts discipline. Xingran had yet to study genuine sealing techniques. While there had been entries on his merit exchange list pertaining to specific ninja arts, these were limited to particular techniques. His task rewards could not facilitate the systematic cultivation of the entire sealing art, making the expenditure of precious merit on a single sealing technique an imprudent choice. Thus, he remained devoid of any substantial sealing abilities to this day. However, this time, the pharmacist Dowda provided Xingran with a rather pedestrian sealing scroll, which could be easily unsealed with a simple mu seal. Such knowledge is taught in ninja schools, alongside the most rudimentary illusions. Naturally, this is a one-way process. Furthermore, this miniature scroll is disposable. Once Xingran breaks the seal, the scroll becomes ineffective, and its contents will be summoned forth. Unseal. Xingran murmured inwardly as he formed the mu seal with his hands. With a sudden puff of smoke, the scroll that lay on the floor was reduced to mere scrap paper, revealing a collection of scrolls and books in its place. Atop this heap was a letter, or more accurately, a postcard. Upon seeing it, Xingran could not help but offer a wry smile. These materials were clandestinely collected by the pharmacist Dowda after he became a subordinate of Orochimaru, consisting of experimental documents pertaining to Orochimaru's research. Of course, these were merely records from one laboratory, and the content was quite singular, focusing solely on cloning and the original cells. To his astonishment, the excuse he had casually given was taken seriously by Dowda. Did this mean that his involvement in Dowda's connection to Orochimaru as a double agent was more significant than he initially thought? Truth be told, Xingran had originally hoped for Dowda and his adoptive mother to find a tranquil place to live, yet it seemed the narrative had reverted to its original course. Save for the fact that Yena Yu was still alive. Was this a forced correction of the world's fate, or merely a coincidence? Xingran soon abandoned such unfounded speculations, his gaze once again drawn to the mountain of documents on the floor. Since he was there, he might as well make the most of it. Acquiring Orochimaru's techniques was indeed part of his plan to delve deeper into the study of souls. Although these specialized fields seemed somewhat misaligned, it mattered little. Cloning technology and cellular studies pertain to the human body, and Orochimaru's soul techniques have always been intertwined with human experimentation. Perhaps even the most meager insights could yield unexpected surprises, Xingran mused. Regrettably, the postcard explicitly stated that this would be the last time Doubter provided Orochimaru's research materials, thus settling their previous debts. Doubter cautioned against any future greedy notions, or he would indeed consider the possibility of gradually extracting Orochimaru's knowledge through him. That evening, Xingran began to study diligently by lamplight. In the following days, he immersed himself in a state of complete focus, shunning all distractions from the outside world as he devoted himself solely to his studies. Even when members of the Anbu approached him for cooperation, he declined their requests, asserting that he had already conveyed everything necessary to the Hokage. They could continue to monitor the Cloud Ninjas at their leisure. He already knew what the ultimate outcome would be. Participating in their endeavors seemed irrelevant, and he saw no reason to squander his time. Since acquiring Orochimaru's research materials, Xingran felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. The novel knowledge of genetics proved somewhat challenging. Yet this situation soon alleviated after he borrowed a plethora of foundational genetics books from Old Lady Cho's library. From the original narrative, it is evident that following the demise of the fourth Hokage, Danzo had long harbored a covetous desire for the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan even before the third Hokage was reinstated. Otherwise, he would not have leaked the assassination mission against the third Hokage in advance merely due to Kakashi, an outsider who successfully transplanted the Sharingan. Orochimaru's defection was also a consequence of the exposure of his human experimentation in collusion with Danzo. In the annals of Konoha, since the passing of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the wood-release jutsu had become a lost art. The higher-ups of the village have tirelessly endeavored to rediscover this technique. At that time, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was still alive, and he, the foremost scientist of the ninja world, proposed the concept of cell transplantation. Unfortunately, while the first Hokage cells could indeed bestow the ability of wood release, their ferocity rendered them akin to a virus, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to wield them. All test subjects ultimately succumbed to the ravenous nature of the first cells, transforming into mere plants. Thus, the experiments reached an impasse, consuming a multitude of Konoha's elite, leading the village to announce the cessation of all research and the termination of the wood-release development plan utilizing the first cells. Danzo, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims, did not allow the village's decision to halt research to deter him. Upon encountering the research enthusiast Orochimaru, they swiftly aligned their ambitions to reignite this plan. However, by this juncture, the initial purpose of developing wood release had transformed. Orochimaru aspired to create a body imbued with the vitality of the first Hokage for his own forbidden reincarnation techniques. Danzo's desires extended beyond merely acquiring wood release. With the toll of prolonged missions and battles taking a heavy toll on his body, compounded by the ravages of age, his strength began to wane, pushing him further away from the Hokage seat. If he could successfully transplant the first cells through advanced technology, or even replace damaged organs with those cloned from the first cells, his injuries and age would no longer be a burden. After their collaboration commenced, they engaged in profound cooperation concerning cell and organ transplants, exemplified by the Sharingan concealed beneath the bandages on Danzo's head. The transplantation of the first cells was no simple feat. However, with Kakashi's successful case as a precedent, the process of Danzo transplanting a Sharingan was rendered considerably less formidable. Driven by a desire for power, Danzo urged Orochimaru to refine the research, ultimately envisioning a powerful physique akin to that of the first Hokage, while also possessing the terrifying destructive capability of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, aspiring to transcend the very realm of shinobi. The research into the transplantation of the first cells evolved into a more complex endeavor involving organ transplantation, necessitating the inclusion of cloning technology. Cloning technology involves the division and propagation of cells from a common ancestral cell, resulting in a pure cell line in which the genes of each cell are identical. The existing materials do not constitute systematic instructional resources. Rather, they largely encompass Orochimaru's research philosophies and experimental records. Although these documents may not provide a comprehensive understanding of cloning techniques, rote reproduction of their contents could suffice to achieve the creation of clones. In summary, it resembles acquiring a finished weapon along with its manufacturing techniques and specific parameters. The subsequent task is to meticulously scrutinize and validate these details, ultimately fashioning one's own version of the weapon. If one's skills are sufficiently refined, one might even achieve a slight innovation upon the original foundation. During the study of these materials, Xingran stumbled upon an unexpected revelation, a passage from Orochimaru's research notes. It states that once you comprehend that life does not inherently encompass death, enlightenment ensues. Genetic material can be interpreted as reproductive cells. These cells undergo no qualitative transformation, but rather endure through a system known as genes, striving to survive through eternity. In contrast, somatic cells perish after a certain period. In simpler terms, humanity exists to propagate those immortal genetic codes, sacrificing unusable cells for survival. Given this, what then is referred to as death? It denotes the demise of a corporeal vessel that can no longer be utilized, a phenomenon of obliteration. From this excerpt, it becomes evident that Orochimaru's investigation into genetic cloning and his assistance to Danzo are merely ancillary. His true ambition lies in the pursuit of immortality. Uniquely, Xingran understands that this passage not only reflects Orochimaru's perspective on death, but also encapsulates the survival philosophy of a certain individual, Uchiha Shin. Many may not recognize him, but he is a character from the spin-off The Scarlet Moon of the Seventh Hokage, set in the era of Naruto. A notable aspect is that Danzo's right arm, brimming with Sharingan, was transplanted from Uchiha Shin. The original words of Uchiha Shin, as recorded in Xingran's materials, echo this sentiment. At this juncture, has Orochimaru already taken this disciple under his wing and begun his research? This is remarkable intelligence. Uchiha Shin possesses a remarkably unique constitution. He is not a member of the Uchiha clan, yet his extraordinary physique allows him to assimilate any cells or organs without rejection. With this realization, Xingran suddenly understood that Danzo's relentless pursuit of the first Hokage's cells in the transplantation of Sharingan might have been fueled by the confidence instilled in him by Uchiha Shin as a test subject. So, do these materials hold any value for Xingran? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. While it may not align with Xingran's initial conjecture regarding the technique of reanimation, it contains a wealth of information on the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. Research indicates that the formidable cells of the first Hokage, if not suppressed by a correspondingly potent mental force, will inevitably result in a transplantation that transforms the recipient into a mere tree, meeting a tragically grim fate, akin to being ensnared by the wood-releases propagation technique, excluding the anomaly that is Uchiha Shin. A typical individual aspiring to inherit this power must develop corresponding mental ninjutsu to complement it. At this point, Danzo's involvement diminishes significantly. What remains are Orochimaru's insights into the study preceding the technique of reanimation. By imprinting one's soul upon the cells, even if consumed by the first Hokage's cells, as long as the original body retains vitality, the transplantation is deemed successful, albeit resulting in the emergence of a new organism, much like the creations of the white phosphorus snake. Orochimaru's conception is remarkably outlandish. However, those familiar with the original narrative, such as Xingran, comprehend that Orochimaru ultimately succeeded. The genetic material and fragments of his soul left within Kabuto were resurrected through the medium of cursed seals. The information in Xingran's possession is merely in the nascent stages of research, not yet a fully developed technology. Nevertheless, the profound annotations concerning the spirit and soul greatly enhance Xingran's understanding and application of these ethereal concepts. As days swiftly passed, the intellectually gifted Xingran found it effortless to assimilate the knowledge contained within the documents. By the end of this period, he had thoroughly memorized and comprehended all the information. Yet, this was merely a preliminary step. The study of both cloning technology and the intricate relationship between the soul and cellular biology necessitates a plethora of specialized experimental apparatus. Currently, Xingran is but a theoretical researcher without a laboratory to validate his findings. Only upon acquiring his own laboratory will he transform into a true graduate researcher. Even if he were to extract funds from a gambling establishment, establishing a clandestine research facility is far from a simple endeavor, leaving Xingran in a state of helplessness. It is akin to being recently engaged, yet being unable to proceed to the final step until the dowry is fully presented. Despite the myriad scenarios playing out in his mind, he remains unable to ascertain which will ultimately lead to the desired outcome. Xiaoran yearns for a daughter, but alas, he has a son instead. He recalls that after Orochimaru's defection, numerous secret laboratories remained within the borders of the Land of Fire. Could he perhaps nestle himself among the serpents? No, he is certainly no rodent. Furthermore, Xingran recollects that in the original storyline, although Orochimaru's laboratories were not entirely eradicated by the Leaf Ninja, they were indeed discovered gradually. if he were to venture out of the village without cause, leaving behind any trace, it would not be implausible for him to be uncovered in this world of diverse jutsu. He does not wish to share the same fate as Orochimaru, hiding and fleeing. If only he could discreetly procure some experimental equipment without leaving a trace. Having concluded his research, Xingran finally emerged from seclusion. The envoy from the hidden cloud village had been in Konoha for some time, and their preliminary reconnaissance should be nearing completion, with potential actions imminent. Although he is confident that the opposing side will act shortly before the final signing of the treaty. The exact timing of when the two nations will conclusively finalize their peace agreement remains uncertain. The substantial issues between the two countries have been resolved. Only trivial matters remain to be discussed, such as future trade tariffs and the urgent exchange of goods brought by this delegation, necessitating Konoha's cooperation for swift clearance. However, the most pressing concern for all parties involved is the territorial claims regarding the land of water's occupied area by the Cloud Ninja. Konoha wishes to avoid a border with the Land of Lightning, which is precisely why smaller nations exist between the great powers. Yet, the Land of Lightning is reluctant to relinquish its occupied territory. Konoha has made it clear that while they will not obstruct the occupation, the Land of Water is their ally. Should volunteers or mercenaries from the Land of Water seek to trouble them, it shall not be Konoha's concern. The Land of Lightning finds itself in a precarious situation, unable to withstand the prolonged supply lines, prompting their choice for peace. However, if the frontline conflicts remain unresolved, their truce serves little purpose. Thus, we may contemplate a retreat, while you, Konoha, ought to propose some form of benefit. The third Hokage merely scoffed, asserting that the internal affairs of the Land of Hot Water are of no concern to him. The Land of Lightning, feeling quite wounded, recalls that when demands were made, you presented yourselves as both volunteers and mercenaries, yet when it came to compensating losses, you showed no mercy. Negotiations could reach a conclusion at any moment. Yet they may also extend over a considerable duration. It is at this juncture that Xingran finally arrives at the residence of the Kirigakure envoy. This grand estate is strategically situated near the bustling commercial streets of Konoha, a customary practice to showcase the prosperity of our village to foreign dignitaries. Such an approach greatly facilitates both business and warfare discussions. Approaching a street vendor selling jianbing, Xingran exchanged glances with his companion, loudly requesting 2 additional eggs while quietly inquiring about the current situation. Do not be surprised by Xingran's clandestine demeanor or the presence of jianbing. The world of shinobi is filled with peculiarities. Our operatives have been monitoring this area around the clock for several days, and their actions have indeed raised suspicions. The number of tourists is excessive, particularly those showing keen interest in Konoha's ninja clans, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans being the primary focus. The vendor, an operative from the Umbu, observed Xingran intently, aware that he had reported this matter to the Hokage and visited both prominent clans. Given their covert scrutiny during this period, the Umbu suspects that Xingran harbors additional undisclosed intelligence. This suspicion is entirely reasonable. In Konoha, these two clans are indeed the epitome of nobility, and it is no surprise that attention has been drawn to them. Xingran discerned the Umbu's gaze, yet he chose to remain reticent, loudly exclaiming that the vendor's jianbing lacked aesthetic appeal before brazenly departing without taking anything or paying, leaving the Umbu to grit their teeth in frustration over this lost transaction. Unable to pursue him due to their surveillance duties, they could only curse as they fed the prepared jianbing to a ninja dog at their feet. Presumably a member of the Inuzuka clan. Eating it themselves? Ridiculous. They had not washed their hands prior to approaching the vendor. Xingran feigned nonchalance, meandering around the streets adjacent to the Kirigakure envoy's quarters, contemplating that the people of Kirigakure were likely still in the reconnaissance phase, perhaps having completed their assessments. The other tourists could very well be mere decoys. However, he had arrived at an opportune moment, as there were no unusual movements detected. At that moment, a dark-skinned, white-haired beauty approached, having evidently noticed Xingran. She quickly wiped her mouth and hid the grilled eel behind her back. What a coincidence. What have you been up to these past few days? We agreed to continue our studies together at the Konoha hospital. Have you forgotten? The girl, wrapped in a simple cloth, was as inquisitive as when they first met, bombarding Xingran with questions upon their encounter. Xingran momentarily found himself taken aback, realizing that many of her companions from Kirigakure were also observing him. He swiftly regained his composure, and in that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. In the days to come, I shall frequently traverse these streets, accompanied by Mabu-e and her companions, all of whom I initially encountered within the vehicle convoy. If we happen to cross paths once or twice, it would be inconsequential. However, should I be continually spotted on these streets, it would raise questions regarding my intentions. The population of Yunin village is considerable, thus amplifying the likelihood of such encounters. A strategy must be devised. At present, I have yet to attain the ultimate form of superhuman prowess. My abilities of X-ray vision and enhanced auditory perception are limited in range. They necessitate proximity to the target. And while discerning sound within this radius is manageable with careful attention, the presence of numerous obstructions between myself and the object of scrutiny significantly impairs my capacity for thorough observation. Though I have contemplated the use of disguise techniques, such measures would seem overtly conspicuous. The members of the medical unit are already familiar with my visage, should I be recognized while attempting to conceal my identity. The implications would shift from mere suspicion to undeniable certainty. My skills in disguise may suffice to deceive gamblers. Yet I harbor no confidence in their effectiveness against seasoned ninjas who have dedicated their lives to the study of human anatomy. In the original narrative, the single-celled organism, Might Guy, nearly exposed Kakashi's disguise. I am unwilling to take such risks. Shouldn't you be at the Konoha hospital, learning new management philosophies? I countered Mabui's inquiry with a question of my own. Oh, spare me the details. The captain mentioned that we may linger in Konoha for a while longer, granting us special permission to enjoy the village rather than report daily to the hospital for lessons. Hence, we found ourselves wandering the streets today, Mabui replied, her naivety evident in her candidness. Before I could respond, an elder companion of Mabui admonished her sharply, though the content of the reprimand was unvoiced. The intent to caution her in matters of discretion was unmistakable. Ah, but the scenery of our Konoha is truly splendid and vibrant. You ought to explore the streets more. With the world now at peace, opportunities to study at Konoha Hospital abound. While you are still young, indulge in some leisure. Have you visited the Hokage Rock? The view there is exceptional. Shall I escort you? I warmly extended an invitation to the members of Yunin village, feigning a deep camaraderie. We've already visited. We're heading back to our lodgings to rest, Mabui replied, her tone somewhat stiff under the fervent gaze of her companions. Oh, what a pity. I shall be assisting at the Konoha Hospital tomorrow. We can continue our exchanges then. I waved farewell, parting from Mabui, whose face bore an expression of inexplicable regret. Having gleaned essential information and insights. Firstly, it is evident that the Yunin are still orchestrating surveillance under the guise of tourism. Additionally, I have devised a solution to the predicament of my frequent appearances at the Yunin encampment. By cultivating a friendship with Mabui, appreciating each other's medical skills, and perhaps even hinting at a youthful affection, I can seamlessly justify my repeated visits to this locale under the pretense of socializing with a friend. Moreover, this situation affords a distinct advantage when it comes to addressing inquiries following the completion of tasks. Xingran can effortlessly inform the Hokage that he employed charm to draw near to the ninjas of the cloud-hidden village, thereby seizing the opportunity to gather intelligence. Regardless of whether the approached ninja are minor characters, none in Konoha are privy to whether Mabui is aware of Sammy's plan. As far as the mission reports are concerned, if I assert that Mabui is present, then she is indeed present, afterward, under the pretext of protecting informants. No one would be able to verify this. In the ensuing days, Xingran spent his days at the Konoha hospital, engaging in mutual learning with the cloud-hidden village, while also encountering a myriad of non-combat cases. This experience significantly aided his transition from a battlefield medic to a general practitioner. Each evening, he would escort Mabui back to her station. Perhaps Mabui, in the moment, failed to perceive anything unusual, as Xingran had never broached topics beyond medicine with her. However, to the discerning eye of others, they appeared as two lost lambs. The enmity between their nations could not be wholly cast aside due to a mere contract. The budding affection between these young souls was destined for tragedy. Regardless of others' perceptions, Xingran saw and heard everything with clarity. He had located Sammy's quarters and, with the fall of night, would come here to observe, utilizing his ocular prowess and enhanced hearing. During this time, whether or not Mabui and her companions visited the Konoha hospital, Xingran would frequent this place, behaving like an infatuated youth, patiently awaiting the appearance of his beloved. Coupled with the time spent engaging with Mabui and her group, Xingran found himself lingering here longer than he did at home, thus ensuring he received timely updates on the Cloud Ninja's latest movements. Indeed, Xingran had contemplated that, according to the original narrative, the Cloud Ninjas would infiltrate the Hyuga clan's territory one night and abduct Hinata. Such an operation would naturally require Sammy, as the highest authority, to confer with her subordinates prior to their evening meal. By monitoring the situation during this time each day, Xingran significantly increased his chances of obtaining specific details regarding their actions without undue exertion. However, probability is not synonymous with certainty. To Xingran, the preliminary groundwork had already been laid, thus, he could comfortably await developments. Monitoring the situation also allowed him time to peruse medical texts, as reading at home and outside bore no distinction. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the cloud-hidden village delegation had been in Konoha for over a month, engaged in final contract negotiations. As April approached, the anticipated peace remained elusive, causing the citizens of Konoha to increasingly lose faith in the success of these negotiations. During this period, Xingran had gleaned no useful information from Sammy, only confirming that the target was indeed the Byakugan and that the defensive capabilities of the Hyuga clan had been thoroughly scrutinized. While this intelligence might prove invaluable to Konoha's Umbu, it held no significance for Xingran, who was already in the know. Without explicit communication from Sammy concerning their plans or methods, Xingran found his patience waning. Frequent visits to the Konoha hospital have yielded significant insights for Xingran. He has acquired knowledge regarding the treatment of common ailments and the medical practices, as well as the pharmacological habits prevalent in the Land of Lightning. During one of the discussions, Xingran recalled that the Reikage would eventually lose an arm, and that the fourth Reikage would be a pivotal force in countering the Akatsuki and instigating the Fourth Great Ninja War. Regardless of whether he would influence Sasuke to incapacitate the fourth Reikage, the historical inertia witnessed with Kabuto could not be overlooked. Thus, Xingran contemplated preemptively preparing the village hidden in the clouds for this eventuality. Consequently, he proposed a medical perspective for discussion in the battles among ninjas. The severing of limbs is a frequent occurrence. If the severed parts cannot be retrieved or are rendered unusable due to complete destruction, the ninja becomes ineffective. While losing a leg might be manageable, the loss of an arm, which impedes the ability to form hand seals, represents a significant loss for a village with a limited number of ninjas. If we could fabricate prosthetic limbs in advance or even clone body parts from severely injured ninjas for their use, it would greatly alleviate the village's war casualties. Upon presenting this idea, it quickly garnered a fervent response, with opinions varying widely. After all, very few villages possess cloning technology, and without Orochimaru in Konoha, their capabilities in this regard are comparable to those of other nations. No matter how brilliant the idea, it remains unattainable in this era. At that moment, a member known as Mabui expressed skepticism, questioning why they did not simply practice single-handed hand seals. This technique exists in every village. The scarcity of practitioners is merely due to the demanding nature of its training, such as the nature of ideological clashes. Given that the Land of Lightning lacks genetic technology, cloning remains a theoretical concept. Thus, Mabui's stance was to directly address the issues rather than pursue impractical solutions. In contrast, Xingran, having perused Orochimaru's research materials, stood on a higher conceptual plane, envisioning a resolution through the eradication of ailments themselves. It cannot be said that either party was right or wrong. Yet their debate was vigorous and unyielding. Ultimately, no consensus was reached, but Xingran was inspired by Mabui and began to train in the art of single-handed hand seals. With his extraordinary intellect, he learned swiftly. Although he had previously possessed limited ninjutsu skills and lacked the time to practice this technique, he now found himself with ample opportunity. Following the Nin exams, he anticipated the chance to study more secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, which would enable him to develop various strategies involving both yin and yang release techniques. In early April, the village finally received encouraging news. Under the duplicitous demeanor of the Hokage, the Land of Lightning could no longer afford delays and reluctantly agreed to withdraw from the occupied territories of the Land of Water. However, according to the intelligence provided by the Umbu, Xingran collaborated with the Umbu to monitor the envoy from the village hidden in the clouds, thus receiving updates. The Land of Fire had consented to exchange food for the significant handicrafts of the Land of Lightning, an unconventional compromise from the Fire Nation. Xingran understood that the signing of the peace treaty signified the conclusion of the events, and the envoy from the village hidden in the clouds was poised to execute plans to abduct Hinata at any moment. On that midday, upon returning from a mission, Hai was expected to dine with his family, a customary practice not only for the Hai household, but also among many ninja families. After each mission, they would partake in a lavish feast to celebrate the successful completion of the task and to express gratitude for their safe return. Xingran, I've heard you've been frequently visiting the Union base lately? Hai inquired suddenly after dinner, causing Xingran, who had been playfully teasing Shuino, to momentarily freeze. What's the matter? Xingran replied, somewhat sheepishly, knowing that he had been making those trips due to a covert mission from the Hokage. Hai, presumably unaware of his true intentions, should only know the surface motives. Yet, Hai promptly posed a question that put Xingran in a difficult position. Listen to my advice. Our relations with the Land of Thunder are not genuinely peaceful. You understand what I mean regarding that girl, Mabu? Hai, though not particularly articulate, conveyed a clear message without needing to elaborate. Well, there's nothing significant between us. We merely exchange medical knowledge. Once she departs from Konoha, we will be from entirely different worlds, Xingran asserted, mustering his courage, believing in his own words regardless of whether others did. All right, I trust you. When that girl, Kai, first mentioned this to me, I was genuinely startled. Haha, Hai said, observing Xingran for a while before breaking into a hearty smile. As one of the foremost sensory ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, he might not articulate everything, but he could sense that Xingran was being truthful, which sufficed. Yamanaka Kai? What's her story? Xingran pondered, realizing that his actions had only served as bait for the observant. Hai, having just returned from a mission, had no reason to be privy to such youthful matters unless someone had spilled the beans. Don't blame Kai for being overly inquisitive. The recent battlefield encounter greatly impacted her, especially since she now admires you immensely. She hurried to find me after hearing about you from her classmates. You are a genius of our Yamanaka clan. Don't let youthful hormones lead you astray, Hai rambled on, explaining Kai's concerns. Since the students from the Ninja Academy had survived a perilous encounter with a tailed beast, many began to awaken to their responsibilities, and Kai was among them, diligently training and reportedly shedding her haughty demeanor. Initially, Jiraiya had deemed Yamanaka Kai unsuitable for the life of a ninja, yet she had returned with determination, excelling in her studies and mastering basic healing techniques. Such skills could not be disregarded. Those capable of healing were prime candidates for becoming medical ninjas. Instances of students mastering healing techniques were not unheard of, but most had been absorbed into the village's medical teams, promising a bright future ahead. At first, Xingran patiently listened to Hai's lengthy defense of Kai's actions, yet as he listened, a sense of unease began to brew. Why was Hai so ardently promoting Yamanaka Kai? The notion that I harbor loyalty towards the enemy ninjas is absurd. Thus, I shall find a substitute to divert attention. Xingran rolled her eyes, dismissing Hai, and focused on teasing Ino instead. The little one was merely 2 or 3 years old, yet her prominent forehead was already quite apparent. It was perplexing to contemplate where she would find the audacity to claim Sakura had a wide forehead. They were indeed 2 peas in a pod. Hai observed that Xingran initially paid heed to his words, but soon became absorbed in her own play, leading him to awkwardly clear his throat and bring up the topic of the CH9 exams, as negotiations had genuinely entered a countdown phase. The village's focus gradually shifted towards the upcoming CH9 exams. Diplomats had already set forth to invite the leaders or shadows of various nations to witness the event in the village. Moreover, the collaborative organization of the exams involved numerous intricate details that necessitated advanced communication, consuming considerable resources and manpower from the village. Therefore, it was no surprise that Hai broached this topic. The novelty of the peace treaty had long since faded, and villagers were now engrossed in discussions about the impending CH9 exams. How is your preparation for the CH9 exams coming along? You shouldn't be spending all your time at the hospital. For a ninja, personal strength is paramount. Ensure you do not neglect your training. Hai admonished with the earnestness of a concerned elder. Xingran endured the lecture with a sense of resignation, surprisingly gaining a new understanding of the essence of being a ninja, which was quite ironic. As time slipped away, Xingran concocted an excuse to make her exit, heading towards the residence of the Cloud Ninja delegation. The negotiations were nearing completion, expected to wrap up within the next few days, prompting Xingran to intensify her surveillance over the area. The plot was reaching a critical juncture, and after such extensive preparation, she could not afford to falter just as the net was about to close. Failing to secure a significant achievement would only lead to self-reproach. As was her custom, Xingran was well acquainted with Sammy's quarters. Activating her clairvoyance and superhearing, she began to observe the daily dramas unfolding around her. However, upon arrival, she immediately sensed something amiss. Sammy's room was crowded with numerous individuals, both male and female, all sharing a common trait of possessing chakra levels equivalent to that of high-ranking ninjas, indicating they were senior members of the delegation. Soon enough, clear voices drifted into Xingran's ears. The plan has been communicated to everyone. If there are any questions, now is the time to voice them. We cannot afford any disruptions to tonight's mission at the Hyuga household, Sammy concluded, leaving Xingran feeling exasperated at what she perceived as a missed opportunity, akin to arriving just in time for the film's credits. Sir, this mission is fraught with peril. Failure could lead to dire consequences. There is no need for you to put yourself at risk, one of the loyal subordinates who previously monitored Xingran and the fabric-clad man interjected on behalf of his superior. No, it is precisely because success is imperative that I must undertake it myself. Should the mission be compromised, the loss of any one of you holds no greater significance than my own demise as the leader of this delegation, Sammy replied, his expression one of deep reluctance. Internally grappling with his choices. Initially motivated by the pursuit of power, he had, in a moment of heated discussion following the loss of his position as the head of the Ninja Academy, hastily devised this entire scheme. Originally, he had intended to arrange for the Shadow's Dark Division to serve as the Reapers. However, at the conclusion of the meeting, the Shadow sought him out privately, compelling him to sign a military order, which left him exasperated. What could he do but press on? Upon reaching an agreement, the village swiftly accorded him privileges far exceeding his station. The taste of power was utterly delectable, inciting the people to strive diligently for his vision. A true man ought to be thus. With matters having progressed to this juncture, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. Success would elevate him to a position of reverence, while failure would lead to his demise upon return. Given this predicament, it was imperative that he personally undertook such a crucial mission. Delegating the task to others was fraught with peril. At this juncture, the two nations were in a state of amiability, and those tasked might not face mortal danger. At worst, the mission might fail, and the village of Cloud would suffer a grievous blow from Leaf Village. Yet, while his subordinates might escape death and failure, as the one accountable, his demise would be certain. Thus, rather than entrusting this task to those lacking the resolve to face death, he resolved to take it upon himself. Should he succeed, he would be hailed as a hero. If he failed, he could find a way to redeem himself in death. After all, it would ultimately lead to him being honored as a martyr for the village. My lord, I entrust everything to you this time. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent and bowed respectfully to Sammy. Soon after, they departed from Sammy's chamber, leaving Xingran without any further useful information. Nevertheless, even having merely glimpsed the epilogue, he had gleaned what was necessary. Cloud Ninja would act tonight, targeting the Hyuga clan. Most crucially, should the operation fail, the enemy would leverage the life of their envoy, Sammy, for their advantage. Drawing from his past memories, Xingran realized that it was Sammy who had been killed by Hyuga Hizashi, who then exacted a life for a life on Hyuga Hayashi. As for how they would infiltrate the heavily guarded Hyuga clan, successfully abduct Hinata, and extract her from Leaf Village, Xingran remained in the dark. However, this was no longer of concern. His involvement in this affair rendered any knowledge of their plans moot, as they would be of no use to him. Without wasting a moment, he recognized that their operation was scheduled for the evening, and with dinner just over an hour away, he needed to hasten to secure advantages. Rather, to assist the village in issuing an early warning. Xingran feared that should the Hokage learn of this matter, he would rush to inform the Hyuga family. At that point, Xingran would no longer be seen as a grateful ally, but merely as a pawn of the Hokage, which was far from his intention. A self-serving individual aims to sell information at a premium. Swiftly arriving at the Hyuga estate, he was once again greeted by the same gatekeeper as before, and was smoothly ushered into a reception room. The stern visage of Hyuga Hayashi reappeared before Xingran. Yamashiro-kun, I wonder what brings you to seek the head of the family this time. You may speak freely. The same condescending gaze of the aristocracy met him, and Xingran felt a surge of irritation. Last time, he could attribute his shortcomings to a lack of information. This time, however, he had come bearing substantive intelligence, and surely they ought to show some acknowledgement. Xingran took a sip of the tea prepared by the servants, appreciating its quality, even when hosting those they looked down upon. The affluent would never serve anything subpar. It left one to wonder if they were merely suffering for the sake of pride. The purpose of my visit today is to reveal the true intention behind the delegation from Yunin Village's arrival in Konoha. Given our shared heritage as members of the Konoha Shinobi clan, I believe we possess mutual interests and should stand united as brothers, fostering a closer collaboration moving forward. Xingran's leisurely tone was quite irritating, and it was no surprise that Hayashi's face was already marked with impatience. Oh, And what precisely is the purpose that warrants a trip from you, the newly emerged genius of the Hyuga clan? Hayashi's tone was sharp, emphasizing the term genius with disdain. Xingran found himself increasingly annoyed with the Hyuga clan. So what if Hinata was the heroine? We are not mere pawns in a narrative. Ultimately, I am here to save your life, and does this unfortunate child truly deserve to perish in this calamity? He suppressed the urge to storm out, reminding himself that patience is a virtue. I did not come here to curry favor, I am here to secure benefits. For the sake of profit, I would endure. Xingran began to gain a deeper understanding of the ninja's principle of endurance. In pursuit of the Hokage's interests, I must report this matter to him, and consequently, the Hyuga clan will inevitably learn of the impending events. Between benefits and temperament, Xingran chose the former. The leader of the Yunin delegation, Sammy, had come to Konoha not only for the peace treaty signing, but also to acquire the Byakugan. Xingran had no desire to engage in further trivial banter with Hayashi, who had consistently displayed hostility. Better to conclude this matter swiftly and proceed to the Hokage to claim my reward. What? Hayashi's surprise was palpable, leading him to inquire further. His demeanor softened considerably, having initially assumed that Xingran's observations during the escort were merely about Yunin village's ulterior motives against Konoha. That was a matter for the village at large. The Hyuga could choose to heed the warning or ignore it, believing that they had the luxury of time. However, once the issue touched upon his own clan, it shifted from a communal concern to that of a familial one, changing the nature of the predicament entirely. As an ancient clan, depending solely on others is a path to extinction. The notion that the divine aids those who help themselves, though the world lacks deities, was well understood by the Hyuga. After a few probing questions, Hayashi hurriedly departed, soon returning with the true decision-maker, Izashi. Xingran thought, at last, I meet the principal figure. To be candid, not long ago, the esteemed Sammy from Yunin had sent an invitation for a visit, scheduled for this evening. We have already prepared a banquet. Hizashi and Hayashi bore an uncanny resemblance, though Hizashi exuded a more commanding presence. As Xingran observed the head of the Hyuga clan, who regarded him with a peculiar gaze during their first encounter, he felt a sense of satisfaction. You wish to maintain your aloofness, do you? Yet here you are, compelled to kneel before me now. Just as Hinata Hizashi believed that Hinata Hayashi would express gratitude on behalf of the family, the latter's demeanor abruptly shifted. Lord Sammy has previously visited the Uchiha clan, where he was warmly received. To be candid, I find your jest rather hard to believe. I sincerely appreciate your efforts on behalf of the Hyuga family. Here, I present to you some fine tea from the land of iron. Please take some back to savor. Hinata Hayashi then raised his teacup and began to drink leisurely. This gesture indicated the end of the conversation, and soon, a servant approached with a gift box. Humility etched on their face, yet undeniably escorting Xingran out. Xingran was taken aback. Am I not being clear enough? Someone intends to steal your family's Byakugan, and their method may very well involve abducting your children. Moreover, should the plan be exposed, they may resort to violence to extort your Byakugan. How can you all remain so oblivious?